In the cold metal pod, Dizzy abruptly opened his eyes. His ears were filled with a low, rumbling mechanical roar, as if a steel beast were trapped in a narrow shell dragging him through the boundless darkness of interstellar space. He instinctively tried to sit up, but his back slammed heavily against the hard metal wall of the pod. The sharp pain struck him all at once, and he froze in place. Something was wrong. This was definitely not his room. No familiar computer, no messy blanket, and certainly no Dragon Ball video he had been watching halfway through last night. Before him was a completely unfamiliar spaceship console. A green holographic screen flickered in the darkness, and a line of cold cosmic text jumped out. Target planet Earth, estimated arrival 3 hours, 17 minutes. Earth. 3 hours. His mind was still dazed. His palm instinctively pressed against the edge of the seat, but suddenly touched a rough, furry, elongated object. Stranger still, that thing actually moved slightly, as if following his will. In an instant, Dizzy's face turned deathly pale. A tail. He actually had a scion tail growing behind him. Before he could recover from the extreme shock, countless strange and violent memories surged into the depths of his consciousness like a bursting dam. Scions, Vegeta, Naba, Frieza Force, Kakarot, and a name that branded itself into his soul like a red-hot iron, Dizzy. Trembling, he slowly raised his head and looked at the blurry reflection on the smooth metal wall beside him. A narrow face, fierce and cruel eyes, absurdly exaggerated black explosive long hair, and a green battle power scouter firmly worn on his left eye. That face, he knew it all too well. Sun Wukong's elder brother, a fallen elite warrior with superior bloodline, but completely wasted, reduced to a low-level lackey of Frieza's army. The opening boss of early Dragon Ball. Pika debut. Then a few episodes later, his chest was pierced through by Piccolo's demon-piercing light kill cannon along with his younger brother. A real unlucky bastard. Dizzy. He had actually transmigrated. And into this cannon fodder who was doomed to die at the very start. For an instant, Dizzy even stopped breathing. Other people transmigrate to the Dragon Ball world aiming for Sun Wukong, or at least Vegeta. Sun Wu Fan, Talon Kusi. All potential monsters. Why did it have to be him, the one nailed to the pillar of shame? And the worst part, Dizzy was now sitting in a Type 1 single-pilot ship, flying madly toward Earth. This meant, following the original plot's tendency, he would soon land on Earth, kidnap Sun Wu Fan, and then be held tightly from behind by Wukong. Then Piccolo in the distance sneered, pointed a finger. Demon-piercing light kill cannon, straight through the heart soaring. A death so clean and neat. Dizzy stared at the flickering countdown on the screen, his throat dry, as if swallowing sand. 3 hours and 17 minutes. Not 3 years, not 3 months, not even 3 days. Only a mere 3 hours. After 3 hours, he would step right into the death trap arranged by the original script. In the cramped spaceship, cold sweat began to bead on Dizzy's temples. His first instinct: run. To hell with Earth. Don't meet Wukong, don't kidnap Wu Fan, and don't give Piccolo, that green-skinned bastard, a chance to charge up his ultimate move. Just turn the ship around now. Wouldn't that break the opening deadlock? But just as his trembling hand touched the console, the memories of the original body surfaced automatically. The course was already locked. Frieza Force's flight records would leave indelible traces. More importantly, Vegeta and Naba clearly knew he was coming to Earth to find Kakarot. If he suddenly changed course or vanished in space, Vegeta, with his extremely suspicious and cruel nature, would definitely detect the anomaly immediately. What kind of person is Vegeta? The Scion Prince who, after years of service, could dispose of Naba with a casual energy blast without any expression. In Vegeta's eyes, Dizzy was already a disgrace to elite warriors, a trash with a battle power of only 1500. What would happen if a fallen elite dared to disobey orders? Dizzy didn't even need to think. Still death. What about fleeing to a remote planet and becoming a local tyrant? What a cosmic joke. Almost the entire universe was Frieza's territory. With his meager battle power, he could still pretend to be a big shot on early Earth, but out in deep space, he might not even be able to take down a slightly tougher Frieza soldier. Returning to Vegeta's side and playing the coward, that was actively putting his neck under the blade. He did know the truth about Frieza destroying Planet Vegeta in the future, knew that Scions were just Frieza's high-level tools, and knew Vegeta would eventually be caught in the protagonist's storms. But the problem was, knowing the future didn't mean you had the power to control it. Before absolute strength, secrets protected by no power would only become a fatal death warrant. Dizzy suddenly lowered his head and let out a laugh. It was low, hoarse, filled with unspeakable frustration and madness. What kind of transmigration benefit was this? It was like opening his eyes only to be pushed into a crematorium furnace with a countdown of destruction thoughtfully hung on the door. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Panic was useless, cursing solved nothing. The only path before him was go to Earth, then survive from Wukong and Piccolo. If he could just endure the initial plot kill, endure that demon-piercing light kill cannon, he would have a chance to completely change his fate in this universe. A thought that most transmigrators would have flashed through his mind. Cling to the protagonist team. Who is Sun Wukong? The true protagonist of the Dragon Ball world, the future Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan Blue, even the user of Ultra Instinct, slayer of gods and Buddhas. As soon as he landed on Earth, he could immediately confess to Wukong, weep about being his long-lost elder brother, tell him about Vegeta and Naba invasion in a year, and reveal that Frieza was the true murderer of the Saiyan race. Wouldn't that naturally blend into the Earth protagonist team? However, this tempting thought was ruthlessly suppressed by reason as soon as it emerged. No, the current Sun Wukong was far from the cosmic-level powerhouse who could rival the god of destruction by Lu Si. Kakaluote's base power was only a few hundred. Piccolo was only a few hundred too. The Earth warriors seemed numerous, but were all noobs of the early version. And Naba, who would land on Earth a year later, had a power of 400. Full power Vegeta was as high as 1800. If he messed with the plot now causing Wukong not to die in this battle, not to walk the serpent path to King Kai's planet, not to learn Kaioken and Genkidama, what would Earth use to stop Vegeta and Naba a year later? Would everyone just stand in a row and feed themselves to Vegeta? Moreover, the moment he transmigrated and opened his eyes, the original plot could never be exactly the same. Blindly trusting the original plot would lead to a miserable death. Once his intervention caused the future to completely derail, no one could guarantee what would happen. Maybe Vegeta and Naba would land on Earth earlier. Maybe an enraged Naba would destroy an entire city with one blast upon landing. Maybe Frieza's army would notice the Earth Dragon Balls earlier. At that time, even Wukong might not save him, and the protagonist team would be in deep trouble themselves. Laudiz's breath gradually became heavy and long. Facing the cruel reality, he finally understood the fundamental truth in this world that valued bloodline and battle power above all. He could never rely on anyone nor wait idly for the plot to put him in a safe position. Because in the original Laudizzi had never had a safe position. If he wanted to survive, he had to force himself to grow stronger. Laudizzi slowly lowered his head, looking at his calloused, powerful hands. In fact, the original hardware of this body was not weak. Far superior scion physique, uncut tail, great ape transformation with tenfold power, increased rich combat experience on fringe star systems, and the sci-fi battle power scouter on his left eye. The reason the original Laudizzi failed so badly, becoming a completely fallen elite warrior, was not that his martial arts talent was truly irredeemable. It was because he had lived too long under the terrifying shadow of Vegeta and Frieza. His spine had long been bent by invisible order, and the scion blood inside him had lost the courage to raise a fist against the strong. Bullying the weak, arrogant, yet extremely cowardly. Facing a defenseless weakling, he was a brutal wolf. But in front of a true strongman, he couldn't even conceive of resistance. But from this moment on, the soul inside this body had been replaced by a transmigrator who knew every twist of the future. Laudizzi slowly clenched his fingers, tightening his fist. His knuckles cracked from the excessive force, and a surging sense of power burst out from deep within his muscles. Yes, he was still weak now. So weak that when Vegeta arrived a year later, he wouldn't even have the right to speak loudly in the hall. So weak that one icy glare from Frieza was enough to make all surviving scions grovel. But being weak now didn't mean he had to kneel forever. Since low-class Kakaluote could grow strong, arrogant Prince Vegeta could grow strong, half-breed Sun Wufan could grow strong, and even future android Cell Majin Buu. Every one of them could turn the universe upside down. Then why should Laudizzi be doomed to be the short-lived cannon fodder sacrificed at the start to give the protagonist experience? Suddenly, the ship's massive body shook violently. The red warning light on the metal ceiling suddenly lit up and flashed urgently. Warning: the ship is about to enter the target planet's atmosphere. Automatic landing procedure. Forced startup. Outside the narrow porthole, the once-dead dark universe was instantly filled by a beautiful planet emitting a blue glow. Earth, the place where Kakaluote grew and transformed. Also in the original plot, the indelible graveyard of Laudizzi. Beep, beep, beep. The battle power scouter on his left eye suddenly jumped wildly without warning. Lines of ice green numbers continuously leaped and froze on the screen. Battle power 5, battle power 322, battle power 334. Laudizzi stared at those numbers representing the core plot. The arrogance and distracting thoughts in his eyes gradually cooling, finally turning into boundless stillness. A farmer with a double-barreled shotgun and a battle power of 5. Kakaluote. Piccolo. The first domino of the original plot was now completely laid out before him. The spaceship, wrapped in glaring friction flames, tore violently through the layers of clouds above Earth, like a burning meteor crashing straight down toward the green land below. Amid the violent turbulence that nearly shook his bones to pieces, Laudizzi slowly leaned back into the specially designed seat, a cold and arrogant curve tugging at the corner of his mouth in the darkness. Want him to obediently follow the original script to death. Want him to be held from behind by Wukong like an idiot and willingly let Piccolo pierce his chest with a demon-piercing light kill cannon. What a cosmic joke. He might not be the protagonist's son Wukong, nor the lofty Vegeta. Right now he was just Laudizzi, a fallen elite warrior who in your eyes was about to die tragically. But from the second he opened his eyes and woke up, this fallen elite warrior was going to personally change this damn fate completely. Boom. The circular spaceship, like a burning meteor, brutally crashed into the Earth's soil. A massive cloud of dust surged into the sky. The soil at the landing site was instantly scorched black by the terrifying heat, and the entire ground collapsed into a shocking huge crater. After a moment, with a hissing sound, the spaceship hatch popped open upward, emitting white smoke. Raditz stepped out of the ship slowly with his long legs. A gentle breeze carrying the scent of soil brushed his cheeks. He looked up at the azure sky, then looked down and stamped on the solid ground. Earth, am really standing on this land. This place is the home where Kakarot grew up, the place where Bulma began her romantic adventure, and the peaceful world that countless ordinary Earth warriors would protect with their lives. But for the original Raditz, this place was a crematorium with his name engraved from the start. Beep beep beep. The green scouter on his left eye began to flicker. Not far away, a faint and ridiculously weak power level reaction was slowly approaching. Power level 5 Raditz didn't even bother to turn his head, knowing who it was without looking. Sure enough, soon an old farmer wearing a tattered straw hat and holding a double-barreled shotgun climbed tremblingly to the edge of the pit, staring at the tall man in strange clothes inside. Who are you? Don't move. The farmer's voice was shaking like a sieve, but he still aimed his gun at Raditz. Raditz turned his head and gave him a cold glance. Just that look, with the overwhelming pressure of a scion who had waded through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, made the farmer's legs go weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. According to the original memory in Raditz's mind, this cosmic trash with a power level of only 5 could be killed casually by the original Raditz with a puff of breath or a flick of a finger, like crushing an ant. The original Raditz would indeed have done so cruelly, but the current Raditz absolutely would not. It's not because he suddenly became a saint after transmigrating, but because he knew clearly that from the moment he set foot on Earth, every small butterfly effect choice he made was directly tied to life and death. If he started killing right after landing, then in the eyes of Goku and Piccolo, who would meet him soon, he would become an incommunicable cosmic thug that must be eliminated. Then he would have to follow the original path and be surrounded and killed by these two tough guys. Scram, Raditz said coldly with an expressionless face. The old farmer was stunned. Just as he was dazed by Raditz's aura, the trembling shotgun in his hand accidentally fired. Bang! A lead shot hit solidly against Raditz's hard battle armor, producing a crisp metallic clang. Raditz didn't even blink, standing as steady as a mountain. The old farmer's face turned deathly pale. Raditz slowly raised his right hand and casually pinched the deformed bullet with 2 fingers. Then he gathered force in his fingertips and flicked it lightly toward the farmer's ear. Whoosh! A piercing sound of tearing air. The bullet grazed the farmer's ear and violently pierced through a thick tree trunk behind him, one that would take several people to encircle. With a crash, the tree split in 2. The old farmer rolled his eyes and fainted on the ground from sheer terror. Raditz didn't spare another glance at the fighter with a power level of 5. In his current eyes, it was utterly meaningless. The real deadly characters were not here. Beep beep beep. The scouter instantly locked onto the distant sea area, several prominent high-energy reactions flickering. Power level 322. Power level 334. Kakarot. Raditz took a deep breath, no longer hesitated, stomped the ground fiercely, and instantly transformed into a violent black streak of light, flying into the sky and speeding toward Kame House. Although he now held the script and had absolute power to crush the current bunch of Earth newbies, he couldn't feel relaxed at all, because he knew all too well that these monsters on Earth could not be judged by their current numbers alone. That silly-looking younger brother with an immature tail would in the future repeatedly break the limits of the universe in desperate situations, becoming a super scion that even the Emperor of the universe would tremble before. That 4-year-old brat crying in swaddling clothes would in the future become a tough guy who would grind perfect Cell into the dirt. And the green-skinned Piccolo, who had not yet arrived, would soon send him to see the King of Hell with an incomplete special beam cannon. Raditz even laughed at himself inwardly. These guys' current version of power levels was indeed ridiculously weak, but ironically the last thing he could do was treat them as weaklings. The sea soon appeared at the edge of his vision. On a lonely azure island, the iconic red Kame House stood quietly. Whoosh! Raditz descended from the sky with a violent airflow, landing on the beach. Several people gathered outside the house, all changed expression and turned their heads as one. Kellen's smile froze instantly, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Xianren looked serious and pushed up his sunglasses. Buurama hugged her arms in fear, her eyes first panicked, then fixed intently on the sci-fi scouter on Raditz's left eye. Sun Wukong stood in front without any fear. In his arms he held a cute little boy wearing a hat with a 4-star ball. Sun Wufan. Raditz's gaze fixed on Wufan, and a chill ran down his spine. To be honest, the one he feared most now was not Sun Wukong, but this seemingly harmless little kid. Don't be fooled by Wufan's timid and obedient look, always crying. This was the most unreasonable, rage-powered potential monster in the Dragon Ball world. In the original story, Raditz was stomped by Goku, which completely enraged this father-protecting maniac, causing Wufan to go berserk and break his chest bone, creating a fatal opening leading to his death by Goku's lock. Who are you? Wukong frowned, his black eyes cautiously examining the strange man, who looked quite similar to himself. Raditz did not answer immediately. This stage he had to act. If he messed up, it would be a free kill. If he acted too kind, these highly cautious Earth warriors would never trust him easily. But if he acted too crazy and brutal like in the original, where he directly said he would destroy Earth, then Wukong and Bike would likely fight him to the death right now. Therefore he must strike a delicate balance, showing strong oppression and danger, but not completely blocking negotiation. Raditz curled his lips, revealing the iconic arrogant sneer of a scion. Kakarot, after staying so long on this low-level planet, you've completely forgotten who you are. Wukong was visibly startled, confused. Kakarot. Are you calling me? Your name is not Sun Wukong. Raditz crossed his arms and said word by word while staring at him. Your real name is Kakarot, a descendant of the warrior race Scions. You were sent to this planet after birth originally to execute the mission of destroying all life here. In front of Kame House, the sea breeze blew and the air fell into an eerie silence. Kellen's eyes nearly popped out, stuttering, Wukong. Wukong is not an earthling. Buerma's eyes also filled with disbelief, staring at Raditz. Alien. Wukong's mind became even more chaotic, waving his hand. What nonsense are you talking about? I grew up on Earth. My grandfather is Sun Wufan. That's because you hit your head as a child and forgot all Scion instincts. Raditz said coldly. You've forgotten your bloodline and mission, and now you're mingling with these low-level Earth scum, bringing shame to the Scions. As he spoke, Raditz's aggressive gaze coldly swept over Kellen and Gixianren. Kellen's face turned pale, and he instinctively stepped back. Gixianren gripped his wooden staff tightly, his chi beginning to flow faintly. Wukong in front remained silent, his expression completely darkening, and he instinctively shielded Wufan behind him. This action made Raditz's eyelids jump fiercely. The plot node has arrived. As long as Sun Wufan's reverse scale is touched, Kakarot would never back down. But ironically, Raditz knew clearly that he still had to follow the main script and touch the child. If he didn't touch Sun Wufan, he couldn't provoke Wukong's anger, nor attract the watching Piccolo from behind, and couldn't present the destruction crisis of Vegeta's arrival in a year to these Earth warriors in the most shocking way. But he absolutely could not lock Wufan in the spaceship as a hostage to force Wukong to kill 10,000 Earthlings like the original Raditz. After quickly running through the upcoming script in his mind, Raditz's cold expression deepened. Come with me, Kakarot. The Scion comrades now are only a few of us left. Wukong shook his head without hesitation and refused decisively. I don't care if you are my brother, I have no interest in Scions. I am an Earthling, I will never go with you. If it seems you won't wake up without a lesson. Before Raditz finished speaking, his figure suddenly turned into an afterimage. So fast. Wukong's eyes. Kong's pupils suddenly contracted just as he prepared to launch a counterattack. Raditz's towering figure had already crossed the space, pressing in front of him like a wall. Raditz's calloused hand seemed to casually push forward, precisely landing on Wukong's shoulder. Bang! With a muffled sound, Wukong was forcefully pushed back half a step, sliding along the beach. Just half a step. Unlike the original story where Raditz would have knocked Wukong away with a knee strike, he instead withdrew his hand. Although he appeared relaxed, Raditz's heart was secretly astonished. Indeed, he was the absolute protagonist of Dragon Ball. In this version, where his combat power was only a few hundred, Wukong's recently displayed combat instincts and physical resilience were already somewhat outrageous. If he truly fought desperately to his limits, this fallen superior warrior of his might not be able to ensure victory if he revealed any flaws. Daddy! Seeing his father in trouble, Wufan screamed in fright. Raditz's eyes flashed. He had been waiting for this opportunity. He stretched out his ape-like arm and effortlessly grabbed Wufan by the collar of his shirt, lifting the terrified little guy into the air. Wufan's little legs flailed helplessly in the air, his small face turned pale. Wukong, let go of my son. Wukong's gaze changed instantly as the usually gentle expression erupted into a terrifyingly violent, killing intent. Krillin panicked and jumped up, pointing at Raditz and shouting, Hey, you furry freak. Put that kid down. If you have a grudge, come at us. Raditz ignored Krillin entirely, merely holding Wufan and locking his cold gaze onto Wukong's fiercely burning eyes. Kakarot, if you want your son to live, then use all your strength to follow my energy to find me. Wukong was filled with rage. What do you want from me? According to the original plot, Raditz should have forced Wukong to bring him 1,000 human heads by tomorrow to exchange for his son, thus proving the cruelty of the Scions. But the current Raditz would never set such a death flag upon himself. Thus, while borrowing lines from the original plot, he quietly altered his words. I just want to see with my own eyes if this Scion who damaged his brain on Earth still has the right to be called a warrior of the battle race. Don't make me wait too long, Kakarot. As soon as he finished speaking, Raditz soared into the air, erupting with a blast of energy, and instantly vanished with the wailing Wufan above Kame House. Behind him, Bulma's screams and Krillin's shouts were instantly torn apart by the sea breeze. At that moment, the energy within Sun Wukong began to surge wildly. Without any hesitation, he stepped onto the Nimbus cloud and frantically chased after the energy Raditz left behind. In midair, Raditz did not maximize his flying speed. He was deliberately controlling it, leaving enough space for Wukong to tightly cling onto him. In his arms, Sun Wufan was shaking violently. This 4-year-old child who had been spoiled by Chi-Chi was extremely frightened at this moment, yet he still bravely wiped his tears and secretly glanced up at Raditz. Why you? You bad guy, where are you taking me? Dad will definitely defeat you. Raditz slightly lowered his head and glanced at the little brat. Though his big eyes were filled with terrified tears, Raditz's keen battle instincts sensed that beneath this fearful facade lay a terrifying potential, one that could overturn an entire planet, which even this child could not control. Raditz took a deep breath and deliberately lowered his voice to a chilling tone. Shut up. Kid, if you want to suffer less later, hold back your tears now. Wufan was so frightened by his words that his eyes turned even redder, but he stubbornly held back and dared not cry out loud again. Though Raditz's voice sounded cold and hard as ice, the strength with which he held the child's clothes was well calibrated, ensuring that he did not injure him in the slightest. Your useless father will indeed come to rescue you later. But remember, this kid in this universe relying on others to save you will not allow you to live long. If you want to avoid being manipulated by others, you must force yourself to become stronger. Sun Wukong, at just 4 years old, could not comprehend what this strange uncle was saying. But Raditz understood clearly that this line was meant for both this future divine Rice and himself, who had crossed over and found himself in a dire situation. Boom. Not long after Raditz landed heavily amidst the desolate rocky wilderness on Earth, shrouded in dust. He casually placed the unfortunate Wufan next to the round spacecraft where he had landed, then pressed down hard on the control panel of the metal hatch. Click. The hatch automatically closed and locked. Sun Wufan was firmly trapped inside the specially designed bulletproof cabin. Although he shouted and screamed while banging on the window, he was absolutely safe and would not be harmed by the impending battle's aftermath. Raditz slowly turned around. In the distance on the horizon, Sun Wukong, stepping on his yellow nimbus cloud and full of killing intent, had already landed in the wind. Almost simultaneously on the other side of the wilderness, another formidable aura, equally impossible to ignore, was rapidly approaching at an astonishing speed. That aura was extremely cold, sharp, and carried an unmasked intent to kill. The former Dark Lord Piccolo. Beep beep beep. The numbers on the screen of the detector worn on Raditz's left eye began to flash and refresh wildly before finally stabilizing. Looking at the value representing the strongest indigenous green skin at this stage in his line of sight, Raditz couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. What needed to come had ultimately arrived unchanged. At this moment, Piccolo was far more dangerous than Sun Wukong in the original plot. As a younger brother, Wukong would still waver and hesitate due to supposed familial ties at the last moment. However, Piccolo, who aspired to conquer the world, was solely focused on eliminating the alien monster that obstructed him. If any flaw showed during the battle, that guy would ruthlessly pierce through him with the special beam cannon. Sun Wukong firmly planted his feet in the mud, tightly gripping his power pole, his eyes locked onto Raditz like a hawk. Let Wufan go. Otherwise I won't hold back. Raditz crossed his arms, casually tilted his head, and pointed his chin at the sturdy spaceship behind him. Don't worry, your son is quite comfortable inside. He is still alive. I want you to release him right now. Do you understand? The aura around Wukong began to rise frantically, his fists cracking with tension. Raditz, just as he was about to negotiate with his prepared new lines, suddenly heard a piercing, uproarious laugh approaching from afar. Swish! A tall green figure descended from the sky like a hawk, landing steadily atop a massive rock to the side. Piccolo's white cape fluttered wildly in the wind, and his green face wore an icy and proud expression, his eyes sharp as blades. Sun Wukong, it seems you've gotten yourself involved with a formidable cosmic monster today. Wukong didn't even turn his head, simply replying in a deep voice. Piccolo, this is a family matter between my brother and me. It has nothing to do with you, so don't interfere. How can it not be related? Piccolo looked down at Raditz from a high vantage point, his lips curling into a chilling sneer. This kind of monster that is always ready to threaten the planet will eventually obstruct my grand plan to dominate the world. Before I deal with you, this Demon King doesn't mind cleaning up this cosmic trash first. Hearing these classic lines, Raditz's heart sank to the bottom. This feeling was incredibly bizarre. The enraged protagonist, Sun Wukong. The bloodthirsty Demon King Piccolo. They were perfectly sandwiching him, one in front and one behind. And behind them, the spaceship and the desolate wasteland where a bloody battle was destined to occur. At this moment, Raditz's expression grew increasingly cold. He bit his teeth tightly and roared in his heart, don't panic. Their combat power is only a few hundred. I can take them down with one punch. At times like this, one must remain absolutely calm and guard against their hidden trump cards. Opposite him, Sun Wukong slowly assumed the familiar Kamehameha stance. On the other side, Piccolo also began to slowly raise his robust green arm, dazzling dark green energy starting to gather wildly in his thick palm. Two weak yet exceptionally glaring energy reactions flickered incessantly on the detector. Facing this seemingly fated opening move, Raditz slowly moved his somewhat stiff neck, his fluffy scion tail gently swaying at his waist, the blood of the scions within him beginning to boil wildly at this moment. His narrow, fierce eyes first scanned Sun Wukong before coldly glancing at Piccolo in the distance, suddenly breaking into a manic cold smile. One is a waste of a brother with the same bloodline who has willingly fallen into depravity. The other is a demon king determined to dominate this planet who will not rest until Kakarot is dead. To be able to tear me apart here, you two sworn enemies really cooperate quite well and have a good synergy. Wukong furrowed his brow. Piccolo let out an extremely disdainful snort from his nostrils. Don't try to relate yourself to me, Demon King. Anyone who hinders me must die. Prepare to die, alien. Boom. In the next second, two violent figures surged forward, creating sonic booms as they charged towards Raditz. On the wilderness, a fierce wind suddenly erupted. Sun Wukong and Piccolo advanced one after the other, charging at Raditz with devastating force. One delivered a powerful punch, while the other struck with a cold and piercing claw. Raditz stood firmly in place, his left eye's scanner wildly fluctuating, the green numbers flashing in his view, creating a dizzying display. If one were to simply look at the regular combat power readings, he still held an absolute advantage. Yet he felt no relief in his heart. Even his back was damp with cold sweat. He knew too well that the close-quarters combat of punches and kicks was never the most lethal. What could truly take his life was Piccolo's Yetobe-perfected ultimate attack, Special Beam Cannon. Once that thing found the opportunity to strike in battle, his hard-won second chance at life would be completely forfeited here. Wukong was the first to arrive, delivering a heavy punch from midair. Raditz barely managed to dodge by tilting his head just in time, and with several times the physical toughness he countered with a vicious elbow strike to Wukong's chest. Boom. The dull sound of their bodies colliding echoed, and Wukong was sent flying backward, carving a long trench in the muddy ground of the wilderness. But to Raditz's dismay, almost the moment he landed, that dirt-covered brother gritted his teeth and got back up, his face filled with battle intent. Damn it, this is the most annoying part of Son Wukong. Raditz cursed inwardly. Clearly his current power level was not strong enough, yet he was like an unkillable cockroach. As long as he was given even a slight breathing space, Wukong's combat instincts would seize upon any opening in an instant. Taking advantage of Raditz's momentary distraction, the great demon King Piccolo stalked in from a blind spot, his fingers together producing a piercing energy blade aimed straight at Raditz's back. Raditz's scion tail swept horizontally like a steel whip, forcefully hitting Piccolo's arm aside, and then with a powerful twist of his waist he retaliated with a brutal side kick. Piccolo crossed his arms to block, but still let out a muffled grunt from his throat as he was pushed back several meters by the immense force, kicking up dust along the ground. After landing, Raditz did not choose to pursue the attack. His gaze did not even glance at Wukong, but was fixed intently on the slightly trembling fingers of Piccolo. I absolutely cannot let him place his fingers on his forehead. I cannot let him gather energy. Piccolo was incredibly sharp, instantly noticing Raditz's extreme vigilance towards his fingers. A hint of cold mockery appeared on his green face. Hey, it seems like you're really afraid of what this Demon King has in store next. Raditz, expressionless, replied coldly, you can try to place your fingers, let's see if I can't break your forehead. As soon as he finished speaking, Wukong, having regained his composure, charged in once more like a fierce tiger, descending the mountain. This time Wukong learned from his mistake, avoiding a foolish heating clash. Instead, he pushed his speed to the limit, becoming several afterimages, as he circled Raditz, seeking the best opportunity to lock in close. Meanwhile, Piccolo no longer engaged in a frontal assault, but continuously swung his arms, unleashing a barrage of sharp energy blasts that crazily blocked Raditz's movements. Raditz's expression grew increasingly grim. These two bastards. Their coordination is too fast. Just a few days ago these two were sworn enemies at the world's martial arts tournament, yet now in order to deal with him, an alien monster, they acted as if they had rehearsed countless times. One was responsible for tightly restraining him with agility, while the other sought a killing opportunity from afar. This was the unreasonable combat talent of the Dragon Ball world. Real top warriors, after just 2 or 3 exchanges, could understand what their partner wanted without any communication. Boom. A dark green energy blast exploded near his feet. Raditz quickly retreated amidst the billowing dust, but as soon as his foot touched the ground, Wukong had already torn through the smoke, suddenly charging from the side, without warning. Take this. Wukong's fists flew out together, the shadows of his punches moving so fast, they were nearly indistinguishable. Raditz barely managed to block the first 3 punches, but the 4th grazed his cheek, leaving a painful cut. Seeing that he had sustained an injury from Wukong in his early version, the scion ferocity within Raditz was instantly awakened. His eyes glinted with a fierce light as a brutal knee strike slammed into Wukong's abdomen. Ugh! Wukong let out a painful grunt, his body instantly curling up like a shrimp. Raditz raised his right hand high, gathering surging energy in his palm, ready to deliver a fatal blow. But at that very moment, from within the dust-covered spacecraft not far away came the desperate and fearful cries of Son Gohan, "Don't bully my dad." Boom. That childish roar seemed to ignite some forbidden power in the wilderness. The scanner on Raditz's left eye suddenly emitted a piercing alarm sound, indicating a near-failure state, while the green numbers on the screen skyrocketed. Combat power 710. Combat power 981. Combat power 1307. Holy shit. I'm in trouble. Raditz's pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints. The originally locked Scion spaceship under Gohan's terrifying energy wave had its complex electronic components overloaded in an instant, and the hatch burst open with a deafening mechanical screech. The young Son Gohan erupted with a white, tangible, frenzied aura, his eyes red, charging towards Raditz like a heavy artillery shell descending from the sky. The speed was too fast. This unreasonable explosive power was so rapid that even Raditz, with a combat power of 1500, could only instinctively raise his arms to block. Boom. Gohan's small head crashed into his chest armor, unleashing an unimaginable force. Raditz staggered back several steps, his once hard Scion armor cracking into a multitude of spiderweb-like fragments, and he felt a sweet metallic taste rising in his throat, spitting out a mouthful of blood. In that moment, Raditz, experiencing the impact firsthand, finally comprehended why the original character in the source material met his demise. This 4-year-old brat looked like a crybaby on the surface, but when it came to his father, the power he unleashed was simply monstrous. However, the true fatal blow was not yet over. Just as Raditz was reeling from the impact, Wukong, who had been severely injured and on the ground, leaped up like a wild beast. Wukong's muscular arms wrapped tightly around Raditz's body from behind his legs, clamping down like iron pincers on Raditz's lower half, veins bulging on his forehead as he gritted his teeth. Piccolo. Now is the time. Quickly do it. Raditz's expression completely changed in that instant. This scene had finally arrived. Even though he had desperately tried to change his words since landing, even though he had never truly harmed or abused Son Gohan, even though he had done everything to avoid all the death points destined in the source material, Yet fate's damned hand still pressed him back towards the outcome, pierced by the special beam cannon. Kakarot was locking him down from behind. The great Demon King Piccolo was charging his ultimate attack from a distance. The exhausted Gohan collapsed into a muddy pit beside them. He was about to be pierced by this green-skinned monster's terrifying energy. On the other end of the wilderness, Piccolo's eyes showed no mercy or hesitation typical of a martial artist. He pressed his two green fingers tightly together at his forehead, compressing all the energy in his body into a single point at his fingertips. Die, alien monster. Special beam cannon. With a forceful thrust of his fingers, a dazzling and fearsome energy beam spiraling with golden light tore through the void, vaporizing countless fragments of rock on the ground and roaring toward Raditz's chest. Raditz's forehead was drenched in sweat, and the veins on his body bulged out from sheer terror. He could even feel the chilling presence of death creeping up his back. In that moment, he finally woke up from his fantasies. The Earth protagonists were absolutely not a safety net for the Traverser. Wukong would fight tooth and nail for his son, and the current Piccolo would stop at nothing to eliminate any threat to his rule. In their eyes, he was merely an alien invader, a dangerous threat. If he still hoped to survive by relying on words or others at this moment, he would truly become the first Traverser to die upon landing. Kakarot, let go of me. Raditz roared to the sky at the brink of life and death. His once hidden furry tail, which he had considered a weakness, suddenly stiffened and stood up straight. Wukong's expression suddenly changed. That scion tail, like a barbed steel whip, viciously tore through Wukong's clothing and wrapped tightly around his arm joint. At the same time, Raditz's feet dug into the ground like steel spikes, twisting his waist with force, yanking Wukong back, shifting his body just half an inch to the side. Just a trivial half inch. But at that moment, that half inch represented the life and death of Raditz. Whoosh boom. The golden spiral death beam brushed past Raditz's right shoulder, violently penetrating through. The excruciating heat instantly shattered his hard shoulder guard, sending splashes of charred scion flesh and blood, and directly blowing through a desolate mountain several kilometers away. The intense burning pain caused Raditz to see black in front of his eyes, nearly causing him to faint on the spot. But he did not die. He persevered through it all. Raditz ground his steel teeth in pain, bearing the agony of his ruined shoulder as he roared. The tail wrapped around Goku's arm suddenly exerted force, hurling Goku behind him with fierce momentum. Goku rolled several times on the ground before landing awkwardly. Ignoring the dirt in his mouth, he prepared to force himself up and charge again, only to find Raditz stumbling forward, lifting the weakened and trembling Gohan by the back of his shirt. Stop! Don't touch my son! Goku shouted desperately, his eyes wide with rage. In the distance, Piccolo slowly lowered his finger, narrowing his slanted eyes as he focused intently on Raditz's next move. Raditz was covered in blood, his right shoulder charred and mangled, and the chi within him was in utter chaos due to the injuries from the blast. Yet the powerful hand that held Gohan's collar showed no sign of exerting any further force. Even before this 4-year-old boy cried out in fear and pain, Raditz gritted his teeth and used his left hand to support Gohan's bottom, roughly yet securely pushing the little one in Goku's direction. Goku instinctively reached out to catch his son, who had returned to him, standing dazed on the sandy beach. Piccolo also paused, nearly losing his gathered chi in that moment. In their understanding, this severely injured alien thug clearly had ample opportunity to use Gohan as a human shield, even to sacrifice the gifted child in a final act of madness. But he didn't. He actually returned the hostage. Raditz staggered back 2 steps, clutching his bleeding and charred shoulder, with his left hand leaning against the cold wall of the spaceship, sneering at the 2 strongest figures on Earth. Kakarot, and that green-skinned one. Now, can you both sit down and listen to me? Goku held onto the weeping Gohan tightly, gazing at Raditz's pitiful, yet non-hostile appearance, his expression becoming extremely complex. Piccolo emitted a cold snort of disdain from his nostrils. Humph, at this point, what kind of pathetic delaying tactics do you think you can play, you cosmic trash? Raditz breathed heavily, letting the blood from his mouth trickle down, yet his eyes bore a proud and mocking smile characteristic of a scion, as if he could see through everything. Tactics. If I had truly come with the intent to destroy this planet or to kill this terrifyingly talented child during the time when you were fighting for your lives, just now, he would already be a cold corpse. Kakarot, what do you think? Goku fell silent. As a martial artist, he understood that Raditz indeed had several chances to strike for real. He could not refute that. Raditz slowly lifted his head. Although his voice was hoarse from blood loss, the weight of his words pressed heavily on everyone's hearts. You 2 frogs at the bottom of the well on Earth can't possibly be naive enough to think that tearing me apart with all your might here will completely end the disaster for Earth. That would be laughably foolish. Goku frowned tightly. Piccolo's magical eyes also trembled slightly. Raditz pointed shakily at the clear blue sky. In the depths of the universe, there are 2 other scions far purer than I. In their eyes, I am just a mediocre and fallen elite warrior. One of them is named Nappa, whose base battle power is several times greater than mine. With a single punch, he can vaporize an entire city. And the other is the true genius of the Scion race, the Prince of the Scions, Vegeta. His battle power can be described as terrifying. Moreover, their personalities are 100 times more ruthless and cold than any demon king you could imagine. They have never regarded the lives of low-level planets as anything significant. Because I landed on Earth today, within a year at most, they will be able to lock onto this planet's coordinates through the changes in cosmic routes. When that time comes, they will descend upon Earth. What chance do you two trash with battle powers below 1,000 have to stop such monsters? The entire wasteland fell into a deathly silence in an instant. Goku holding Gohan looked increasingly grave. Piccolo also tightened his green fists, remaining silent, yet the killing intent in his eyes had noticeably lessened at that moment. Just then in the distance along the horizon, Krillin, Master Roshi, and Bulma, riding a small flying device, finally arrived at this ravaged battlefield. As soon as they landed in the midst of the swirling dust, they clearly heard Raditz's apocalyptic predictions. There are stronger scions coming to ravage Earth. Krillin's face turned pale with fright, his legs trembling. What kind of cosmic joke is this? How could this hairy monster have pushed Goku and Piccolo to such a point? What would they do against even stronger monsters? Bulma, with her sharp mind, immediately noticed Raditz's giant circular spacecraft emitting smoke and exuding a high-tech aura, as well as the high-tech scanner on his left eye, although cracked, was still flickering. Taking a deep breath to suppress her fear, Bulma shouted to Goku and Piccolo, "Goku, Piccolo, I think what this hairy alien says is true." Raditz, huh? No, what do you mean, hairy alien? I was born a Super Saiyan, alright. Everyone turned to look at the heiress of the Capsule Corporation. Bulma pointed at the spaceship, clearly explaining his spaceship and that device on his eye that accurately measures battle power values are all technologies that we on Earth absolutely cannot possess at this stage. If what he says is true, Earth will face a catastrophic disaster in a year. We urgently need all technical intelligence and combat habits about those two stronger scions. Even if he is lying to us, capturing him to use as a hostage and information source is definitely worth much more than blowing him to ashes right now. Krillin opened his mouth trying to refute something, but looking at the devastated wasteland, he ultimately couldn't say anything. The martial arts god Master Roshi silently observed the bloodied, yet upright Raditz, his expression exceptionally serious. Goku glanced down at Gohan in his arms, noticing that although his son was exhausted and trembling, he hadn't even scraped a bit of skin. Finally, the protector of Earth exhaled a breath of stale air, slowly raised his head, and looked directly at Raditz. "Alright. Given that you indeed did not harm Gohan just now, I won't kill you today." Piccolo shot Goku a cold glance, emitting an annoyed grunt, but surprisingly did not raise his finger again. Goku did not back down, speaking with an unusually serious tone, laced with warning, "But Raditz, you better remember this. If you dare to harm Gohan, or any innocent Earthling in the days to come, both Piccolo and I will risk our lives to eliminate you." Upon hearing this iconic line, Raditz finally let out a long sigh of relief, a crazed yet grateful smile tugging at his lips. The wound on his right shoulder continued to ooze smoke and blood, the excruciating pain causing his vision to blur, and he was nearly at the limit of his strength to stand. But he knew he had won the gamble. In this hardcore Dragon Ball world where death was inevitable, he had forged a path to survival by leveraging his information advantage and ruthless psychological warfare, escaping from the fatal trajectory of the energy blast. "It's a deal." "Agreed," Raditz said hoarsely. Piccolo snorted coldly, crossing his arms and stepping back a few paces, shifting his gaze elsewhere. "Alien, don't celebrate too early. For the next year, this Demon King will keep a close watch on your every move." Raditz completely ignored the proud green Demon King. He leaned weakly against the spaceship, his gaze wandering over Goku, Krillin, Bulma, and Master Roshi, and with his last ounce of strength gritted his teeth. "From now on, you Earthlings have exactly 1 year until those two monsters arrive. If you don't want to find yourselves begging for mercy a year from now, then you better work hard to become stronger." Just as Bulma was about to ask some details about the alien spaceship, suddenly the battle power detector on Raditz's left eye, already covered in cracks, began to flicker with an eerie green light after a piercing sharp electromagnetic noise. SSSHH. SSSHH. Immediately, a message from the main Star Expeditionary Army's spaceship system automatically forwarded echoed with a cold and arrogant mechanical synthesized voice across the silent wasteland system. "Notification, Scion Warrior Raditz, your single-unit spaceship route has deviated from the designated Frieza Force Cleanup Sector and has forcefully landed on Earth. Please report your mission progress to the Vegeta Planet Expeditionary Army Headquarters within 24 hours. Otherwise, the Army will consider this behavior as desertion." The radio signal abruptly ceased. Everyone's expression in the wasteland changed in unison, and Krillin gulped nervously. Raditz gazed at the completely burned and smoking detector, his pupils slightly contracting, a self-mocking smile forming within him. Even if he had resolved the imminent death situation before him, the countdown to destruction belonging to that proud prince and the brutal Nappa had already entered an irreversible 1-year countdown phase. Even if he had resolved the imminent death situation before him, the countdown to destruction belonging to that proud prince and the brutal Nappa had already entered an irreversible 1-year countdown phase. On the desolate wilderness, the cold and mechanical voice of the star route routine inquiry seemed to instantly drain all warmth from the surroundings. Vegeta. This name was still foreign to Goku and Piccolo now, but to Raditz it felt like a blood-dripping, icy butcher's knife already pressed firmly against his throat. He had only just barely scraped by using every ounce of wit and strength to escape Piccolo's special beam cannon, the charred flesh on his right shoulder still oozing blood, his bones aching as if pierced by red-hot iron nails. Before he could even catch his breath, the death warrant from across the galaxy had arrived. It was like barely surviving an elite monster with low health in a noob village, only to have the final max-level boss kick down the door for an inspection. "Beep. receiving encrypted voice message from the main star's expeditionary force. From the cracked scouter came a brief burst of static. Then Vegeta's cold, arrogant voice, tinged with a natural condescension, rang out clearly across the wilderness. Raditz, why has your course deviated from the designated star sector? You'd better have found that low-class warrior Kakarot. If he's turned into a useless earthling scumbag, dispose of him immediately. Report your current status at once, or you know the consequences. Then in the background of the voice message, a rough and cruel laugh cut in. Huh. Raditz, you worthless piece of trash, don't tell me you failed on some backwater planet. You have 3 minutes to send back a voice log, or we'll mark you as a traitor. It was Nappa. The voice message ended, and the scouter let out a beep, entering a red flashing countdown state, labeled waiting to record report log. Everyone's gaze instantly locked onto Raditz. Goku held Gohan tightly, his brow furrowed, and his entire body tense. Krillin's face went pale, his forehead covered in cold sweat, not daring to breathe. Master Roshi's expression was grave to the extreme, his usual carefree and lecherous demeanor completely gone. Piccolo stood nearby, his green fingers twitching slightly, his gaze cold as a blade. Clearly, if Raditz's next recording showed any sign of trickery, he would not hesitate to charge and kill the alien. Just talk onion, he still couldn't win. Bulma, however, stared intently at the red flashing scouter on Raditz's left eye. As a genius scientist, she had keenly realized that this battered device possessed the terrifying communication capability to send data packets across galaxies. Raditz's heart pounded like a drum in his chest, but he gritted his teeth, constantly warning himself inside, don't panic. Absolutely don't panic. If he showed the slightest fear or weakness now, not only would he die, but the whole Earth would follow. Vegeta must never know about the Dragon Balls, those wish-granting relics on Earth. Even more so, he must not learn that these Earthling warriors were banding together to fight him. If Vegeta decided to strike preemptively, Earth wouldn't last a month, let alone a year. Raditz took a deep breath, slowly raised his uninjured left hand, and pressed firmly on the scouter's side recording and send button. He closed his eyes, steeling himself for a second. When he opened them again, his gaze had reverted to that of a cold, ruthless, and arrogant scion warrior. In a voice tinged with weakness, irritation, yet fervor, he began recording a false log into the scouter. This is Raditz. Vegeta, I've found that waste Kakarot. The air around them instantly froze. Goku's eyes darkened slightly, but he restrained himself and stayed silent. Raditz continued his act through gritted teeth into the scouter. You guessed right, that low-class warrior's brains got scrambled on Earth. He's completely turned into a waste, mingling with lowly natives. But I didn't kill him right away because this waste actually fathered a brat. At the word brat, the veins on Goku's arm shielding Gohan bulged instantly. Ignoring the searing pain in his shoulder, Raditz made his breathing sound, as if had just endured a fierce battle. Kakarot's son has incredible potential. When that brat lost control earlier, his power level shot up to over 1300. Caught off guard, even my battle suit and scouter got smashed by him. Krillin's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Over 1300. That little crybaby Gohan, just now. Ignoring everyone's shock, Raditz delivered his final summary into the scouter. This brat is laughably weak. Normally his power is extremely unstable. I plan to stay on Earth a while longer to provoke him properly and see if he's worth training. If he proves useful before bringing him back to the army, I can at least mold him into a decent killing tool. Report complete. Click. Raditz released his finger. Beep. Voice report log encrypted and uploaded. Transmission successful. The green indicator light came back on, meaning that Vegeta and Nappa on the other side of the stars would soon receive this flawless lie. Not only did it perfectly conceal the truth of his severe injuries and the battle's traces, but it also successfully diverted Vegeta's attention to the bait of a high-potential half-breed scion, completely hiding the existence of Earth's Dragon Balls and the Z-Fighters. Only then did the suffocating pressure over the wilderness seem to finally dissipate. Thud. Krillin's legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the muddy ground, his back drenched in cold sweat. Those voices. Were that Vegeta and Nappa you mentioned? What kind of pressure was that? Ignoring Krillin, Raditz decisively ripped the high-tech scouter from his left eye and like tossing trash threw it with precision to Bulma in the distance. Bulma caught it frantically, her eyes lighting up. The fear hadn't fully left her face, but the instinct of Earth's top genius scientist had already flared up. You're sure you're giving this alien tech to me? If not, you should I keep it on me so Vegeta can track my location anytime. Raditz snorted coldly, his face pale from blood loss. Bulma was taken aback, then looked down at the intricate scouter in her hands, her expression quickly turning professional and serious. Leave it to me. Since it can communicate across galaxies, it must have an independent signal module and positioning transmitter. Give me some time, I can not only remove its remote tracking, but maybe even reverse engineer their ship's communication frequency. Raditz looked at her, a glint flashing in his eyes. As expected of Bulma. This mind capable of breaking through from a technical angle anytime, anywhere, was the real lifeline he had to cling to on Earth. The sooner the better, Raditz urged hoarsely. If Vegeta used the signal source from that last message to lock onto Earth's precise coordinates, we'll have even less time. Just then the silent Goku finally spoke. In that message, why did you call Gohan a killing tool? Goku's voice was low but carried an undeniable weight and pressure. Raditz turned to look at him. Goku's eyes were unusually serious, even tinged with suppressed anger. He clearly disliked those words, even knowing Raditz had only said them to deceive Vegeta. He couldn't bear anyone describing his son as a tool. Raditz raised his bloodied left hand, roughly wiping the blood from his mouth, his tone devoid of any courtesy. What else should I have said? Should I have reported, "Great King Vegeta, I've made peace with the Earthlings"? Or, "My nephew is just too adorable, I can't bear to lay a finger on him"? Goku was left speechless. Raditz staggered forward a step, his narrow eyes boring into the naive protagonist. "Kakarot, you can keep your kindness, but in this cruel universe, don't be too naive. If ID said even one wrong word in that report, those two monsters would set off tomorrow. When they get here, they won't talk about martial arts spirit. They'll raise cities to the ground and crush every Earthling you care about like bugs." Goku clenched his fists so tightly his nails dug deep into his palms. "So, we have to get stronger," Goku growled. "Right," Raditz panted hoarsely. "You need to get stronger. Piccolo needs to get stronger. Every damn person on Earth needs to train like hell. And I need to get stronger even more." Piccolo let out a mocking sneer from a distance. "Humph, that's a fine righteous speech. But who's to say you're not just using us to save your own skin?" Raditz whipped his head around to face Piccolo, his gaze equally glacial, admitting without hesitation, "Of course I'm using you." At those words, Krillin nearly jumped in fright. Goku was stunned too. Raditz sneered and continued, "But the same goes for you. Use me all you want. I've got the most complete Saiyan battle methods in my head. I know their weaknesses, and I'm fully aware of Vegeta and Nappa's cruel personalities and attack strategies. And I'm badly injured now. I need Earth's environment to recover. Mutual use, each getting what they need. It's a damn sight smarter than killing each other and waiting to die together." Piccolo stared at him for a long moment before letting out a heavy snort. "Suit yourself. But like I said, I'll be watching your every move. Watch all you want." Raditz turned and dragged his heavy steps toward his round spaceship, crashed in the crater. The wound on his shoulder had torn open again from the sudden movement, bright red blood dripping from his armor onto the soil. Just then Gohan, hidden in Goku's arms, poked out his little head and timidly asked in a small voice, "Mister, you're bleeding a lot. Does it hurt?" Everyone present was taken aback. Raditz's steps halted abruptly. He turned back, looking at the child with the four-star ball hat, with an incredibly complex expression. Gohan shrank back under his gaze, but still looked at him with those pure wide eyes. Raditz was silent for a full 5 seconds before turning his head and coldly throwing out a line. "You should call me uncle, and you can only remember the pain. In the Saiyan world, the weak don't even have the right to choose how they hurt." Gohan didn't fully understand, but instinctively clutched Goku's GI tighter. Goku watched Raditz's pitiful retreating figure, his expression shifting. This man was extremely dangerous, cold, and ruthless, but he hadn't killed Gohan just now, and in some moments Goku vaguely felt that the guy was deliberately using the harshest attitude to force them, these comfortable Earthlings, to grow quickly. Bulma, now holding the scouter, walked over and clapped her hands, speaking in an indisputable young mistress tone. All right. Stop standing around. Everyone's coming to my place, to West City's Capsule Corporation." Everyone turned to look at her. Bulma pointed at Raditz matter-of-factly. "This hairy beast's burns and penetrating wounds need immediate medical treatment or he'll die. Plus his alien ship and this scouter need my top-tier lab for reverse engineering. That dump of Kame House can't fit any of this." Krillin immediately shouted in panic. Hey. Bulma, are you crazy? You're really taking this extremely dangerous alien to your home?" Bulma shot him a haughty glare. "What else? Leave him here in the middle of nowhere, badly injured, and wait for that Vegeta guy to send another signal, get no answer, and just come straight to Earth's?" Krillin was instantly rendered speechless. Raditz turned and gave Bulma a long, deep look. This Earth woman's courage and decisiveness were even more astounding than he remembered from watching the anime in his past life. An ordinary woman with no combat power, yet she showed incredible resolve in the face of an apocalypse. "Fine." Raditz nodded. "But I have to warn you, Earth woman. You absolutely cannot mess with my spaceship." Bulma immediately put her hands on her hips, pouting in displeasure. "Hey, you are the cripple begging for this genius help here. I'm saving your life." Raditz coldly glanced at the ship in the crater. This piece of junk might have tamper-proof self-destruct mechanisms and mandatory emergency positioning systems built in. If you cut the wrong wire, those two lunatics Vegeta and Nappa might follow the signal straight to your doorstep. Bulma's delicate face stiffened instantly, a chill running down her spine. She then gritted her pearly teeth and glared fiercely at Raditz. "Fine. Then you'd better spill every bit of intel you have on that ship's structure to me, and I mean every word." Just as Raditz was about to reply, a faint but extremely sharp electronic hum suddenly came from below the distant sky. Beep, beep, beep. Everyone turned to look simultaneously. There in the deep crater on top of the scorched wreckage of Raditz's round spaceship, a red warning light that had previously been off suddenly flickered back to life, without warning. Flashing, like a blood-red single eye opening in the darkness, transmitting some kind of data packet into outer space at a perfectly regular frequency. Seeing this, Bulma's pretty face turned deathly pale. "Damn, that's an automatic data transmission beacon." Raditz's pupils contracted to pinpricks in an instant. The next second, a cold mechanical voice echoed from inside the round ship, exploding clearly across the silent wilderness. "System alert detected anomalous high-energy combat power peak in the vicinity, peak value 1307. Desensitizing and packaging data. Automatic transmission complete. System alert, an abnormal high-energy combat power peak value 1307 has been detected in the vicinity. Desensitizing and packaging the data. Auto transmission complete." The cold mechanical voice echoed across the ravaged wilderness. Everyone present was stunned. Krillin sprang up from the ground in terror, his face as pale as paper. Transmitted. To whom? No one answered him, for the answer was painfully obvious. Raditz stared intently at the blinking red indicator light on the wreckage of the spaceship, his expression dark enough to drip icy water. Damn it. He cursed inwardly. He had been so focused on guarding against the scouter on his left eye that he had nearly forgotten that a Scion's personal spacecraft was no ordinary metal shell. This war machine, capable of interstellar travel across the cosmos, must be equipped with underlying protocols for automatic recording and emergency transmission. However, a saving grace in this misfortune was that the ship had only uploaded the bare data point of peak combat power 1307. This data not only failed to expose his earlier lie, but by a strange twist of fate perfectly corroborated the intelligence he had mentioned in his voice report about that hybrid brat's burst power exceeding 1,000. Vegeta, upon seeing this data, would only become thoroughly convinced of his report. But the truly fatal issue was not the data itself. The real danger was that once this level of anomalous data upload was triggered, the Scion ship's backup system would absolutely be forced to activate a continuous interstellar positioning beacon. If it wasn't cut off immediately, Vegeta would be able to lock onto Earth's precise coordinates instantly. Piccolo also seemed to grasp the severity of the situation. The killing intent in his eyes flared up again. It seems, you fellow, not only have you failed to quell the situation, but you've also landed us in a colossal mess. Raditz didn't even glance at Piccolo. Dragging his severely injured body, he strode towards the spaceship. Shut up, if you don't want to die. Piccolo's gaze turned icy, and just as he was about to act, Goku quickly raised his hand to block him. Piccolo, let's see what he does first. Wait for what? Piccolo gritted his teeth coldly. Wait for that monster named Vegeta to lock onto our coordinates and come here to kill us. Goku was also at a loss for words. He wasn't afraid of a fight, but he had heard clearly enough Raditz was no longer the greatest threat. The true god of death was staring at this place from the depths of the cosmos. Whoosh. Just then Bulma, clutching a detector and covered in dust, rushed to the edge of the ship's crater. She crouched down, her eyes fixed tightly on the internal control panel, blinking with a red light. Although the fear on her face hadn't completely vanished the moment she faced this complex precision mechanical structure, the gaze of this genius scientist shifted, filled with an absolute fervor and focus. Don't touch anything. Raditz reached out to stop her. Bulma looked up and glared at him without courtesy. If you don't let me touch it, are we just going to stand here and watch it keep sending signals into outer space? This isn't some damn Earth car. Raditz gritted his teeth, blood starting to seep from the wound on his right shoulder again due to the sudden movement. This is a military war machine of the Frieza Force. If you dismantle the wrong module, it might just self-destruct right here and blow us all to Kingdom Come. Bulma's face stiffened slightly. Krillin, standing behind, felt his scalp tingle. Self-destruct. Just how many deadly features does this broken iron ball have hidden away? Raditz let out a cold laugh. A vehicle used by Scions for planet annihilation missions. Did you think it was a kiddie ride? For once, Bulma didn't talk back. She leaned halfway into the spaceship's interior, staring at the scorched wiring, her brow furrowing deeper and deeper. These structures were indeed completely foreign alien technology to her, but a genius is a genius. The more unfamiliar it was, the faster her brain seemed to work. The source of the red light signal is this module. She pointed to a small device deeply embedded in a thick metal sandwich layer deep inside the cabin. This thing has its own independent backup power source, not relying on the main system. That means even if the main body of the ship is broken, it can continue sending signals like a parasite. Raditz glanced at her. Just that one look, and he knew he had made the right move. Bulma's combat power might not even be 5, but her brain in the world of Dragon Ball was an absolute god-level cheat. Can you remove it? Raditz asked in a low voice. Theoretically, yes, Bulma replied quickly, but then bit her lip and added, but I don't have any precision cutting tools on hand right now. This riot-proof metal plate is wedged and tight. If we try to force it off by hand, the risk of causing a short circuit is extremely high. Raditz stared at the module buried deep in the metal layer, silent for half a second. Then he reached out with his good left hand, his 5 fingers like steel claws, and clamped onto the edge of the crack in the ship's hull made by Gohan's impact. Bulma was startled. Hey, what are you doing? They'll make an opening for you. Are you crazy? I just said we can't use brute force to dismantle. Creak. Before Bulma could finish her shout, an extremely harsh, teeth-grinding sound of tearing metal erupted. Raditz, gripping the cosmic-grade hard ship hull with one hand, his muscles bulging and veins popping, let out a beastly low roar and physically tore a massive gash in the thick riot-proof metal plate. This sudden exertion of force caused the wound on his right shoulder, pierced by the special beam cannon, to burst open extensively. Bright red blood dripped down his arm, splattering onto the soil. Yet Raditz didn't even flinch, as if he had lost all sense of pain. Bulma's eyelids twitched violently, watching him. This guy was absolutely insane. In his half-dead state, he dared to use this inhuman strength to rip apart alien armor. But she had to admit, with the gaping hole Raditz had torn open, the intricate internal wiring was now fully exposed to her view. Enough. Stop tearing. I can see it. Bulma quickly crouched over, slipping her slender fingers into the jagged opening. Goku stood to the side, holding Gohan, his frown deepening. Gohan nestled in his father's arms, muttering softly, Dad, that long-haired uncle is bleeding an awful lot. Goku looked down at his son, then cast a complex glance at Raditz. Honestly, he was finding it harder and harder to understand this so-called older brother of his. When he first landed, this guy was brutal, arrogant, and extremely dangerous. But at this critical moment of life and death, his fierce determination to prevent disaster was even more decisive than theirs. Master Roshi walked forward, leaning on his cane, his voice low and grave. Goku, no matter what this scion's intentions are, the top priority now is to absolutely prevent that positioning signal from getting out. Goku nodded firmly. I understand, Gramps. Piccolo stood on the other side, arms crossed, watching coldly. If she can't dismantle it, I, the great Demon King, will just blast this entire broken ship to smithereens with one energy sphere. Bulma shot back without looking up. You'd better not do that, you green-skinned freak. A vein bulged on Piccolo's forehead. Bulma's speech was rapid-fire, her fingers carefully exploring the complex wiring. Since this thing has an independent anti-tamper module, the moment you blast it with an energy sphere, it will most likely trigger a death protocol and spew out all the final positioning data in one burst. Unless you can move faster than light, just shut up and stay put. Piccolo's face instantly turned as black as a pot. Krillin wiped his cold sweat and muttered quietly, Bulma, you've really got some nerve now, yelling at the great Demon King Piccolo like that. Earth is about to be targeted for destruction by an alien monster, and I'm supposed to care if he's a Demon King. Bulma cursed in exasperation. A corner of Raditz's mouth twitched. This fiery temper was just as he remembered. Backup beacon activated. Interstellar coordinates calibrating. Estimated time for complete coordinate transmission, 3 minutes. The death knell-like mechanical prompt sounded again from inside the ship. 3 minutes. Everyone's faces changed drastically. Krillin jumped up in fright. You've got to be kidding me. Only 3 minutes left. A fine layer of sweat beaded on Bulma's forehead. Everyone shut up. Don't disturb me. Her fingers had successfully reached the edge of the signal generator, but the fatal problem was that beneath the module were 3 completely different colored glowing energy wires, red, blue, and white, all tangled intricately on the motherboard. She had no idea which one was the signal transmission line, and which was the self-destruct detonator. Without a schematic, cutting the wrong one would mean they'd all be holding hands and meeting their maker early. Raditz keenly perceived her hesitation and despair. Tear the blue one on the left, he suddenly said. Bulma jerked her head up to look at him. Are you sure? Raditz wasn't sure at all. His original Bodis memories only contained crude experience on how to pilot the spaceship to kill people. Who the hell would normally waste time dismantling a military spaceship's motherboard? But he vaguely recalled that in the Frieza Force's standard industrial specifications, communication signal lines usually emitted a blue light, energy drive lines were red, and anti-tamper self-destruct fuses were mostly white. This was one of the few pieces of fragmentary knowledge from his original memories that was somewhat useful. I can only say it's most likely the communication line, Raditz said through gritted teeth. Most likely. Bulma was on the verge of a breakdown. Don't you aliens ever read the manuals for your high-tech gadgets? We scions. Usually I am only responsible for sitting in and flying to the target planet, then wiping out everyone there, Raditz retorted confidently. Bulma was almost choked by her words, exclaiming, what a bunch of hopeless cosmic barbarians. Despite her grievances in this dire situation, she could only choose to trust Raditz. She extended her finger, gripping the line that emitted a bluish glow tightly, and yanked it hard. It didn't budge. Bulma's expression changed. Oh no, there are barbed catches at the connection point, it can't be pulled off at all. Countdown, remaining 120 seconds. Without any hesitation, Raditz directly thrust his left hand into the sharp metallic opening, saying, step aside. Before Bulma could retreat, Raditz's blood-soaked finger had already accurately grasped the blue line. Be careful. Don't touch the white self-destruct line next to it. Bulma's voice trembled with anxiety. Got it. Raditz's forehead veins bulged. The penetrating wound in his shoulder had long since numbed with pain, but at this critical moment, he didn't even have the right to cry out in pain. He gradually infused strength into his fingertips. The resilient blue line was stretched painfully, emitting an extremely piercing metallic tension sound. Warning. External violent disassembly detected. Anti-disassembly protection mechanism forcibly activated. Buzz. The adjacent white line suddenly blazed with a red light, and an extremely dangerous high-temperature energy instantly gathered at the base. Bulma's face turned pale, and she screamed, let go. It's going to explode. Raditz not only did not let go, but instead let out a furious roar, exerting all his strength to yank back forcefully. Bang! The blue main communication line was brutally torn out. Almost in the same instant, the white anti-disassembly insurance at the base overloaded, and a blinding flash of fire suddenly erupted from within the ship. Watch out! Raditz reacted swiftly, and in the moment of severing the line, his left arm swung violently, forming an impenetrable iron wall in front of Bulma, brutally pushing her away. Boom! A moderately powerful small explosion erupted within the damaged cabin, instantly engulfing Raditz in scorching flames and dense smoke. Bulma! Krillin shouted in terror. Goku gritted his teeth, ready to rush into the smoke to save her. A gust of wind blew, and the smoke gradually dispersed. Bulma fell onto the grass a few meters away, her face pale with fear and covered in dirt, but thanks to being pushed away in time, she had no burns at all. In front of her, Raditz knelt on one knee, his left arm still in a protective posture. The combat suit on his back was shredded, and the already severely injured right side of his body was further mangled, gasping for breath. Bulma stared blankly at the tall, tragic figure before her. She never expected that the evil alien who had just threatened to destroy Earth was actually using his body to protect her. Raditz completely ignored Bulma's gaze, his eyes fixed on the smoking panel of the ship. The red indicator light flickered twice before finally emitting a soft sound of puff. It went out completely. Main communication line damaged, signal forcibly interrupted. Full interstellar coordinate transmission failed. Hearing that deadpan notification sound, Krillin let out a long breath, collapsing onto the ground in a starfish position. I survived. Oh my god, that really scared me to death. Master Roshi silently wiped the cold sweat from his bald head, exhaling a sigh of relief. Goku looked at Raditz, who was still kneeling, and the hostility in his eyes gradually dissipated without him noticing. Piccolo remained silent, but his murderous intent noticeably lessened as he lowered his hands again. Bulma brushed off the dirt and dust from her clothes and got up. She saw Raditz's charred arm still dripping blood and couldn't help but frown and scold. Do you have a tendency for self-harm? Couldn't you have told me in advance to pull away a bit before yanking it? Raditz forced himself to stand on his knees, his face pale as a ghost from excessive blood loss. So I should tell you in advance, just so you can panic and cut the self-destruct line, and then we all get blown to the sky. Bulma was so angry her eyebrows shot up, but she ended up laughing. You really are the most annoying person with your words. Likewise. Raditz turned around, his body swaying slightly out of control. Seeing this, Goku instinctively took a step forward and reached out to support his left arm. Raditz instinctively wanted to shake off the hand, but due to his severe injuries and extreme fatigue he struggled, but ultimately couldn't break free. Goku looked at the gaping blood hole in his shoulder, his tone somewhat somber. You're really injured badly. If you don't get to the hospital, you'll die. This little injury won't kill me, Raditz scoffed. But you indeed almost got blown to bits just now. I'm used to heavy injuries. As these words slipped out, the atmosphere around them suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Even Raditz himself paused slightly. This was not a habit he had as a time traveler, but rather a sorrowful memory etched in the bones of this body, or rather the original Raditz. Beside the cruel and unpredictable Vegeta at the bottom of the Frieza army's food chain, as a low-powered scion, heavy injuries were a common occurrence. When injured, no one would care, and if one died, no one would remember their name. If you could endure, you continued to fight like a dog. If you couldn't, you were only worthy of rotting in some unknown dirt. Goku looked at Raditz's defiant face and suddenly said without context, You didn't have a good time in the universe before, did you? Raditz furrowed his brow like a wolf whose tail had been stepped on, suddenly shaking off Goku's hand. Kakarot, stop looking at me with that disgusting, sympathetic gaze. Goku scratched his head innocently. I don't pity you, ooh, I just feel that we are brothers. You better put away your unnecessary thoughts. Raditz coldly interrupted him, forcing himself to stand upright. Bulma looked at the stubborn, long-haired beast Raditz. I already said I am a super scion. Sighing helplessly. Alright. Stop pretending to be tough here. If you don't get this injury treated with cellular repairs soon, even if you don't bleed to death from the pain, you'll die from a severe infection. Raditz was about to speak, but Bulma had already waved her hand commandingly, pointing at the private plane parked in the distance. Get on the plane immediately, go to West City to my home. Krillin was still a bit hesitant, approaching and whispering, Bulma, are you really going to bring this super time bomb back to the Capsule Corporation? Bulma shot him a glance without courtesy. Otherwise, can you find anywhere on this Earth that has the capability to store an alien spacecraft, has advanced equipment to disassemble detectors, and has the top-notch medical pod to treat him? Krillin immediately retracted his neck, obediently closing his mouth. Goku pondered for a moment and also nodded firmly. Yep, Bulma is right. They'll also go to West City to keep an eye on him. Then you all can play your boring house game here. This demon king has no interest in it. Piccolo sneered, flicked his cape, and turned to prepare to take off. Greenskin monster, you'd better show some interest in getting stronger. Raditz suddenly looked at him. Piccolo stopped in his tracks and slightly turned his head. Raditz's voice was not high, but it carried an undeniable chill. When Vegeta and Nappa descend on Earth, they won't show mercy, just because you call yourself the Demon King Piccolo. In their eyes, you wouldn't even qualify to be a punching bag. If you don't want to be stomped to death like a bug in a year, fly up, go to the temple, and find that old guy who looks just like you. Piccolo's eyes suddenly darkened, and an astonishing light burst forth from his demon pupils. You know about the temple. Raditz looked at him with his one good eye, a mysterious cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. I know far more than you can imagine. Piccolo stared at him for a full 5 seconds, then let out a heavy cold snort, turning into a green shadow that shot up into the sky. Alien, you'd better not die too soon. One day I will personally take you down. Raditz watched Piccolo's retreating figure without replying. He knew that this proud green-skinned warrior was surely going to the temple to borrow the time chamber, or gravity room, from the Supreme Kai. Bulma took out a Capsule Corporation capsule from her pocket and casually tossed it onto the ground. With a soft bang, white smoke dispersed, revealing a luxurious wide-body aircraft that settled steadily before everyone. Just as she was about to call everyone to board the alien detector she had been holding, suddenly emitted a very faint buzzing vibration. Bulma's expression changed slightly, and she immediately looked down at the detector's display screen. On the screen, there were no extraneous sounds or complicated instructions, only a short line of cold, murderous, Saiyan-specific symbols flashing. Though she couldn't understand the alien text, she could clearly feel the oppressive aura of death. Raditz approached with heavy steps, and when his gaze swept over the line of text, his pupils suddenly constricted to the extreme. It was not a real-time communication, but an automatic receipt that had forcibly squeezed in just before the ship's signal completely cut off from across the stars. The content was only 2 brief lines. System log, anomalous record received. Earth-star system coordinate analysis, progress 1. Estimated arrival time 1 year. The content was only 2 brief lines. System log, anomalous record received. Earth-star system coordinate analysis, progress 1. Estimated arrival time 1 year. Supplementary coordinates, archive target course rerouting. As these 2 glaring lines of Scion characters flashed across the screen, the vast underground laboratory was left with only the hum of the supercomputer mainframe. Clint stared at the screen for a full 7 or 8 seconds before letting out a long, heavy breath. Phew. Is it finally done? Does that mean our little trick of fooling the heavens actually managed to deceive that monster named Vegeta? Bulma did not answer immediately. Her slender hands tightly clutched the data cables, her fingertips turning white as her wide eyes fixed on the detector's response interface, not daring to breathe. Goku, however, was quite direct, turning his head to look at Raditz on the medical chair, so that Vegeta won't be coming to Earth, right? Raditz leaned back in the chair, his right side wrapped in thick bandages. Hearing this naive remark, a self-mocking sneer curled at the corner of his mouth. Kakarot, you're thinking far too optimistically. The breath Clint had just released instantly caught in his throat again. Hey, don't scare us. Hasn't the system confirmed receipt? Confirmation of receipt only means that the main brain of Vegeta's Legion has logged this fabricated data. Raditz raised his narrow eyes, his gaze icy. But that absolutely does not mean Vegeta will believe this error-ridden set of coordinates like an idiot. The temperature in the lab, which had barely risen, plummeted below freezing again. Bulma frowned deeply. So you're saying even though we've tried our best to disguise the data as battle-damaged, hell still be suspicious? Not maybe, definitely. Raditz's tone was indifferent, yet carried a suffocating certainty. Vegeta's paranoia and cunning far exceed your imagination. Clint clutched his head on the verge of collapse. Then what was the point of all that frantic gambling just now? Of course it was useful. Raditz looked at him as if he were an idiot. Without this fabricated data buffer, Vegeta could pinpoint Earth by tonight. Though this false data will eventually be exposed, for now, it has successfully disrupted their course projection system. Clint opened his mouth, then choked out. That doesn't sound much better. Buying us a year before death is the best I can manage. Raditz said this with extraordinary calm. But those words weighed heavily on everyone's minds, making it hard to breathe. 1 year. It sounded like a long time. Yet thinking of 2 demons far more terrifying than the monster before them hurtling through space day and night to kill them, that 1 year became a sword of Damocles hanging over their heads. Goku looked down at his fists trembling slightly from the arduous battle, then lifted his head with an intensely serious gaze. Raditz, the guy named Vegeta. Just how strong is he? At that moment, everyone's eyes locked onto Raditz. Raditz fell silent for a moment, a figure like a nightmare flashing through his mind before he spoke slowly. That big bald guy Nappa has a base power level of around 4,000. If he wanted, he could level a city of millions with just 2 fingers. Clint's eyes twitched violently. Level a city with 2 fingers. A power level of 4,000. The Raditz before them had nearly killed Goku and Piccolo, yet he wasn't even fit to shine the shoes of that monster named Nappa. Goku's brow furrowed deeper, and that's Scion Prince Vegeta. Raditz gave him a long, hard look before uttering a despair-inducing number, 18,000. The air froze solid. Clint stood paralyzed as if struck by lightning, his voice distorted by sheer terror. 18,000. What kind of cosmic joke is that? He mechanically looked from Goku to Raditz. Then what about you? What's your power level? Raditz replied expressionlessly, around 1,500. Clint fell silent. Bulma covered her forehead in despair. Even Son Goku, always a martial arts fanatic who got excited at the prospect of a strong opponent, fell into a rare silence upon hearing this chasm-like numerical gap. A Raditz with a power level of 1,500 had already required the combined life-risking efforts of Earth's 2 strongest warriors to barely survive. Nappa at 4,000, Vegeta at 18,000. This wasn't just a gap, it was the sky itself collapsing. Bulma massaged her temples wearily, forcing a bitter smile. So when you said earlier in the wilderness, I'm just the weakest of the 3 of us. That wasn't modesty, but a statement of fact. Raditz let out a disdainful sneer. The Scion vocabulary has no room for such a weak concept as modesty. Clint slumped against the lab bench like a wet rag, his spirit drained. It's over, it's over. This is just suicide. How can we possibly close such a terrifying gap in 1 year? We might as well just give up now. However, Son Goku said nothing. He silently stared at his own palm, and his previously grim expression began to undergo a startling transformation. Raditz keenly noticed this. Hearing such despair-inducing intelligence, ordinary people would fear Clint would panic and break down. But not Son Goku. Deep within his blood, a fervent something was burning and boiling wildly. It was the purest form of fighting spirit. This guy is truly a madman born for battle at his core, Raditz thought, with a jolt of surprise. The more inconceivable the enemy's strength, the greater the miracle he could unleash by defying logic. But the problem was Goku, as the protagonist, could gamble his life for a power-up. Raditz had no intention of joining that gamble. Knock knock. Raditz rapped sharply on the cold metal surface, interrupting Goku's brewing battle spirit. Kakarot, wipe that ridiculous excited look off your face. Goku looked up puzzled. Raditz fixed his eyes on him, warning word by word. Vegeta is absolutely not the kind of opponent you faced at the World Martial Arts Tournament. He has no concept of martial virtue, and he will never stand around waiting for you to have a breakthrough mid-battle and slowly grow stronger. Goku's brow furrowed. Raditz continued to tear open the brutal truth. On the cosmic battlefield, if you fall to the ground, hell crush your skull under his foot. If he finds you troublesome, hell bypass you entirely and threaten you with your wife, your son. He might even fly into outer space and blast this entire planet along with everyone you care about into cosmic dust with a single energy wave. After hearing this description, the excitement on Goku's face vanished, completely replaced by an unprecedented grimness and gravity. He would really stoop to such depths? Yes. Raditz didn't hesitate. This is the law of slaughter ingrained in Frieza's army. Little Gohan, hiding behind Goku, turned pale with fear, clutching his father's pant leg and trembling all over. Goku looked down at his frightened son, a glint of determination flashing in his dark eyes. If that's the case, then we absolutely cannot let them run rampant on Earth. What use are mere bold words? Oi. Raditz forced his injured body upright, sneering coldly. Admit it honestly, you are all far too weak right now. Too weak to even qualify as my sparring partner. Klin wanted to retort, but the astronomical figure of 18,000 came to mind, and the words died in his throat. Bulma took a deep breath, crossed her arms, and looked at Raditz. All right, stop spreading anxiety here. Since you went through all this trouble to survive, you must have a way to deal with them, right? Raditz had been waiting for this question. Exactly. The only way is training that defies convention. Klin's face immediately fell. TCH. So it's still training after all. Idiot, you think I can just conjure a secret weapon out of thin air? Raditz shot him a disdainful glance. If such a thing existed, would I be sitting here in pain, wasting my breath on you? Klin awkwardly scratched his shiny bald head. Bulma's sharp intuition caught the hidden meaning. You just said, machine. Bulma's eyes flickered. Raditz looked at her with approval. The key isn't the machine, it's gravity. Gravity. Earth's gravity environment is far too comfortable for a scion. Raditz explained in a low voice. A scion's physique is built to adapt to extreme environments. By undergoing extreme training in a high-gravity environment, our growth rate can be dozens, even hundreds of times faster than on Earth. Goku's eyes lit up instantly. High-gravity training. That sounds incredibly powerful. Indeed. Raditz turned and stared intently at Bulma. Earthwoman, can the technology of your capsule corporation build a specialized training chamber that can freely adjust the gravity multiplier? Bulma didn't answer immediately. She quickly walked over to the main supercomputer nearby, her fingers flying across the keyboard in a blur, rapidly pulling up a complex set of three-dimensional models. Simply creating a high-gravity environment is theoretically feasible in physics. My family has all the core patented technology ready. When it came to her field of expertise, Bulma's eyes sparkled with brilliance. However, to withstand the punches and kicks of monsters like you under hundreds of times gravity, ordinary materials won't hold up. The entire chamber structure needs a complete redesign. Raditz pressed her. I don't need to hear the process. How long to build it? Bulma looked up and assessed. Starting from scratch, the fastest would be several months. Raditz's brow tightened. Several months. By the time it's built, Vegeta would probably be counting down to blast Earth from orbit. Just then a proud smile curved at the corner of Bulma's mouth. But if we dismantle the Scion spaceship wreckage we just brought back, transplant the alien ultra-hard alloy shell, and combine it with my family's existing equipment to assemble a simplified version. She confidently raised one finger. Give me a few weeks, that'll be enough. Klin's eyes widened. A few weeks. Bulma, you're incredible. Hearing this precise time frame, Raditz let out a long sigh of relief inwardly. A few weeks, that was enough. As long as the gravity chamber could be built in time, he was absolutely certain he could fully tap into the terrifying potential hidden within this Scion body. The original Raditz was a failure because he lacked vision and the correct training methods. But he was different. As a transmigrator, he had the clearest roadmap to power in his mind. Near-death recovery, great ape-controlled deep key manipulation. He knew it all. The only things he lacked were the time to survive and the auxiliary hardware. And Bulma perfectly completed that piece of the puzzle. Raditz. Goku suddenly rubbed his hands together a bit, sheepishly, his eyes filled with pure anticipation. Can I also use that high-gravity training method? Raditz was momentarily stunned, then turned to look at him. Seeing the untainted light in Kakarot's eyes, Raditz found it somewhat absurd. This guy just a few hours ago had teamed up with Piccolo in the wilderness to nearly kill him. And now, with the crisis barely half resolved, he was already eyeing alien training methods. This kind of simple-minded personality was truly exasperating. But it was fine. The faster son Goku grew, the taller the shield, standing at the front a year from now. Fine. Raditz nodded. But if you blindly jump into too high a gravity multiplier, your fragile body will be instantly crushed into a pulp. If you act recklessly, you'll be crippled. Goku blurted out without hesitation. Then in these few weeks, teach me the Scion methods of body conditioning first. Raditz pointed at himself incredulously. You want me to teach you? Goku scratched the back of his head, looking earnest. Yeah? Aren't you the one who knows best about Scions? We all have to get stronger to face that monster with 18,000 power level. Raditz stared at Goku's honest face for several seconds. This kind of straightforward sincerity, which defied all expectations, made it hard to refuse. Raditz snorted and looked away. You want me to be your sparring partner? Fine, but I'll only teach you some basic methods. Huh, why only part of it? Goku asked, puzzled. Obviously, Raditz glared at him, not hiding his self-interest, Because I need to keep my core trump cards for self-preservation. Who knows if after you get stronger you'll turn around and hit me with another special beam cannon. Hearing such a blunt reply, Goku blinked, then couldn't help but burst into laughter. Raditz, you sure are refreshingly straightforward. Get lost. That's still better than you pretending to be nice while stabbing me in the back. Raditz cursed, his face dark. This absurd exchange finally lifted some of the suffocating tension in the lab. But just as everyone was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the lab's heavy metal door was suddenly pushed open from the outside with a bang. A middle-aged man with a pipe in his mouth, wearing a white lab coat and a small black cat perched on his shoulder, poked his head in. It was the founder of Capsule Corporation, Dr. Brief. Bulma, I heard you brought back a pile of scrap metal. This is... Bulma waved her hand grandly. Dad. No time to explain now. I need to access the highest level of authorization, and I also need to immediately requisition 10 tons of the strongest titanium alloy and 3 sets of backup energy cores. Seeing his daughter in such a state of urgency, Dr. Brief took the pipe out of his mouth and sighed helplessly. Bulma, what big project are you up to this time? Which lab equipment are you planning to blow up this time? Bulma nearly choked on her own spit. Ahem. I'll try my best not to blow anything up this time. Raditz eyed this seemingly absent-minded old man with some suspicion. This was Earth's cheat code-level tech genius. Dr. Brief showed no fear. Instead, he curiously circled Raditz twice. Another alien. Yeah, he's a scion, Goku's older brother. Bulma explained casually. Oh, a scion. Dr. Brief nodded thoughtfully, his tone flat. Then the old doctor dropped a bombshell. His injuries look pretty serious. Bulma need to do a live dissection for sampling right away. My scalpel is in the next room. Whoosh. The killing intent in Raditz's eyes erupted instantly, his tail bristling as he stared fixedly at the old man. Goku quickly wiped his cold sweat and stepped between them, laughing nervously. Dr. Brief, he's still alive, you know. Dr. Brief shook his head with some regret. Ah, still alive. What a pity. Since he's alive, let me know when he croaks. Daddy, what nonsense are you spouting? Bulma screamed in exasperation. The tense atmosphere was completely dispelled by this quirky father-daughter duo. Raditz ranted internally, this is definitely a nest of dangerous lunatics. This Earth is absolutely terrifying. Just as Bulma was pushing her father to start the gravity chamber development plan. Beep beep. On the control panel, the broken scanner suddenly and jarringly flashed an eerie red light again. The relaxed smiles on everyone's faces vanished like the tide. This time accompanied by a grating, crackling static noise. A voice message forwarded across galaxies through the ship's main system rang out without warning in the silent lab. Beep. The first voice that came through was Nappa's rough, irritable tone. Hey Vegeta. The main system extrapolated an emergency crash landing coordinate based on the last signal fragment sent by that loser ship before it went offline. The location seems way off. A place like that can't even scan a single worthwhile life form. It's just a godforsaken barren star. Then after a brief moment of static, Vegeta's cold viper-like sneer filled with absolute arrogance and cruelty pierced through as if it could stab Raditz's eardrums. Humph. If he crash landed on such a worthless barren star, it means that useless trash Raditz is either already half dead from the crash. A short pause. Vegeta's voice turned bone-chillingly cold, carrying a spine-tingling certainty, or, this audacious scum is trying to use this laughable tactic to fool me. A short pause. Vegeta's voice turned bone-chillingly cold, carrying a spine-tingling certainty, or, this audacious scum is trying to use this laughable tactic to fool me. He's lying to me. Vegeta's icy voice crackled through the communicator. In the lab, the atmosphere, which had just begun to ease, shattered instantly. Krillin's face froze as if struck by an invisible blow. Goku stopped smiling, his brow furrowing deeply. Bulma's hand still hovered over the keyboard, her fingertips suspended, never falling. Even Dr. Briefs, who had remained utterly composed, adjusted his glasses and cast a longer glance at the communicator. Raditz sat in the medical chair, bandages still incomplete, with fresh blood seeping from his shoulder. He stared at the screen, uttering not a single word. Nappa's gruff voice squeezed through the static once more. Huh. Vegeta, if that bastard dared to deceive you, when we find him, I'll personally tear his bones apart. You... Vegeta gave a cold laugh. As useless as Raditz is, he's still a scion. If he's to be killed, it won't be your turn to strike first. The audio cut off abruptly. The communicator screen went dark again. A deathly silence fell over the lab. After a long moment, Krillin finally swallowed hard. So, did we fool him, or didn't we? Bulma didn't answer. Instead, she rapidly scanned the communicator's data logs. Seconds later, she exhaled in relief, though her expression remained grim. It's not real-time communication. It's a delayed audio segment embedded in the last reply. It must have been intercepted during a signal collision. Krillin patted his chest. Then it's fine, it's fine. What's fine? Raditz finally spoke. His voice was low, forced through clenched teeth. Vegeta is already suspicious. Krillin's hand froze midair. Raditz gripped the armrest of the medical chair, slowly rising to his feet. Bulma frowned. Your wounds aren't finished. Tending to wounds now won't save Earth. If you collapse again, that won't save Earth either. Bulma glared at him, her tone sharp. Raditz glanced at her. This woman's eyes were bright, carrying both fear and an unyielding spirit. He found it oddly amusing. Here she was with a power level of less than 5, daring to defy a scion at this moment. Yet somehow this defiance wasn't irritating. Raditz sat back down. Hurry up. Bulma snorted and continued tending to his wounds. Goku walked over to the communicator staring at the darkened screen. If Vegeta is suspicious, will he come immediately? Not immediately, Raditz replied. But he will verify. How? By sending more signals, checking the ship's logs, locating my communicator, or simply heading toward this star region and searching one planet at a time. Krillin's scalp tingled. That's way too persistent. Raditz sneered. Vegeta isn't looking for me because he cares. His gaze darkened. What he cares about is whether anyone dares to betray him. No one in the lab spoke. After a moment of silence, Goku suddenly said, then we'll deceive him again. Raditz looked up at him. Goku spoke with utter seriousness. Since that signal managed to throw him off, let's send another to make him believe even more that you're somewhere else. Krillin's eyes lit up. Yeah, keep lying. But Bulma shook her head. No. The more frequently we send signals, the easier it is to expose ourselves. Think about it. How could a damaged wreck of a ship maintain such stable communication? Goku was stumped. Bulma turned to Raditz. You thought the same, didn't you? Raditz nodded. Right now, the more we explain, the more it looks like we're hiding something. Then what do we do? Krillin grimaced. Stay silent and wait to die. Raditz looked at the communicator. Not stay silent. His eyes grew cold. Let it speak for me. Bulma raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Raditz pointed to the data module synchronized from the ship wreckage. The ship has combat logs, damage records, and residual life signatures. Since Vegeta suspects me, let's give him an answer he'd be willing to believe. Bulma caught on instantly. You want to fake an accident scene? Not fake. Raditz's lips curled slightly. I was indeed injured. The ship was indeed damaged. The communication was indeed abnormal. We just need to piece these fragments into a different story. Goku scratched his head. What story? Raditz looked at him, his tone calm. Raditz found Kakarot and discovered his son's extraordinary potential, so he tried to capture the brat. But the ship was accidentally damaged, the signal went haywire, and Raditz himself was severely wounded, forced to stay on a remote wasteland planet. Krillin couldn't help saying, isn't that still a lie? Yes. Raditz answered bluntly. But this time it's not a forced deception. It's taking what Vegeta already knows and arranging it into an explanation he'll accept. Bulma's eyes grew brighter. She had already grasped Raditz's logic. If they provided a flawless false coordinate, Vegeta would become suspicious. But if they gave him a jumble of chaotic broken data riddled with errors and damage marks, it would seem more genuine. Because real accidents are never clean. I can do it. Bulma turned and sat down at the computer, her fingers flying across the keyboard. But I need the raw damage data from the wreckage, and you'll have to provide some standard Scion ship error codes. Raditz looked at Dr. Briefs. Has the ship wreckage been moved in? Dr. Briefs nodded slowly. I already had the robots drag it into Bay 3. By the way, the outer shell material of your ship is quite interesting. I just cut off a small piece. Raditz's eyelid twitched. Who told you to cut it? Dr. Briefs looked innocent. A scientist's hands are always a bit quicker than their brain. Bulma facepalmed. Dad, don't dismantle it too much yet. We still need it to fool the aliens. Oh, then it'll take a little less. Raditz suddenly wondered if entrusting the ship to this family was safe or even more dangerous. But there was no choice now. Bulma began forging the data. Goku, Krillin, and Master Roshi couldn't help, so they waited on the sidelines. Gohan sat in a corner, hugging his knees, occasionally stealing glances at Raditz. Raditz noticed his gaze. What are you looking at? Gohan flinched and whispered, does your wound still hurt? Goku also looked over. Raditz was about to snap back coldly, but the words caught in his throat. This brat had nearly sent him to the afterlife with that collision. But after all, he was just a child. And the future Gohan was the key to fighting Cell. Yes. Raditz said flatly. Gohan was stunned, not expecting him to admit it. Raditz looked at him. So you'd better remember, when your power goes out of control, it can hurt others, not just protect them. Gohan lowered his head, frightened. Goku crouched down and patted his head. Gohan didn't mean to. I know. Raditz looked at Goku. But the enemy won't care whether he meant it or not. Goku didn't argue. He realized this brother's words were harsh, yet they always hit the most critical point. Bulma suddenly spoke. The data is assembled. Everyone immediately gathered around. On the screen was a complex string of coordinates, damage codes, and residual life signatures. Bulma pointed to one section. I shifted the coordinates to this area. According to the star map you gave me, there are several wasteland planets nearby. The signal strength is deliberately poor, like the last record accidentally spat out by the wreckage. Raditz examined it carefully and nodded. Add one more thing. What? Combat objective not captured. Bulma paused. Raditz's gaze darkened. Let Vegeta think I'm still trying to capture Kakarot's son. That way he'll believe I still have some use and won't abandon me immediately or judge me as a traitor. Krillin couldn't help saying, you really know how to play the villain. Raditz glanced at him. To survive among villains, if you don't understand them, you'd be dead long ago. Krillin was speechless. Bulma added that piece of information, her finger hovering over the send button. Are you sure? Raditz didn't answer immediately. He stared at the screen, almost seeing Vegeta's cold face before him. Once this signal was sent, no one knew how long it would buy them. Perhaps a few months. Perhaps a year. Perhaps Vegeta wouldn't believe it at all and would set off even sooner. But right now they had no other cards to play. Send it. Bulma pressed the button. The signal went out. In the lab, everyone held their breath. Seconds passed. Dozens of seconds. Half a minute. The screen remained unresponsive. Krillin lowered his voice. Did it not receive it? Just as Bulma was about to speak, the screen suddenly lit up. A reply popped up. Fragmentary record received. Target status unconfirmed. Krillin nearly jumped up. What does it say this time? Raditz stared at the blank space where no new message appeared, slowly exhaling. At least he didn't call me out immediately. Bulma leaned back in her chair, finally relaxing a little. So we've managed to fool him for now. Raditz looked at her. For now. Hearing this, Goku finally smiled. Then it's time to train. His tone was light, but it stirred something in Raditz's heart. Indeed. What came next was the real focus. Deception could only delay death. Power alone could change the outcome of death. Raditz pushed himself to stand. Bulma, how soon can you have the first version of the gravity chamber ready? Bulma glared at him. Can you at least recover from your injuries first? No. You are really insufferable. You've said that before. Bulma let out a frustrated laugh, flipping through her design sketches. If it's just a simplified version, 3 days. Krillin thought he had misheard. 3 days? Bulma lifted her chin. Don't forget this is Capsule Corporation. Raditz looked at her, a trace of genuine smile appearing for the first time. In 3 days will be the first one in. Goku immediately raised his hand. Me too. Krillin looked at Goku, then at Raditz, and gritted his teeth. He'll give it a try too. Raditz glanced at him. You'll throw up. Krillin's face darkened. Can't you say something nice for once? No. The atmosphere finally lightened a little. But just then the lab door slid open automatically. A robot wheeled in a metal case that had been removed from the ship wreckage. Dr. Briefs glanced at it and said cheerfully, Oh, I almost forgot. There was something still sealed in the ship. Looks like an independent storage pod. Raditz's expression changed instantly. He stared at the metal case, his pupils contracting. That was no ordinary storage pod. It was a Scion mission record container. Inside, quite possibly, were the original orders personally issued by Vegeta before he came to Earth. When the metal container was pushed to the center of the laboratory by the robot, Raditz's expression shifted. It was no ordinary storage pod, nor was it a spare part from the spaceship. That object was called a mission record casket. Frieza's forces and the Scion squads used it to preserve mission orders, battle logs, navigation data, and when necessary, the original files for accountability. Simply put, this thing was a coffin. What it held inside was not the dead. It was evidence that could send the living to their deaths. Bulma saw Raditz's expression and her hand froze midair. Is this thing troublesome? Raditz did not answer immediately. He stared at the metal container, his voice low, as if squeezed through clenched teeth. If there's a complete mission record inside Vegeta, we'll find out eventually. Krillin nearly jumped on the spot upon hearing this. Again, why is that Vegeta so persistent? Because he's no fool. Raditz walked up to the metal container, looking down at the dark red Scion emblem on it. That was an encryption mark. If forcibly breached, the record casket would automatically destroy part of its contents, while simultaneously sending an anomaly signal to the nearest Legion receiving terminal. That was the most infuriating part. Not opening it meant not knowing what lay inside. Opening it recklessly could directly send a warning to Vegeta. Bulma leaned in for a look, her brow furrowing slightly. This structure is different from the Scouters. There's an independent energy source in the shell along with anti-tamper circuits. Dr. Briefs adjusted his glasses, his tone very relaxed. Quite interesting. It's a bit smarter than Earth's safes. Raditz glanced at him. If we dismantle it wrong, Earth might end prematurely. Dr. Briefs nodded. Then that makes it even more interesting. Bulma couldn't help but shout, Dad. Goku stood nearby looking at the box, then at Raditz. What's inside? The mission orders I received before coming to Earth. Raditz did not conceal it. Vegeta ordered me to find Kakarot and confirm whether he had completed the mission of clearing Earth. If Kakarot had become useless, I was to bring him back or dispose of him. Goku frowned. Clearing Earth. Those words made him deeply uncomfortable. Krillin gritted his teeth. So you Scions came to Earth just to kill everyone here? Raditz looked at him. Yes. The answer was very blunt. So blunt that the atmosphere in the lab instantly grew heavy. Goku said nothing. Krillin clenched his fists. Gohan hid behind Goku, his face pale. Bulma also stopped her movements. Raditz offered no excuse for himself. Because there was nothing to excuse. Scions were simply that kind of race. At least under Frieza's forces, this was the work they did. Invasion, slaughter, planet clearing, and then selling them off. You sure admit it pretty readily, Krillin couldn't help saying. Raditz stared at him coldly. If I didn't admit it, would Earth no longer be a target? Krillin was choked into silence. Goku suddenly spoke up, but you're not doing that now. Raditz looked at Goku. Goku's gaze was still very earnest. You didn't kill that farmer, nor did you kill Gohan. You even helped us deceive Vegeta. Raditz was silent for a moment, then sneered. Don't think too highly of me. I just want to survive. Goku nodded. That works too. Raditz frowned. What do you mean that works too? Goku smiled. As long as you don't want to destroy Earth now and are willing to fight against worse guys together, then let's leave it at that for now. Krillin's eyes widened. Goku, you're way too easygoing. Goku scratched his head. But arguing about this now won't help us beat Vegeta. Krillin opened his mouth, but finally couldn't find the words. Raditz glanced at Goku, feeling a complex mix of emotions. This guy wasn't stupid. It was just that his way of judging people was different from ordinary folks. He didn't look at what you said in the past, only at what you did now. And that was precisely why Son Goku was troublesome. He was hard to hate, and also very difficult to deceive completely. Bulma tapped the table. Alright, let's discuss moral issues after the world isn't about to end. For now, let's deal with this box. She looked at Raditz. Can you open it? Raditz shook his head. I can use Scion identity verification, but it will leave an opening record. Then we can't use that. Bulma walked to the computer and pulled up the structural diagram of the Scouter from earlier. Since it has anti-tamper circuits, there must be a logic for judgment. We just need to make sure it doesn't know it's being taken apart. Krillin looked utterly bewildered. That works? Bulma didn't look up. Of course it works. When you're asleep, and someone quietly takes your wallet before you wake up, you don't know you've been robbed, do you? Krillin's mouth twitched. That analogy sounds even more terrifying. Raditz watched Bulma begin to direct the robotic arms, and he had to admit this woman truly had guts. Faced with an alien device that could attract Vegeta, she didn't back down, but instead found a way to trick it. In a sense, she was no different from how he had just deceived Vegeta. Except he deceived people. Bulma deceived machines. The robotic arm slowly descended, and fine scanning light rays covered the metal container. Bulma stared at the screen, her expression focused. There are 3 layers of anti-tamper circuits. The energy source is at the bottom and the recording chip is in the middle. We can't cut the power. Cutting power triggers an anomaly. We also can't force a read. Forcing a read will leave access traces. Then how do we get it out? Goku asked. Create a fake status for it. Bulma's fingers flew across the keyboard. Make it think it's still in the spaceship, hasn't been opened, and is still sleeping peacefully. Dr. Briefs nodded beside her. Good idea. Raditz looked at the dense circuits on the screen, and suddenly felt his earlier thoughts had been too conservative. Bulma wasn't just support. She was a strategic resource. Without her, even if he knew the plot, he could only rely on his mouth to bluff. But with Bulma, he could turn that intelligence into something truly useful. Like the gravity chamber. Thinking of this, Raditz suddenly spoke. Don't start the gravity chamber at 1 times gravity. Bulma didn't look up. What are you scheming now? The Scion homeworld planet Vegeta has 10 times Earth's gravity. At these words, Goku was stunned. 10 times. Raditz looked at him. Yes. For a Scion, 10 times Earth's gravity isn't a limit, it's just the birth environment. Krillin felt his scalp tingle. Born into 10 times gravity. What kind of monsters are you? Raditz ignored him and continued. Kakarot grew up on Earth, but his body is still Scion. Your adaptation to 10 times gravity will be much faster than an ordinary Earthling's. Goku's eyes immediately lit up. So I can start training at 10 times. No. Raditz cut him off quickly. Goku was taken aback. Raditz said coldly. Your body is Scion, but your growth environment has always been Earth. Your bones, muscles, and the way your chi circulates have all adapted to 1 times gravity. Jumping straight to 10 times will only hinder your movements in the short term. Goku scratched his head. So what multiple should I start from? Raditz looked at Bulma. For the first version of the gravity chamber, make it adjustable from 1 to 10 times. Bulma finally looked up. Didn't you just say 10 times is just the starting line? It's my starting line, not theirs. Raditz glanced at Krillin. If an Earthling goes and they might collapse at 3 times. Krillin's face darkened. Can you not insult me for 1 second? No. Raditz paused, then added, but you might not survive it. Bulma couldn't help but laugh. Krillin was so furious, he nearly jumped. But Goku was already getting excited. He'll start with 2 times, and work my way up to 10. Do as you please, Raditz said. But he'll start at 10 times. Bulma frowned at him. Your injuries haven't healed yet. That's exactly why I need to be faster. Do you completely ignore what the doctor says? You're not a doctor. But the equipment is mine. Raditz looked at her. Bulma crossed her arms, refusing to back down. They stared at each other for a few seconds before Raditz finally looked away first. He'll wait until the injury is a bit better. The corner of Bulma's mouth lifted slightly. Krillin muttered quietly beside them. I feel like Bulma can control him better than Piccolo ever could. Goku thought seriously for a moment. Maybe it's because Bulma is fiercer. Bulma turned and glared at them. I can hear you. Goku immediately shut his mouth. Just then the robotic arm finally came to a stop. Bulma stared at the screen and slowly let out a breath. It's done. The metal container wasn't opened, but the contents of the internal chip had been fully copied. A video file appeared in the center of the screen. Raditz's expression immediately darkened. Bulma looked at him. Play it. Raditz was silent for 2 seconds. Play it. The screen flickered. An image of Vegeta appeared before them. That young and ruthless face, even if just a recording, carried a suffocating pressure. Raditz. Vegeta's voice came from the recording. Go to Earth and confirm Kakarot's status. If he has lost his value as a Scion, kill him. Goku's expression shifted slightly. Gohan gripped his clothes tightly. Vegeta's voice continued. If Earth has been cleared, retrieve the planet's evaluation data. If not, give him one last chance. If he refuses, dispose of him along with that planet. Krillin clenched his jaw. Master Roshi's face was heavier than ever. Bulma also fell silent. Vegeta on the screen gave a cold smile. Don't disappoint me again, Raditz. The image ended. The lab was terrifyingly quiet. Everyone finally truly realized that the Scion invasion Raditz spoke of was not a threat, nor an exaggeration. It was real. From the very beginning, Earth had already been targeted. Goku looked down at his own fists, his voice much quieter. I won't let them do it. Raditz stared at Vegeta's face frozen on the screen. Then you'd better get stronger fast. Just as Bulma was about to close the file, a hidden attachment popped up in the corner of the screen. She was startled. Wait, there's more. Raditz frowned. What? Bulma opened the attachment. The next second, a star chart unfolded. On the star chart, a red marker was blinking slowly. Next to it was a line of Scion text. After Raditz read those words, his expression completely changed. It was Vegeta's preset alternate route. The destination was not the desolate star they had just fabricated. It was the star sector where Earth was located. The moment the star map unfurled, it felt as if everyone in the lab had their breath seized. Within the pitch-black cosmic chart, a crimson route slowly illuminated. It was not the fabricated desolate star coordinates they had just forged. Instead, it was a backup route inscribed into the mission log capsule long before. The starting point was the star region, where Vegeta and Nappa were located. The destination was a marked area, the star region of Earth. Krillin's scalp tingled, his voice trembling. What does this mean? Didn't we fool them already? Bulma did not answer immediately. She sat before the computer, rapidly enlarging the star map and adjusting the scale, trying to discern the precise scope of the Crimson route. Seconds later, she looked up with a grim expression. Bad news. He doesn't have Earth's exact coordinates, but he already knew the general direction. Krillin's vision went dark. So all that deception earlier was for nothing? Not entirely. Raditz stared at the route, his voice icy. Vegeta knows Kakarot was sent to this star region, but he doesn't know which specific planet Earth is. Goku frowned. So he can still find this place? Yes. Raditz looked at the screen. It just takes time. Krillin was utterly distraught. Time, always time. How much longer do we have? Bulma had already begun calculating. She fed the spacecraft wreckage's speed data Scion pod standard velocity and route deviation into the model. Numbers scrolled frantically across the screen. No one spoke in the lab. Even Goku fell silent. Moments later, Bulma stopped, her face more serious than before. If they fully believe the fake desolate star coordinates, they'll detour to the wrong area first and then research. In that case, we have about a year. Before Krillin could sigh in relief, Bulma added, but if Vegeta doesn't buy it and follows the backup route directly, the time will be much shorter. How much shorter? A few months. Krillin nearly cracked on the spot. A year becomes a few months. That's a huge difference. Raditz, however, was not too surprised. Vegeta was that kind of person. He could be delayed, but never entirely led by the nose. The fake signals had bought time, but they couldn't turn Vegeta into a fool. Goku stared at the Crimson route and suddenly asked, what if we go to him now? Everyone looked at Goku. Krillin was startled. Goku, don't be reckless. Goku was serious. Since he's coming anyway, if we go to him first, the battle won't happen on Earth, right? Raditz glanced at him. And then what? Goku was taken aback. Raditz sneered, if you go now, do you want Vegeta to kill you early or Nappa to bury everyone in the ship along with you? Goku scratched his head. I guess so. Not I guess. Raditz pointed at the star map. Vegeta is 18000, Nappa is 4000. You can't even beat me, yet let alone them. Goku wasn't angry. He just looked down at his hands. Then I have to train. Right. Raditz lowered his voice. Not ordinary training. Desperate training. Krillin grimaced. You Scions can train desperately, but what about me, an Earthling? If I go into 10 times gravity, won't I get flattened into a pancake? You don't need 10 times. Raditz glanced at him. Start with 1.5. Krillin's face darkened further. Hey, you're really underestimating me. Bulma interjected flatly, based on your physical data, 1.5 times is already pushing it. If you want to jump to 3 times, I can prepare a stretcher. Krillin shut up instantly. Master Roshi leaned on his cane and suddenly spoke. Training isn't just about gravity. Everyone looked at him. His face lacked the usual levity. Goku, your power increases fast, but your control over ki isn't refined enough. Krillin, same for you. Facing that kind of gap, brute force alone won't close it. Raditz raised an eyebrow slightly. He had almost forgotten. Earth's martial arts might have low combat power, but their techniques were truly formidable. Sensing, controlling, unleashing, and restraining ki, Scions were crude in those areas. The original Raditz relied entirely on his scouter. When the scouter broke, he was practically half useless. That was his weakness. He knew the plot, knew about the gravity chamber, and knew the Scion physique. But true control over ki, he might not be better than Goku. In fact, he might even be worse. With that thought, Raditz looked at Master Roshi. Can you teach ki control? Master Roshi looked up at him. Are you willing to learn? Raditz didn't hesitate. If it makes me stronger, I'll learn. Master Roshi chuckled. You're straightforward. Pretending to be humble won't save lives. Master Roshi nodded. Good then. You have power and combat experience, but you rely too much on external judgment. True martial arts isn't just about numbers. Raditz fell silent for a moment. It sounded like an old man's lecture, but he knew it was the truth. Goku was the best example. Combat power numbers only represented a part. What truly determined life and death were explosiveness, judgment, technique, and adaptability in the moment. Otherwise, he wouldn't have nearly been killed by Goku and Piccolo working together. Bulma minimized the star map and swiveled her chair. All right, let's divide the tasks clearly. As she spoke, she had already slipped into a command mode. They'll handle the gravity chamber scouter decryption, spacecraft wreckage analysis, and keep interfering with Vegeta's signal readings. Krillin couldn't help but quip, Bulma, you sound like you're the captain. Bulma crossed her arms. Can you build a gravity chamber? No. Can you decrypt alien signals? No. Then shut up. Krillin silently took half a step back behind Goku. Goku nodded earnestly. Bulma is reliable. Bulma gave a satisfied hum. She then turned to Raditz. You're in charge of laying out all the Scion intelligence, Tails, great apes, weaknesses, fighting styles, and the personalities of Vegeta and Nappa. Raditz nodded. Fine. Goku and Krillin will handle training. As for Piccolo, Bulma looked out the window. Will that guy come? Raditz sneered. He will. Krillin was skeptical. How do you know? Because he's afraid of dying. Krillin's lips twitched. If Piccolo heard that, he'd kill you. He can't. Just as he finished, a cold voice came from outside the window. Are you sure? Everyone spun around. Outside the floor-to-ceiling window, Piccolo stood in midair with his arms crossed, his cape rustling in the night wind, his face as dark as a pot. Krillin nearly jumped in fright. Piccolo. Raditz looked at the window without a hint of embarrassment at being caught. You're faster than I expected. Piccolo snorted coldly and descended onto the balcony. Don't misunderstand. I'm not here to cooperate with you. Goku smiled. Then why are you here? Piccolo's face darkened further. I'm just confirming whether this scion has stirred up more trouble. Bulma pointed at the crimson route on the screen. Then you've come at the right time. The trouble is already huge. After Piccolo examined the star map, his gaze sank. Though he didn't understand much technology, it was enough for him to grasp one thing: the enemy was truly coming. And he was very strong. Piccolo was silent for a moment, then turned to Raditz. You said earlier go find that old man at the lookout. Raditz grunted. You and Kami are originally one. He knows far more than you do. Piccolo's eyes turned icy. You even know that? Raditz didn't explain. I know a lot of things. But what you should be most concerned about right now isn't how I know, but whether you can get stronger before Vegeta arrives. Piccolo stared at him. Sensing the tension, Goku quickly laughed. Then let's all train together. Piccolo said coldly, who wants to train with you? Raditz said flatly, fine, don't. When Nappa comes you can go die alone. A vein bulged on Piccolo's forehead. Krillin muttered, he really knows how to push every button. Bulma nodded. But it's effective. In the end, Piccolo didn't attack. That said everything. He wanted to win. He wanted to live. He certainly didn't want to be casually crushed by some scion from space. Bulma pulled up the blueprints again. The first version of the gravity chamber will be finished in 3 days. Adjustable from 1 to 10 times gravity with 3 layers of safety systems. Goku starts at 2 times, Krillin at 1.5 Raditz. She glanced at him. You recover first. Raditz frowned. 10 times. Say that again. Bulma narrowed her eyes. Raditz looked at her, paused. After I recover 10 times. Bulma nodded in satisfaction. That's more like it. Watching them, Piccolo suddenly sneered. The Scion homeworld has 10 times gravity. Yes. Then I'll start at 10 times too. Krillin was shocked. Piccolo, are you crazy? Piccolo shot him a cold glare. I'm not an earthling. Raditz looked at Piccolo. Namekians were indeed physically strong, but 10 times gravity would be no walk in the park for the current Piccolo. But he didn't dissuade him. Piccolo wouldn't listen anyway. And the harder he pushed himself, the better it was for Earth. Goku meanwhile grew excited. I want to try 10 times too. Raditz and Bulma spoke almost simultaneously. No. Goku froze. Bulma glared at him. None of you value your lives, do you? My gravity chamber isn't even built yet, and you're already planning how to destroy it. Goku chuckled sheepishly. He'll be careful. Raditz said coldly, you're careful means charging back in after I knock you flying with an elbow. Goku thought about it. That's not very careful. Bulma pressed her forehead in frustration. This bunch of battle maniacs. None of them were easy to handle. Yet somehow watching these people argue about how to get stronger, she felt less afraid than before. At least they weren't waiting to die. They were figuring things out. The night deepened. The lights of Capsule Corporation's lab blazed brightly. The gravity chamber blueprints were refined on the screen. The Scion star map was dismantled layer by layer, and Vegeta's backup route was marked in glaring red. Raditz stood before the screen, gazing at the route stretching from the depths of space. A year, or perhaps even shorter. He had never been more acutely aware that death hadn't left. It had only stepped back a little. And what he had to do was, before death drew near again, transform himself from prey into a hunter. Just then, Bulma's computer suddenly displayed a new analysis result. She casually clicked it open, but the next second her expression changed. Raditz. What? Bulma stared at the screen, her voice tight. There's a hidden auto-trigger command in the mission log capsule. Raditz's heart sank. On the screen, a line of Scion script slowly materialized. If Raditz's mission fails, default execute level 2 cleanup protocol. Notify Nappa. Raditz's heart sank. On the screen, a line of Scion script slowly materialized. If Raditz's mission fails, default execute level 2 cleanup protocol. Notify Nappa. Raditz's heart sank. On the screen, a line of Scion script slowly materialized. If Raditz's mission fails, default execute level 2 cleanup protocol. Notify Nappa. Raditz's heart sank. On the screen, a line of Scion script slowly materialized. If Raditz's mission fails, default execute level 2 cleanup protocol. Notify Nappa. Raditz's heart sank. On the screen, a line of Scion script slowly materialized. If Raditz's mission fails, default execute level 2 cleanup protocol. Notify Nappa. Raditz's heart sank. On the screen, a line of Scion script slowly materialized. If Raditz's mission fails, default execute level 2 cleanup protocol. Notify Nappa. Raditz's heart sank. On the screen, a line of Scion script slowly materialized. If Raditz's mission fails, default execute level 2 cleanup protocol. Notify Nappa. Raditz's heart sank. On the screen, a line of Scion script slowly materialized. If Raditz's mission fails, default execute level 2 cleanup protocol. Notify Nappa. Raditz's heart sank. On the screen, a line of Scion script slowly materialized. If Raditz's mission fails, default execute level 2 cleanup protocol. Notify Nappa. If Raditz's mission fails, secondary purge protocol will be executed by default. Notification Nappa. The moment these lines appeared, the faint heat that had just risen in the laboratory was instantly plunged back into icy water. Krillin stared at the screen, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Secondary purge protocol. That doesn't sound like anything good. Bulma said nothing, but her face had already darkened. Her fingers flew across the keyboard, trying to pull out the complete structure of the hidden command. Goku frowned and asked, what does it mean to notify Nappa? Isn't Nappa with Vegeta? Raditz stared at the screen, his gaze icy cold. Of course they're together. He knew well that Vegeta and Nappa couldn't be separated now. The remnants of the Scion combat squad operated with Vegeta as their core. The so-called notify Nappa didn't mean Nappa was alone elsewhere. Rather, this backup command within the mission record capsule would directly synchronize the combat prompt of mission failure to Nappa's scouter. In other words, Vegeta would know and Nappa would know too. And with Nappa's mind the moment he received the prompt, Raditz mission failed execute purge, his first reaction wouldn't be to analyze its authenticity. He would only be excited. Excited to come to Earth and kill. The moment Krillin heard Raditz's explanation, his face turned pale. So, we just fooled Vegeta, and now this box is going to notify Nappa. Bulma gritted her teeth. Who the hell designed this thing? It's layers within layers. Raditz remained expressionless. Frieza Force Equipment specializes in trusting no one. He used to think these mission devices were just troublesome. Now he realized just how deadly they were. The spaceship uploaded combat records. The scouter exposed communications. The record capsule automatically triggered backup commands. Every device was like an invisible chain binding him tightly under the surveillance of Vegeta and the Frieza Force. The old Raditz was used to these chains. But now he only felt disgust. Goku approached the screen looking at the incomprehensible Saiyan characters. Can we stop it? Bulma didn't look up. I'm looking for the trigger time. It didn't just activate now, it likely woke up when we copied the record capsule's contents. But it hasn't been sent yet, otherwise there would be a receipt on the scouter. Krillin quickly asked, so how much time do we have? Bulma's keystrokes grew faster and faster. Don't rush me. Raditz glanced at the hidden commands code, his expression worsening. This is a delayed trigger. Bulma's fingers paused. You can tell, this kind of command isn't sent immediately. It waits for the main record to go silent, then disguises itself as a normal mission heartbeat signal and sends it out. Bulma understood instantly. So while we were busy forging the accident record, it was hiding in the background waiting for its chance. Exactly. That's sneaky. If the Saiyan command system weren't sneaky, it would have been destroyed by the Frieza Force long ago. Piccolo stood to the side, coldly watching Raditz. So this is what you use to monitor others. Raditz glanced at him. I never had the authority to monitor anyone. The words were flat as if he were stating something trivial. But everyone in the laboratory caught the weight behind them. Among the Saions, Raditz was not a controller. He was the one being monitored, commanded, and ready to be discarded at any moment. Goku looked at him, his eyes shifting slightly. Raditz paid no attention to their reactions. He pointed at the command core on the screen. This message can't be deleted. Bulma frowned. Why? Deleting it would leave traces. Then modify it. Can't just change it arbitrarily either. The format Nappa's scouter receives isn't exactly the same as Vegeta's. Nappa may be stupid, but his scouter isn't. Krillin couldn't help but complain. Why are all you aliens' devices so smart, even the ones for the dumb guys? Bulma stared at the screen, then suddenly said, then don't stop it. Everyone looked at her. A light gradually lit up in Bulma's eyes. It wants to notify Nappa. Then let it notify. Krillin nearly jumped. Bulma, don't scare me. Bulma ignored him and looked at Raditz instead. This command was originally supposed to tell Nappa that Raditz's mission failed and to execute the secondary purge protocol. What if we change the content to Raditz's mission delayed target, not captured, purge postponed for now? Raditz looked at her, his gaze shifting slightly. This woman's mind was too quick. He had just thought about not deleting it, and she had already come up with, let it send, but send a fake. It's possible, Raditz said, but the tone can't sound too much like we wrote it. Bulma raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? What Nappa receives isn't a manual, it's a combat prompt. The simpler it is, the more authentic it seems. Raditz closed his eyes, recalling that cold, rigid mission format. After a moment he spoke. Change it to targets potential abnormal. Raditz continuing capture. Purge protocol on hold. Awaiting Prince's confirmation. Goku scratched his head. Prince is Vegeta. Yes. Krillin wore a strange expression. Isn't this just telling Nappa don't act rashly, listen to Vegeta? Raditz sneered. Nappa falls for that every time. Nappa was brutal, arrogant, and loved slaughter. But he was truly obedient to Vegeta. As long as the message included awaiting Prince's confirmation, Nappa wouldn't act recklessly no matter how itchy his hands got. Piccolo snorted. You know them quite well. If I didn't, I'd be dead by now. Bulma wasted no more words and began modifying the command content. She didn't simply replace the text based on the original mission code. She changed the failure judgment to capture delayed and pushed back the activation condition for the secondary purge protocol. It was like replacing the fuse in an already lit bomb. One slight mistake could cause it to explode instantly. No one spoke in the laboratory. Even Goku held his breath. Gohan hid behind his father, whispering, Dad, will we win? Goku looked down at him. He wanted to smile and say it would be fine like he always did. But this time he didn't say it immediately, because he too knew that this enemy was different from before. After a moment, Goku crouched down and patted Gohan's head. It'll be tough. Gohan's little face grew paler. But Goku smiled. But Dad will work hard to get stronger. Raditz heard those words and his gaze shifted slightly. Work hard to get stronger. Coming from Goku's mouth, it sounded like a matter-of-fact promise. But from Raditz's perspective, it felt more like a life-or-death military order. If he didn't work hard, he would die. If he didn't get stronger, everyone would be dragged into a dead end. That was the difference. Bulma finally stopped. It's done. The hidden command on the screen had been repackaged. The glaring secondary purge protocol had been pushed into a delayed state. Bulma took a deep breath and looked at Raditz. Send it or not. All eyes fell on Raditz again. Raditz stared at the new command. In his mind, he could see Nappa's boisterous laughter and Vegeta's cold gaze. This time it wasn't just about fooling Vegeta. It was about fooling the entire Scion mission system. Once Nappa received it and asked Vegeta, and Vegeta found the format wrong all the time they had bought would be lost. But if they didn't send it, the command would eventually trigger on its own. Raditz slowly exhaled. Send it. Bulma pressed the confirm key. The signal shot out from Capsule Corporation, pierced through Earth's atmosphere, and vanished into the vast cosmos. On the screen, the sending progress crept forward. Krillin clasped his hands together, muttering under his breath, "Please don't let anything go wrong, please don't." Piccolo's face was cold. "Will that help, eh?" Krillin shot him a glance. "Then you do something useful." Piccolo's eyes turned icy. Krillin immediately ducked behind Goku. A few seconds later the screen flashed. Mission prompt sent. Awaiting receipt. The air in the laboratory tightened once more. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. No receipt. Krillin could barely contain himself. Why no response? Bulma also frowned. The distance is too great, a delay in the receipt is normal. But Raditz suddenly felt something was wrong. Too quiet. This silence didn't feel like normal waiting. It felt more like the message had already been received, but the other side hadn't replied immediately. His heart sank. Just then the scouter screen suddenly lit up. There was no text. Only a new audio clip. Nappa's voice rang out first. "Vegeta, that waste Raditz actually sent a message." Krillin's face changed. Bulma's fingers froze. The next second Vegeta's cold voice came through. "Read it." Nappa read the mission prompt in his gruff voice. Target's potential abnormal. Raditz continuing capture. Purge protocol on hold. Awaiting Prince's confirmation. After a brief silence, Nappa burst into laughter. "Huh, that waste actually wants to capture Kakarot's brat. He can't really be held up by a kid, can he? No one laughed. Everyone in the laboratory stared at the scouter. They were waiting for Vegeta's reaction. After a few seconds, Vegeta's voice finally sounded. "Raditz may be a waste, but he's not foolish enough to fabricate such an excuse." Raditz felt a wave of relief. But Vegeta's next words plunged his heart back into the abyss. Nappa marked this star sector. If Raditz hasn't returned within a year, we'll go there ourselves. Nappa laughed excitedly. Finally making a move? Not yet. Vegeta's voice was icy. Let that waste keep trying. If Kakarot's son truly has potential, bring him along too. If not. After a brief pause, he let out a cold laugh. Then that planet has no reason to exist. The audio ended. The screen went dark again. The laboratory fell into dead silence. 1 year. This deadline had been firmly set by Vegeta himself. Goku looked down at his fists, his gaze more serious than ever before. Piccolo turned and walked out. Krillin quickly asked, "Where are you going?" Piccolo didn't look back. "The lookout." Bulma turned to Raditz. "The gravity chamber will be ready in 3 days. No, we start tonight." Raditz stood still, the bandage on his shoulder, stained with blood. But his eyes gradually lit up. Not with relief, but with the ferocity of being cornered. Vegeta had given them a year. Then they would use that year to train this group of Earth's early weaklings into monsters capable of tearing Scions apart. Just as everyone was about to move, the scouter screen flickered again. This time it wasn't Vegeta, nor was it Nappa. It was a string of unfamiliar Legion codes from a much farther distance. The moment Raditz saw the opening marker, his face turned even worse than before. It was the identification code of the Frieza Force. The Frieza Force. As these words emerged, Raditz's expression changed drastically. If Vegeta and Nappa were the knives of the future, then Frieza was the sword of Damocles hanging over all Scions. A knife can be dodged. When the sky falls, everyone dies. The laboratory fell silent. Goku did not know who Frieza was, but he could tell that anyone who could make Raditz show such an expression was certainly no ordinary enemy. Bulma stared at the unfamiliar codes on the screen, her brows tightly furrowed. "Isn't this signal from Vegeta and the others?" Raditz shook his head. "No." His voice was somewhat low. "This is the identification code of the Frieza Force." Krillin's lips twitched. "Another one. This Frieza is even more troublesome than Vegeta." Raditz glanced at him. That look made Krillin's heart sink. Vegeta has no qualifications to resist in front of him. The laboratory fell into silence. Goku's expression changed as well. Vegeta was 18,000. That was already an unfathomable enemy for them at present. Yet Raditz said that Vegeta had no qualifications to resist in front of Frieza. Those words were more terrifying than any number. Bulma was not flustered. She quickly pulled that segment of code into a separate window and began analyzing the signal's source. This isn't real-time communication. It resembles an automated retrieval process. It has already been activated, but it hasn't sent a complete signal. Unlike the previous recording box, this archiving process is very short, as if it's only sending an anomaly number. Raditz's fists slowly clenched. The Frieza Force does not trust Scions. Sounds like your working environment is truly terrible. Bulma retorted without looking up. Raditz did not refute her. Terrible. It was worse than terrible. The Scions thought of themselves as a warrior race, believing that conquering planets for Frieza earned them status through strength. But in reality, they were merely a group of domesticated beasts. When useful, they were thrown out to bite. When not useful, they were disposed of without a second thought. Planet Vegeta was lost just like that. But Raditz could not say all of this now. It wouldn't help. Goku and the others had never even seen Vegeta, let alone understood what Frieza truly meant. "Can we cut it off?" Raditz looked at Bulma. Bulma did not answer immediately. She focused on the signal structure on the screen, her lips slightly pressed together. It has been initiated, but it hasn't sent the entire signal. Unlike the previous record box, this archiving program is short, as if it's just sending an anomaly code. What happens if this code is sent out? Krillin asked cautiously. Raditz replied coldly. At the lightest, the Frieza force will know there is an anomaly with the Scion mission in this star domain. And at the most severe, Frieza himself will take note of this place. The temperature in the laboratory seemed to drop even further. Goku asked in a deep voice, will he come to Earth? Not now, Raditz responded quickly. Earth holds no value for him. As long as no one tells him there is something special here, he won't even glance this way. At this point his voice suddenly paused. Bulma looked at him, her eyes slightly shifting. Something special. She keenly caught this word. Since just now Raditz had paused more than once at similar places. This alien was hiding something from them. And it was something very important. Bulma did not press the issue immediately. Now was not the time. She bowed her head to continue operating, and the red progress bar on the screen had already jumped to 67%. There's no time left. Bulma gritted her teeth saying, this program cannot be disguised yet, can only be forcibly cut off. But cutting it off would leave a blank record. Raditz's expression darkened. A blank is better than sending it out. I think the same. Bulma's fingers suddenly pressed the confirmation button. The laboratory's equipment emitted a hum simultaneously, and several connecting lines glowed blue as if forcibly pulling back a line that was rushing toward the universe. The red progress bar on the screen froze at 73%. Then a burst of garbled text exploded. Bang! The detector emitted a puff of black smoke. Krillin jumped back in fright. Another explosion. Bulma took off her goggles and exhaled deeply. It didn't explode completely, but has been cut off. Raditz walked over looking at the residual data on the screen. Military archiving failed. Local record damaged. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least for now the Frieza force would not receive a complete anomaly. But before he could fully relax his heart sank again. Vegeta gave him a year. Although the Frieza force's signal had been cut off since there was an archiving program in the recording box, it indicated that there was more than one such thing. Spaceship's detectors mission boxes. Each could be hiding trouble. The longer this dragged on, the more dangerous it would become. They had to act fast. The plot could not wait for them to adapt slowly. The enemy would not wait for them to grow slowly. Raditz turned around, his gaze sweeping over Goku, Krillin, Bulma, Master Roshi, and Piccolo, who was standing by the balcony ready to leave. From now on, no one has time to waste. His voice was not loud, yet it pressed every head up. Vegeta has already set a 1-year deadline. Nappa will wait, but he won't wait too long. The Frieza Force's archiving program has been cut off once, but that does not mean it won't appear again. Krillin smiled bitterly. Can you not make it sound like we are going to die tomorrow? Raditz looked at him. If you do nothing, the difference between dying tomorrow and in a year is negligible. Krillin immediately fell silent. Goku, however, was not afraid. He simply asked one question. How do we train? Raditz looked at him, suddenly feeling a sense of absurdity. This was Son Goku. When the sky falls, he asks how to train. But it is precisely this kind of person that can break through the impossible time and again. You will first practice controlling your chi with Master Roshi. Raditz said, your physical potential is very strong, but your current strength is too scattered. To catch up with Vegeta, sheer brute strength alone isn't enough. Goku nodded. Okay, Krillin is the same. Krillin pointed at himself. Me too. You want train? I'll train. Krillin quickly nodded. Piccolo snickered. What about me? Raditz looked at him. You go to the temple. Piccolo's eyes turned cold. He did not like being arranged by others. But this time he did not immediately refute. Can the Guardian make me stronger? At least he can let you know where you are weak now. Piccolo snorted coldly. You better not lie to me. What benefit would I have from lying to you? Haven't you lied to people before? Raditz looked at him calmly saying, at least the people I lied to all wanted me dead. Piccolo stared at him for a few seconds before suddenly turning and flying away. I will be back. Goku waved at him. Piccolo, good luck. Piccolo almost stopped midair. In the end he left only a cold snort. Bulma had already reopened the design blueprint for the gravity chamber and pushed the initial version into manufacturing mode. I don't care how you trained, him starting to work overtime tonight. She looked at Dr. Brief. Dad, we need materials from warehouse 3, 5, and 7. And the energy core, bring out the spare one as well. Dr. Brief smiled and nodded. Sure. But if it blows up, make sure to notify me in advance. I want to record the explosion data. Bulma helplessly closed her eyes. Try not to blow it up. Raditz looked at her. 3 days. Bulma did not look back. I know. I want 10 times stable operation. I know. The safety system cannot limit output, otherwise training is pointless. Bulma finally turned around and glared at him. You want to train, not commit suicide. I call the shots here. Raditz frowned. Bulma did not back down at all. I understand that you want to become stronger. But if you crush yourself to death in the gravity chamber, then all my efforts will be in vain. No matter how powerful the Scions are, they must be alive to be useful. Goku nodded. Bulma is right. Krillin also whispered, it's rare to have someone who can keep him in check. Raditz shot a cold glance. Krillin immediately looked at the ceiling. Bulma wasted no more time and began dismantling the spaceship wreckage with a group of robots and technicians. The Capsule Corporation was like a sleeping giant being forcefully awakened. In the night, the warehouse doors opened, mechanical arms moved, and sparks from welding illuminated the area. Goku and Krillin were taken by Master Roshi to the open ground outside the training room, starting from the most basic control of their energy. Goten was arranged to rest, but could not sleep, only huddling with his knees drawn up watching the adults busy themselves. Raditz did not go to sleep. He stood at the door of the medical room, watching the gravity chamber's prototype take shape little by little. The injury on his shoulder still hurt. But he had no time to care about the wound. His mind was filled with those few numbers. 1,500, 4,000, 18,000, and even further away 530,000. The gap was so wide that it felt despairing. But the more despairing it was, the less he could stop. At dawn, the first simplified gravity core was completed. Bulma, with dark circles under her eyes, walked out of the laboratory, holding a control panel. The initial test pod is complete. Goku's eyes instantly lit up. Krillin also came over. Raditz looked at the newly assembled silver-white pod, and his heartbeat quickened a beat. Bulma pressed the switch. The pod door slowly opened. Inside, the lights turned on and mechanical prompts sounded. Gravity simulation system activated. Current multiplier 1 times. Bulma turned to Raditz. Just to be clear, it's only for testing, don't mess around. Raditz did not respond. He walked straight towards the pod door. Bulma's expression changed. Hey, your injury isn't healed yet. Goku also caught up. How about I try first? Raditz stopped at the pod door and glanced back at them. Vegeta won't wait for me to heal. He stepped into the pod. The pod door closed. Bulma gritted her teeth and pressed the control panel. 1 times is normal. Raditz stood inside the pod, moving his wrist. 10 times. Bulma shouted angrily, you better not even think about it. Raditz looked up at the people outside the glass. His eyes were as cold as a knife and as bright as fire. Bulma, activate 10 times. Bulma wanted to curse, but the next second she saw Raditz's tail slowly tightening behind him. He was not showing off. He was racing against time. Bulma bit her lip tightly, and her fingers ultimately landed on the control key. Adjusting gravity multiplier. 2 times. 5 times. 10 times. Boom. The moment the 10 times gravity pressed down, Raditz's knees buckled, and the metal floor beneath him emitted a piercing sound of deformation. At the same time, the control panel suddenly went haywire, sounding alarms. Bulma's expression changed drastically. Wait. There's still an incoming external signal inside the pod. The instant the alarm blared, the entire testing area was bathed in red light. Unauthorized external signal detected. Signal source unknown. Gravity chamber control system compromised. Bulma's face paled as her fingers flew across the console. Damn it. This signal is coming from the gravity core. Krillin, who had just run over, nearly went weak in the knees. The gravity core. Wasn't it just built? How is there an alien signal inside? Bulma clenched her teeth, eyes locked on the screen. I didn't put it there. It came from the energy module of the spaceship wreckage. After saying this, she spun around to look into the chamber. Under 10 times gravity, Raditz was almost on one knee. A faint dent was pressed into the silver-white floor by his foot, and the bandage on his shoulder was soaked red with fresh blood. But he didn't fall. He braced himself with hands on his knees, jaw clenched tight, veins bulging on his neck. 10 times gravity. It wasn't just a number in a training room. It was the weight of Planet Vegeta, the environment a scion was born to endure. But Raditz's body hadn't truly felt that pressure in years. Freshly wounded, every muscle in his frame screamed in protest. He could feel his blood sinking. His heart felt like it was being crushed by an invisible giant hand. Even breathing became a laborious task. Yet he smiled. It wasn't a relaxed smile. It was a fierce, pain-wrenched grin born from the brink of agony. So this is 10 times gravity. He murmured, his voice raspy through the communicator. Goku stood outside the glass, his eyes blazing with an unsettling light. He wasn't just watching. He was truly feeling it. Even through the chamber walls, he could sense the immense pressure Raditz was under. 10 times. Is it that intense? Krillin's eyes were wide. Goku, can you not say that with such excitement? He looks like he's about to be flattened. Goku scratched his head. But he's still standing. You call that standing? Krillin pointed into the chamber. His knees are practically kissing the floor. Bulma had no time for them. The foreign signal was worming its way through the energy lines into the control system. The gravity multiplier became unstable. 10 times. 10.3 times. 9.7 times. 11 times. Bulma's expression grew darker. It can't fluctuate like this. Master Roshi furrowed his brow. Unstable gravity will tear his body apart. Raditz heard them. He jerked his head up, his forehead drenched in cold sweat. Don't shut it down. Bulma was furious. Are you insane? The system is compromised. Don't shut it down. Raditz's voice was heavier. This signal. It might be the ship's backup transmission program. Bulma's fingers froze. How do you know? A guess. Bulma nearly laughed in exasperation. You're betting your life on a guess. Raditz stared fixedly at a flickering red dot within the chamber. It wasn't a light from the gravity room itself. It was a hidden chip they had missed when dismantling the ship's energy module. Frieza's Force and Scion equipment never relied on just one failsafe. The ship was destroyed, but there were record capsules. The record capsules were fooled, but there was an archiving program. The archiving program was intercepted, but the energy module hit a backup transmitter. These things were like vipers, one after another. Until he rooted them all out, he would never be able to train in peace. It was waiting for the power source to activate. Raditz panted. Once the gravity core started, it woke up. Bulma understood immediately. So it's not actively transmitting, it's piggybacking on the gravity chamber's power. Yes. Then I should definitely turn it off. If you turn it off now, it will detect the power anomaly. Raditz raised a hand, bracing against the metal wall, and slowly straightened up. 10 times gravity made his bones creak, but he forced his spine erect. It will send out its final cache. Bulma's face darkened completely. Was there no end to these alien devices? Krillin was numb. So we're stuck. We can't shut it down, and we can't leave it running. We can shut it down. A cold smirk tugged at Raditz's lips. But first we trick it into overloading. Bulma's eyes lit up. She understood that. If that hidden chip was waking up using the energy module instead of cutting the power directly, they could feed it a stream of corrupted data in reverse. This would make it believe the transmission was complete or cause it to burn out under the gravity core's high load. The problem was this required the gravity chamber to keep running, and Raditz was inside it. Can you hold out? Bulma asked. Raditz didn't answer immediately. He took a step forward. Boom. His foot slammed down, denting the floor, and he nearly fell to his knees again. His shoulder was numb with pain, and the edges of his vision were darkening. But he still lifted his head to look at Bulma through the glass. It's only 10 times. Krillin's mouth twitched at those words. Only 10 times. Can you stop acting tough and get your knees off the floor first? Bulma was also irritated. Fine, be tough. Just don't make me come in there to scrape you up. Raditz gritted his teeth in a cold smile. You can't get in. Bulma nearly wanted to drop the gravity to 0 and drag him out for a beating. But as her fingers hovered over the console, she calmed down. This wasn't the time for arguments. She accessed the energy core data and began reverse tracing the hidden signal. Goku suddenly walked over to the console. Can I go in? Bulma didn't look up. No. Goku pointed at himself. I'm a Scion too. You'd just be another problem in there right now. But I can help him. Raditz's voice came through the chamber. Not needed. Goku looked at Raditz through the glass. Raditz looked back at him. The two brothers stared at each other through the reinforced barrier. One had just learned he was a Scion and didn't truly understand the identity yet. The other had clawed his way out of a death sentence drenched in blood, desperately clinging to his chance to live. Goku was silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled. Then don't fall. Raditz snorted. Worry about yourself. When I get out, you're next in here. Goku's eyes grew even brighter. Good. Krillin facepalmed beside them. You Scions are hopeless. Bulma had no energy left for sarcasm. She had finally locked onto the hidden chip's location. Found it. On the screen, a red dot appeared at the base of the gravity core. The chip was tiny, embedded within the energy module's protective layer. It was invisible during a normal disassembly. Only when the energy module ran at full capacity under 10 times gravity would it activate. It's collecting life sign data and gravity operation metrics from the chamber. Bulma said quickly. If this gets out, Vegeta or Frieza's force will know someone is modifying Scion equipment for training here. Raditz's gaze turned icy. That signal must never leave. If Vegeta found out Earth was already studying Scion technology, his suspicion would be immediate. If Frieza's force found out, the trouble would be far greater. A low-level planet showing signs of modified Scion equipment. That alone was enough to invite an investigation. Burn it out, Raditz said. I'm trying. Bulma's typing was so fast it left afterimages. But it's fused with the gravity core. If I force a burn, it will take the whole gravity system with it. Krillin was horrified. Explode. Again. Bulma snapped. You want to try? Krillin immediately shut up. Raditz watched the fluctuating multiplier on the display, then spoke. Set the gravity to 12 times. Bulma's head shot up. What did you say? 12 times. No. It draws power from the gravity core. The higher the multiplier, the greater the load. Raditz gritted his teeth. If 10 times won't burn it, 12 will. Bulma's eyes were red with anger. You can barely stand now. Then let me stand. Raditz said, and with a sudden effort lifted his other foot. He stopped leaning on the wall. Slowly he straightened up. Under 10 times gravity his body trembled. But his tail gradually tensed like a drawn bowstring pulled taut. The Scion instinct was awakening. This wasn't Earth's gentle environment. This was a Scion's weight. The gravity of Planet Vegeta. His body had been born for such a world. But the old Raditz had been too weak. Too weak to ever truly forge that birthright into a weapon, even though he was born on a planet with 10 times gravity. Not anymore. Raditz lifted his head, his voice hoarse, but steady. Bulma. Increase it. Bulma stared intently at him. After a few seconds, she gritted her teeth and pressed the control key. Gravity multiplier adjusting. 11 times. Boom. Raditz's knees buckled, and the floor instantly dented. Gohan was startled and clutched Goku's clothes. Goku himself unconsciously took a step forward. 12 times. Boom. An even more terrifying weight pressed down. Raditz's feet sank deep into the metal floor, a trace of blood seeping from between his teeth. But he didn't kneel. He forced himself to stand. The red chip's load on the console began to spike. Bulma's eyes sharpened. Now. She slammed a data stream disguised as gravity feedback straight into the hidden chip. The red dot on the screen flickered violently. Unknown chip overload. Signal cache corrupted. Raditz's body had also reached its limit. He could hear his own bones groaning. But clearer than the physical pain was the ki being forced out of him by the immense pressure. Rough, wild like a caged beast. The old Raditz only knew how to measure strength by battle power numbers. But at this moment, for the first time, he truly felt his own ki. It wasn't a number on a scouter. It was living power. He let out a low growl, clenched his fists, and forced himself to take a step forward under 12 times gravity. Bang. The floor shook. Goku's eyes lit up. Master Roshi narrowed his eyes. I see. Krillin didn't understand. See what? Master Roshi watched Raditz inside the chamber. He's starting to learn how to feel his own power without a scouter. Bulma didn't get distracted. She watched the chip's status intently. Suddenly the red dot exploded. Signal cache purged. Unknown chip destroyed. It's done. Bulma slammed the gravity release. Gravity multiplier reset to 0. The pressure inside the chamber vanished. Raditz swayed, finally unable to hold on, and dropped to one knee. The chamber door opened, and Goku was the first to rush in. Raditz. Raditz looked up, his face deathly pale, but a smile lingered on his lips. 12 times. Goku was stunned. What? Raditz panted. Next time. 15 times. Bulma ran to the door, heard that, and her face darkened. Get in the medical pod first. Raditz was about to say something else when a soft beep came from the console. Bulma looked down. The destroyed hidden ship, though unable to send the full signal, had managed to spit out a fragment of corrupted data in its final moment. Only half a line of text appeared on the screen. Lunar phase data synchronization complete. The smile vanished from Raditz's face instantly. Lunar phase record synchronization complete. As these words flashed, the smile on Raditz's face froze completely. He had just pushed through his physical limits under 12 times gravity, forcibly burned out the hidden chip, and even truly touched the chi flowing within him for the first time. But in that moment, the thrill of that breakthrough was utterly crushed. Lunar phase record. Those 4 words sent a chill down his spine, far more intense than the Frieza force identification code from moments ago. Bulma saw his expression and immediately sensed something was wrong. What's this now? Goku supported Raditz, frowning. Lunar phase. Does it mean the moon? Raditz didn't answer immediately. He looked up at the night sky outside the lab. Thick clouds obscured the moon tonight. But being unseen didn't mean it wasn't there. As long as the moon hung over Earth, as long as the Scion tail remained, the monster lurking within their bloodline could awaken at any moment. Gohan was still young. Goku had lost his tail, but he still had his. If he lost control, the consequences could be even worse than Vegeta's premature arrival. Bulma walked to the screen and pulled up the fragmented data. It didn't send a complete signal, but it did record Earth's lunar phase changes. Why would a Scion spaceship record this? Raditz leaned on Goku's hand as he stood up, his face dark. Because the moon means more to Scions than just a moon. Krillin's heart skipped a beat. That doesn't sound good. Under a full moon, a Scion with a tail transforms into a great ape. Raditz's voice was low, but it struck the lab like a bomb. Combat power increases tenfold. The air solidified instantly. Krillin's jaw dropped. Tenfold. Bulma was stunned too. She instinctively glanced at the tail behind Raditz, then at Goku. Wait, didn't Goku have a tail when he was little? Goku froze. Master Roshi's face had already changed. He knew about this long before anyone else in the room. During the World Martial Arts Tournament years ago, Goku had transformed into a giant ape under the full moon, nearly destroying the entire venue. That was also the time the moon was shattered by Roshi's Kamehameha. Later, the moon was restored and Goku's tail was removed. But Roshi had never connected that incident to the science of the universe. Now all the clues finally aligned. Goku looked at Raditz, his voice hesitant. When I was a kid, I could transform. Raditz met his gaze. You didn't know? Goku shook his head. I only remember Grandpa saying not to go out during a full moon. He stopped there. Goku's expression slowly shifted. Memories from years ago surfaced from the depths of his mind. Grandpa's son Gohan's death. A giant monster with no known cause. And that phrase he had always dismissed as a strange warning, don't look at the full moon. Goku lowered his head, his voice much softer. Did Grandpa he? The lab fell silent. Even Krillin said nothing. Raditz saw the look on Goku's face and felt a weight in his own heart. For Goku, this wasn't some battle mechanic. It was the most painful scar of his childhood. Raditz could have said it coldly, but the words caught in his throat, and he didn't. You were just a child back then. Goku looked up. Raditz averted his gaze, his voice still gruff. A rampaging great ape has no reason. What it did isn't the same as what you would have chosen in your right mind. Goku was silent for a long time. Finally, he slowly clenched his fist. Then I can't let Gohan become that either. Those words made everyone turn toward the corner simultaneously. Gohan sat there, his small face pale. Behind him, a tiny tail twitched nervously. Bulma gasped. Gohan has a tail too. Startled by the sudden attention, Gohan quickly pressed himself closer to Goku. Dad, will I become a monster? Goku crouched down and pulled him into his arms. No, Gohan. Dad won't let that happen. But Raditz spoke up quickly. Don't be so sure. Goku looked at him. Raditz pointed at the tail behind Gohan. As long as that tail is there, as long as he sees the full moon, he will transform. Unless you cut it off or learn to fully control the great ape's power. Krillin immediately said, then why not just cut it off? Raditz shot him a cold glare. Easy for you to say. Krillin shrank back. I'm just trying to think of something. Raditz leaned against the wall and walked over to the glass window, staring at the cloud-covered sky outside. A tail is a Scion's weakness, but also a Scion's weapon. Without control, it's a death sentence. Master it, and it's a tenfold boost in power. Bulma was the quickest to catch on. You mean you don't want to cut it off? We can't cut it off, Raditz said. Vegeta and Nappa both know about the great ape transformation. Even if we destroy the moon, Vegeta can create a false one. If we have no countermeasure by then, we'll only be at a greater disadvantage. Master Roshi frowned. A false moon? Raditz nodded. It's a technique known to the Scion royal bloodline. It can generate an energy ball that mimics a full moon, triggering the great ape transformation. Krillin's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Wait, Vegeta's already at 18,000. If he becomes a great ape, that's 180,000. The number alone nearly choked him. 180,000. They didn't even know how to fight 18,000. What did 180,000 even mean? They could stand there and let them attack, and it might not even leave a scratch. Goku's expression turned completely grim. He finally understood why Raditz's face had changed at the sight of the lunar phase record. Vegeta alone was terrifying enough. If the great ape transformation was added on top of that, Earth stood no chance. Bulma suddenly spoke up. Then we prepare for both. Everyone turned to her. She was already at the computer rapidly pulling up a new design interface. We'll continue with the gravity chamber, but I'm adding a lunar wave simulation and a lunar wave shielding system. Raditz's eyes flickered with interest. You can do that. First you need to tell me the exact conditions for the great ape transformation. Raditz thought for a moment. A full moon's blutz waves. If the eyes receive above a certain threshold, and the tail is present, the transformation occurs. Bulma's fingers flew across the keyboard. So it can be both shielded and simulated. She spoke faster and faster. The shielding device will prevent you and Gohan from losing control. The simulation device will be used for low-intensity tests to study your body's reactions in advance. Krillin felt a cold sweat on his forehead. That sounds dangerous. Bulma shot him a glance. You're just now realizing we're doing dangerous things. Krillin had no comeback. Goku looked at Raditz. Can you control the great ape? Raditz paused. I can't guarantee it. It wasn't false modesty. The original body was a scion warrior who knew about the great ape transformation and had fought in that form. But knowing and mastering were two different things. The savage instincts in the great ape state would be amplified. Raditz himself had a battle power of 1500. As a great ape, that would become 15,000. If he lost control inside Capsule Corporation, he could trample half of West City. Goku stood up. Then we train until we can control it. The words were simple. As simple as eating or drinking. Raditz looked at him. You really think it's that easy to train for it? Goku smiled. We'll never know if we don't try. Raditz was left speechless. This guy could be infuriatingly dense sometimes, but other times his simplicity was unassailable. Bulma projected the new design onto the screen. Let's stop debating whether or not to transform. The most urgent thing now is how much lunar phase data that hidden chip synchronized. She enlarged the fragmented data the burned chip had spat out. It's only half a segment. No complete coordinates, no full lunar cycle. But it did record a specific time. Raditz felt a sinking sensation. When Bulma looked at the night sky outside the window, then at the calendar the computer had automatically calculated. Her face turned grim. 3 days from now. Krillin felt like he was developing an allergy to the phrase, 3 days from now. 3 days from now again. Bulma nodded. 3 days from now it's a full moon. Gohan's face instantly went pale. Goku held him tighter. Raditz's tail involuntarily tensed for a moment. 3 days from now the first version of the gravity chamber would be complete. 3 days from now the full moon. 3 days from now they wouldn't just be facing training issues. They would have to deal with 2 time bombs carrying Scion blood. One was Gohan. The other was Raditz himself. Bulma took a deep breath. Change of plans. She pointed at the screen. We'll build the gravity chamber as planned, but we'll also build the lunar wave shielding device. It must be completed before the full moon in 3 days. Raditz, you need to tell me everything you know about Blutz waves. Raditz nodded. Fine. Gohan can't see the moon. Goku said immediately, I'll watch over him. Don't be too confident. Raditz said. A child's emotions are even more unstable, especially since he just had an outburst. Goku's face was solemn. I know. Master Roshi stroked his beard. It seems no one will be getting any rest for these 3 days. Krillin sighed. I suddenly feel like fighting King Piccolo back in the day was easier. Piccolo's voice suddenly came from the doorway. That just means you were too weak back then. Everyone turned. Piccolo had returned. He stood at the entrance, his cape still carrying the chill of the night wind, his expression even darker than when he left. Goku was surprised. Piccolo, didn't you go to the lookout? Piccolo snorted. I did. Raditz looked at him. What did Kami say? Piccolo's gaze fell on the tail behind Raditz, then glanced at Gohan. That old man said there's a full moon in 3 days. The atmosphere grew heavier. He also said one more thing. Piccolo stepped into the lab, his eyes cold. If it can't be controlled, destroy the moon. Goku frowned. Raditz was silent too. Destroying the moon was indeed the fastest solution. But the problem was that Vegeta could create a false moon. Destroying the one in the sky would only solve the immediate risk, not the dead, and a year from now. Bulma suddenly slammed her hand on the table. No. Everyone looked at her. Her eyes were bright and stubborn. The moon didn't do anything wrong. Why does it always have to get blown up? Krillin muttered. Is that really the point here? Of course it is. Bulma shot him a glare, then turned to Raditz and Goku. Since the problem is losing control, then we solve the loss of control. Since the enemy can use the moon, then we learn how to use it first. Raditz looked at her and suddenly smiled. This woman was truly crazy, but her madness was incredibly useful. All right. He straightened his injured body, his tail swaying slowly behind him. 3 days from now, we don't destroy the moon. We tame it. The moment those words fell, the thick clouds outside the window were suddenly torn apart by the night wind. A sliver of cold moonlight spilled into the lab. The tail behind Gohan stiffened abruptly. The fragment of Raditz's scouter on the desk let out a piercing screech. Battle power rising. The moment the moonlight poured into the laboratory, Gohan's tail suddenly froze behind him. The fragments of the detector on the table emitted an ear-piercing beep. Combat power increasing. Bulma's expression changed, and she instinctively lunged toward the control panel. Close the windows. Lower the blackout shades. The Capsule Corporation's automatic system immediately activated heavy metal blackout. Shades dropped from all sides, with a clattering sound completely blocking out the moonlight outside. Gohan's small face turned pale as he shrank in Goku's embrace, his tail trembling uncontrollably. Goku held him tightly, his voice very gentle. Gohan, it's okay now. Gohan looked up, his eyes filled with fear. Dad, what just happened to me? Goku did not answer immediately. He didn't know how to explain. How could he tell a 4-year-old that a monster was hidden within him, one that could destroy a city at the sight of a full moon? Such words were hard for even Goku to utter. Raditz leaned against the wall nearby, his expression equally grim. He had felt it too in that moment. His tail felt hot blood racing, as if something deep within him had been violently yanked by the moonlight. If Bulma hadn't reacted quickly, if the moonlight hadn't shone in for just a brief moment, no one knew what would have happened. You saw it, didn't you? Raditz's voice was hoarse. This is the trouble of being a scion. Krillin swallowed. Trouble? Is this what you call trouble? It's like being tied to a bomb. Piccolo shot him a cold glance. That's why we need training. Bulma was quickly recording data at the control panel, her expression more serious than ever. Just a bit of moonlight and Gohan's combat power starts rising. Raditz, your body data is fluctuating too. Raditz grunted in acknowledgement. The full moon can't wait. I know. Bulma turned around, her eyes no longer filled with panic. The moonwave shielding device will be ready tonight. The gravity chamber needs to be modified as well. Before the full moon in 3 days, there must be at least one place that can contain you all. Krillin murmured, that sounds like trapping a monster. Do you have a more accurate description? Bulma looked at him. Krillin fell silent. Goku suddenly asked, Raditz, if we cut off the tail, would he not transform? Gohan's body trembled. Raditz saw this. He paused for a moment and shook his head. It's possible, but now is not the best approach. Goku frowned. Raditz looked at Gohan's slender tail, his tone growing heavier. The tail is both a weakness and a source of strength. Vegeta and Nappa would utilize the Great Ape transformation. Cutting off the tail now would only be avoidance. When they arrive, they would still force us into a dead end with an artificial moon. Piccolo sneered. Then we should learn to control it before it goes out of control. Easier said than done. Raditz shot him a glance. This power is inherently beast-like. If we can't control it, we could end up harming our own people. Bulma slammed her hand on the table. So from now on, listen to me. Everyone turned to her. Bulma directly projected a brand new plan onto the screen. The initial version of the gravity chamber will be divided into 2 pods. One for Raditz, one for Goku, and the others. Gohan will temporarily not enter high gravity, first conducting moonwave reaction tests. The moonwave shield will be completed within 3 days, and on the night of the full moon, everyone will enter the underground experimental area. Krillin looked at the dense arrangements and couldn't help but exclaim, Bulma, you really are planning for the apocalypse. Not much different, Bulma replied without looking up. Raditz, looking at the training plan on the screen, suddenly spoke up. Starting tomorrow, I'll enter 10 times gravity. Bulma immediately glared at him. You're not fully healed. Vegeta won't wait for me to heal. You've already said that today. Because it's the truth. Bulma was so angry she wanted to curse. Goku raised his hand from the side. I want to enter too. Krillin glanced at Goku, then at Raditz, gritting his teeth. Ill-trained too. Piccolo scoffed. Don't drag us down. Krillin's expression darkened. Can you not be so annoying from the get-go? Piccolo ignored him and turned to leave. Goku asked, Piccolo, where are you going? To train. Piccolo walked away without stopping. While you all argue here, I've already wasted enough time. Raditz watched Piccolo leave without stopping him. Very well. The fear had already been sown. Next, this group of people would push themselves to become stronger without him needing to urge them. Because they had truly understood that the enemy a year from now was not a crisis forecast, but a death notice. That night, no one at Capsule Corporation slept. Bulma and Dr. Brief worked overnight to modify the gravity chamber. Goku and Krillin were taken to the training ground by Master Roshi to refine their bodies and fundamentals. After coaxing Gohan to sleep, he quickly woke up again, sitting on the edge of the bed, holding his tail in a daze. Raditz stood outside the gravity chamber, looking at the silver-white pod door that had not yet been completely welded. He knew that chi was important. Goku's true strength did not just lie in his scion physique, but also in his mastery of chi through Earth's martial arts. Master Roshi, King Kai, and Bubbles could teach him control over chi. But there was no time now. 1 year. Only 1 year left. He didn't have the luxury to start learning chi perception slowly, or to cultivate his mind gradually. He could only use the simplest, most brutal, and most direct methods first. Gravity, combat, recovery, then combat again, to push this scion body to its limits. The next day, the gravity chamber officially started. Raditz was the first to enter. The moment the 10 times gravity pressed down, his wounds nearly tore open again. Bulma scolded him for being insane through the glass. Raditz did not respond. He just walked forward step by step. At first, he couldn't even throw a normal punch. 10 times gravity felt like countless hands pressing his bones down to the ground. Every time he lifted his leg, it felt like carrying a mountain. But he did not give up. Half an hour later, he collapsed. Bulma forcibly shut off the gravity, dragging him out to treat his wounds. 2 hours later, he went back in again. Goku watched this scene, his originally smiling face gradually becoming serious. He really is putting in the effort. Krillin's mouth twitched. That's not effort, that's recklessness. Master Roshi stroked his beard, his voice low. Because he knows that if he doesn't push himself, he will die. Goku fell silent for a moment. Then he walked towards another gravity chamber. 2 times. Bulma paused at the control panel. Are you sure? Goku smiled, sure. Soon Goku was also pressed into awkward movements under the weight. But he did not complain. He threw punches steady but slow. Krillin watched from outside for a while, gritted his teeth, and entered the training pod. 1.5 times. Isn't that too little? Bulma raised an eyebrow. Krillin forced a smile. Just stay alive, just stay alive. Time was thus forcefully pressed into training. 3 days later on the night of the full moon, the underground experimental area of Capsule Corporation was brightly lit. Gohan was placed in the Moonwave shielding pod, while Goku stood guard outside. Raditz was also in another isolation pod, his tail secured by a special device to prevent sudden loss of control. When the moon rose, both of their body data fluctuated simultaneously. Gohan cried. Raditz nearly broke through the securing device. Bulma was cursing while cranking the shielding power to the maximum. Piccolo stood at a distance, a ki blast already gathered in his palm. If things went out of control, he would not hesitate to strike. That night, they did not destroy the moon, nor did they allow anyone to transform into a great ape. But everyone understood one thing. The power of the Science is not just a gift. It is also a disaster. After the full moon, training accelerated drastically. Raditz entered the gravity chamber every day. 10 times, 12 times, 15 times. His combat power began to rise visibly, not through skill, nor through fine control of chi, but by crashing upward with the Scion's most brute physical talent. Fall, recover. Tear, then recover. Each time he recovered, he could feel his body getting a little stronger than before. Bulma made a special recovery pod for him. Though far inferior to Frieza's army's healing devices, it could still shorten the recovery time significantly. She recorded data while scolding him for being reckless. Raditz never argued, because he truly was being reckless. Goku was also growing stronger. He didn't have Raditz's combat experience from the battlefield, but he possessed a terrifying adaptability. 2 times quickly turned into 5 times, and 5 times into 8. When he first entered 10 times gravity, Raditz watched for a long time. Goku was drenched in sweat, but still smiling. This is the Science gravity. Raditz coldly replied, don't celebrate too early. 10 times is just the beginning. Goku wiped his sweat. Then let's continue. Raditz looked at him, suddenly realizing why Vegeta would see this brother as a thorn in his side. This kind of person is terrifying. He may not be the strongest by birth, but he can always catch up. Krillin's progress was not as exaggerated as theirs, but he was also trying hard. From 1.5 times to 2 times, then to 3 times. With each increase, he would lie in the training room for half a day, but the next day he would still get up. Master Roshi did not spend too long in high gravity. He spent more time outside guiding Goku and Krillin so they wouldn't just use brute force to crush themselves. Raditz had listened a few times, but he did not stop to learn. Not because he didn't want to, but because there was no time now. After solving the issues with Vegeta and Nappa before going to Namek, he needed to find Master Roshi, King Kai, and Bubbles to learn Chi control. But for now, he could only focus on increasing his combat power. Piccolo became more silent after returning from the temple. He did not join the daily training at Capsule Corporation, but often appeared suddenly to spar with Goku or Raditz. After each fight, he would turn around and leave. Not a word wasted. But his aura was growing stronger. Everyone could feel it. Days passed one by one. The gravity chamber at Capsule Corporation evolved from the initial version to the second, then to the third version. The Moonwave shielding device was shrunk into a portable device. Bulma began researching the language system of the Scion detector and casually turned Raditz's training data into a graph. One morning, she stared at the data for a long time. Raditz, what? Your current combat power is no longer 1500. Raditz had just come out of the 20 times gravity chamber, drenched in sweat and breathing heavily. He looked at the screen. The numbers were jumping, eventually settling on a brand new value. Combat power 3280. Krillin's eyes widened in disbelief. Did it double A? Goku also showed a surprised expression. Raditz stared at the number, but did not smile. 3280. It seemed to have risen quickly, but Nappa was 4000. Vegeta was 18,000. Not enough. Far from enough. Raditz picked up a towel and wiped the sweat from his face. Starting tomorrow, 25 times. Bulma had just planned to scold him when the alarm in the laboratory suddenly went off. It was not the gravity chamber alarm. It was the Starfield monitoring alarm. On the screen, a red dot lit up in the cosmic map. Bulma's expression changed drastically. There are high-speed flying objects approaching the outer solar system. Raditz looked up, his gaze instantly turning cold. How many? Bulma stared at the screen, her voice tense. 2 ships. 2. In Bulma's voice fell, and the laboratory fell instantly silent. In Raditz had just emerged from the 20-fold gravity chamber, sweat still glistened on his skin, and his muscles trembled faintly from prolonged high-pressure training. Yet at those 2 words his gaze turned icy. In 2 spacecraft. And that number was far too significant. In Vegeta, 1. Nappa, the other. And if it truly was them, Earth's death sentence had already arrived at its doorstep. In Krillin's face paled. But wasn't it supposed to be a year? How much time has really passed? And Goku's smile vanished as he strode quickly to the screen. In, have they already arrived? Bulma did not answer immediately. Her fingers flew across the keyboard, zooming in on the stellar surveillance map. And on screen, 2 crimson dots raced toward the outer edge of the solar system. Blazing fast, yet their flight trajectory seemed strangely irregular. Raditz stared at the 2 red dots for several seconds before his brows slowly knit together. And something's wrong. And Krillin blinked in surprise. And what's wrong? Their speed is off, and so is their course. And wiping sweat from his brow, Raditz stepped forward to the screen. And Vegeta's and Nappa's craft would never approach from this angle. If they followed the backup route, they'd plunge straight toward Earth, not circle the solar system's periphery. And Bulma instantly pulled up signal analysis. No life signatures, and the tension in the lab eased, just slightly. And Krillin patted his chest. And You nearly gave me a heart attack. I thought we were fighting right now. Bulma, however, remained tense. They're not life-bearing vessels, but neither are they ordinary asteroids. They're actively scanning. Raditz' expression darkened once more. Scouts, Goku asked, sent by Vegeta, not necessarily Vegeta, could be residual autonomous search probes from the mission system itself. Raditz watched the two red dots voice glacial. They're not here to fight. They're here to locate coordinates. Bulma understood instantly. If they scan Earth, it's tantamount to full exposure. Exactly. Krillin's relief evaporated as quickly as it had formed. Then what do we do? Shoot them down. Raditz didn't hesitate. Yes. Goku's eyes lit up. I'll go. No. Raditz and Bulma spoke almost in unison. Goku paused, startled. Bulma pointed at the screen. They're still at the solar system's edge. How long would it take you to reach them? By the time you arrive, they'll have finished scanning. Raditz's voice was cold. Use the weapon module salvaged from the Scion ship. Bulma turned to him. That module hasn't even been calibrated yet. Calibrated. Now. Easy for you to say. If they transmit Earth's coordinates, calibration won't matter anymore. Bulma clenched her jaw and dashed toward the control console. Deep within Capsule Corp's underground warehouse, a crude launch platform, cobbled together from the Scion ship's weapons system and Earth satellite tech, was forcibly activated. It had originally been built only to test alien energy sources. No one imagined it would see real combat so soon. 10 minutes later, two brilliant blue-white beams erupted skyward into the night. Everyone stood before the screen watching the beams pierce the atmosphere and streak into deep space. Krillin gripped his hands, sweat slicked and trembling. Will they hit? Bulma stared intently at the trajectory calculations. Shut up, don't distract me. On screen, the twin beams steadily closed in on the red dots. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Boom. The first red dot vanished. Instantly the second flared violently, struggling to break orbit. Goku clenched his fist. So close. Raditz narrowed his eyes. It's transmitting. Bulma slammed down another control lever. A third beam surged upward from the ground, this time with surgical precision. The red dot on screen dissolved completely. Silence seized the lab. Then Krillin leapt into the air. Hit. It actually hit. Bulma slumped back into her chair, exhaling deeply. Nearly burned through my entire power core. Raditz gazed at the now-calm stellar map, but felt no relief. Scouts had come. Which meant Vegeta's suspicion had never faded. Or perhaps that one-year countdown had always been a false comfort. The enemy could verify Earth's location at any moment, by other means entirely. He turned and walked toward the gravity chamber. Bulma blinked. What are you doing? Training. You're training right after taking down scouts. Raditz didn't look back. If they came once, they can come again. The chamber door sealed shut. Gravity levels began climbing anew. 25-fold. Goku watched Raditz inside the chamber, and suddenly smiled. I can't fall behind either. Krillin's mouth twitched. You two are utterly insane. Yet even as he said it, he turned and headed for his own training room. After the scout incident, everyone understood one truth. That year was not a period of waiting. It was a race against annihilation. From that day forward, training intensified relentlessly. Raditz all but locked himself inside the gravity chamber. 25-fold, 30-fold, 35-fold. He couldn't yet truly control ki, and lacked Goku's refined Earth martial artistry. All he could do was push his Scion physiology to its absolute limits. Every day Bulma saw him in the medical bay. Fractured bones, torn muscle, internal bleeding, or unconsciousness from sheer overexertion. She'd scolded, shouted, even revoked his access to the gravity chamber outright. Yet Raditz always found a way back in. In the end, Bulma installed stricter biometric monitoring, life signs tracked in real time. Raditz protested. Bulma cut him off with one line. You're welcome to die, but not inside my equipment. I consider it bad luck. Raditz stood silent for 3 seconds, then accepted. Goku trained with equal ferocity, starting at 10-fold gravity, gradually pushing to 15, then 20. Unlike Raditz under Master Roshi's guidance, he prioritized harmony between body and ki. Raditz could tell Goku's power didn't surge as brutally as his own, but his movements grew smoother, his bursts more controlled, his timing increasingly precise. That was the difference. Raditz stacked raw power. Goku was already transforming strength into true combat mastery. Sometimes Raditz resented it. But resentment changed nothing. He knew there was no time to learn ki from scratch. Ni's sole goal was to ensure his body wouldn't crumple beneath a single blow from Nappa. As for ki control, that gap would be filled after the Scion invasion and before departing for Namek, by seeking out Master Roshi Kami and Mr. Popo. Otherwise, facing Frieza would only mean a swifter, more brutal demise. Piccolo's progress was equally staggering. He rarely stayed at Capsule Corp, spending most of his time shuttling between the lookout and the wilderness. He'd appear periodically, not to spar with Goku, but to challenge Raditz. At first, Raditz easily suppressed him. Later, Piccolo forced Raditz to fight seriously. And finally, their battles left the barren wastelands outside Capsule Corp pockmarked and scarred. Bulma raged repeatedly. Can't you two fight somewhere else? My land isn't free. Piccolo scoffed coldly. He struck first, and Raditz smirked. You provoked him. and Goku laughed carefree and unburdened. Next time, count me in, and Bulma nearly hurled her wrench at him. And Gohan's training was unique. Goku refused to subject him to intense gravity too early, but Raditz knew exactly how terrifying the boy's latent power truly was. So Gohan followed a dual regimen in mornings, basic physical conditioning with Goku. In nights, emotional stability tests inside Bulma's lunar wave shielding chamber. At first Gohan trembled the moment simulated lunar waves activated, and then he sat still for minutes. And eventually he maintained lucidity, even as his tail twitched restlessly. Raditz rarely praised anyone. Yet after one session, watching Gohan drenched in sweat, he said only In didn't cry. That's something. Gohan's eyes lit up instantly. And Goku grinned broadly beside him. And Gohan, Raditz is praising you. And Gohan whispered really. Raditz turned and walked away. And no. Yet from that day onward Gohan trained with renewed unwavering focus. And Krillin didn't stop either. He lacked Saiyan physiology, and Piccolo's regenerative resilience. But he possessed the foundation of Earth martial arts. And under Master Roshi's tutelage his speed reflexes and ki bursts improved markedly. Though each time he saw Raditz and Goku's training metrics he'd slump into despair for hours, only to rise again and train harder. I get it now, Krillin gasped one day lying flat on the training ground. And I'll probably never catch up to you monsters. Goku chuckled. And Krillin, you're already incredibly strong. And Krillin waved a hand dismissively. And don't sugarcoat it. And Raditz passed by and remarked coolly in, you truly can't match Saiyan physiology. Krillin's face darkened. And can't you say one human thing? And Raditz paused. But combat isn't decided by physiology alone. Krillin froze, stunned. He hadn't expected such words from Raditz. And Raditz didn't glance at him. You're sharper than countless galactic foot soldiers, and better at wielding ki than most. Krillin's lips twitched. I'll take that as praise. Time rushed forward. 3 months later Raditz battle power surpassed 5,000. In that day for the first time in base form he exceeded Nappa's baseline reading. Krillin celebrated as if he'd broken through. Bulma merely logged the data, then calmly reminded him don't forget, Vegeta's at 18,000. Raditz didn't smile. Of course he hadn't forgotten. 6 months later Goku fully adapted to 20-fold gravity. Raditz began attempting 50-fold short-duration sessions. That time he lasted only 3 minutes before collapsing unconscious. Bulma forbade him from touching the control console for 3 days. Nee's first words upon waking next time, I'll hold out 5 minutes. Bulma threw his medical file straight at his face. 9 months later the second-generation lunar wave device was completed. For the first time Raditz remained lucid for 30 seconds under low-intensity lunar wave stimulation. Gohan too learned to suppress his tail's instinctive reaction inside the shielded chamber. This didn't mean they could control the Great Simon transformation, yet at least they were no longer walking time bombs utterly unprepared. 11 months later Capsule Corp's stellar surveillance detected distant trajectories, again. This time no probes. Into genuine solo spacecraft. When Bulma projected the path onto the main screen silence fell over everyone. The course held firm, unwavering. Its target Earth. Raditz stood motionless before the screen watching the 2 crimson dots, so unervingly calm that even Bulma felt unsettled. Aren't you nervous? Raditz kept his eyes on the dots. Nervousness changes nothing. Then what does winning? Bulma paused, then handed him the latest battle power assessment report. Raditz took it. The page listed several figures Nee's own, 9200. Goku's, 8400. Piccolo's, 7300. Krillin, vastly outmatched, had nonetheless grown stronger than ever before. These numbers weren't final answers, nor did battle power define everything. But at least, they were no longer helpless souls gazing skyward awaiting certain death. Raditz closed the report. Still not enough. Goku emerged from the training chamber, steam rising from his skin. Then we train harder. Raditz glanced at him. We have only days left. Goku smiled. Even days can forge strength. That was pure Goku. Utterly brilliantly mad. Those final days, everyone pushed past exhaustion, past pain, past reason. Raditz cranked the gravity chamber to 60-fold, brief, brutal assaults on his physical limits. Goku entered alongside him, relying on his astonishing adaptability to keep pace. Piccolo returned from the lookout with a deeper, more grounded aura. Krillin focused entirely on speed and explosive output. Bulma no longer tried to stop them. She simply stood vigil at the control console, ready to intervene at a moment's notice. The year reached its end. Nat Dawn Capsule Corp's alarm pierced the sky, and everyone looked up. On screen 2 spherical spacecraft tore through the atmosphere, trailing fire, as they plummeted toward Earth. Bulma's face paled, but she didn't retreat. Goku tightened his fists, eyes blazing with battle lust. Piccolo's cape billowed as he gazed coldly into the distance. Krillin swallowed hard, yet stepped firmly beside Goku. Raditz lifted his gaze watching the twin fireballs draw nearer, and slowly, deliberately curved his lips upward. Vegeta. Nappa. The year is over. This time, Earth is no longer yours to trample. 2 spherical spacecraft trailing flames plummeted fiercely from the sky. Boom. Boom. 2 thunderous roars erupted almost simultaneously. The wasteland was gouged with two massive craters, dust clouds billowing upward like mushroom clouds, the ground trembling so violently that distant rocks cascaded down the slopes. Raditz stood on a distant hillside, his cloak whipped by the gale. He said nothing. He merely fixed his gaze on the two plumes of dust. 1 year. A full year. From a doomed cannon fodder whose shoulder had been grazed by the special beam cannon, he had trained relentlessly to reach this point. A battle power of 9,200. For the man he once was, this was a height he dared not even dream of. Yet facing those two, it was still far from a guaranteed victory. Especially Vegeta. 18,000. Even though Goku and Piccolo had all grown tremendously over the year, the name Vegeta still loomed like a mountain pressing down on everyone's hearts. Goku stood beside Raditz, his orange martial arts uniform rustling in the wind. His eyes were bright. Not with fear. It was excitement. They're here. Yeah, Raditz responded. Krillin, standing behind, swallowed hard. Hey, is there still a chance to talk this out? Piccolo sneered. You can go try? Krillin's mouth twitched. Forget it, pretend I didn't say anything. Gohan was left behind in the safe zone at Capsule Corporation. Bulma had initially insisted everyone wear communicators, but Raditz only said Vegeta can intercept signals, and she immediately modified them into short-range encrypted mode. Now Bulma's voice came through the earpiece. Both life signs are out, the scouter has locked on. The tall, bald one around 4,000. The other short one. She paused. The reading's too high, the old scouter's shaking a bit. Krillin's face darkened. Bulma, can you not sound so terrifying at a time like this? Bulma ignored him. Raditz stared into the dust, his voice low. Everyone remember, don't let them know your real strength yet. Goku glanced at him. You still want to trick them? Not trick. A cold smirk curled on Raditz's lips. It's to make them underestimate us first. The dust slowly cleared. Two figures finally emerged. One was tall and burly, bald with a thick mustache, his muscles straining against his battle suit, as if it might burst. Nappa. The other was short in stature, but his aura was as sharp as a blade. Spiky black hair, a blue tight-fitting battle suit, white armor, and a face etched with innate arrogance and coldness. Vegeta. The Scion Prince. He walked out from beside the spacecraft, his gaze sweeping across the wasteland before settling on Raditz. In that instant, the air seemed to freeze. Vegeta narrowed his eyes. Raditz. His voice was not loud, yet it carried a suffocating pressure that made one instinctively tense up. Nappa, upon seeing Raditz, burst into a wide grin. Huh. So this trash didn't die after all. Raditz did not take the bait. If it were a year ago, hearing Nappa say that might have made him feel bitter. Now, he just found it noisy. Nappa laughed as he stepped forward, his gaze falling on Goku. So this is Kakarot. Vegeta also looked at Goku. His eyes lingered on Goku for a moment before a flicker of disdain crossed his face. Just as expected with that earthling fool look. Goku scratched his head. So you're Vegeta? Watch your tone, Kakarot. Vegeta said coldly, you're speaking to the Scion Prince. Goku thought about it seriously. But I don't know any Scion Prince. Krillin barely stifled a laugh. Raditz's eyelid twitched slightly. Coming from Goku, those words held no mockery, yet they stung more than any insult. Vegeta's gaze indeed turned icy. Nappa, however, roared with laughter. Vegeta, this guy really has become an earthling fool. Vegeta ignored Nappa. He looked back at Raditz. Explain. Just 2 words. That commanding, condescending tone instantly stirred up the memories of the original body within Raditz. The old Raditz would have bowed his head under that gaze. He would have felt instinctive fear, immediately made excuses, and dreaded Vegeta's wrath. But now he simply lifted his head and looked at Vegeta. Explain what? The smile on Nappa's face froze. Vegeta's stare turned sharply cold. What did you say? Krillin felt his scalp tingle. Here it comes. This guy's at it again. Raditz took a step forward. I said, what do you want me to explain? Why I didn't bring Kakarot back? Or why I didn't die? Or perhaps why Earth wasn't purged the way you expected? Nappa's expression gradually twisted into a snarl. Raditz, you've grown some nerve. But Vegeta did not strike immediately. He stared at Raditz, then suddenly let out a cold laugh. It seems you've had a good year on Earth. Not bad. Raditz said flatly, at least no one keeps calling me trash. Nappa was utterly enraged. You're asking for death. He stomped the ground, shattering it, and his massive body shot toward Raditz like a cannonball. He was fast. At least far more imposing than the Nappa in Raditz's memory from a year ago. But for the current Raditz, it was no longer beyond his ability to react. Raditz stood his ground. Nappa threw a punch, the wind pressure exploding the air. Just as the fist was about to land, Raditz raised his hand. Bang! Fist met palm. Shockwaves erupted, and the ground beneath them instantly cracked. Krillin was forced back half a step, his face changing color. Goku's eyes lit up. Piccolo crossed his arms, his gaze sharp. The dust cleared. Raditz was still standing there. Nappa's fist had been blocked with one hand. Nappa's expression shifted from rage to shock. You. Raditz lifted his eyes, his voice icy. It's been a year, Nappa. And you still have this little strength. The next second, he raised his leg. A knee strike slammed hard into Nappa's abdomen. Bang! Nappa's eyes bulged and his massive body was sent flying backward, crashing through a giant boulder before coming to a halt. The wasteland fell silent in an instant. Krillin's eyes went wide. He sent him flying. Goku smiled. Raditz has gotten a lot stronger. Piccolo snorted. At least the training wasn't for nothing. Vegeta's expression finally shifted. It wasn't panic. It was surprise. Genuine surprise. Battle power over 9,000. Vegeta's scouter emitted a faint beep. Raditz, you've actually given me a bit of a surprise. Nappa crawled out of the pile of rubble, clutching his stomach, his fury completely overshadowing his shock. You bastard. Raditz. You dare hit me. Weren't you trying to kill me a moment ago? Raditz rolled his wrist. What, only you get to throw punches? Nappa roared, his aura exploding outward. Vegeta did not stop him. He just stood there watching coldly. Clearly he too wanted to see just how strong Raditz had become. Nappa charged again. This time he didn't hold back. Fists, knees, elbows, energy blasts, all aimed at Raditz's vital points. The wasteland was instantly torn apart, sending debris flying. Raditz didn't dodge far. He took it heat in. This year he hadn't trained in flashy techniques. It was the most brutal physical conditioning, explosive power under high gravity and reflexes forged through countless beatings from Piccolo and Goku. Nappa was immensely strong, but his fighting style was too straightforward, too crude. If it were a year ago, Raditz would have been overwhelmed by this brute force. Now he could see it. Bang! Nappa's punch missed and Raditz sidestepped, driving his elbow into Nappa's ribs. Nappa roared and swung his arm down. Raditz used his tail to flip himself, landing a kick on Nappa's chin. Nappa staggered back. Raditz didn't pursue, only staring at him coldly. You're even slower than I imagined. Nappa's forehead bulged with veins. Raditz. He raised both hands, energy blasts gathering in his palms. Raditz's eyes darkened. Damn, he's going to start blasting wildly. Krillin's face turned pale. Nappa wouldn't care if anyone was nearby. Just as Nappa was about to unleash his energy blast, Goku's figure flickered, appearing right beside Nappa. Hey big guy, you're not just fighting him alone. Nappa was startled. Goku's fist slammed into his face. Bang! Nappa was sent flying once more. This time he tumbled across the ground for over a dozen meters before stopping in a pathetic heap. Vegeta's expression finally turned completely icy. On the scouter, Goku's battle power fluctuated. Over 8,000. Closing in on 9,000. Kakarot. Vegeta's voice carried a genuine chill for the first time. You've gotten stronger too. Goku shook his hand. Everyone's worked hard this year. Hard work. Vegeta looked as if he'd heard a joke. And a low-class warrior's hard work is worthy of standing before me. Raditz looked at Vegeta and suddenly smiled. Vegeta, do you still think that birth rank determines everything? Vegeta's face instantly darkened. This was his sore spot. The pride of the Scion Prince would not tolerate a challenge from a low-class warrior. Raditz. Vegeta slowly raised his hand and removed his scouter. It seems Earth has made you forget what it means to fear death. He crushed the scouter in his hand. Crack. The fragments fell through his fingers. A terrifying aura began to rise from Vegeta. The ground started to tremble. Pebbles floated into the air. Krillin's face went pale. So this is 18,000. Piccolo narrowed his eyes, his cloak wildly flapping in the energy waves. Goku's smile faded. Raditz did not retreat. He stared at Vegeta, his heartbeat quickening. Fear. Yes. But more than that, it was a year's worth of pent-up fighting spirit. He had been waiting for this day for far too long. Vegeta raised his hand, his fingertip aimed at Raditz. Let me see what this trash has learned in a year. A blinding energy beam shot forth instantly. Raditz's pupils contracted. Scatter. Boom. The beam grazed past him, blasting a distant mountain peak into a cloud of rubble. Amid the smoke, Vegeta's figure vanished. The next instant, he appeared before Raditz. His fist was already slamming into Raditz's chest. Too fast. Raditz could only cross his arms. Bang. He was sent flying backward like a cannonball, crashing violently into a rock wall. The rock wall exploded. Debris tumbled down. Goku's face changed. Raditz. Vegeta hovered in midair, coldly looking down at the dust cloud. With a battle power of 9,000, you thought you could provoke a prince. Within the dust, the rubble suddenly stirred. Raditz stood up, covered in dirt, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his arms numb, his chest feeling as if it had been caved in by a giant hammer. But he was still standing. He looked up at Vegeta, a grin spreading across his face. That's it. Vegeta's eyes turned cold. Raditz wiped the blood from his mouth, his voice not loud, but clear enough for everyone to hear. Lighter than I expected. Much lighter than I imagined. The moment Raditz uttered these words, the air in the wasteland seemed to freeze for an instant. Krillin's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. He desperately wanted to remind Raditz, brother, blood is still trickling from the corner of your mouth. You were the one punched into the mountain, not the one who punched someone into it. But he dared not speak, because Vegeta's expression had already turned utterly grim. What could a Scion Prince tolerate least? Not a powerful enemy, not a difficult battle, but a low-class warrior he had never deemed worthy standing before him and speaking in such a tone. Lighter. How dare Raditz call his fist light? Vegeta hovered in midair, his gaze growing icily cold. Raditz, you've become quite adept at seeking death. Raditz emerged from the shattered rock wall, his chest still aching, his arms numb and barely liftable. That punch just now had nearly overwhelmed him. Vegeta's battle power was no bluff. A base value of 18,000 combined with years of combat experience put him a cut above both Raditz and Goku. But the problem was he couldn't back down. Even knowing he was inferior to Vegeta, he couldn't afford to kneel in spirit first, because he understood Vegeta's kind all too well. The more you fear, the more he tramples you. The more you bow your head, the more he believes you deserve to be his dog. That was how the old Raditz had lived. Now he refused to live that way any longer. Raditz spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva and looked up at Vegeta. What's the matter? Does it sting that a worthless warrior caught your fist? Vegeta's gaze turned utterly frigid. The next second his figure vanished. Raditz. Goku shouted in a low voice, his body charging forward almost simultaneously. Boom. Vegeta's knee strike was intercepted by Goku's fist. The two forces collided midair, sending explosive shockwaves that scattered rubble in all directions. Goku's feet carved two deep furrows across the ground as his arms trembled slightly, yet he stubbornly held the blow. Vegeta narrowed his eyes. Kakarot, you want to interfere too? Goku looked up, his expression earnest. Didn't you say you were going to destroy Earth? Vegeta sneered. So I won't let you run wild. The moment Goku finished speaking, Raditz attacked from the side. Without a word, he threw a heavy punch aimed at Vegeta's flank. Vegeta sidestepped, sweeping his leg around. Raditz blocked with both arms, staggering back half a step. Goku seized the moment, closing in to unleash 3 consecutive punches. Vegeta snorted coldly, his hands moving so fast they became mere blurs, deflecting every one of Goku's strikes. Bang, 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 bang. The 3 instantly became entangled in a fierce brawl. The air exploded repeatedly. Cracks spiderwebbed across the ground. Krillin stood in the distance, his eyes struggling to keep up. Thighs is too fast. Master Roshi's face was grim. Their battle has surpassed the level of ordinary martial artists. Piccolo stood on the other side, his gaze locked onto Vegeta. He didn't strike immediately. Not because he didn't want to, but because he was waiting for an opening. Vegeta was too powerful. Rushing in recklessly would only disrupt Goku and Raditz's rhythm. Nappa climbed to his feet in the distance, clutching his jaw, his face twisted with rage. He had intended to charge in, but seeing Vegeta caught in a pincer by Goku and Raditz, he hesitated. It wasn't that he was afraid to fight. But Vegeta was clearly already enraged. Interfering recklessly at a time like this might earn him a scolding first. Yet standing by and watching Raditz and Kakarot gang up on the prince made his blood boil with frustration. Bastards. Nappa ground his teeth. 2 low-class warriors daring to lay hands on Vegeta. At the center of the battlefield, Vegeta's expression grew darker by the second. Raditz and Kakarot's coordination was far from perfect. It could even be called crude. But the trouble was that the two had completely different fighting styles. Kakarot moved with agility, his judgment sharp, always finding gaps at the most dangerous moments. Raditz, on the other hand, was more ruthless. He didn't seek elegance or perfect defense. Often he would rather take half a blow to land a close-range counter. This style was ugly but annoying. Especially Raditz's tail. Vegeta had never imagined that one day he would find Raditz's tail troublesome. Bang! Vegeta punched Goku away, then spun and kicked Raditz in the shoulder. Raditz grunted, his body sent flying sideways. But in the next instant his tail coiled around Vegeta's ankle, yanking him off balance mid-flight. Goku seized the opportunity, pressing his hands together at his waist. Kami-ha! A blue light coalesced instantly. Vegeta's eyes darkened. Such a sluggish move, and you think it can hit me? He unleashed a burst of energy from his hand, shaking off Raditz's tail. But just as he prepared to dodge, a green figure shot in from the side. Piccolo. Light grenade. A golden energy wave blasted forth, sealing off Vegeta's escape route. Vegeta's expression shifted. At that moment, Goku's voice thundered. Came, haim, ha, boom. The blue beam blasted forward, Heaton. Piccolo's light grenade pressed in from the side. Raditz steadied himself, gathering energy spheres in both hands and hurling them at Vegeta's back. A 3-pronged assault. Vegeta's eyes finally revealed genuine fury. You low-class scum. He spread his arms, unleashing a terrifying surge of energy from his body. Explosive waved. Boom. A white shockwave erupted from Vegeta as the epicenter. Goku's Kamehameha was deflected, Piccolo's light grenade was torn apart, and Raditz's energy spheres exploded midair. All 3 were sent flying. Krillin was tossed several rolls by the residual blast, and Master Roshi grabbed his collar just in time to keep him from flying off. In the center of the wasteland, a massive circular crater appeared before them. Vegeta stood at the bottom, his battle armor scorched, in a few spots a thin scratch on his temple. Just a scratch. But for Vegeta, it was an utter disgrace. He raised a hand to touch his temple, staring at the trace of blood on his fingertips, his expression dark as a storm. Very well. He slowly lifted his head. You've truly angered me now. Raditz picked himself up from the ground, his chest heaving violently. That last blast had nearly shifted his internal organs. Goku also stood, wiping blood from his mouth, but his eyes burned even brighter. Piccolo's cape was torn at one corner, his expression grim, yet he refused to retreat. Vegeta's aura began to climb further. The ground trembled more violently. Rocks crumbled from distant cliffs. Krillin's face turned pale. He's still not serious? Raditz clenched his teeth. The most troublesome thing about Vegeta isn't his battle power. Goku looked at him. Raditz stared at Vegeta. It's that when his pride is wounded, he throws all caution to the wind. Sure enough, Vegeta slowly raised his hand palm, aimed at the sky. Terrifying energy began to gather. Raditz's face changed instantly. Scatter. He's going to blast the earth. Goku's expression shifted. Piccolo also looked up immediately. Vegeta sneered at them. Since you're so eager to protect this planet, let me see how you plan to do it. The energy sphere in his palms swelled rapidly, its radiance blinding like a miniature sun. Garlic cannon. Raditz's pupils contracted sharply. This madman had lost his mind even faster than he had anticipated. They weren't even at their wits' end yet, and Vegeta had already resorted to a planet-destroying attack to threaten Earth. Goku immediately assumed the Kamehameha stance. Piccolo began gathering energy too. But Raditz knew this wasn't enough. If Vegeta's strike truly hit the Earth, even if they combined their strength to block it, they would be pushed to their limits. And Nappa was still on the sidelines. Once they poured all their power into defense, Nappa would have a chance to ambush them. Nappa had to be dealt with first. Raditz abruptly turned and looked at Krillin. Krillin shuddered under his gaze. Why are you looking at me? Nappa. Krillin froze. What? Raditz's voice was rapid. Goku and Piccolo will hold off Vegeta. They'll keep Nappa busy. Find an opening and hit him with your strongest technique. Krillin's face went pale. Me? Cut down Nappa. Isn't that what you've been training for this past year? Burst speed, oi. But that's Nappa. So you need to be even faster. Raditz grabbed Krillin by the shoulder, his eyes fierce and intimidating. Listen, Krillin. You can't beat Nappa, but that doesn't mean you can't hurt him. Krillin was stunned. Raditz continued, he's arrogant, slow to react, and looks down on Earthlings most of all. You'll only get one chance. Krillin gritted his teeth. He was afraid. Of course he was afraid. Nappa's battle power of 4,000 could kill him with a single casual blow. But watching the destructive energy coalescing in Vegeta's hands in the sky, seeing Goku and Piccolo bracing for impact, he suddenly realized he had no right to cower. This past year he hadn't trained just for show. I understand. Krillin took a deep breath, his gaze gradually hardening with resolve. Raditz released him and charged toward Nappa. Nappa was laughing as he watched Vegeta's energy sphere. Huh, that's it, Vegeta. Blow this planet to pieces. Raditz's figure appeared before him in a flash. You're laughing too soon. Nappa paused, then grinned savagely. Raditz, you still dare to come? Why wouldn't I? Raditz threw a punch. Nappa roared and met it heat. Boom. The two collided once more. Meanwhile, in the sky, Vegeta's garlic cannon had fully taken shape. Goku gathered light in his hands and roared. Kamehameha. Piccolo poured all his energy into his palms. Special beam cannon. A blue beam and a spiraling beam shot simultaneously toward the sky. Vegeta sneered as he hurled the garlic cannon downward. Disappear. The three forces collided heated in midair. The entire wasteland was instantly engulfed in blinding light. In the searing white glare, Krillin fixed his gaze on Nappa's back. Nappa's attention was indeed drawn to the energy clash in the sky for a brief moment. Now, Krillin raised his hands, a spinning energy disc forming in his palms. Over the past year, he had poured all his burst power into this one technique. Not to win, only to draw blood in a single strike. Destructo disc. A golden disc sliced through the air, flying silently toward the back of Nappa's neck. Nappa suddenly sensed something and whipped around. What's that? Raditz's eyes turned ruthless. Enduring a punch to his chest from Nappa, he locked his arms around Nappa's. Krillin. The Destructo disc howled as it arrived. Nappa's pupils contracted. The golden disc tore through the air, its piercing screech hurtling straight for Nappa's nape. Nappa's pupils contracted sharply. He finally sensed the danger. This was no ordinary ki blast. Not the kind that could be blocked by sheer brute force. It was thin yet terrifyingly sharp. It was like a flying blade. And that blade was already behind him. You bastard. Nappa roared, his muscles bulging as he struggled to break free from Raditz's grapple. But Raditz had already given everything. Nappa's fist had slammed into his chest moments ago, his ribs aching as if cracked, his throat filled with the taste of blood. Yet he didn't let go. He held Nappa's arms in a death grip, his tail coiled around Nappa's waist, anchoring him in place like an iron chain. Raditz. Nappa bellowed. You traitor. Raditz gritted his teeth, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, but he smiled. Traitor. When did you ever treat me as one of your own, eh? Nappa's expression shifted. The next instant, the Destructo disc arrived. Shine. Blood sprayed. Nappa forced his head aside at the last moment, dodging the fatal strike to his nape. But his left shoulder couldn't escape. The golden disc sliced diagonally through his shoulder, carving through the battle suit, tearing flesh, and leaving a wound deep enough to see bone. Arg! Nappa howled in pain. Blood splattered across the wasteland. Krillin stood in the distance, his chest heaving, hands still poised from launching the Destructo disc. He was stunned himself. He had hit. He had actually hit. He had wounded Nappa. That scion with a battle power of 4,000 who had been crushing them like a monster moments ago had his shoulders sliced open by an earthling. Krillin's heart pounded. Over the past year he had been knocked down countless times. Crushed by the gravity chamber, outshone by Goku, taunted by Raditz, and given cold stares by Piccolo. He knew he could never catch up to these monsters. But in this moment, he suddenly understood that not catching up didn't mean he was useless. Seize the opportunity, and even an earthling could make a monster bleed. Krillin. Goku saw this amid the energy clash in the sky, his eyes lighting up. Nice one. Piccolo glanced over and snorted. At least the training wasn't wasted. Krillin's lips began to curl upward, but Nappa was already in a blind rage. Earthling. He erupted with a burst of ki, forcibly shaking off Raditz. Raditz was sent flying backward, tumbling across the ground before stopping. Nappa clutched his shoulder, blood seeping through his fingers. His face twisted with rage. Not from the pain. At least not just the pain. It was humiliation. He had been wounded by an earthling. By a bald-headed weakling with a battle power far below his own, using a treacherous blade of ki. This was harder to bear than taking a punch from Raditz. He'll kill you. Nappa roared, charging at Krillin. Krillin's face paled. That last attack had drained much of his ki and his legs felt weak. Seeing Nappa charging like a beast, his body instinctively wanted to dodge. But the speed gap was too vast. Nappa was upon him in an instant. Die. A massive fist hurtled down toward Krillin. Krillin's pupils shrank. Just as the fist was about to land, a green figure cut in from the side. Bang. Piccolo kicked Nappa in the side, forcing the fist off course. The punch grazed past Krillin's head and slammed into the ground, blasting a deep crater. Krillin broke out in a cold sweat. Piccolo. Piccolo landed before him saying coldly, "Don't just stand there waiting to die." Krillin gritted his teeth. "I know." Nappa turned to Piccolo, blood still dripping from his shoulder wound, his face brimming with brutality. "You lowlifes all deserve to die." Piccolo sneered. "Then come and try." Nappa roared and charged at Piccolo. Krillin forced himself to gather his ki again. Raditz climbed out of the rubble, his chest burning with pain. He glanced at the blood on Nappa's shoulder, and a faint smile tugged at his lips. It worked. Nappa was wounded. Not a fatal blow, but the Destructo Disc had broken through his defenses. A breach leads to rage. Rage leads to poor judgment. A brute like Nappa, once consumed by fury, was no longer a calm warrior, but a bloodthirsty beast. A beast is strong, but a beast shows openings. "Krillin!" Raditz called out from afar. Krillin, dodging Nappa's shockwaves, turned his head at the sound. "What? Don't rush the second shot," Raditz shouted as he charged toward them. "He's on guard for your Destructo Disc now? Wait for me to open him up." Krillin hesitated, then understood. Nappa was afraid. He roared about killing Krillin, but every time Krillin's ki began to stir, Nappa's eyes would instinctively flick over. That one strike had truly frightened Nappa. A scion afraid of being cut open could no longer charge recklessly as before. "All right." Krillin gritted his teeth in agreement. Elsewhere, the energy clash in the sky reached its limit. Vegeta's garlic cannon pushed Goku and Piccolo back relentlessly. The blue Kamehameha and the spiraling special beam cannon were forced downward, the ground below scorched red by the terrifying energy residue. Goku dug his feet into the rock, veins bulging in his arms. "Damn, he's too strong." Piccolo's face darkened. "Save the chatter. If we retreat any further, there'll be no ground left." Vegeta hovered in the air, a vicious grin on his face. "Low-class warriors are low-class warriors. You think teaming up can stop me, eh? Dream on." He pushed harder, the garlic cannon's brilliance surging. Goku and Piccolo grunted in unison, the ground beneath them cracking apart. Raditz saw this, and his expression hardened. They couldn't drag this out. Vegeta was too powerful, Goku and Piccolo couldn't hold for long. They had to take down Nappa quickly. Otherwise, once Vegeta freed himself, they would all be crushed. Raditz charged into the fray between Nappa and Piccolo. Nappa was occupied by Piccolo, and his shoulder wound hampered his movements, making him a fraction slower. Raditz gave him no time to adjust, closing in for close combat. Bang! Raditz punched Nappa's injured shoulder. Nappa howled in pain, swinging an elbow back. Raditz took half the blow, but wrapped his tail around Nappa's calf. Piccolo seized the moment, driving a knee into Nappa's abdomen. Nappa doubled over for an instant. Krillin's eyes lit up. Opportunity. He raised his hands, and the golden blade of ki formed again. Nappa sensed it, his face changing as he instinctively stepped back. Raditz's eyes turned cold. "Scared now?" Nappa flushed with fury. "Me scared of you? Then why are you backing off?" Piccolo added coldly. The words cut deep into Nappa's pride. Nappa lost all control. "They'll kill you all." He spread his arms, his ki surging wildly, preparing an indiscriminate explosion. Raditz's pupils narrowed. "Fall back." But this time it wasn't Vegeta's blast wave. It was Nappa's own wide area ki eruption. Boom. A violent shockwave swept in all directions. Raditz and Piccolo were sent flying. Krillin was also knocked over by the blast, the Destructo Disc he had just formed nearly dissipating. Nappa stood at the center, panting heavily, blood dripping from his shoulder. His eyes were completely bloodshot. "You think this is enough to beat me, eh? Raditz, you waste. Did you really think these earthling scum could stand against Vegeta? Raditz rose from the ground, wiping the blood from his lips. "At least you're the one bleeding now." Nappa froze, then charged in a blind rage. And this time Raditz didn't dodge. He met Nappa head-on. They collided. Nappa still had the upper hand in strength, his punch caving in Raditz's chest and sending him stumbling back several meters. But as he was struck, Raditz seized Nappa's wounded arm with both hands. Piccolo arrived almost simultaneously. His hand struck like a blade, slashing at Nappa's knee joint. Nappa tried to dodge, but Raditz's grip on his arm slowed him by a fraction. Crack! A dull sound came from the knee. Nappa's body sagged. "Krillin!" Raditz roared. Krillin was ready. This time he didn't shout the technique's name. He gave Nappa no time to react. The golden Destructo Disc flew low along the ground, spinning toward Nappa's other leg. Nappa's face twisted. No. He tried to leap up, but his knee was injured by Piccolo and his arm was locked by Raditz. He couldn't dodge. Shine. Blood sprayed again. The Destructo Disc grazed Nappa's calf, not severing it, but tearing open a wide gash of flesh. Nappa screamed, finally losing his balance and dropping to one knee. Across the wasteland, everyone saw it. Nappa was kneeling. That arrogant scion who had endlessly called them lowlifes knelt before the Earth's warriors. Raditz panted heavily, looking down at Nappa. "See now? This is the Earthling you look down on." Nappa looked up, his face twisted. "Raditz, he'll kill you. You won't get the chance." Raditz raised his fist, channeling all his power into his arm. Piccolo also gathered a ki blast. Krillin raised his hands again, ready for the final blow. But at that moment, a terrifying pressure descended from the sky. "Enough." Vegeta's voice was as cold as a blade. The next second, the garlic cannon in the sky shifted, no longer clashing with Goku and Piccolo, but detonated high in the air by Vegeta's will. Boom. The colossal explosion sent a white shockwave billowing outward. Goku and Piccolo were blasted backward to the ground. Vegeta descended slowly through the smoke, his smile gone. His gaze fell on Nappa, who was on his knees. Nappa's face went pale. Vegeta. Vegeta looked at him, his eyes devoid of sympathy, only bone-chilling indifference. Pathetic. Nappa trembled. Raditz's expression changed instantly. He knew that look all too well. It was the same look Vegeta had given him when he had lost his combat effectiveness. Raditz stepped forward abruptly. Vegeta. Vegeta raised his hand palm aimed at Nappa. Nappa's pupils shrank. Wait. Vegeta, I can still fight. I just got careless. Vegeta's voice was icy. Scions have no use for dead weight. Light gathered in his palm. Raditz gritted his teeth and lunged. Goku. Stop him. Goku had just landed and hadn't steadied himself, but at Raditz's shout his body moved instinctively. A cruel grin curled at the corner of Vegeta's mouth. You want to save him? Then die together. The energy sphere erupted. Its target was not just Nappa. It was Nappa, Raditz, and Goku charging in. The energy sphere in Vegeta's palm exploded with a thunderous roar. The blinding white light instantly engulfed the wasteland. Nappa's pupils shrank to the size of pinheads. He looked at the energy coming towards him, his face showing fear for the first time, not anger nor defiance, but pure terror. He knew Vegeta was ruthless. He also knew that Vegeta would never show mercy to the weak. But when that murderous intent truly fell upon him, Nappa finally understood that he was merely a disposable object in Vegeta's eyes. Vegeta, Nappa roared. But Vegeta's gaze showed no sign of emotion, as if he were discarding a useless stone. Raditz gritted his teeth and charged forward. This scene was all too familiar to him, etched into his memory. In the original Fate, Nappa had died like this. After being defeated by Goku, he was personally erased by Vegeta. And now this scene had returned. But this time Nappa was not waiting to die after being crippled by Goku. He was sentenced to death by Vegeta after being forced to kneel by their combined assault. A voice inside Raditz shouted. He couldn't let him die. Not because Nappa was a good person. Nappa was cruel, rude, and arrogant, killing without a blink. But he was a scion. A living scion. In this universe, pure-blooded scions were already pitifully few. Goku, Vegeta, Raditz, and Nappa. Including Broly, who was far away on Planet Vegeta, that was another matter. Every time one died, it was one less. And if Nappa died at Vegeta's hands today, many things would never return to how they were. The scions were still the same ruthless, survival-off-defeatist kind. Raditz did not want to walk that path again. He rushed in front of Nappa, crossing his arms to block the energy sphere. Boom. A terrifying impact struck him. Raditz's feet sank into the ground, as if his chest had been directly hit by a meteor. Blood surged up his throat. But he did not retreat. Almost simultaneously, Goku charged in from the side. Kamehameha. The blue energy wave was unleashed, forcibly countering Vegeta's energy. Piccolo gritted his teeth and raised his hand. Special beam cannon. The green and golden energies intertwined, their combined power forcibly held Vegeta's energy in midair. The airwaves roiled. The ground of the wasteland collapsed layer by layer. Krillin was nearly blown off his feet, yet he grit his teeth and raised his hands ready to launch a Kamehameha at any moment. Nappa knelt on the ground, staring blankly at Raditz, blocking him. His face was covered in blood, wounds on his shoulders and calves still bleeding, and his knees ached so much he could barely stand. But more confusing than his injuries was Raditz's back. Raditz was saving him. The waste he had mocked for many years, the traitor he had just tried to kill, was now standing in front of him, taking the hits from Vegeta's attack. Raditz. Nappa's voice lost its anger for the first time. Raditz did not turn around. Shut up. He gritted his teeth, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. If you want to live, don't kneel and wait for death like a dog. Nappa trembled. Vegeta hovered in the air, his face dark as thunder. Raditz. His voice was low, like a volcano being suppressed. You actually blocked my attack for Nappa. Raditz looked up, his arms still trembling. Not for him. I am for the scions. Vegeta's gaze sharpened. Raditz stared at him intensely. Vegeta, you keep talking about being the prince of the scions. Then tell me how many scions are left. Vegeta's expression changed slightly. Raditz's voice was hoarse, yet it drowned out the roaring energy. Planet Vegeta is gone. Your father is dead. Your kin are all dead. Now there are only a few pure-blooded scions left. Nappa is foolish, a waste, and deserves to be beaten. But he is still alive. If you kill him, what can you prove other than making Frieza one less scion problem? Vegeta's pupils shrank sharply. Frieza. That name was like a thorn, deeply piercing his pride. Nappa was even more stunned. He looked at Raditz, the anger on his face slowly dissipating, leaving only confusion and shock. Frieza. Why was he mentioned? Goku could not understand everything, but he could hear the anger in Raditz's words. He suddenly increased his power, pushing the Kamehameha forward by half an inch. Raditz is right. Companions are not meant to be casually killed. Vegeta sneered. Companions? A waste has no right to be my companion. Raditz suddenly laughed. Blood filled his mouth. What about you? Vegeta's eyes turned cold. What did you say? Raditz raised his head, refusing to back down. In Frieza's eyes, what are you? Boom. Vegeta's aura surged violently. His expression changed completely. It was not just anger. It was furious rage torn from behind the veil. Raditz. Vegeta roared, his palms energy once again intensifying. Raditz, Goku, and Piccolo were all forced back, sliding. Krillin grit his teeth and rushed forward, pushing out a wave of energy with both hands. Damn it, I'm coming too. The four forces combined, finally forcing Vegeta's energy sphere upwards. Vegeta's gaze darkened. Raditz roared. Push it up. Goku also yelled. H. Boom. The energy sphere was pushed into the sky by the four of them, exploding into a dazzling white light. A fierce wind swept across the wasteland. Their clothes rustled and debris rained down. Raditz's legs went weak, nearly kneeling down. Goku reached out to support him. Can you still hold on? Raditz panted heavily. I want that. Goku smiled slightly. You say that every time. Because I haven't died, every time. Before they could say more, Vegeta had slowly descended. His expression was colder than before. Very good. You all seem to enjoy rebelling against me. Naba was still kneeling on the ground. Vegeta looked at him, his gaze still icy. Naba, you truly disappoint me. Naba trembled all over. In the past, hearing Vegeta say this would evoke instinctive fear and shame. But this time he looked at Vegeta and then at Raditz. For some reason, something inside him that had never moved suddenly cracked open. He had always thought that the strong commanding the weak was a matter of course. Vegeta was strong, so he listened to Vegeta. He was stronger than Raditz, so he could mock Raditz. They were stronger than Earthlings, so they could treat Earthlings as insects. But just now he was injured by an Earthling saved by Raditz and abandoned by Vegeta. In that moment, Naba suddenly realized how ugly his so-called logic of being strong looked when it turned on himself. If one was defeated, they should die. Then should he die now? If a waste has no value, then in Vegeta's eyes, did he not already have no value just now? Naba's fists slowly clenched. His voice was a bit hoarse. Vegeta? Vegeta looked at him coldly. Do you still have the face to call my name? Naba lowered his head, his shoulders slightly trembling. Krillin quietly took half a step back. Is he going to explode? Piccolo coldly said, watch. Naba suddenly raised his head. I lost. The moment he said this, everyone froze. Naba, covered in blood, looked in his eyes for the first time without that crazed arrogance. I was injured by an Earthling, and was brought to my knees by Raditz. I am indeed disgraceful. Vegeta's expression remained indifferent. Since you know, then disappear on your own. Naba's body trembled. But this time he did not immediately beg for mercy. He looked at Raditz. Why did you save me? Raditz wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, coldly saying, don't get me wrong. I don't think you're worth saving. Naba's eye twitched. Your words are still so unpleasant. I am saving the last spark of the Science. Raditz looked at him. Naba, you can be foolish, you can be weak, you can be knocked down. But you cannot just kneel and wait for death because someone calls you a waste. Naba fell silent. Goku suddenly laughed and said, Naba, if you still want to fight, you can fight later. But right now don't go die just because Vegeta said so. Krillin almost stumbled. Goku, your way of persuading is really strange. Naba looked at Goku. This Kakarot had always been referred to by them as a waste underclass warrior. But just now it was he, along with Raditz, Piccolo, and Krillin, who had blocked Vegeta's attack. Naba suddenly chuckled softly. The laugh was ugly and awkward. I actually have to be taught how to live by an underclass warrior. Vegeta's patience finally ran out. Enough. He coldly raised his hand. Naba, since you hesitate even to die, then I will help you. Raditz immediately tensed his body. Goku also took up a stance. But this time Naba suddenly pushed himself up on his injured leg. He stood up with great difficulty, his knees still shaking, blood flowing from his shoulder. But he stood up. Vegeta. Naba panted heavily. I don't want to die. Vegeta's gaze turned cold. Naba gritted his teeth and continued. I also don't want to be like a dog, having my life and death decided by your word. The wasteland fell completely silent. Raditz looked at Naba, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He did not expect that this crude, almost brainless guy would actually say such a thing. But Vegeta's expression darkened to the extreme. Are you also going to betray me? Naba's lips moved. The fear from the past still lingered. The oppressive aura from Vegeta remained. But he glanced at Raditz, then at Krillin and Piccolo. Finally, he forced a grim smile. I just don't want to be killed by you. This statement was not beautiful. It was not even passionate. It even carried Naba's unique roughness and cowardice. But this sentence was enough. Because it represented that for the first time Naba did not follow Vegeta's orders to die. Raditz smiled. Alright. From today onwards, remember that this life is on my tab. Naba glared at him. Who owes you a life? If I hadn't blocked for you just now, you would have turned to ash. Naba choked. Krillin whispered, does this count as joining us? Piccolo snorted coldly. The guy who drags us down. Naba immediately glared at Piccolo. Greenskin freak, who are you calling a drag? Piccolo's gaze turned icy. You. Raditz raised his hand to interrupt. We can argue later. His gaze fell back on Vegeta. The real trouble has yet to be resolved. Vegeta stood not far away, watching the scene before him with no expression. Naba turned against him. Raditz provoked him. Kakarot rebelled. Earthlings injured Science. All of this was a disgrace in his eyes. A complete disgrace. He slowly raised his head, looking at the sky. Raditz's expression changed drastically. Not good. A cruel smile crept across Vegeta's lips. Since you all want to rebel against me, then let me show you why the true Scion royalty is royalty. In his palm, a white energy sphere rapidly condensed. It was not a power-up cannon, nor was it a normal energy ball. Raditz's pupils constricted sharply. Artificial moon. Vegeta suddenly hurled the energy sphere into the sky. The white orb ascended, instantly bursting forth with eerie moonlight. Naba's expression changed drastically. Vegeta, are you crazy? I also have a tail. Vegeta sneered. Then it proves whether you still have value. The white light fell upon the wasteland. Raditz's tail straightened abruptly. Naba's body started to tremble violently. Far away in the Capsule Corporation safety zone, Gohan's tail also erupted. A piercing alarm blared from Bulma's communicator. Raditz. The moon wave value exploded. A white orb ascended into the sky. In that instant, the wasteland seemed illuminated by a second moon. The eerie moonlight poured down cold and blinding, yet carrying an indescribable madness. Raditz's tail snapped taut. A searing heat shot up from his coccyx, racing along his spine, as if something had viciously clamped onto his nerves. His heartbeat accelerated. His blood began to boil. The world before him swayed. The distant mountains, the ground beneath his feet, and Vegeta before him all seemed to stretch away, then magnify. He heard his own breathing grow ragged. He also heard something roaring inside him. It was not a human voice. It was a beast. It was the beast lurking within the Saiyan bloodline. Raditz. Goku's voice came from beside him. Raditz bit down hard on his tongue. The taste of blood exploded in his mouth, barely suppressing the frenzy surging into his head. He could not transform. Not yet, at least. He had not fully mastered the Great Ape. If he lost control here, he might not even target Vegeta. He would more likely crush Goku, Krillin, Piccolo, and even the distant city beneath his feet. Nappa's situation was worse. His body had begun to swell, muscles bulging in clumps, eyes bloodshot, emitting bestial growls from his throat. Damn it, Vegeta. You bastard. Nappa clawed at his own head, as if trying to suppress the transformation through sheer will. But he was never a man of strong will. The wound on his shoulder, the wound on his calf, the rage of being abandoned by Vegeta moments ago, and the stimulation of the lunar waves. All these emotions ignited like a fire, instantly consuming his body. Crack, crack, crack. Bones snapped. Nappa's body began to elongate. Krillin's face turned pale. He's transforming. Piccolo raised his hand, gathering a ki blast, his gaze icy to the extreme. If he loses control, it'll cripple him first. Nappa jerked his head up. Reason was nearly gone from his eyes. Who dares? Raditz charged forward, slamming a heavy punch into Nappa's face. Bang. Nappa's head snapped to the side, and his swelling body froze for a moment. Everyone was stunned. Even Nappa himself was dazed by the blow. Raditz grabbed his battle armor collar, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes reddening. Nappa, didn't you just say you didn't want to die? Then stay awake. A growl rumbled from Nappa's throat. Fangs were already extending from his mouth. I can't control it. You have to control it even if you can't. Raditz threw another punch. You're a Saiyan, not a beast. Nappa staggered back from the blow. His transformation continued, but it slowed significantly. Goku looked up at the white orb in the sky and said immediately, first destroy that thing. He pressed his hands together, blue aura gathered rapidly. Kamehameha, Vegeta flickered, appearing directly before Goku. Did you think I'd let you destroy it? Bang. Vegeta kicked out. Goku blocked hastily, but was sent flying back dozens of meters. Vegeta sneered at the group. Realizing it now? Too late. The white moonlight grew stronger. Raditz's breathing grew heavier. His fingers began to thicken, nails sharpening, his chest felt as if seared by wildfire. Bulma's voice came through the short-range communicator, frantic and almost breaking. Raditz, your body data is spiking. The lunar wave dampeners are too far to cover the wasteland fully. Raditz gritted his teeth. Backup plan. I'm on it. From Bulma's end came the clatter of a keyboard along with Gohan's stifled sobs. Gohan is reacting too. Goku, you'd better hurry. Goku's expression shifted. Gohan. Vegeta overheard the communication, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Kakarot's son also has a tail. Raditz's heart sank. Damn it. He heard that. Vegeta's lips curled up. So Raditz wasn't lying. That brat's potential is indeed worth a look. Goku's face turned completely cold. Don't you dare touch Gohan. Vegeta sneered. Can you stop me? As he moved to strike, Piccolo in the distance pressed 2 fingers to his forehead. Goku, stop talking and cover me. Raditz instantly understood what Piccolo intended. The special beam cannon. Its target was not Vegeta. It was the artificial moon. But Vegeta saw it too. His eyes turned icy as he shot directly toward Piccolo. Goku and Raditz moved almost simultaneously. Goku met him heated. Raditz, fighting the transformation raging in his body, lunged at Vegeta from the side. The three collided midair. The air burst repeatedly from their blows. Vegeta tried to break through to stop Piccolo, but Goku clung tightly to his arm. Vegeta drove his knee into Goku's abdomen. Goku grunted, but did not let go. Raditz seized the moment to punch Vegeta in the side of the face. Vegeta dodged, swinging an elbow into Raditz's chest. Raditz was sent flying, but his tail coiled around Vegeta's ankle. Your tail again. Vegeta was furious. He raised his hand like a blade ready to strike. Raditz's pupils contracted. His tail could not be severed. At least not now. Just as Vegeta's hand came down, Krillin's ki blast shot up from below, forcing Vegeta to shift his aim. Krillin, Goku called out. Krillin gritted his teeth. Don't think you two are the only ones fighting. I'm here too. Vegeta's gaze was terrifyingly cold. A bunch of annoying insects. Piccolo's energy had been compressed to its limit. His fingers aimed at the white orb in the sky. Special. Vegeta burst forth with power, shaking off Goku and Raditz, and fired an energy wave at Piccolo. You dare. Raditz's expression changed. Piccolo was at a critical moment of charging and could not dodge. Just then Nappa's massive figure suddenly charged forward. His body had swollen to nearly 3 meters, fur sprouted from his skin, and half his face had begun to take on an ape-like form. Yet he still had a shred of clarity. He roared and threw himself in front of Piccolo. Boom. Vegeta's energy wave struck Nappa's back. Nappa howled in pain, collapsing face down, his back scorched black. Piccolo's eyes widened in shock. He never expected Nappa to shield him. Nappa lay on the ground, fangs protruding, his voice slurred. Green guy, don't fucking waste the chance. Piccolo's gaze turned cold, and in the next second the charge completed. Beam cannon. A spiral beam pierced the night sky. Vegeta's face changed drastically. He spun around to intercept, but Goku and Raditz had already pounced again. Don't even think about it. Goku growled. Raditz, his eyes bloodshot and tail thrashing wildly, could barely hold back his physical changes, yet he still blocked Vegeta's path. The spiral beam tore through the air, striking the artificial moon in the sky with unerring accuracy. Boom. The white orb exploded high above. The eerie moonlight vanished instantly. The wasteland fell back into darkness. The frenzy within Raditz receded like a tide, his legs gave way, and he nearly collapsed to his knees. Nappa was worse off. His partially swollen body began to shrink back. He lay on the ground, gasping heavily, as if crawling back from the gates of hell. From Capsule Corporation, Bulma's voice finally came through. Gohan has stabilized. How about you all? Raditz panted heavily. Not dead. Bulma let out an audible sigh of relief. Can you say anything besides that? Raditz did not answer. He looked up at Vegeta. Vegeta stood not far away, his face dark and menacing. The artificial moon was destroyed. Nappa had not died. He had even taken a blow for Piccolo. This battle, ever since he set foot on Earth, had been slipping from his control. For Vegeta, that was harder to bear than any injury. Nappa. Vegeta's voice was cold. Nappa lay on the ground still trembling, but he raised his head with difficulty. What did you just do? Nappa coughed up blood, his voice hoarse. Took a hit. For that Namekian. Nappa fell silent. Piccolo stared coldly at Vegeta. At least he's more of a comrade than you are. The words stabbed into Vegeta's ears like a blade. Vegeta's gaze turned frigid. Comrade. You low-class scum really love spouting such disgusting words. Goku stood beside Raditz, assuming a combat stance. Vegeta, you've already lost a lot. Vegeta sneered. Lost? Are you misunderstanding something, Kakarot? Destroying the artificial moon and saving Nappa makes you think you can beat me. Vegeta slowly raised his hand, pointing at the group. I don't need the great ape to slaughter every one of you. Raditz took a deep breath. His body was at its limit. Forcibly suppressing the great ape transformation had drained him more than taking a direct hit. Goku was also badly injured. Piccolo had just unleashed the special beam cannon, and his energy had noticeably dropped. Krillin was barely standing from the shockwaves. Nappa, having failed at half transformation and taken a blow for Piccolo, had little combat strength left. Yet Vegeta still stood. That was the pressure of a power level of 18,000. But Raditz did not retreat. Neither did Goku. Piccolo moved to one side, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth. Krillin gritted his teeth and stood behind Goku. Nappa, bracing himself on the ground, also staggered to his feet. Raditz glanced at him. Still standing. Nappa grinned, his mouth full of blood. Not dead yet. Raditz smiled. Good enough. Vegeta watched them all getting back to their feet, his sneer gradually fading. He suddenly found it glaring. Very glaring. A group of low-class warriors he despised. Earthlings and Namekian, and even Nappa, who had just betrayed him, were standing together against him. And he, the Scion Prince, was the one isolated instead. This feeling infuriated Vegeta to the core. Fine. Vegeta slowly spread his hands. Since you all want to die together so badly, I'll grant your wish. A terrifying aura erupted. This time he aimed not at the Earth, nor did he create an artificial moon. His target was everyone. Raditz's face darkened. Scatter. But Vegeta was faster than his voice. The next instant Vegeta vanished. His fist struck first at Nappa. The instant Vegeta vanished, every hair on Nappa's body stood on end. That was no exaggeration, they literally bristled. He had just retreated from the brink of a half-Oozuru transformation, his body still weak. The scorched wound on his back, blasted by Vegeta, still smoked, and his shoulders and calves were drenched in blood. In this state, he stood no chance against Vegeta. Yet Vegeta's first target was him. The fist rapidly expanded in his vision. Nappa's pupils contracted. His body instinctively tried to dodge, but his injured leg couldn't keep up. Nappa! Raditz's voice exploded from a distance. In the next instant, Goku charged forward. Bam! Vegeta's fist didn't smash into Nappa's face, it was forcefully stopped by Goku's crossed arms. A shockwave erupted. The ground beneath Goku's feet instantly cratered, sinking him half a foot. He gritted his teeth, arms trembling, veins bulging on his forehead. Vegeta stared at him, his gaze icy. Kakarot, you're saving him. Goku looked up, his voice strained, but resolute. He's not your enemy anymore, is he? Enemy? Vegeta sneered. You're as foolish as ever. As he spoke, he swept his leg in a kick. Goku, still recovering from the force of the previous punch, could only twist aside, taking the kick to his shoulder and being sent flying. But Goku hadn't even flown 10 meters before Raditz lunged from the side. Vegeta! Raditz threw a punch aimed at Vegeta's nape. Without even turning his head, Vegeta swung his arm back, precisely blocking the punch. Fist met palm with a sharp crack of air. Raditz felt his entire arm go numb. Vegeta spun, driving his knee hard into Raditz's stomach. Raditz's vision went dark, it felt like a lump of iron had been smashed into his gut. He doubled over, nearly spitting blood. Vegeta grabbed him by the hair, his eyes cold. Raditz, you disappoint me. Is that so? Raditz's mouth was full of the taste of blood, but he still managed to smile. Then it means I finally did something right. Vegeta's eyes hardened, and he raised his knee to strike again. A green energy sphere blasted in from the side. Vegeta released his grip and leaped back. Piccolo rushed out of the dust, grabbed Raditz by the collar, and flung him backward. Don't be a hero. You're moving like an old man. Raditz hit the ground, coughing up blood. Your mouth isn't any kinder. Piccolo snorted. At least I can still stand. Nappa watched the figures standing before him, his expression unreadably complex. Goku saved him. Raditz saved him. Piccolo, because of his earlier block, hadn't immediately treated him as an enemy. These were the very people he had called low class. Krillin had almost been killed by him. Yet now they stood here blocking Vegeta. And Vegeta, the prince he had always followed, wanted to kill him. It was too absurd. So absurd it felt like Nappa's mind had been shattered. Krillin, seeing him still dazed, couldn't help shouting, "Hey, big guy, if you're still alive, stop gawking." Nappa snapped back to reality and glared at Krillin. "I don't need a reminder from a little baldy like you. Is the atmosphere always this bad when I save someone?" Krillin fumed, nearly jumping out of his skin. Nappa gritted his teeth and straightened up, blood still seeping from his wounds. "He'll leave Vegeta to you. I'm useless right now." Saying this, Nappa himself found it humiliating. He was admitting his own uselessness. But facts were facts. Charging in now would only get him killed by Vegeta with a single punch. Raditz pushed himself up on his knees, panting heavily. "Knowing your limits means you've finally grown a brain." Nappa's face darkened. "Raditz, just you wait. Once I'm healed, I'll beat you. Let's survive today first." Vegeta watched them talking before him, his expression growing colder by the second. He loathed this feeling. Loathed it intensely. He was the Scion Prince. These wretches were supposed to obey his commands, fear his power, and kneel at his feet. But now Raditz dared to defy him, Kakarot dared to block him, Nappa dared to disobey him, and even an Earthling dared to stand before him and scheme. This loss of control ignited Vegeta's rage into a blazing inferno. "Enough," he spoke slowly. His voice was low, yet it weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. "I'm tired of this farce." Energy surged wildly from Vegeta's body. The ground began to crack. Pebbles rose into the air one by one. Krillin's face paled. Again, Piccolo gritted his teeth. "He's going all out." Goku climbed to his feet in the distance, wiping blood from his mouth, his eyes burning with an astonishing light. "Raditz, what? Can you still move?" "Obviously. Then let's go together." Raditz looked at Goku. This guy was clearly badly hurt, yet he was still smiling. It wasn't a happy smile. It was the smile of someone who was finally truly ignited. Raditz suddenly felt that his year of training hadn't been in vain. At least now, he wasn't facing Vegeta alone. All right. They both charged forward almost simultaneously. Vegeta sneered. "Low-class warriors are still low-class. No matter how many come, it's the same." He met their charge heat-in. Three figures collided in the center of the wasteland. This time Vegeta held nothing back. Every punch was impossibly fast, every kick as heavy as a falling meteor. Goku and Raditz attacked from left and right, yet were still pushed back step by step. Goku relied on his agility and combat instinct to constantly look for openings. Raditz, on the other hand, used the endurance head built over the past year to tank the hits. Piccolo, on the periphery, kept firing energy spheres to cut off Vegeta's retreat. Unable to find a direct opening, Krillin focused intently on Vegeta's footwork, ready to launch a surprise Destructo Disc. The battle reached its fever pitch. Vegeta punched Goku flying, then turned and kicked Raditz into the ground. Piccolo's energy sphere was casually swatted away before it even reached him. Krillin's Destructo Disc had barely flown halfway when Vegeta cast a cold glance, flicked a finger, and sent a ki blast to deflect it. The disc grazed a distant mountain peak, shearing off its top. Krillin's face went white. He dodged that. Vegeta sneered. "You think you can use the same trick on me twice?" The next second he appeared before Krillin. Krillin's pupils shrank. Too fast. He couldn't react at all. Vegeta raised his hand. An insect should know its place. Boom. The fist came down. But it was caught. Goku had somehow appeared in front of Krillin, his hands locked around Vegeta's fist, his feet gouging deep trenches in the earth. "Krillin is not an insect." Vegeta squinted. "Kakarot, you really do love protecting the weak." Goku gritted his teeth, straining against the fist. "He's not weak. He's my friend." A flicker of disgust crossed Vegeta's eyes. "Disgusting." He kicked out, sending Goku flying into the air. Vegeta raised his hand to pursue. Raditz lunged from behind, wrapping his tail around Vegeta's arm, yanking his attack off course. "Your tail is a nuisance." Vegeta roared. He grabbed for Raditz's tail. Raditz was ready. He retracted his tail instantly, while pivoting and driving a punch into Vegeta's ribs. Vegeta blocked the punch and drove his knee into Raditz's chest. Raditz spat blood again. But as he was knocked back, Goku had already flipped down from the air. His aura suddenly shifted. Not that it became much stronger, but it became more focused. Master Roshi watched from afar, his expression shifting. Goku. Goku clenched his fists, his breathing growing heavier. This past year he had been learning to compress his power. Not like Raditz, who just stacked battle power, but using every ounce of strength where it was needed. Now under Vegeta's pressure, that training was finally forced out. Goku let out a low roar. His figure vanished. Vegeta was about to pursue Raditz when his expression changed. Bam! Goku's fist connected with Vegeta's cheek. It wasn't the hardest punch. But it was the first time since the battle began that Goku had truly landed a hit on Vegeta's face. Vegeta's head was knocked a fraction of an inch to the side. The wasteland fell silent again. Krillin's eyes lit up instantly. He hit him. Raditz also looked up. Goku landed on the ground, his arm still trembling. Clearly that last move had taken a heavy toll on him. Vegeta slowly turned his head back. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Blood. The blood of the Scion Prince. Vegeta raised a hand and touched the corner of his mouth. He stared at the faint red on his fingertip, his gaze shifting completely. Kakarot. Goku assumed a fighting stance, panting, but smiling. "So you can bleed too." Krillin's heart trembled. Goku, since when did you learn to taunt like that? Vegeta's expression wasn't just dark, it was ferocious. Good. Very good. First Raditz, then Nappa, and now even you dare to make me bleed. His aura exploded again. This time, even Raditz sensed something was wrong. Vegeta wasn't just powering up. He was concentrating all his strength. Raditz's face changed. Goku, look out. Vegeta's body appeared before Goku in an instant. Too fast. Faster than before. Goku only had time to raise his hands. Bam! The fist slammed into his stomach. Goku's eyes bulged as he doubled over. Vegeta brought his knee up into Goku's chin. Goku's body was launched into the air. Vegeta followed, clasping his hands together and smashing them down onto Goku's back. Boom! Goku plummeted to the ground like a cannonball. The earth exploded into a massive crater. Goku! Krillin screamed. Raditz gritted his teeth and charged at Vegeta. Piccolo moved at the same time. But Vegeta seemed to have been waiting for them. He fired 2 energy waves backhandedly. Raditz and Piccolo were both blasted away. Vegeta landed at the edge of the crater, coldly looking down at Goku. Goku was covered in blood. He struggled to get up, but his arms gave way and he fell to one knee. Vegeta raised his foot and placed it on Goku's shoulder, pressing him back down. Kakarot. His voice was ice. A low-class warrior should know his place. Goku gritted his teeth, pushing against the ground with his hands still trying to stand. Vegeta's eyes hardened as he pressed down. Crack. A faint sound of bone. Krillin's eyes turned red. Stop it. He started to rush forward, but Master Roshi held him back. Don't go. You'll die. Krillin was shaking all over. Then I can't just watch. Raditz crawled out of the rubble, his vision swimming. He wanted to charge, but his body was a beat too slow. Vegeta was too strong. They had fought with everything they had, yet still couldn't truly suppress him. Goku was pinned to the ground, gasping for breath. Vegeta leaned in, his voice cold. Weren't you going to protect your friends? Now show me. Goku's eyes flickered. In the next instant, a young, furious cry rang out from afar. Don't bully my daddy. Everyone whirled around. From the direction of the safe zone, a small figure was erupting with astonishing energy. Gohan. Don't bully my father. And that tender voice tore through the thunderous roar of the wasteland, sharp as a needle, piercing every ear. Goku, pinned beneath Vegeta in a deep crater, suddenly snapped back to clarity. His vision, once blurring, now razor sharp. In Gohan, in Raditz's face paled instantly. The very scenario he dreaded most had finally arrived. In from the direction of the safe zone, a tiny figure stumbled forward, unsteady yet relentless. Gohan. Knees closed were disheveled, his eyes red-rimmed and tear-streaked, clearly having fled Bulma's shielded sanctuary. Bulma's voice erupted simultaneously through the comm device and Raditz. Gohan has broken out of the shielding barrier. I can't stop him. Raditz gritted his teeth. Gohan, go back. But Gohan didn't hear. Or rather, he heard yet refused to halt. All he saw was Goku crushed beneath Vegeta's foot. And all he saw was his father drenched in blood, too broken even to rise. In that instant, terror, fury, and anguish detonated within him. Gohan's tail shot upright behind him, his aura surged wildly, uncontrollably. Krillin stood at a distance, face ashen. In this energy, what is happening? Piccolo's gaze sharpened too. He had witnessed Gohan's explosive power before. A year earlier, it was this very child who had slammed Raditz so hard that he nearly perished beneath Piccolo's Mechanicsapo. Yet this Gohan was far more terrifying than the one from a year ago. And though he hadn't trained obsessively in the gravity chamber like Raditz or Goku, his body had been rigorously conditioned. Lunar wave sensitivity tests, foundational physical conditioning, emotional regulation drills. And these hadn't forged him into a warrior, but they had compressed his latent potential deeper, tighter, until it hummed just beneath his skin. Now it could no longer be contained. Vegeta, still pinning Goku beneath his boot, lifted his head toward the charging boy. Knee's scouter had long since been crushed. Yet even without it, he sensed that anomalous energy, raw, chaotic, volatile, yet staggeringly powerful. So this is Kakarot's son. Flicker crossed Vegeta's eyes. Interesting. Goku strained upward, lifting his head. Gohan, don't come closer. Hearing those words, Gohan only sobbed harder. Dad. Knee's small frame accelerated abruptly. The ground exploded beneath his feet. At his age, movement should have been clumsy. Yet driven by pure unbridled rage, Gohan became an unguided missile hurtling straight at Vegeta. Raditz's expression shifted sharply. Don't let him strike, Heedin. Vegeta sneered and raised his hand to seize Gohan. He acknowledged the boy's extraordinary potential. But potential was not combat experience. Such reckless, formless charge held countless openings. In the eyes of a true warrior, it was sheer vulnerability. Yet the moment Vegeta reached out, Goku seized his calf with desperate strength. Gohan, strike now. Vegeta's eyes turned glacial. Kakarot. The next breath, Gohan collided. Boom. The small body slammed violently into Vegeta's chest. For the first time, Vegeta's expression changed. Not with disdain, not with wrath, but with shock. He had been pushed back. This child, barely more than a toddler, had physically wrenched him off Goku. Vegeta skidded backward several meters, boots carving furrows in the earth, his chest plate cracked down the center. Gohan himself was flung backward by the recoil, rolling across the ground, tears streaming from the searing pain. Yet he scrambled upright instantly and charged again, weeping. Gohan, stop. Goku forced the words out, voice ragged. But Gohan's aura continued to swell. Knee's tail lashed violently. Worse still, The artificial moon had been destroyed, yet residual lunar wave stimulation still lingered in the air. Gohan's body stood on the precipice of total collapse, pulled apart by surging emotion and primal scion blood alike. Raditz lunged forward, gripping Gohan's shoulders with both hands. Calm down, Gohan looked up, his eyes already unfocused, glazed with raw desperation. I have to save Dad. What you're doing now won't save him. It'll only get you killed. Gohan struggled. His strength was preternatural, so immense that Raditz's battered, wounded arms trembled under the strain, nearly losing their grip. Raditz cursed inwardly. This little monster. So young, and already exploding with such terrifying force. No wonder in another timeline he'd reduce Cell to existential despair with bare fists alone. Vegeta steadied himself, glanced down at the fissure across his chest plate, and slowly, deliberately curved his lips upward. Good. Very good. His gaze upon Gohan no longer held mere malice. It burned with the fierce predatory thrill of a hunter spotting rare, unexpected prey. This child is worth infinitely more than the rest of you fools combined. Goku's face darkened. Vegeta, you lay a finger on Gohan and I'll. And what? Command me. Vegeta scoffed and vanished in an instant. Raditz's pupils contracted sharply, and he shoved Gohan aside and raised his arms to block. Thud. Vegeta's fist crashed into Raditz's forearms, sending him flying backward, his arms screaming with agony. Vegeta didn't pursue him. Instead, he reached directly for Gohan. I'm taking this child. Gohan froze, paralyzed by the sheer weight of Vegeta's oppressive aura. Just as Vegeta's fingers neared him, a flash of emerald interposed itself between them. Piccolo. Knee's face grim, his cape tattered, his breathing ragged. He stood firm, blocking Vegeta's path. If you wish to touch him, ask me first. Vegeta narrowed his eyes. Namekian, you seek death too. Piccolo bared his teeth in a cold, mirthless grin. You talk too much. With that he thrust his palm forward, a blast of ki rocketing toward Vegeta's face. Vegeta tilted his head, evading the blast, then drove a brutal counterpunch into Piccolo's abdomen. Piccolo spat crimson, yet did not retreat. Instead he locked his arms around Vegeta's arm and roared, Krillin. Krillin had already moved, and he had no Kienzan left. After repeated use, his ki was too unstable to shape a clean, precise blade. But he still had his Kamehameha. Gohan, get down. Krillin bellowed, palms thrusting outward. The beam erupted sideways, slamming into Vegeta. Vegeta snorted, kicking Piccolo aside and swatting the beam from the air. Yet in that split second, Goku surged up from the crater and lunged behind Vegeta. His body hovered at absolute breaking point. His shoulder crushed, his abdomen ravaged by blows, blood dripping from his lips. Yet the moment Vegeta fixed his gaze upon Gohan, Goku's eyes transformed entirely. Not merely battlelust. This was the incandescent fury of a father. Vegeta. Goku's fist rocketed toward Vegeta's spine. Vegeta whirled, intercepting it effortlessly. Goku didn't yield. Instead, he leaned into Vegeta's resistance, locking his arms around the Saiyan Prince's limb with iron resolve. Vegeta's eyes hardened. Again with this trick. Raditz, Goku shouted. Raditz, just rising from the dust, reacted instinctively, launching himself forward without hesitation. Brothers, front and rear, locked Vegeta in their grip for the first time truly as comradescent arms. Vegeta's expression soured. You dare provoke your own deaths. His aura erupted, seeking to blast them apart. But this time Piccolo and Krillin surged forward too. Nappa watched, jaw clenched. He'd been grievously wounded, his limbs still trembling. But seeing everyone converge on Vegeta and realizing Vegeta's target was Gohan, he suddenly spat a curse. Damn it. He staggered upright. Today I've truly lost my mind. Then he charged, barreling sideways into Vegeta with his massive frame. Vegeta's eyes turned utterly black. Nappa's face streaked with blood grinned savagely. Vegeta, I don't know why either. But right now, I refuse to let you take this boy. Six warriors converged upon Vegeta. Goku, Raditz, Piccolo, Krillin, Nappa. Even Goku gravely injured, grinding his teeth in defiance. They were no match for Vegeta. Yet in that instant they held him, immobilized, by sheer desperate unity. For half a second, was enough. Gohan stood frozen, tears still falling. He saw them all, fighting, bleeding, shielding him. Knee's father, and Uncle Piccolo, Uncle Krillin, and even Raditz, and that giant who'd seemed so fearsome moments before. They were all wounded, all enduring, for him. The wild, uncontrolled energy surging within Gohan ceased its descent into panic. It transmuted into fury, in true, unyielding, righteous fury. No. Gohan whispered, head bowed, voice trembling. Don't hurt them anymore. Knees aura detonated. The ground collapsed in concentric rings. Raditz whirled, eyes wide with dawning horror. Gohan, Gohan's tiny fist clenched. Then he became a white lightning bolt, blasting forward. Vegeta had just thrown off Goku and the others, too late to react before Gohan stood before him. Gohan threw his punch, devoid of technique, stripped of form. Pure, terrifying, unrestrained explosion. Tum. The blow landed squarely in Vegeta's abdomen. Knee's eyes flew wide open, his spine arched backward, time itself seeming to hold its breath. Then, Vegeta flew backward, crashing into a distant mountainside with cataclysmic force. Boom. The mountain fractured. and boulders tumbled like rain. Silence fell across the wasteland. And Krillin gaped, voice cracking. And did Gohan just knock Vegeta away? Nappa stared dumbfounded. And what is this kid? And Goku rose shakily, his face alight with awe and unmistakable pride. Gohan. And Raditz stared at the small boy's back, heart hammering. And this was Gohan's son. And ordinarily timid, just a normal child. Yet when emotion ignited, even Vegeta recoiled. And no wonder Raditz had hesitated to act against him. And this boy was no ordinary child. He was a nuclear warhead. And the greatest danger of a warhead was its instability. After launching Vegeta skyward, Gohan swayed, his aura plummeting rapidly. His gaze cleared, then his face drained of color. And Dad. And before the word finished, he crumpled. And Goku rushed forward and caught him. Gohan. And Gohan had simply fainted, his breathing steady, his pulse calm. And Goku exhaled relief, washing over him. But Raditz remained tense. His eyes locked onto the shattered mountain. And there, beneath the rubble, the stones trembled. And Vegeta would not fall so easily. Nint. Crockum. And debris exploded outward, blasted by overwhelming ki. And Vegeta emerged slowly from the ruins. His armor splintered, a deep fist-shaped bruise blooming across his abdomen, blood tracing his lower lip. He kept his head lowered, his face unreadable. Yet his aura now radiated something far more dangerous than before. And silence descended, absolute and heavy. And Goku handed Gohan to Krillin and rose once more. Raditz stepped beside him. And Piccolo wiped blood from his mouth. And Nappa straightened with visible effort. And Vegeta lifted his head. Knee's eyes held no trace of mockery. Only incandescent volcanic rage. And Kakarot's son, Knee's voice was hoarse, guttural. And Raditz. And you did not lie to me. Then abruptly Vegeta laughed. A low, chilling sound that froze the blood of every soul present. And good. And this child, I will take him. Raditz's expression hardened. And Goku's aura surged anew. And Vegeta raised his hand, palms blazing with blinding lethal light. But this time his aim was not Goku, nor Raditz. But Gohan, cradled helplessly in Krillin's arms. The instant Vegeta raised his hand, Ladizzi's pupils shrank to pinpoints. The beam of energy was not large, and it lacked the thunderous fanfare of his earlier powered blast. But Ladizzi could see clearly this time Vegeta was not bluffing. He truly intended to beat Wufan until he could no longer resist, and then take him away. Or worse, if he could not take him alive, he would destroy him. The pride of the Scion Prince had been trampled too many times. Ladizzi had betrayed him. Naba had defied him. Kakarot had blocked him. A mere earth brat had landed a punch that sent him into a mountain. Vegeta would not tolerate such humiliation any longer. And now Vegeta's target was Wufan. Kellen clutched the unconscious child, his face drained of color. The boy's body still trembled with life. Wufan wanted to dodge, but Vegeta's lock-on was too swift. The murderous intent pinned him like a nail, pressing down until he could scarcely breathe. Wukong's expression shifted in an instant. Vegeta, he roared and charged out, but his injuries were severe. After Vegeta's earlier flurry and his forced protection of Wufan, his speed had noticeably lagged. Bieka moved as well, though from farther away. Naba could barely stand. Everyone reacted, yet all were a heartbeat too late. A cruel curve tugged at the corner of Vegeta's mouth. Too slow. Light exploded from his palm. The target, Wufan, in Kellen's arms. Kellen watched the beam barrel toward them, teeth clenched until they bled. There was nowhere to evade, until a long-haired figure crashed into the beam's path from the side. Boom. The energy struck Ladizzi square in the chest. His body convulsed, his battlesuit ripped apart, as he was hurled backward for dozens of meters. The ground beneath him was gouged by twin furrows. Ladizzi. Wukong yelled hoarsely. Bulma's voice on the comm split in panic. Are you insane? Ladizzi bowed his head, arms crossed over his chest. His skin was scorched black, blood trickled from torn armor. Had he not spent the past year relentlessly conditioning his body and tensing every muscle in time, that strike would have torn him open. Yet he had stopped it. Sheer force of will held it. Vegeta's smile vanished. Kellen, still clutching Wufan, went rigid. Kellen glanced at Ladizzi, voice trembling. You why? Ladizzi lifted his head slowly. Blood still stained the corner of his mouth, but his gaze was terrifyingly cold. Hold him tight. Kellen faltered. Ladizzi did not look back, his tone was low. If Wufan falls, I'll beat you myself. Kellen felt his eyes sting, yet the retort came out before he could stop it. Now? Threatening me at a time like this? Because you look like you're about to cry. Kellen nearly broke. Who's crying? Wukong rushed to Ladizzi's side, both anxious and furious. Ladizzi, your wounds. Shut up. Ladizzi fixed Vegeta with a stare. Watch your son. Wukong froze. There was a roughness in Ladizzi's voice, but Wukong heard no contempt. It was a transfer of responsibility. Wufan was his to guard. Vegeta watched Ladizzi and his gaze darkened incrementally. You blocked my attack for that brat. Ladizzi tugged at his mouth with a grimace. What can't do without him? He's Kakarot's son. Also my nephew. At those words falling into the air, the wind above the wasteland seemed to pause. Wukong was stunned. Kellen was stunned. Bieka narrowed his eyes slightly. Ladizzi had never truly acknowledged such ties before. He called Wukong Kakarot and Wufan a brat. Aloof, awkward, mouth hardened. Yet now in front of Vegeta, he uttered that word, nephew. Son Wufan was Wukong's son. And also the blood nephew of Ladizzi's current body. Vegeta snorted. Family ties. You're adopting Earthling sentiment now. Ladizzi wiped the blood from his mouth with a raised hand. Don't misunderstand. I'm not suddenly a good man. I just can't stand you. Vegeta's eyes chilled. Ladizzi stepped forward, the charred wound on his chest still smoked, and each step left a bloody print in the dust. Yet his aura rose inch by inch. Vegeta, since you descended you've been calling us inferior soldiers, he spat. Calling me trash, calling Kakarot low, calling Earthlings insects, calling Naba worthless. But look now. Ladizzi pointed at Naba. The trash you spit on is still alive. Then he pointed at Kellen. The Earthling you looked down on made Naba taste fear for the first time. He pointed at Wufan. The brat you mocked punched you into a mountain. Finally he pointed to himself. And I, Ladizzi the low-class warrior you despise, stopped your attack. Vegeta's face grew uglier. Each sentence from Ladizzi struck like a slap, not because they were eloquent, but because they were true. He, the Scion Prince Vegeta, had landed on Earth expecting to crush everything, yet one by one those he had scorned had stalled him, wounded him, provoked him, and wrecked his plans. This was humiliation, an intolerable stain. Vegeta laughed through his fury. One blocked blow, and you think you can stand before me? You're mistaken. Ladizzi braced himself, his tail swayed slowly behind him. I never thought it would be easy to beat you. I only think you no longer have the right to decide our fates. With that he launched himself first. This time it was not Wukong who led the charge, Ladizzi did. He knew he was badly hurt. He knew Vegeta still held the advantage. He knew this assault might again send him flying. But he had to go. This was his fight. Ever since he had been reborn into Ladizzi's body, he had been dodging death-cheating fate and leaning on Wukong, Bulma, and Bieka. With Vegeta's arrival he finally faced that old destiny heathen. That prince who could once crush Ladizzi with a single word. That same prince who would have casually slain Naba and continued trampling all Scion pride. Now Ladizzi would shatter that creed with his own hands. Even if he could only crack it. Boom. Ladizzi and Vegeta crashed together. Fist against fist, force against force. The next instant Ladizzi was knocked back. As Vegeta moved to follow up, Wukong came tearing in from the other side. I'm in. Wukong's foot lashed at Vegeta's cheek. Vegeta turned his head aside and countered with a knee. Ladizzi gritted his teeth and took the blow on his arms. His body shuddered again. Bieka did not stand idle. From a distance he fired ki blasts to block Vegeta's evasive lanes. Kellen handed Wufan to Gixian Rin and rose to his feet. His breath was shallow but his eyes steadied. Naba looked at the renewed assault and bit his lip. This is fucking insane, he muttered. Then to everyone's surprise he staggered forward on his wounded leg. Kellen gaped. Are you alright? Naba snapped. Shut up, little bald guy. I'm not dead yet. He swung a fist at Vegeta's flank. Vegeta raised a hand to block his gaze. I scolded. Naba, you can't even stand. Yet you dare strike me? Naba ground his teeth. Who said you could try to kill me earlier? For the first time a killing intent showed plainly on Vegeta's face. You really think I won't kill you again? A punch from Ladizzi slammed into Vegeta from the side. You'll have to get through me first. Wukong followed hotly. And me. Assaults came from 4 directions in quick succession. At last Vegeta was forced to retreat half a step. Only half a step, but it jolted everyone's spirits. In the next instant Vegeta roared, unleashed a surge of ki, and flung them all aside. Ladizzi crashed to the ground, his chest burning so that he could hardly breathe. Wukong tumbled rolling to force his body to support itself. Bieka shattered a rock in his anger. Naba fared worse, collapsing to his knees from the blast. Vegeta stood at the center, breathing heavily. He had not been unlimited. Since the fight began he had used major techniques, been attacked, struck by Wufan, and repeatedly entangled by Ladizzi and the others. His combat power was immense, but his stamina was not infinite. Ladizzi noticed. Wukong noticed. Vegeta remained strong, just not immovable. Ladizzi hauled himself up and shouted to Wukong, don't give him any respite. Wukong nodded and surged forward at once. Vegeta's eyes hardened. He suddenly raised a hand toward Wukong. Ladizzi's heart leapt. Wukong, don't take it, heathen. But it was already too late. Vegeta compressed light in his palm and fired a razor-thin beam. Wukong dodged half of it, but his shoulder was pierced and bled. Vegeta vaulted to Wukong and swung for his head. Ladizzi lunged and slammed his body between them, throwing Wukong aside. Thud! Vegeta's fist struck the side of Ladizzi's face. Ladizzi spun through the air and crashed down, his cheek instantly swelling, his ears ringing. Yet he hauled himself up immediately. Keep going. Wukong gritted his teeth, eyes reddening. Right. The two surged forward again. There were no flashy techniques, no elaborate tactics. Only drag, only attrition, only bodies thrown against Vegeta to exhaust him. Ladizzi knew it was the dumbest tactic, but also the most effective now. Vegeta was stronger, but he stood alone. All of them together took turns biting, dragging, and sacrificing themselves. So long as someone remained standing, hope remained. The battle raged until the wasteland itself fractured. Cliffs crumbled, the ground was pocked with deep pits. Vegeta's armor lay in tatters and blood pooled at the corner of his mouth. Wukong could barely remain upright. Bieka's arm hung uselessly, his injuries were severe. Kellen knelt gasping. Naba lay completely spent. Ladizzi was drenched in blood. Chest, shoulders, the side of his face all torn, but he still stood swaying yet upright. Vegeta looked at him, and for the first time registered a trace of incomprehension. Why, he demanded. Ladizzi panted. Why what? You're clearly afraid of dying. Vegeta stared. You've always been the one who feared death most. Ladizzi fell silent for a moment. Then he laughed, a laugh smeared with blood. Yes, I'm afraid of dying. Which is exactly why I understand better than anyone that fate cannot be decided by someone else. He raised his fist. My life, Naba's life, Kakarot's life, Wufan's life, Earth's life, are not for you to decree. Wukong rose slowly to stand beside him. Well said. Yeka snorted. Too many words, but that one was good. Kellen forced himself to lift a hand. I only have one Kamehameha left. Use it well. In the distance, Gixie and Rin watched and sighed softly. What a reckless bunch they are. Vegeta regarded them. The anger on his face suddenly calmed. That was no good. Ladizzi felt a chill. Vegeta slowly raised both hands as his ki began to compress in an alarmingly deliberate way. It was not a powered blast. Not an ordinary ki bomb. He intended to release all his remaining strength at once. Wukong's face changed. What is he doing? Ladizzi ground his teeth. The last strike. Vegeta looked at them icily. If you all insist on deciding your own fates, then we shall die together. A blinding light gathered between his hands. Ladizzi inhaled deeply and hammered his feet into the ground. Wukong. Moi. If we can't stop this, it's truly over. Wukong smiled, faintly, palms coming together at his waist. Then stop it. Ladizzi raised his hands too, forcing every ounce of strength into his palms. He could not yet refine his ki with finesse, but he could slam his combat power outward. Yeka and Kellen likewise gathered their last breaths. In the distance, Wufan, who had been unconscious, twitched a finger. The light between Vegeta's hands grew ever more blinding, the compressed energy resembling a star on the verge of detonation. The debris on the wasteland was swept up by the shockwave only to be ground into dust midair. Raditz stood at the forefront, drenched in blood. His arm trembled not from fear, but because his body was reaching its breaking point. Ever since Vegeta's arrival, he had intercepted countless attacks, endured severe injuries, and had just shielded Gohan from an energy blast. A year ago, he would have been long dead. That he was still standing was the result of a year of life-or-death training. Yet standing did not mean he could still win. The power Vegeta had left was still terrifying, so terrifying it bred despair. Goku stood beside Raditz, hands cupped at his waist, a blue aura slowly gathering. His breathing was heavy, blood still seeping from the wound on his shoulder, but his eyes remained fiercely bright. Raditz, what do you call that move? Raditz was taken aback. At a time like this guy was asking about technique names. He looked down at the chaotic energy gathering in his palm. It wasn't a proper energy wave. He had never systematically learned to control his ki, merely forcing the power from his body. It was crude and violent, like throwing a rock. It has no name. Goku grinned. Then let's shout it together. ITLL sound more imposing. Raditz almost laughed despite himself. You think shouting louder will make you win? It won't. Goku asked with genuine sincerity. Raditz was silent for a moment, then a bloody smile tugged at his lips. Let's try then. Piccolo stood behind them, one arm hanging limp, the other already raised. After repeatedly using the special beam cannon and light grenade, his energy was nearly depleted. Yet he still gathered the last of his power in his palm. Krillin's legs were weak, barely able to stand. But he gritted his teeth and raised his hands. Let me be clear, I've only got one shot left. Piccolo snorted. Then don't miss. You're still picking on me at a time like this. Afraid you'll be nervous. Krillin was stunned, then gave a wry smile. That's a terrible way to comfort someone. Nappa lay on the ground, gasping for air. His body could no longer move, each wound more painful than the last. But as he watched those standing in front, he suddenly clenched his teeth. Raditz. Raditz did not turn back. If you're still alive, shut up. Nappa, however, did not shut up. He struggled to prop himself up, his body, trembling, blood still pouring from the gash on his shoulder left by the Destructo disc. I still have some strength left. Krillin's eyes widened. You're practically falling apart. Save your breath, Baldy. Nappa panted, raising one hand, as an unstable ball of ki formed in his palm. I haven't been killed by Vegeta, yet so I'm not about to lie down and wait for death. Raditz finally turned to look at him. Nappa grinned, his expression ugly. You said it yourself, we can't kneel and wait to die. Raditz stared at him for 2 seconds, then nodded. Then don't hold us back. You bastard. Nappa cursed, but the ki in his hand truly began to coalesce. Vegeta looked at the swaying group before him, his face devoid of a smile. He should have been laughing. He had pushed them all to their limits. Raditz was covered in blood. Kakarot could barely stand. Piccolo's energy was bottomed out. Krillin, an earthling, wasn't even fit to be cannon fodder, and Nappa was a cripple. Yet inexplicably they still stood before him. None had knelt. None had begged. This scene ignited a profound irritation within Vegeta. He didn't understand. Why wouldn't the weak admit their weakness? Why wouldn't the trash fall as they should? Why did a low-class warrior dare to stand before the prince time and again? Enough. Vegeta's voice turned ice cold. You disgust me. The light between his hands suddenly swelled. Disappear. The terrifying energy transformed into a colossal beam of light crashing down upon them. The sky itself seemed to tear open. The wasteland was bleached a ghastly white. Goku roared. Kamehameha. A blue beam shot up into the sky. Simultaneously, Raditz unleashed all the power in his palm. There was no technique name, only a low growl. Push it back. A violent white energy column erupted from his hand, flying alongside Goku's Kamehameha towards Vegeta's attack. Piccolo's light grenade followed close behind. Krillin's energy wave was released through gritted teeth. Nappa's unstable ki also joined at the last moment. The 5 forces merged in midair, crashing violently against Vegeta's final blow. The ground collapsed instantly upon impact. The terrifying shockwave sent Master Roshi and the Krillin who had been holding Gohan stumbling backward. No, that wasn't right. Krillin was already at the front. It was Master Roshi holding Gohan now. The old man protected Gohan fiercely, his sunglasses blown away. These damn brats. He gritted his teeth, his body forced back by the wind pressure. The energy in the sky was locked in a stalemate. But it was only temporary. Soon Vegeta's attack began to press down inch by inch. Goku's face flushed red. It's so heavy. Raditz's arms shook the ground beneath him, cracking. No more talk. Hold it. Piccolo gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. You too. Use more power. Krillin's face was purple from strain. I'm already giving it my life. Nappa growled, blood spilling from his lips. Vegeta, you bastard. Vegeta hovered in the air, hands pressing downward, his gaze dark. With just you lot. With this paltry strength you think you can stop me? The beam swelled again. The combined attack was forced down. Raditz's knee buckled, almost touching the ground. He gritted his teeth and forced himself to stay up. He could not kneel. If he did, everyone would die. Goku was also being pressed into the ground, the wound on his shoulder reopening, blood streaming down his arm. Raditz, can you hold on? Even if I can, I have to. Me too. The brothers' voices were hoarse against the roar of energy. Krillin could barely see the light before him anymore. He felt his energy being drained away at an alarming rate. But he dared not stop. If he did, Vegeta's attack would crash down. Piccolo's arm began to tremble. Nappa's ki was unstable, on the verge of giving out. The situation was collapsing. They couldn't hold it. Raditz knew this with absolute clarity. At this rate, they would be crushed within 10 seconds. Was this truly the end? He was unwilling to accept it. From a guaranteed death in 3 hours to a year of arduous training. From surviving the special beam cannon to saving Nappa from Vegeta's hands. He had changed so much. He refused to die here. He refused to let Vegeta decide his fate with power again. Just then a very soft voice came from behind. Daddy. Raditz's pupils contracted. Goku heard it too. Gohan. In Master Roshi's arms, the previously unconscious Gohan slowly opened his eyes. He was very weak. His small face was pale, but his eyes reddened. He saw it all. Saw his father fighting desperately at the front. Saw Uncle Raditz covered in blood. Saw Piccolo, Krillin, and Nappa all blocking the light that would destroy everything. And saw Vegeta in the sky like a mountain bearing down on them. Gohan's body began to tremble. Not from fear. From rage. No. Master Roshi's face changed. Gohan calmed down. But Gohan had already broken free from his arms. He stood unsteadily, tears streaming down his cheeks. Don't hurt, everyone. His ki began to rise. Raditz, without turning back, already felt that familiar and terrifying fluctuation. Gohan, don't rush in. Gohan didn't answer. He only looked up at the blinding light ahead. His small fists clenched slowly. I don't want to watch everyone get hurt anymore. A white aura erupted from Gohan's body. The ground split instantly. Master Roshi was pushed back by the shockwave, his eyes wide with shock. This child. Gohan shot forward. His speed was erratic yet astonishingly fast. Like an uncontrolled white meteor, he charged from behind the group towards the center of the energy clash. Goku's face went pale. Gohan, don't come. Raditz also yelled, don't touch that energy. But Gohan didn't stop. He reached the spot behind Raditz and Goku and thrust his hands forward. There was no technique. No name. Only a child's purest rage and desire to protect. An immense, overwhelming ki erupted from his small body, crashing into their combined attack. The beam that Vegeta had been pushing down came to a halt. Vegeta's expression shifted. This brat again. Gohan cried out, stop bullying my daddy. In the next moment, their combined attack began to push back, inch by inch. From below, they forced Vegeta's energy beam back up. Goku's eyes lit up. Everyone, now, Raditz roared. All your power. Hold nothing back. Piccolo gritted his teeth, forcing his last trace of ki into the beam. Krillin screamed, draining himself dry. Nappa also let out a roar, desperately blasting his ki forward. Gohan's aura burned hotter, as if he were driving everyone's strength forward. Vegeta finally lost his composure. Impossible. He pressed down with all his might, veins bulging on his forehead. How could I be defeated by you? He didn't finish. The combined beam completely overwhelmed him. Vegeta's attack was torn apart. A colossal pillar of blue, white, gold, and green light blasted towards Vegeta in the sky. Vegeta's pupils shrank. Damn it. The beam engulfed him. A blinding explosion detonated in midair like a second sun rising. A terrifying shockwave swept across the entire wasteland. Raditz and the others were all sent flying by the recoil. Gohan was also caught in the blast. Goku, using his last strength, rushed over and grabbed his son, crashing hard onto the ground. Raditz crashed into a pile of rubble, feeling as if every bone in his body had been shattered. He gasped for air, his vision darkening. Had they won? No, he dared not think that. Vegeta wouldn't die so easily. The smoke slowly cleared. The sky returned to darkness. A figure fell from the air, slamming into the center of the wasteland. It was Vegeta. His battle armor was almost completely shattered, his body scorched, black blood around his mouth, his ki noticeably weaker. But he was still alive. He was even moving. Vegeta pushed himself off the ground, struggling to rise. His body trembled. Not from fear. It was a tremor born of absolute fury. Kakarot. Raditz. And that brat. He raised his head, his gaze murderous. Raditz stood up, leaning on the rubble, his body swaying, barely able to stay upright. Goku, holding the unconscious Gohan, also slowly looked up. Piccolo was on one knee, Krillin was lying in the distance, and Nappa was completely immobile. Everyone had reached their limit. Vegeta had reached his limit too. On the wasteland, both sides were gasping for breath. Just then Bulma's voice came from a distance. Not from a communicator, but from a small, wobbling aircraft in the sky. Bulma stood at the hatch pale-faced, but she shouted through gritted teeth, "Raditz. I brought the gravity capture device. I've brought the gravity capture device." Bulma's voice rang out from midair. The small aircraft wobbled into the battlefield, smoke trailing from its hull. It had clearly been pushed to its limits. Raditz looked up, his pupils contracting sharply. Suspended beneath the aircraft was a silver-white disc device surrounded by 4 energy nozzles with a gravity core hastily modified by Capsule Corporation at its center. It wasn't a complete gravity chamber. More like the gravity system had been ripped out of a training pod fitted with stabilizers and a remote launch module. Crude. Dangerous. Clearly a rush job. But now this contraption was their last hope. Vegeta also looked up at the sky. Though he didn't know what it was, he sensed something amiss from Raditz's reaction. "Bulma," Raditz shouted hoarsely. "Don't get too close." Bulma gripped the edge of the aircraft's hatch, her blue hair whipped by the wind. Her face was pale, but she gritted her teeth and replied, "You think I want to be close? This piece of junk can't lock onto the target if I'm too far away." Krillin lay on the ground, struggling to lift his head. "Bulma, what are you doing here? If I hadn't come, you'd all be dead." Bulma cursed as she frantically worked the controls. The aircraft shook violently as the gravity capture device detached from its underside, slamming onto the wasteland with a deafening thud. The moment the disc hit the ground, 4 energy supports snapped open, digging deep into the earth. Vegeta's eyes turned cold. Pathetic trick. He raised his hand to blast the device. Raditz's expression shifted. "Stop him." Goku shot forward almost simultaneously. His body was at its limit. After Roshi took Gohan from his arms, he swayed on his feet. Yet hearing Raditz's voice, he still moved. Bang. Goku used his body to deflect Vegeta's arm. The energy blast flew past the gravity device, carving a deep crater into the distant ground. Vegeta struck back, punching Goku in the face. Goku was sent flying, but managed to steady himself midair. Raditz gritted his teeth and charged, blocking Vegeta's other side. "Vegeta, haven't you always thought low-class warriors should kneel?" Vegeta stared at him, murderous intent surging in his eyes. "Raditz, you can barely stand." "So what?" Raditz panted, blood still seeping from the charred wound on his chest, yet his voice grew fiercer. "Aren't you the same?" Vegeta's face darkened. He was right. After Gohan's outburst, and their combined counterattack, though he hadn't fallen, he was badly injured. His energy remained greater than everyone else's, but it was no longer the overwhelming dominance of before. He could tire. He could bleed. He could be pushed back. That was what Vegeta could not accept. Bulma's voice crackled through the communicator. "Raditz, I need 10 seconds to lock on. This thing can only trap him for a moment, and he has to be within the device's radius." "What's the radius?" 30 meters. Raditz gauged the distance between Vegeta and the device. Too close. Too dangerous. He had to drag Vegeta inside. No trick him in. There was no way to force him. "Goku." Raditz lowered his voice. Goku wiped the blood from his mouth and stood beside him. "I'm here. Can you still run?" "Yes." "Push him toward the device." Goku glanced at the device and understood immediately. "All right." Vegeta watched them coldly. "Are you done plotting?" "We're done." Raditz grinned. "Ready to make you kneel." Vegeta's eyes turned icy. "You're asking for death." He lunged at Raditz. His speed was still terrifying. Raditz tensed, but instead of meeting the attack head-on, he sidestepped half a step. Vegeta's fist grazed past his face. Goku came from behind, kicking at Vegeta's side. Vegeta blocked it with his arm. Raditz seized the chance to punch Vegeta in the chest. Vegeta dodged, driving his knee into Raditz's stomach. Raditz's vision went dark from the pain, but he didn't retreat. He grabbed Vegeta's knee with both hands, wrapping his tail around the other's calf. Vegeta snarled, "This again." He raised his hand to strike. Goku lunged from the side, locking Vegeta's other arm. 2 low-class Scions drenched in blood used the most desperate means to restrain the Scion Prince. Vegeta's energy exploded, trying to shake them off. Raditz roared, "Piccolo." Piccolo was waiting. Propping himself up with one arm, he formed an energy sphere and blasted the ground behind Vegeta. Boom. The explosion wasn't meant to injure Vegeta. It was to push. The shockwave from behind forced Vegeta, Raditz, and Goku toward the gravity device. Vegeta's face changed as he finally realized their plan. "You're trying to push me over there." Krillin struggled up from the other side, firing his last key blast. Not done yet. The blast hit near Vegeta's feet, forcing him another half step off balance. Nappa, lying on the ground, watched and gritted his teeth, raising one hand. "Vegeta." Vegeta glared at him coldly. Nappa's face was covered in blood, his grin twisted. "This time, I'll give you a push too." He mustered his last ounce of strength to fire a crude energy sphere. It wasn't strong, but it landed right on Vegeta's escape path. Vegeta's steps were forced to halt, and that pause was enough. He had stepped into the gravity capture device's radius. Bulma's shrieking voice rang out. "Lock successful." The energy supports around the disc lit up simultaneously. Gravity capture initiated. Target range confirmed. Gravity multiplier 10 times. Boom. The invisible gravity field crashed down instantly. Vegeta's body lurched heavily. Raditz and Goku were nearly forced to their knees. Bulma's face went pale. "Damn, you two are in the range too." Raditz gritted his teeth. "Increase it." Bulma's eyes widened. "ITLL crush you." "Increase." Raditz roared. Goku, straining beside him, managed a weak smile. "I can still take it." Vegeta, pinned under 10 times gravity, finally showed a change in expression. It wasn't that he couldn't handle it. Scions are born on planet Vegeta with 10 times gravity. It wasn't lethal. But the problem was that he was severely wounded, his stamina depleted, and completely unprepared. More importantly, this gravity field wasn't a uniform training environment. It was a capture device. It grabbed at his muscles, joints, and movements from all directions like countless hands, forcing his speed to slow down. Bulma gritted her teeth and pressed the control. 15 times. Boom. Raditz grunted, his knees nearly buckling into the ground. Goku was also forced to bend over. Vegeta's body finally sank noticeably. He looked up at Bulma in midair, murderous intent flaring in his eyes. Earthwoman, how dare you? Bulma's spine chilled at his glare, but she didn't let go. What do I have to fear? She shoved the control lever further. 20 times. Boom. The gravity field surged. The ground of the wasteland collapsed into a circular crater. Vegeta finally slammed one knee into the earth. Thud. The sound was small, but it struck like thunder in everyone's hearts. The Scion Prince had knelt. Krillin's eyes went wide. Piccolo narrowed his gaze. Nappa stared in disbelief. Never had he imagined seeing Vegeta forced to one knee. Even if it was just a device. Even if only for a fleeting moment. Vegeta had knelt. Raditz trembled all over, blood dripping from his mouth, but he still managed to smile. Vegeta, how does it feel? Vegeta slowly raised his head. His face was twisted with rage. Raditz. He roared, trying to stand. Under 20 times gravity, he cracked the ground beneath him. This bastard was still trying to get up. Bulma's face changed. The device can't hold. 20 seconds at most. Enough. Raditz jerked his head up. Goku. Goku understood. He moved painfully under the 20-fold gravity, his hands at his waist. Kami. Hami. Raditz also forced himself to gather his last shred of energy. He couldn't control ki precisely yet. But precision wasn't needed now. Just blast all the power out. Piccolo and Krillin raised their hands again. Nappa looked at Vegeta, his mouth twitching, then finally raised his hand. Vegeta, this is payback. The energy of 5 people converged once more. Vegeta's pupils shrank. He wanted to dodge, but the 20-fold gravity field dragged his movements down. Bulma held the control panel, her eyes red. Hurry, I can't hold on. Raditz roared. Fire. Goku shouted at the same time. Kamehameha. A blue beam erupted. Raditz's white energy, Piccolo's light grenade, Krillin's ki blast, and Nappa's remaining energy sphere struck simultaneously. 5 forces hit Vegeta Hedon. Boom. Vegeta's body was swallowed by a terrifying light. In that instant, the gravity capture device overloaded completely. The energy supports around the disc exploded one by one. Bulma's aircraft was sent tumbling violently by the shockwave. Raditz's face changed drastically. Bulma. He tried to charge toward her, but was thrown back by the blast. Goku was also knocked to the ground. A massive cloud of dust rose from the center of the wasteland. The gravity device shattered into pieces. Everyone was thrown down. After a long moment, the wind finally died down. Raditz crawled out of the rubble. His first instinct wasn't to check on Vegeta, but to look up for the aircraft. It was trailing black smoke spiraling toward a distant crash. Raditz's pupils contracted. He forced his injured body to run. But before he could take 2 steps, a ragged breath came from the center of the dust cloud. Everyone froze. The smoke slowly cleared. Vegeta stood there. Or rather, he knelt there. His armor was almost completely shattered, his body charred, blood streaming down his forehead. But he was alive. Still conscious. He lifted his head, his eyes blazing with utter madness. You made me kneel. Raditz's heart sank. The next second, Vegeta's energy erupted again. Not stronger, but more savage. He shot forward, his target not Goku, not Raditz, but Bulma's falling aircraft. The instant Vegeta charged toward the plummeting spacecraft, a deafening buzz erupted in Raditz's mind. At that moment, he didn't even have time to consider how much strength he had left. Nor did he have time to wonder if Vegeta still had a hidden ace up his sleeve. He only saw the smoke-belching craft tilting erratically as it hurtled toward the ground. And Bulma was still inside. Vegeta. Raditz roared, and the ground beneath his feet exploded on impact. He lunged forward like a beast released after being compressed to its limit, dragging his blood-soaked body through the air. Goku's expression shifted as well. Bulma. He tried to move, but the moment he exerted force, his knees buckled violently, nearly sending him to the ground. The backlash from that previous strike and the gravity capture device had pushed everyone to their absolute limits. The fact that Goku was still standing was already extraordinary. Piccolo gritted his teeth and raised a hand, attempting to stop Vegeta with a ki blast, but just as light flickered in his palm, his body swayed. Krillin was in even worse shape, barely able to even crawl. Nappa lay prone on the ground, watching helplessly as Vegeta rushed toward the spacecraft, a rare look of obvious panic spreading across his face. Vegeta? Have you lost your mind? She's just an Earthwoman. Vegeta's voice was as cold as ice. It was this Earthwoman who made me kneel. He no longer cared about anything else now. Not Kakarot. Not Raditz. Not Nappa's betrayal. Not Gohan's potential. All of it was temporarily suppressed. His mind was consumed by the sound of that single thud as gravity forced him to his knees. Thud. That was humiliation. The Scion Prince brought to one knee by a piece of junk created by an Earthwoman. This was even more unbearable than being knocked away by Gohan. Therefore, Bulma had to die. Inside the spacecraft, Bulma gripped the control stick tightly, a gash on her forehead bleeding down past her brow. The dashboard was a sea of red. The engines were out of control. The altitude was plummeting. She gritted her teeth, trying to pull the craft back up, but the control stick was completely unresponsive. Damn it, damn it, damn it. The moment she saw Vegeta charging, her face went completely pale. It wasn't the crash. It was Vegeta. That madman was coming for her. But the next second, she saw another figure launching up from the wasteland. Long hair whipping wildly, battle suit in tatters drenched in blood. Raditz. Bulma's heart leaped into her throat. Don't come, she shouted instinctively. But Raditz of course wasn't listening. Vegeta was faster. He had already reached the side of the spacecraft, raising his hand palm aimed at the cockpit. Bulma could even make out the cold sneer on his face. Earthwoman, you are clever. But a clever insect is still an insect. A light began to glow. Bulma's pupils contracted. Just as the energy was about to erupt, Raditz slammed into him from the side with brutal force. Bam! He used his body to knock Vegeta's arm away, and the energy blast grazed the top of the spacecraft, blasting into the sky and detonating into a blinding white flash within the clouds. The spacecraft was sent tumbling by the shockwave. Bulma was thrown against her seat, her vision going dark as she nearly blacked out. Vegeta let out a furious roar. Raditz. Raditz gave no answer. He grabbed hold of the spacecraft's hull, digging his fingers into the metal, forcibly pressing the tumbling craft downward. Bulma, can you jump? Dazed and disoriented, Bulma lifted her head and cursed, do I look like I can jump? Then hold on to your seat. What are you going to do? Crash landing. Raditz gritted his teeth, wrapping his tail around the craft's strut, gripping the fuselage with both hands and forcibly altering its trajectory. The spacecraft, trailing black smoke, slammed diagonally into the ground. Boom. The fuselage skidded dozens of meters across the wasteland, kicking up a massive cloud of dust, finally coming to a halt against a giant boulder. The safety belt dug into Bulma, nearly cutting off her breath. The cockpit door was torn open by sheer external force. Raditz stood outside, his face covered in blood, his breathing heavy and ragged. Still alive. Bulma looked up at him, her eyes a little red, though her tone remained defiant. Can't you say something nice for once? Raditz reached in and unbuckled her seatbelt. If you can still curse, you're not dead yet. I really, really hate you. Bulma cursed, but her body was weak from the impact. As she tried to stand, her legs gave way, and she nearly fell. Raditz reached out and lifted her out of the craft. Bulma was stunned for a moment. It was the first time she had been this close to a Scion. Close enough to hear his heavy heartbeat. Close enough to see the charred wounds on his chest. Close enough to see the bruises and blood stains on his face from Vegeta's beating. And close enough to feel that his arms holding her were actually trembling. It wasn't fear. He was just too badly injured. But he had still come. He had snatched her back from Vegeta's grasp. Bulma's voice softened slightly. Raditz. Raditz glanced down at her. Save the touching words for later. Bulma was taken aback. Raditz set her down behind a rock and turned to look at the sky. Now the trouble isn't over yet. Vegeta hovered in midair, his expression as dark as a storm cloud. He watched Raditz rescue Bulma, watched that Earth woman still breathing, and the fury in his eyes nearly materialized. Raditz, you really have become an Earth dog. Raditz looked up at him, his chest heaving violently. That last act of saving Bulma had drained almost all of his remaining strength. His vision was starting to blur, but he still stood in front of Bulma. Dog, he grinned, blood on his teeth. Weren't you the one who just knelt? Vegeta's expression twisted instantly. Sitting behind the rock, Bulma heard that and couldn't help but almost laugh. This guy really knew how to get under someone's skin. Battered as he was, he still jabbed at Vegeta's sorest spot. Vegeta descended from the air. Step by step, he walked toward Raditz. His energy was no longer at its peak, but his killing intent was more terrifying than ever. I will tear you apart. Raditz rolled his neck, every joint in his body protesting. Yet he still raised his fists. Come on. I'm still standing. In an instant, Vegeta vanished. Raditz's pupils shrank, and he crossed his arms. Bam! A punch landed. Raditz was sent stumbling backward, the ground cracking beneath his feet. Vegeta followed up relentlessly. A second punch, a third, a fourth, raining down like a storm. Raditz could only block. He had no strength left to counterattack. But he didn't fall. With each block, he took another step back. Behind him was Bulma. He couldn't afford to retreat too far. Vegeta noticed this, and his sneer deepened. Trying to protect her. With what? He kicked out. Raditz was doubled over by the blow, blood spraying from his mouth. Bulma's face changed. Raditz. Raditz raised a hand, signaling her to stay back. Vegeta grabbed him by the hair and yanked him upright. You used to fear death the most. And now you're standing in my way for an Earth woman. Raditz's mouth was full of blood, but his eyes blazed with an unnerving light. I didn't have a choice before. Now I choose who I want. Vegeta's eyes went cold and his fist slammed into Raditz's face with brutal force. Raditz was sent flying, but before he hit the ground, he hooked a rock with his tail, forcing his body to a halt. He staggered back to his feet. Vegeta looked at him, then at Bulma. Suddenly he raised his hand. Not at Raditz. Aimed at the rock Bulma was hiding behind. Raditz's face went white. Vegeta. An energy blast erupted. Raditz lunged again, but this time he was a fraction of a second too late. The beam grazed his shoulder and blasted toward the rock. Just as Bulma was about to be consumed by the blast, an orange figure shot in from the distance. Kamehameha. Goku's energy wave collided with Vegeta's from the side, forcing it off course. Boom. The energy exploded in the distance. Bulma was knocked down by the shockwave, but was unharmed. Goku landed beside Raditz, panting heavily. Still holding up. Raditz shot him a look. How are you still standing? Goku managed a weary grin. I was about to ask you the same thing. They stood side by side. one drenched in blood, the other covered in wounds. Vegeta stared at them, his gaze growing colder by the second. Excellent. Brotherly love. Raditz sneered. Jealous. Vegeta charged in a blind rage. This time Goku and Raditz met him heated. Neither of them had their peak speed anymore. Their movements were even a little unsteady, but their coordination was better than before. Goku drew Vegeta's frontal assault. Raditz used his tail and body to restrict Vegeta's movements. Piccolo from a distance gathered his last key blast, and Krillin gritted his teeth and struggled to his feet. Nappa watched the battle, breathing heavily, and suddenly let out a laugh. Vegeta, look at you now. With the last of his strength, he raised his hand and fired a key blast at the ground near Vegeta's feet. The explosion wasn't strong, but it made Vegeta stumble for a step. That single pause was all Goku needed. He drove a fist into Vegeta's chest. Raditz followed up with a brutal headbutt, smashing it into Vegeta's face. Bam! Vegeta retreated. He took 3 steps back in succession. Those 3 steps silenced the entire wasteland for a breath. Raditz panted, his forehead bleeding from the impact. Goku wiped the blood from his mouth. Vegeta steadied himself, his expression no longer describable as mere anger. It was the madness born of absolute humiliation. Enough. His voice was low. Raditz's heart sank. Vegeta looked up, a slow grin spreading across his face. I admit you've been more troublesome than I thought. But this is where it ends. He reached for the belt at his waist. Raditz's pupils contracted sharply. Vegeta pulled out a small controller. It wasn't a scouter. It wasn't a regular communicator. It was the remote recall device for the Scion spacecraft. Trying to run. Goku frowned. Vegeta sneered. Run? Kakarot, you overestimate yourself. He pressed the button. In the distance, one of the 2 spherical wreckage units began to glow red. Raditz's face changed. That was Vegeta's ship. Its backup power was still active. Bulma saw it from behind the rock and understood instantly. Damn, his ship is initiating a self-destruct propulsion. A chill ran down Raditz's spine. Vegeta's ship wasn't going to fly away. It was going to ram them. Its target was all of them. Vegeta stared coldly at Raditz. Since you love protecting Earthlings so much, let's see how many you can save. In the distance, the spherical ship lurched upwards, screaming through the air like an out-of-control meteor, hurtling straight toward Bulma's location. Bulma's face went pale. Raditz didn't hesitate for a second. He turned and bolted toward Bulma. Goku also shot forward, but they were both far too slow. Just as the ship was about to crash down, a young but furious voice rang out from midair. No. Gohan, who had only recently fallen unconscious, had woken up once more. Just as the ship was about to crash down, a young but furious voice rang out from midair. No. Gohan, who had only recently fallen unconscious, had woken up once more. No. A childish voice exploded across the wasteland. In the next instant, every gaze was drawn to that tiny figure. Gohan had awakened. He was shielded by Master Roshi in the distance, barely able to stand, yet now his eyes were bloodshot, and a white aura surged around him. This was not a stable power. It was a child's potential forcibly extracted from the depths of fear and rage. Vegeta's spherical spaceship was hurtling toward Bulma's location, its tail flame blazing. It was incredibly fast, like an uncontrolled meteor. Raditz and Goku were both charging forward, but they were too severely wounded, their speed was insufficient. Bulma sat behind a rock, her face pale. She could even see the red-hot cracks on the spaceship's hull. She tried to stand, but she had injured her leg during the crash. The moment she moved, a piercing pain forced her back down. Damn it. Bulma clenched her teeth. She had never hated her inability to fly so much. Vegeta stood in the distance, a cold smirk on his face. Raditz, you wanted to protect her so badly, didn't you? Then try it. Raditz's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. He poured almost all his remaining strength into his legs, but his body felt like it was filled with lead. Severe injuries, blood loss, successive bursts of power forcibly blocking Vegeta. Each factor was holding him back. Faster, faster. But it still wasn't enough. The spaceship was already above Bulma's head. At that moment, little Gohan dashed out. He wasn't flying steadily. His posture was so clumsy, he looked like he was being shoved forward by his own aura. But his speed was terrifying. Goku's pupils constricted. Raditz's face also twisted in alarm. Don't hit it, Heaton. But Gohan couldn't hear anymore. He only saw that Aunt Bulma was about to be crushed by the spaceship. He only saw Uncle Raditz covered in blood still charging forward. He only saw his father desperately trying to save someone, but it was already too late. A child's mind held no grand tactics. There was no calm judgment. He knew only one thing. He couldn't let it fall. Screaming and crying, Gohan collided with the spaceship. His tiny body compared to the massive spherical vessel was like an insect striking an iron ball. But in the next second, everyone was stunned. Boom. Gohan actually slammed his shoulder into the underside of the spaceship. The rapidly descending spherical craft hit by him veered sharply off course. The tail flame grazed past Bulma's head and crashed into a distant cliff face with a thunderous roar. Boom. The explosion echoed across the wasteland. Flames engulfed half the mountain. Bulma was knocked over by the shockwave. Raditz finally reached her, pulling her into his embrace and shielding her from the flying debris with his back. Crackle. Shards of metal and rock pelted his back. Raditz grunted but didn't let go. Bulma looked up and saw blood continuously dripping from his jaw. She opened her mouth, her voice trembling. You blocked for me again. Raditz panted heavily. If I'm not dead, don't waste words. You? Bulma's eyes reddened, but she still cursed. You're really annoying. Raditz curled his lips. You've said that many times. But his gaze wasn't on Bulma. He looked toward the sky. Where was Gohan? Within the fiery explosion, a small figure fell from the sky. Goku shot forward instantly. Gohan. He caught his son landing while holding him. Gohan had already lost consciousness, his small face pale, with a few scrapes on his body, but his life force remained. Goku held him, his hands trembling. Gohan. Gohan. Raditz carried Bulma out from behind the rock. Seeing that Gohan was still alive, his tense heart finally eased a fraction. This little monster. He had saved the day again. But this was not a good thing. Gohan had burst out twice in a row, his body couldn't withstand it. If this continued, the child would be torn apart by his own potential. Vegeta watched the destroyed spaceship in the distance, his smile slowly fading. His spaceship was gone. Not destroyed by Goku. Not destroyed by Raditz. But knocked off course by Kakarot's youngest son, blasted into scrap metal. What did this mean? Not only had he failed to kill Bulma, but he had also lost the means to leave Earth immediately. The Scion Prince's face finally darkened to an extreme. That brat. Vegeta's voice was terrifyingly low. I'm taking him. Goku, holding Gohan, snapped his head up. Like hell you will. Vegeta glared at him coldly. Kakarot, you can't even protect yourself, and you want to protect him. Goku handed Gohan to Master Roshi and slowly stood up. His body swayed. Krillin hurried over. Goku, don't push yourself, you've already. Goku didn't look back. Krillin, take care of Gohan. Krillin froze. Goku's voice was soft, but steady. I can still fight. Raditz placed Bulma in a safe spot and turned back to the battlefield. Bulma grabbed his wrist. You can't fight anymore either. Raditz looked down at her. Bulma clenched her teeth, her eyes filled with fury and worry. If you keep fighting, you'll really die. Raditz was silent for half a second. Then he gently pried her hand away. Then don't let me die for nothing. Bulma's face went pale, but Raditz suddenly smiled. Relax, I'm afraid of death. So I'm not that easy to kill. He finished speaking and turned to walk toward Goku. Bulma watched his back. For the first time she didn't curse, because she knew she couldn't stop him. This man had said from the beginning that he was afraid of death. But when it truly mattered, he was always the first to charge. Raditz walked up beside Goku. The two stood shoulder to shoulder facing Vegeta. Piccolo also limped over, supporting his injured body. Krillin handed Gohan to Master Roshi and took his place on the other side. Nappa struggled to his feet, dragging his broken body step by step to stand beside the others. Raditz glanced at him. You can still stand. Nappa grinned, blood seeping from between his teeth. I'm standing steadier than you. Raditz sneered. Your mouth is still tough. Learned it from you. Krillin couldn't help but say, can you guys not argue at a time like this? Piccolo said coldly, arguing means they're not dead. Krillin was speechless. Not a single one of these people was normal. But somehow standing here, he wasn't as scared as before. Vegeta watched them regroup, a flicker of brutality in his eyes. You really think numbers can win? Raditz panted. And you really think you're still at your peak? Vegeta's gaze turned icy cold. Raditz had hit the mark. Vegeta was now heavily injured. The spaceship explosion, gravity capture, Gohan's outburst, the siege from everyone. His stamina had been worn down significantly. If this were the Vegeta from the beginning, they would have been annihilated long ago. But now Vegeta was also nearing his limit. It was just that his limit was still higher than theirs. Goku looked at Raditz. Still using the same method. No devices left. Then we'll do it ourselves. Raditz met his gaze. Goku smiled, looking battered, but his eyes were bright. He's tired too. Raditz understood his meaning. Keep wearing him down. Even if it meant everyone fell, they had to drag Vegeta until he couldn't move at all. It was the dumbest strategy. It was also the only one they had left. Fine. Raditz raised his fist. Then we bite him to death. Vegeta didn't waste any more words. He charged. This time the battle was no longer as earth-shattering as before. Everyone was too badly hurt. The speed was slower, the strength weaker, the techniques less flashy. But this fight was even more brutal. Goku rushed and was knocked back by Vegeta's punch and immediately lunged back. Raditz used his shoulder to take Vegeta's knee strike, then counterattacked by wrapping his arms around Vegeta's waist, creating an opening for Piccolo. Piccolo landed an energy blast on Vegeta's back, but was himself blasted away by Vegeta's backhand. Krillin circled to the side, specifically attacking Vegeta's footing and vision. Nappa was using his body purely as a battering ram. He had little combat power left, but his size and strength were still there, and each charge forced Vegeta to divert his attention. The more Vegeta fought, the angrier he became. Get lost. He punched Nappa, sending him flying. Nappa rolled for dozens of meters, smashing through a giant rock, and then cursing climbed back to his feet. I'm not dead yet. Vegeta raised his hand to finish him off. Goku rushed in and grabbed his arm. Your opponent is me. Vegeta spun and kicked Goku in the stomach. Raditz followed up with a heavy punch to the side of Vegeta's face. Vegeta's head snapped to the side, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth again. The murderous intent in his eyes surged. He drove a fist into Raditz's chest. Raditz was sent flying backward, but before he landed, he hooked the ground with his tail, forcibly halting his momentum. Keep going, he roared. Those two words seemed to squeeze the last reserves of strength from everyone. Vegeta was being held back. Held back by a group of people he looked down upon in the most desperate way. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. The wasteland was turned into rubble. On the remote monitoring screen at Capsule Corporation, everyone's battle power readings were dropping. Bulma stared at the screen, her fingers turning white. At this rate, they'll all die. Master Roshi, holding Gohan, said in a deep voice, they know. Bulma bit her lip. Then why keep fighting? Master Roshi looked toward the battlefield. Because if they don't, they'll die faster. In the center of the battlefield, Vegeta finally erupted again. Boom. A shockwave of energy exploded. Goku, Raditz, Piccolo, Krillin, and Nappa were all blasted away. Vegeta stood in the center gasping for air, his battle armor reduced to mere fragments. His body was trembling. His ki had dropped drastically, but he was still standing. It's over. He raised his hand, light gathering in his palm. His target was Goku. Raditz struggled to get up, but couldn't manage it for a moment. Goku was also on one knee, his body swaying. Vegeta grinned viciously. Kakarot, I'll start with you. The light burst forth. In that instant, a figure charged in from the side. It wasn't Raditz. It wasn't Piccolo. It was Nappa. Vegeta. Nappa slammed his broken body into Vegeta. Vegeta hadn't expected him to still be able to move. His attack was knocked off course, and the energy beam grazed past Goku, blasting into the ground far away. Vegeta was furious. Nappa. He smashed his fist into Nappa's chest. Nappa spat blood and flew backward. But before he was sent flying, he managed to grab Vegeta's arm and yank him hard in his direction. Raditz. Raditz's eyes lit up instantly. An opening. He didn't know where he found the last ounce of strength, but he shot forward. Goku moved almost simultaneously. The two brothers, one on the left and one on the right, struck at Vegeta at the same time. Vegeta tried to break free from Nappa, but was a step too slow. Bam! Raditz's fist connected with Vegeta's left cheek. Bam! Goku's fist slammed into Vegeta's abdomen. Vegeta's body jolted. Raditz roared. Piccolo. Piccolo had already gathered his last energy blast. Light grenade. Krillin also raised his hand. Kamehameha. Two energy waves followed, striking Vegeta square in the chest. Boom. Vegeta was finally blasted away, crashing heavily into a deep pit in the distance. Dust and smoke billowed into the sky. Everyone collapsed to the ground at the same time. No one spoke. No one cheered. Because they had no strength left. Raditz lay on the ground, digging his fingers into the dirt, desperately lifting his head to look at the smoke. He had to know. Had Vegeta fallen? Within the smoke, there was no movement for a long time. Krillin asked, his voice almost tearful, Did we win? No one dared to answer. A few seconds later, a piece of rubble shifted. Raditz's heart sank. Vegeta's hand emerged from the pile of debris. A hand slowly emerged from the pile of rubble. Klein's fleeting hope was instantly crushed back to the ground. No way. His voice trembled. Can it really get up again? No one answered. On the desolate plain, only the sound of the wind blowing through the rubble remained. Everyone had reached their limit. Wukong knelt partially on the ground, his chest heaving violently. Even raising his hand became a struggle. Raditz lay nearby, his fingers digging desperately into the soil, his mouth filled with the taste of blood. Piccolo leaned against the broken cliff wall, half his body numb. Klein could barely stand. Naba lay on the ground, gasping for breath, the wound on his chest making each inhalation feel like a knife cut. Yet Vegeta still crawled out from the rubble. His appearance was in the most disheveled state. His battlesuit was completely torn, half his face covered in blood, and his chest bore the punch marks from Wukong and Raditz, with charred scars left by Piccolo and Klein's energy waves. But he was still standing. Shakily standing. Vegeta lifted his head, the killing intent in his eyes had become somewhat chaotic. Kakarot. Raditz. Naba. He recited their names one by one, his voice hoarse, as if it were ground out from his throat. You guys. How could you push me to this extent? Raditz gritted his teeth and tried to stand up. But as soon as he moved, a tearing pain shot through his chest. He nearly fell again. Vegeta saw this. So he smiled. Even with his face covered in blood, that smile still carried a prince's arrogance. Can't get up anymore. Weren't you just able to talk a lot? Aren't you supposed to decide your own fate? He walked step by step toward Raditz. With each step his body swayed. But he could indeed still walk. Klein's face was pale. Damn. We really have no strength left. Wukong supported himself on the ground, his teeth chattering. I can still. Before he finished, his body swayed again, nearly collapsing. Vegeta scoffed. What else can you do? Kakarot admitted. No matter how much a lower-class warrior struggles, they will ultimately die at the hands of a prince. Raditz lifted his head, his gaze chillingly cold. You talk too much. Vegeta's eyes turned icy. He raised his hand, gathering a sphere of unstable energy in his palm. The light was not very bright, but for those already lying on the ground it was enough to be lethal. Then I'll start with you. Vegeta aimed at Raditz. Wukong's expression changed. Raditz. But just then an old yet powerful voice suddenly came from afar. Hold on. Raditz's heart stirred. This voice was Midoriya. Behind a large rock in the distance, a chubby figure cautiously peeked out. He carried a sword, sweat dripping from his face, with an expression that seemed to say, why am I in this hellish place? Yet in his hand he clutched a small bag. The senza beans. Raditz's eyes instantly lit up. He almost forgot. Or rather, he hadn't had the chance to go get them during this battle. Originally they had planned a logistic strategy. The senza beans were kept by Master Roshi and Midoriya as a final trump card to be used only when truly on the brink of death. But the pace of the battle was too fast. Vegeta had pressed everyone to the point of struggling to breathe. Until now, Midoriya had finally reached the edge of the battlefield. Klein also saw him, his eyes widening. Senza beans. Vegeta did not understand this term, but he saw the reactions of the others. His expression immediately darkened. What is that? No one answered him. Midoriya, caught in Vegeta's glare, nearly recoiled back behind the rock in fright. You don't look at me. I'm just delivering something. Raditz shouted hoarsely, throw it over. Midoriya gritted his teeth, pulled out a few Senzu beans from the bag, and hurled them this way. Catched. A few green Senzu beans arced through the air. Vegeta's eyes turned cold. Although he didn't know what they were, he would never allow the enemy to have what they wanted. He raised his hand, launching an energy blast into the air. Not a chance. Wukong suddenly looked up. Klein reacted almost instinctively. He had little strength left, but he gritted his teeth and fired a small energy blast colliding with Vegeta's energy blast. Boom. The two energy blasts exploded in midair. The Senzu beans were scattered by the shockwave, flying off in different directions. Raditz's eyes tightened, his tail swung out sharply, wrapping around one Senzu bean. Wukong also reached out to grab one. Piccolo barely caught one. Klein was hit on the forehead by a Senzu bean, wincing in pain. Ouch! The next second, he quickly stuffed it into his mouth. Raditz wasted no time biting into the Senzu bean. The crisp texture exploded in his mouth. Immediately, an indescribable vitality surged from his abdomen throughout his body. The agonizing pain in his chest rapidly healed. His numb arms regained their strength. Torn muscles, split wounds, and nearly exhausted stamina were forcibly pulled back to their peak in just a few breaths. No, not just peak. Raditz suddenly stood up. He felt it. The Scion body, after recovering from the brink of death, had become even stronger. It was not an illusion. Just now he had indeed been pushed to his limits by Vegeta, nearly rolling on the edge of death. Once the Senzu bean brought him back, that fighting instinct hidden deep in his cells was thoroughly ignited. His left eye had no scouter, but he could feel his power rising. Wukong also consumed a Senzu bean. In the next moment, he stood up straight, his injuries visibly disappearing at a noticeable rate. He was momentarily taken aback, then clenched his fist. Incredible. Piccolo also recovered, a hint of surprise on his face. These beans are truly outrageous. Klein jumped up from the ground, his face filled with excitement. We're alive. We're really alive. Naba lay at a distance watching this scene, his eyes nearly bulging out. What is that? Midoriya still clutched the bag, trembling as he said, there aren't many left, so save them. Raditz abruptly turned his head. Give one to Naba. Naba was stunned. Me. Vegeta's gaze instantly turned cold. No way. He was about to make a move when Wukong was already blocking him. Your opponent is me. Vegeta looked at the fully recovered Wukong, his expression finally changed. You guys recovered. Raditz moved his shoulders, the joints cracking. Noticed. Klein seized the opportunity to rush over, taking a Senzu bean from Midoriya's hand and tossing it to Naba. Catch, big guy. Naba instinctively caught it, looking at the bean in his hand with disbelief. Are you really giving this to me? Klein said impatiently, of course. Eat it. Or wait for Vegeta to kill you. Naba glanced at Vegeta, then at Raditz. In the end, he gritted his teeth and swallowed the Senzu bean. In the next moment, all his wounds rapidly healed, the sense of rupture vanished, and his stamina surged back. Naba stood directly from the ground, his face filled with shock. This Earth has such things. Raditz looked at him. Quit wasting time, can you still fight? Naba grinned. Now, I can take you down. Then take down Vegeta first. Naba's smile froze, and then he looked toward Vegeta. Vegeta stood in place, his expression dark enough to drip water. Just now he was so close to winning. Just a little more. This group was on the verge of collapse. With just a few more hits, he could completely end this humiliating battle. But now, they had recovered. Raditz had recovered. Kakarot had recovered. Piccolo and Klein had also recovered. Even that useless Naba had been saved back. And he, Vegeta, had no Senzu beans. His injuries were still there. His stamina was still declining. The advantage was slipping from his grasp. This feeling was driving Vegeta nearly insane. You guys. He gritted his teeth, his voice filled with unprecedented rage. Dare to use such lowly means. Raditz nearly laughed out loud. Lowly? You didn't feel noble when you crashed your spaceship into Bulma. Wukong nodded. Exactly, and the Senzu beans are ours. Klein couldn't help but say, can you not take medicine in a fight? Piccolo snorted coldly. Quit talking, he's weaker now than before. Naba moved his shoulders, his fierce expression returning. But this time that ferocity was not directed at the Earthlings, but at Vegeta. Vegeta, Naba's voice was low. I still remember that hit from earlier. Vegeta looked at Naba, his gaze icy. Are you going to make a move against me? Naba was silent for a moment, then grinned. Haven't you already treated me like trash? Then it's only right for me to hit you right. Raditz looked at Naba, the corners of his mouth lifting. This guy finally got it, though it was rough around the edges. But it was enough. Wukong assumed a stance. This time let's finish it in one go. Raditz nodded. Don't give him another chance. Vegeta sneered. Do you really think that just because you've recovered you can win against me? It's not a matter of thinking. Raditz stepped forward. It's time to end this. In the next moment, Wukong charged forward first. His speed was a notch faster than before he consumed the Senzu bean. Vegeta raised his hand to block, but was forced back half a step. His expression changed. Kakarot, your power. Wukong was also somewhat surprised. After the Senzu beans, he seemed to be stronger than before. The life and death battle had pushed his potential just a bit further. Raditz followed closely, throwing a punch at Vegeta's side. Vegeta turned to block, but Raditz's punch was heavier than before. Bang! Vegeta was knocked sideways. Naba charged in from the other side, roaring as he slammed down his fists. This is for what you did. Boom! Vegeta was smashed into the ground. The wasteland exploded into another large pit. Raditz did not stop. Wukong did not stop. Piccolo, Klein, and Naba all followed. No respite. No chance for a comeback. No opportunity for Vegeta to launch any counterattacks. As soon as Vegeta bounced back from the pit, Wukong's fist was already upon him. He blocked Wukong, but was kicked in the side by Raditz. He wanted to counterattack Raditz, but Nappa's heavy fist came crashing down again. Piccolo's energy blast pinned him down like a nail, preventing any movement. Klein's energy hovered, forcing him to be cautious. This was the first time Vegeta was unable to counterattack smoothly. He roared, furious, attempting to shake everyone off with his power. But this time, everyone else had recovered, and he had not. Boom. Raditz charged through the energy wave, his tail wrapping around Vegeta's arm. Wukong punched Vegeta in the jaw. Nappa came from behind, grabbing Vegeta and slamming him hard into the ground. Piccolo gathered energy with both hands. Demon Flash. Klein also unleashed an energy wave. The two energy blasts hit Vegeta Heaton. After the explosion, Vegeta staggered out from the smoke, barely able to stand. His face was bloodied, yet there was still defiance in his eyes. I am the Scion Prince. Raditz stepped in front of him. Prince. He raised his fist. From now on, no one buys into your act. Vegeta charged in angrily, but his movements were already slow. Raditz sidestepped and landed a punch in Vegeta's abdomen. Wukong followed up with an uppercut. Nappa delivered a heavy blow from the side. Vegeta was sent flying. Piccolo raised his hand, an energy blast launching him down to the ground. Boom. This time, after smashing down, Vegeta did not get up again for a long time. On the wasteland, the dust slowly settled. Vegeta lay in the center of the deep pit, his chest slightly rising and falling, his gaze fixed on the sky. He was still alive, but he could no longer move. Klein cautiously observed for a long time. This time, did we really win? No one answered immediately. Raditz walked step by step to the edge of the pit, looking at Vegeta inside. Vegeta looked at him too. Even having lost, his eyes were still filled with resentment and humiliation. Raditz. His voice was hoarse. Dare you kill me? Raditz looked down at him, silent for 2 seconds. Then he laughed. Kill you? That would be too merciful for you. Vegeta's pupils contracted slightly. Raditz turned to look at Wukong. Kakarot. Wukong walked over. What? Raditz looked at the Vegeta in the pit. Bind him up. From today onward, the Scion Prince must also undergo transformation on Earth. From today onward, the Scion Prince must also undergo transformation on Earth. From today onward, the Scion Prince must also undergo transformation on Earth. From today onward, the Scion Prince must also undergo transformation on Earth. Vegeta was bound. The proud Scion Prince, who moments ago had been poised to obliterate Earth, and everyone on it, now lay in a deep crater, his body charred black, his battle armor shattered, barely able to lift a hand. Kylan stood at the edge of the pit for a long while, still finding it hard to believe. Did we really win? He couldn't help asking again. No one laughed at him, because at that moment everyone felt the same way. It had been too difficult. So difficult that they had nearly died several times over. From Vegeta's arrival to Nappa's defection, then the artificial moon gravity capture, Gohan's outburst, the spaceship crash, and the Senzu Bean rescue. Every step was like dancing on a razor's edge. One wrong move and Earth would have been gone today. Goku sat on the ground, gasping for air. Even after taking a Senzu Bean, the subsequent wave of attacks had nearly drained him dry again. I guess we won, he said, then looked at Vegeta in the crater. His gaze held no contempt, but was instead serious. This guy is really strong. Killen's eye twitched. Goku, can you not talk about the enemy with such admiration? Goku scratched his head. But he really is strong. Piccolo snorted coldly. Strong as he may be, he's still lying there now. Nappa stood to the side. The wound on his shoulder had been healed by a Senzu Bean, but his expression remained complex. He stared at Vegeta in the pit, saying nothing for a long time. This scene was a huge shock to him. Vegeta had lost. The prince, who in his eyes never failed, only gave orders, and always decided who lived or died, had actually been defeated. And not by some powerful being from another universe. He was brought down by Raditz, Kakarot, Piccolo, Kylan, and that little brat. Nappa suddenly felt that this world had become a little unfamiliar. Raditz jumped into the deep crater and walked over to Vegeta. Vegeta's gaze was icy cold. Even though his body couldn't move, his mouth refused to yield. Raditz, you'd better kill me now. Raditz looked down at him. You're quite good at making decisions for me. Vegeta gritted his teeth. Do you think he'll thank you for keeping me alive? Do I need your thanks? Raditz let out a laugh. Vegeta, do you still not understand the situation? He crouched down and reached out to pat Vegeta's shattered armor. The gesture was extremely insulting. Vegeta's eyes instantly flared with murder. How dare you touch me? You're tied up and you're still putting on airs as a prince. Raditz stood up and looked at Goku. Goku, take him up. Goku blinked. You're really not going to kill him? Not for now. That's good. Goku walked down and reached out to help Vegeta. Vegeta roared, don't touch me, Kakarot. Goku paused. Can you walk on your own? Vegeta's face stiffened. Goku looked at him with sincere concern. You can't move right now, can you? Vegeta nearly choked on his own blood in rage. Raditz added from the side, don't ask him. Right now he's tough only in his mouth, nothing else. Kylan let out a snort, barely stifling a laugh, then quickly covered his mouth. The corner of Piccolo's mouth also twitched almost imperceptibly. Nappa grinned openly. Vegeta, you finally met your match. Vegeta's glare snapped towards him. Nappa. The smile on Nappa's face froze. Even with Vegeta lying in the pit, he still tensed up instinctively for a moment. But soon Nappa gritted his teeth and mustered the courage to glare back. What are you looking at? I don't take orders from you anymore. As he said this, Nappa himself seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Raditz glanced at him. Not bad, you're finally using your head a little. Nappa snapped, don't act like you're my teacher. I saved your life twice. Nappa fell silent. Kylan muttered quietly, he does owe you 2 lives now. Nappa turned to glare at him. Shut up, little bald head. You're still calling me little bald head. Kylan nearly jumped up in anger. I was the one who gave you the sins of being. Nappa was silent for a moment. Then, thanks. Kylan was stunned. Huh. Nappa turned his face away and said gruffly, I said thanks. If you didn't hear it, forget it. Kylan looked at him and suddenly smiled. I heard you, big guy. Nappa frowned. Don't call me big guy. You call me little bald head. That's different. How is it different? As the two were about to start arguing again, Bulma's voice came from not far away. Can you two argue after we get back? Everyone turned. Bulma limped over covered in dust with a temporary bandage on her forehead, her expression grim. Raditz frowned and immediately walked over. What are you doing out here? Bulma glared at him. What, I'm not allowed to come see where I almost got crushed to death? Shh. Your leg is injured. Your whole body is injured, you have no right to talk to me about it. Raditz was left speechless. Bulma walked up to him, looked up into his eyes, her own eyes burning with suppressed anger. Who told you to rush over like that just now? Raditz was silent for a second. Vegeta was going to kill you. I know. Bulma's voice lowered a little. So I'm asking, who told you to risk yourself like that? Raditz looked at her. He wanted to say, because you're useful. Because you can build a gravity chamber. Because you are the most important technician on Earth. But the words caught in his throat, and he didn't say them. Bulma wasn't stupid. That kind of lie might fool others, but not her. Finally, Raditz simply said, I don't like it when people touch what's mine. Bulma was taken aback. Killin's eyes went wide. Goku scratched his head, seemingly not catching anything amiss. The turtle hermit pushed up his sunglasses and chuckled. Bulma's face slowly reddened, but she quickly forced a stern expression. Who's yours? Raditz looked away. This isn't the time to discuss this. Bulma squinted. You're changing the subject. Kylan muttered from the side, he did just say it. Raditz shot him a cold glare. Want to go back for extra training in the gravity chamber? Kylan immediately stepped back. I didn't hear anything. Bulma watched Raditz being stubborn like this and suddenly let out a soft hum. She didn't press further, but there was a distinct change in her eyes. Goku dragged Vegeta out of the crater. Vegeta was bound with special alloy chains, his hands and feet, immobilized, his face the picture of fury. You think this piece of junk can hold me? Bulma glanced at him. Don't worry, I added gravity locks, just for you. If you try to break free, the chains will automatically release high-voltage electricity and localized gravity suppression. Vegeta sneered. Earthwoman, you think this toy can stop the Saiyan Prince? Bulma walked up to him. She wasn't as tall as Vegeta, and she had no combat power. But she didn't back down an inch. That toy of mine just made you kneel. The air went dead silent. Vegeta's face visibly darkened. The corner of Raditz's mouth lifted. Nappa lowered his head and coughed, struggling to suppress his laughter. Kylan turned around, his shoulders shaking. Goku said sincerely, Bulma is amazing. Vegeta's rage nearly exploded again. But he truly couldn't move now. After speaking, Bulma turned to Raditz. What do we do with him? Everyone looked at Raditz. This question was unavoidable. Vegeta's killing intent was too strong, his combat power too high, and letting him go was absolutely unsafe. But kill him. Goku might not be willing. Nappa's emotions were complicated. Raditz also didn't want to kill Vegeta so quickly, not out of soft-heartedness, but because Vegeta could still be useful. Very useful. Raditz walked over to Vegeta. Vegeta looked up at him, his voice icy. What exactly are you trying to do? Raditz didn't answer immediately. He looked at Nappa. You come over too. Nappa was startled. Me? Yes. Nappa frowned and walked closer. Raditz looked at the two Saiyans before him. One was a prince who had once been above all others. The other was a brute who had only ever followed the prince in slaughter. Adding Goku and himself, there were now 4 pure-blooded Saiyans gathered on Earth. This was the greatest variable. If he could forge the fates of these individuals into a single line, only then would there be a true foundation to resist in the future Frieza arc. Raditz spoke in a deep voice. There's something I wasn't planning to say so soon. Vegeta's eyes flickered. Nappa also frowned. Goku walked over. What is it? Raditz looked at Vegeta and said word by word, Planet Vegeta wasn't destroyed by a meteor. Vegeta's face instantly changed. Nappa was also stunned. What did you say? Raditz continued, the Saiyans didn't die from some natural disaster either. Our people were annihilated by someone. Vegeta's gaze turned utterly cold. Raditz, do you know what you're saying? Of course I do. Raditz stared at him. The one who destroyed Planet Vegeta is Frieza. Boom. The words landed like a thunderclap. Vegeta's pupils sharply contracted. Nappa was frozen in place. Goku, Kylan, Piccolo, and Bulma all fell silent. Frieza. They had heard this name before, but only now did they truly realize the weight that name carried. The extinction of the entire Saiyan race. Vegeta stared intently at Raditz. Say that again. Raditz didn't back down. Frieza destroyed Planet Vegeta. He feared the legend of the Super Saiyan, feared losing control over the Saiyans. So he personally destroyed our planet. Your father, King Vegeta. Nappa's people. Our people. They all died by his hand. Nappa's breathing began to grow heavy. Impossible. His voice was low. Lord Frieza said it was a meteor. You believe whatever he says. Raditz sneered. Nappa, do you really think Planet Vegeta could be destroyed by an ordinary meteor? Nappa was speechless. Vegeta's expression was terrifying. He had suspected it before. He just hadn't dared to dwell on it, because the answer was too heavy and too humiliating. If what Raditz said was true, Then what had he been doing all these years? Conquering planets for the one who destroyed his race. Working for Frieza. Surviving under the monster who annihilated his own kind. Vegeta's fists clenched tightly, the chains groaning. Bulma immediately looked warily at the controller. But Raditz didn't stop him. He knew Vegeta needed this rage now. He needed this fire to burn a crack in that arrogant prince's shell. Vegeta's voice was hoarse. Evidence. Raditz looked at him. I don't have any right now. Vegeta's gaze instantly turned icy. You're messing with me, but I know where to find it. Raditz cut him off. Vegeta glared at him. Raditz looked up at the sky. Namek. Goku was startled. Namek. Piccolo's expression also changed. Raditz said slowly, there are Dragon Balls, they're stronger than Earth's. And there might be more information about the universe that we need to know. Bulma frowned slightly. She had finally heard the word Raditz had been avoiding. Dragon Balls. Raditz turned to look at everyone. Vegeta has lost. Nappa will stay. But this isn't over yet. Frieza will eventually take notice of Earth. Instead of waiting for him to come, we should go to Namek first. Vegeta lifted his head, his eyes a maelstrom of fury and doubt. If you lie to me, I will kill you. Raditz smiled. Then you'd better stay alive first. Just then a fragment of Bulma's scout device suddenly emitted a soft beep. On the screen, a long-interrupted Legion code was flickering to life again. Bulma's expression changed drastically. Raditz. Frieza Force's archiving program has been restored. The archiving program of the Frieza Force has been restored. The moment Bulma uttered these words, the atmosphere that had just relaxed after Vegeta's defeat was instantly clenched by an invisible hand. The smile on Krillin's face froze. No way. Again. His scalp tingled at the mere mention of words like program, archive, and signal. They had been plagued by these alien devices all year. Uploads from the spaceship. Exposure from scouters. Automatic notifications from mission log capsules. Hidden chips syncing with the lunar phase. Now having finally subdued Vegeta and Nappa, the Frieza Force was rising from the dead again. This nuisance was even more persistent than King Piccolo. Raditz's face darkened. Show me. Bulma handed him the scouter fragment. On the screen, the military identification code, which should have been long burned out, flickered back to life. It wasn't a complete transmission, but it was attempting to reassemble the data. Bulma gritted her teeth. The intense energy waves from the battle must have stimulated a backup storage area in the fragment. There's still an uncleared archive cache inside. Can you cut it off? I can, but it'll take time. Bulma's voice was rapid. The problem is it's already started searching for nearby usable transmission sources. Your wrecked ship, Vegeta's ship, scouter fragments. Any alien device it can commandeer. Raditz's eyes turned icy. So as long as there's one usable psion part, it might send out an anomaly report. More or less. Bulma's expression was grim. Even if it's not complete coordinates, once the Frieza Force catches wind of anomalous psion activity near Earth, they'll investigate eventually. Krillin felt his legs go weak again. We just beat Vegeta, and now Frieza's next. Can a guy catch a break? Vegeta, bound by gravity restraints, had been silent with a cold face. Upon hearing about the Frieza Force's archive restoration, his expression shifted. It was subtle, but Raditz could see it. It was a barely contained dread. There was even a deeply hidden trace of fear. Vegeta might not fear death, but the name Frieza for him now was still a mountain crushing his very bones. Nappa's reaction was even more direct. His face turned pale, and his body, just restored by a senzu bean, instinctively tensed up. If the Frieza Force finds out about this place... He didn't finish, because everyone knew what came next. Goku frowned, asking, is Frieza really that strong? This time Raditz didn't answer immediately. Instead, Vegeta spoke coldly. Strong. His voice was hoarse. Kakarot, you have no idea what you're asking. Goku looked at him. Vegeta lifted his head, his eyes filled with humiliation and hatred. Even if all of us combined forces would be mere insects before Frieza. Krillin's face went pale. Hey, hearing that from you is really terrifying. Nappa muttered, Vegeta isn't exaggerating. In the makeshift battlefield center that resembled a lab, everyone fell silent. Raditz said slowly, Frieza's first form has a battle power of 530,000. Krillin's expression went blank. 530,000. He looked at the stillbound Vegeta. Vegeta at 18,000 beat us to a pulp. What the hell is 530,000? A monster. Raditz answered simply. A true monster. Goku's expression grew serious. He had seen powerful enemies before. But the number 530,000 was beyond his current imagination. What was more terrifying was that Raditz had said first form. Goku understood what that implied. Piccolo's face was grim. So we absolutely cannot let this signal get out. Right. Bulma was already heading for her backup equipment case. I can handle it, but it's not safe here. There are too many alien wrecks on the battlefield. I need to gather all the psion equipment and dismantle them one by one. Raditz immediately looked at Nappa. What about your scouter? Nappa was taken aback. It was destroyed in the fight. Where are the fragments? How should I know? I was almost killed by Vegeta just now. Who had time for that? Raditz's face darkened. Find them. Nappa frowned. You're ordering me. Raditz glared at him coldly. Do you want the Frieza Force to find Earth through your scouter fragments? Nappa shut up. He turned and started searching through the rubble. Krillin whispered, that big guy actually listened. Piccolo snorted. He's just afraid of Frieza. Raditz didn't deny it. Being afraid was fine, as long as he could work now. Bulma immediately directed the robots to clean up the battlefield. Subsequent transport planes from Capsule Corporation arrived, boxing up the wreckage of Vegeta's ship, Nappa's ship, and the remaining modules of Raditz's ship. Vegeta was escorted aside under gravity restraints. He watched his ship's wreckage being towed away by Earth robots, his face dark. Earth woman, you'd better know what you're doing. Bulma didn't even look back. Of course I do. She directed a robotic arm to extract the ship's core, her tone flat. I'm dismantling a pile of alien junk that almost got us killed. A vein bulged on Vegeta's forehead. If he weren't immobilized, he would have made this woman shut up. Standing nearby, Raditz found it immensely satisfying. Bulma putting Vegeta in his place was more gratifying than doing it himself. Goku walked over to Raditz. Were you serious about going to Namek? Of course. Raditz looked at the sky. Earth is no longer safe. The Frieza Forces system recovery is just a matter of time. Vegeta and Nappa have been out of contact for so long, or it will eventually draw attention. Krillin asked, but why do we have to go to Namek? Can't we just stay on Earth and train? Because we need stronger Dragon Balls. Raditz glanced at Piccolo. Piccolo's expression soured. He knew exactly what Raditz meant. Namek was connected to him and Kami. Raditz continued, the Namekian Dragon Balls can grant greater wishes and provide more cosmic intelligence. We need to know Frieza's current location, the truth behind Planet Vegeta's destruction, and even secure a contingency for Earth. Bulma paused in her work. You mean go to Namek for the Dragon Balls while evading the Frieza Forces' pursuit? Not evading. Raditz's voice deepened. It's getting there before Frieza does. Vegeta sneered. Raditz, do you even know what you're saying? Raditz looked at him. Vegeta's eyes, though still proud, held a darker edge. If there really are Dragon Balls on Namek, Frieza will go there once he finds out. You want to compete with Frieza for the Dragon Balls? Did I knock some sense loose in your head, eh? Raditz smirked. Don't you want to know the truth about Planet Vegeta? Vegeta's face instantly froze. Raditz took a step forward. You can keep pretending you know nothing. Keep playing the Scion Prince. Keep hiding in Frieza's shadow. As long as no one shoves the truth in your face, you can still pretend you weren't working for your enemy. Vegeta's restraints clanked. He stared at Raditz, his gaze murderous. Shut up. Raditz didn't shut up. What? Afraid to hear it. I told you to shut up. Vegeta roared, his body straining violently. The gravity restraints activated, instantly pressing down with high voltage current and localized gravity. Bang. Vegeta was forced back to the ground with a grunt. Bulma, holding the controller, said coldly, move again and it'll increase the gravity to 30 times. Vegeta looked up, his eyes full of killing intent. Bulma stared right back. Staring at me won't help. The button is in my hand now. Krillin couldn't help but whisper, Bulma is getting scarier. Goku nodded. Yes, she's always been formidable. Vegeta's face was even uglier than when he had been defeated. Nappa walked back, carrying a pile of scouter fragments. Seeing Vegeta pinned down by Bulma, his expression was complex. In the past, he wouldn't have dared to laugh. Now he still didn't dare to laugh too openly. But he couldn't suppress the twitch at the corner of his mouth. Vegeta looked at him coldly. What are you laughing at? Nappa immediately straightened his face. Nothing. Raditz took the fragments and tossed them to Bulma. Dismantle them all. Bulma nodded. Give me a day. A day, eh? Krillin was shocked. That fast? Bulma looked at him. Too slow for you. No, please continue. Raditz said, also prepare a spaceship. Bulma's hand paused. A ship to Namek. Yes. You know the coordinates. Raditz looked at Piccolo. Piccolo frowned. Don't look at me. I don't know. Raditz knew Piccolo didn't know now. But Kami might know something, at least enough to provide clues through Namekian lineage. Go see Kami. Piccolo's face darkened further. That old man again. Goku asked, does Kami know about Namek? Maybe. Raditz said. Even if he doesn't, we can find clues from your ship's wreckage and the lookouts records. Bulma nodded. With a general star sector, I can reverse engineer it using Scion star charts. The problem is the ship. She looked at Raditz. Your ship is too small only for a single person, and it's mostly dismantled. Same for Vegeta's and Nappa's ships. To get to Namek, we need to build a large spacecraft from scratch. Raditz asked how long. Bulma frowned. Under normal circumstances, months. Before Raditz could speak, Bulma added. But if we cannibalize the 3 Scion ships, integrating the gravity chamber, core life support systems, and navigation modules, the fastest would be a month. Too slow, Raditz said. Bulma glared at him. Do you think building a spaceship is like cooking? A month is already working me and my dad to the bone. Dr. Briefs raised his hand with a smile. Actually, we could make it a bit faster if we don't care about comfort. Everyone looked at him. Bulma was stunned. Daddy. Dr. Briefs adjusted his glasses. I just looked at the Scion ship's core. The propulsion efficiency is very high. We don't need to rebuild from scratch. We just need to convert a large capsule corp aviation module into a space-sealed cabin and integrate the alien propulsion core. In theory, we could have a test flight in 2 weeks. Krillin's eye twitched. Building a spaceship in 2 weeks. Is your family made of monsters? Bulma didn't argue, because she was already calculating. If we work day and night, 2 weeks might be possible. Raditz nodded. 2 weeks. Bulma looked at him. You really treat us like machines. Raditz looked at the wound on her forehead, his voice softening slightly. I appreciate your hard work. Bulma was taken aback. Krillin was also stunned. Goku's eyes widened. Raditz actually said something like that. Raditz's face darkened. Shut up. Bulma coughed and turned her face away. You'd better remember that. Her tone was still sharp, but her ears were slightly red. Vegeta watched this scene, his gaze dark. You really think I'll go to Namek with you? Raditz looked at him. You have 2 choices. Stay here locked up on Earth with gravity restraints. Or come with us to Namek and uncover the truth about Frieza. Vegeta sneered. Why should I follow your orders? Raditz pointed to the controller in Bulma's hand. Because you're tied up right now. Vegeta's face twitched. This brutal logic was irrefutable. Nappa muttered nearby, Vegeta, if Frieza really. Shut up. Vegeta cut him off coldly. Nappa opened his mouth, but didn't continue. His expression, however, had changed. Before, Nappa wouldn't have doubted Frieza. Now he was beginning to. That was enough. Raditz turned to Goku. These 2 weeks you keep training. Goku nodded. I know. You should also go to the lookout and Master Roshi to properly learn ki control. Goku was startled. What about you? I'm going too. Raditz said. I didn't have time before, but now that Vegeta is temporarily dealt with, I must learn to sense ki without a scouter before going to Namek. Piccolo snorted. You finally realize you've been acting like a brute with a stick. Raditz glanced at him. At least this brute didn't fall earlier than you. Piccolo's eyes turned cold. Krillin quickly interjected. All right. Don't start fighting again after just finishing one. Bulma had already turned back to her equipment. I don't care who goes to train, just don't wreck my lab. Raditz nodded. He was about to speak when the screen in Bulma's hand flickered. Her expression instantly changed. Wait. Raditz's heart sank. What now? Bulma quickly magnified the archiving program. This time it wasn't a signal recovery. Instead, the cache had parsed out a fragment of information that had already been sent. She looked up, her voice dry. A small piece of data has already leaked out. Krillin nearly broke down. How much leaked? Bulma looked at the screen. No Earth coordinates, no Dragon Ball information. Everyone was about to breathe a sigh of relief when her next words froze them all again. But it contained 2 keywords. Scion anomaly. Namek. Scion anomaly. Namek. As Bulma uttered these 2 words, the breath of relief that had just been released across the battlefield ruins was forcibly choked back. Krillin's mouth twitched. No way. Another leak. Now whenever he heard words like signal, archive, or program, his scalp crawled. Starting with Raditz's spaceship, then Vegeta, Nappa, and the Frieza Force. These alien devices were like layers of traps, one dismantled, another revealed. Vegeta was pinned down by the gravity restraints, his face dark and brooding. Nappa stood aside, his wounds healed after eating a senza bean, but his shoulders still instinctively tensed at the mention of the Frieza Force. Raditz stared at the damaged scouter in Bulma's hand, his voice dropping low. Can you confirm it's been sent? Bulma's fingers flew across the control panel, her brow furrowed in concentration. It wasn't complete intelligence, just a fragment of an archive. No Earth coordinates, no Dragon Ball information, but it did leave Earth's vicinity. Krillin was about to breathe a sigh of relief when Bulma delivered the finishing blow. But that doesn't mean we're safe. The Frieza Force only needs to catch the keywords Scion anomaly and Namek to start investigating. Goku frowned. Will Frieza go to Namek? Not necessarily in person, Raditz said. But even if Dodoria Zarbon or the Ginyu Force get their first ITLL, be more than enough trouble for Namek. The Ginyu Force. Krillin's face turned even paler. Doesn't sound like a friendly bunch. Vegeta let out a cold sneer. They're far from friendly. Krillin looked at him. Worse than you. Vegeta's gaze turned icy. Krillin immediately took a step back. All right, forget I asked. Raditz ignored them both. He knew all too well that time had been compressed. Originally, they could have dealt with Vegeta and Nappa first, then slowly built the spaceship and made their plans for Namek. But now that was impossible. If the Frieza Force grew suspicious, Namek would become a dead end before they could act. They had to get a head start. They had to reach Namek before Frieza truly caught on, find the Dragon Balls, and uncover the truth. Raditz turned to look at Bulma. How soon can the spaceship be ready? Bulma looked up at him, almost laughing in disbelief. Do you think I'm Shinron? We just fought a battle that could level the world, and you're asking for a spaceship on the spot. How long? Normally a few months. Raditz's expression darkened. Too slow. Bulma glared at him. No kidding, I know it's too slow. But that's a spaceship, not a capsule motorcycle. Dr. Briefs pushed up his glasses from the side, speaking slowly. If we don't prioritize comfort and just focus on making it fly, we can speed things up considerably. Everyone turned to look at him simultaneously. Bulma was taken aback. Daddy. Dr. Briefs pointed at the piles of Scion spaceship wreckage nearby. The core components of Raditz's, Vegeta's, and Nappa's ships are still intact. We can piece together the propulsion system, modify the life support system using capsule core large aviation modules, and use the Scion star charts for navigation. The gravity chamber can be shrunk down into a compact training pod. Krillin's eyelids twitched. Doc, your idea of piecing together sounds pretty dangerous. Dr. Briefs grinned amiably. Science is inherently dangerous. Bulma was silent for a few seconds, her mind already calculating every possibility at lightning speed. If we work day and night, 10 days. Raditz immediately replied, make it 10 days. Bulma slammed the control panel against his chest. You sure are quick to decide. Raditz winced from the pain of his wound, but didn't dodge. He looked at the still drying blood on Bulma's forehead, and his voice softened uncharacteristically. I appreciate it. Bulma's retort got stuck in her throat. She stared at Raditz for 2 seconds, her ears inexplicably growing warm. Finally, she just snorted. You better remember that. Krillin muttered under his breath nearby. Well, I'll be damned. Raditz actually spoke like a human being. Raditz shot him a cold glare. Want some extra training in the gravity chamber? Krillin immediately looked up at the sky. Nice full moon today. Goku earnestly corrected him. It's daytime. Krillin nearly choked on his own words. Vegeta watched the scene coldly, then suddenly spoke. You really think I'll go to Namek with you? Raditz turned to face him. You will. Vegeta sneered. And why is that? Because you want to know if Frieza destroyed Planet Vegeta. Vegeta's expression instantly turned frigid. Raditz continued. You can keep pretending you don't care or keep up that royal facade. But deep down you know you can't avoid this. Vegeta stared daggers at him. The chains let out faint creaking sounds. Bulma immediately raised the controller. Don't move. The gravity restraints are still linked to my button. A flash of murderous intent flickered in Vegeta's eyes. Bulma didn't back down an inch. I made you kneel once so I can make you kneel again. Nappa barely stifled a laugh beside them. Vegeta whipped his head toward him. Nappa immediately wiped the grin off his face. I wasn't laughing. Your grin is practically touching your ears. Krillin chimed in. Nappa glared at him. Shut it, Baldy. No one asked for your opinion. I wasn't getting this attitude when I gave you that Senzu bean. Nappa was momentarily speechless, then grumbled gruffly, well, thanks. Krillin blinked, then broke into a grin. All right, big guy. Don't call me big guy. Then don't call me Baldy. But you are one. Krillin fumed, wanting to jump at him. Raditz couldn't be bothered with them and turned to Goku and Piccolo. We can't take too many people to Namek. Goku nodded. I'm going. Of course you are. Raditz looked at Bulma. You're coming too. Bulma raised an eyebrow. I figured as much. We can't do this without you. The ship the Dragon radar communications repairs. Nice way of putting it, but you're just dragging me into danger. Yes. Raditz answered bluntly. But without you we might not even reach Namek. Bulma looked at him, then finally let out a sigh. Final go. Piccolo spoke coldly. I'm going too. Raditz looked at him. Piccolo's face was grim. Namek is connected to me. I have a right to know what that place really is. Goku smiled. It's good that Piccolo's coming. He's strong. Piccolo snorted. I don't need you to tell me that. Raditz didn't object. Piccolo had to go. On Namek, Den Nail and the Grand Elder were all tied to his path. Besides, Piccolo was one of the calmest fighters Earth had now. As for Vegeta, Raditz looked at him. Vegeta is coming too. Krillin was startled. Bring him. Are you sure? He nearly killed all of us. Bulma frowned too. I can keep the gravity restraints on him, but space on the ship is limited. What if he goes crazy halfway? Raditz said flatly. Then we throw him into space. Vegeta glared at him coldly. You can try. I certainly will. Raditz walked up to him, looking down at the defeated Saiyan Prince. Vegeta, if you want the truth, behave yourself. If you want revenge on Frieza, stay alive until we reach Namek. Vegeta didn't answer. But he didn't refuse. That was answer enough. Nappa immediately asked, what about me? You're staying. Nappa's eyes bulged. Why, oi? Because Earth needs someone to guard it. You want me to babysit Earth? Nappa's face darkened. Raditz gave a cold laugh. You owe me 2 lives, you owe Krillin a Senzu bean, and you owe Piccolo for taking a hit for you. Now I'm asking you to guard a place, and you're complaining. Nappa opened his mouth, but couldn't find a retort. Krillin nodded beside him. Yeah, you do owe quite a bit. Nappa glared at him. Shut up. Goku turned to Nappa and smiled. Gohan is staying on Earth too. How about you help protect him? Nappa's face twitched. That brat. He needs my protection. Raditz said coldly, he needs training. Piccolo shot a glance at Raditz. He'll train Gohan for these 10 days. Gohan, who had been hiding behind Goku, turned pale at the words. Mister, Piccolo will train me. Piccolo said icily. You have power, but you only cry and let it burst out. That's not a warrior. That's a liability. Gohan hung his head. Goku frowned about to speak, but Raditz cut in. He's right. Gohan looked up at him. Raditz's tone remained harsh. If you don't want to hold your father back in the future, put the energy you spend crying into training. Gohan's eyes were red, but he nodded firmly. He'll work hard. Goku looked at Gohan, then at Piccolo. I'm entrusting Gohan to you. Piccolo turned his head away. Don't make it sound like I'm eager to take care of him. Raditz made the final call. The Namek team: Raditz, Goku, Piccolo, Bulma, Vegeta. The Earth defense team: Krillin, Master Roshi, Nappa, Gohan, Kami, and Mr. Popo will handle the rear. Krillin had been about to volunteer to go, but at the words, defense team, he fell silent. Goku walked over and patted him on the shoulder. Krillin, I'm counting on you to look after Earth. Krillin gave a wry smile, saying that just makes me feel more pressure. Master Roshi also spoke up. Staying isn't a bad thing. Earth can't be left unguarded either. Krillin took a deep breath and nodded. All right. Over the next 10 days, Capsule Corporation became a war zone headquarters. Bulma and Dr. Briefs practically lived in the manufacturing plant. The Scion spaceship cores were dismantled, and the thrusters, navigation modules, life support systems, and gravity training pods were all crammed into the new vessel. The exterior was crude. The interior was far from comfortable. But it could fly. It could reach Namek. That was enough. Raditz didn't stay idle. After the battle with Vegeta, he finally realized his biggest flaw. He couldn't truly use Ki. In the past, he relied on battle power numbers and raw Scion physique. Against Vegeta, he managed with teamwork, Senzu beans, and gravity devices. But on Namek, facing the Frieza force, relying on brute force alone was a death sentence. So he followed Master Roshi, Goku, Kami, and Mr. Popo to begin the most basic Ki sensing training. On the first day, he felt nothing. On the second day, it was still a mess of confusion. On the third day, Goku stood opposite him and asked, "Can you sense my Ki?" Raditz closed his eyes, veins bulging on his forehead. "I can sense it." Goku was delighted. "Really?" Raditz opened his eyes, his expression sour. "It's like a noisy, blinding sun." Goku was taken aback. Master Roshi, however, chuckled, saying, "That means you've found the threshold." Mr. Popo stood nearby, his dark face expressionless. "Your heart is too impatient, your Ki will be chaotic." Raditz took a deep breath. "I don't have the time to slowly calm my mind." Mr. Popo said calmly, "The less time you have, the more you need to be calm." Raditz fell silent. He didn't like hearing that. but he knew it was true. Meanwhile, Piccolo had taken Gohan away for training. Gohan came back every day covered in dirt and grime. Nappa had been watching and laughing at first, but the next day Piccolo dragged him into the training ground too. "You're coming too." Nappa roared. "Why should I listen to you?" Piccolo said coldly, "Because you almost lost control at the edge of the Great Ape transformation." Nappa immediately shut his mouth. Krillin watched from the side, thoroughly amused. But his laughter didn't last long before Master Roshi dragged him off for recovery training. None of Earth's defense team got off easy. Vegeta was locked in a separate training pod with gravity restraints. Bulma set the permissions herself. "Don't try anything. If you dare smash the hatch, I'll crank it up to 50 times gravity." Vegeta sneered. "Earth woman, you're not bad at making threats." Bulma smiled sweetly. "Thanks, your highness. The last person I threatened is being pretty well behaved now." Vegeta's face darkened again. On the night of the 10th day, the spaceship was finished. The silver-white hull sat on the launch pad at Capsule Corporation, the propulsion core glowing with a blue-white light, the exterior still bearing obvious signs of rushed construction. Bulma, with dark circles under her eyes, patted the hatch. "It's ugly, but it flies." Krillin stared at the ship, murmuring, "A spaceship built in 10 days. I'd be scared to ride in it." Bulma glared at him. "You're not riding it." "Well, that's a relief. What's that supposed to mean?" Goku, carrying his pack, was brimming with excitement. "Namek, huh? Can't wait to see what it's like." Piccolo stood silently to the side, gazing at the night sky. Vegeta, wearing the gravity restraints, was escorted onto the ship, his expression as dark as a storm cloud. Raditz walked to the hatch and turned back to look at the group. Gohan stood in front of Goku, his eyes red. "Dad, Uncle Raditz, you have to come back." Raditz paused slightly at the word uncle. He still wasn't used to it. But this time he didn't correct him. "Train hard. I'll check on you when I get back." Gohan nodded vigorously. Nappa crossed his arms and grunted, "Don't die out there, Raditz." Raditz looked at him. "Look after Earth." Nappa snorted. "Like you need to tell me." The hatch closed. The spaceship slowly lifted off. Earth grew smaller and smaller outside the porthole. Bulma sat in the pilot's seat and took a deep breath. "Target Namek." Raditz stood at the porthole, watching the blue planet shrink. The Earth saga was over. But there was no relief in his heart, because he knew the true nightmare of the cosmos was only just beginning. Meanwhile, in the distant depths of the universe, aboard a Frieza Force warship, Dodoria, holding a fragment of intelligence, frowned as he walked into the throne room. Lord Frieza, we've intercepted an interesting piece of data. On the throne, Frieza gently swirled his glass, a faint smirk curling his purple lips. "Oh." Dodoria lowered his head. "The keywords are Scion Anomaly. And Namek." "Oh." Dodoria lowered his head. "The keywords are Scion Anomaly. And Namek." In the depths of the cosmos, the flagship of Frieza's army. Within the vast throne room, the lights were cold, and the metallic floor gleamed so brightly it could reflect one's image. Frieza sat upon his hovering throne, a wine glass in hand, his tail gently resting against the edge of the seat. He appeared both elegant and menacing. Dodoria stood below, head bowed, presenting a fragment of intelligence with both hands. "Lord Frieza, we've just intercepted a fragment from the army's archives." Frieza swirled the liquid in his glass and gave a nonchalant smile. "Oh, do tell." Dodoria grinned. "The content is incomplete, but 2 keywords are clear. Scion Anomaly. Namek." The wine glass paused slightly. The smile on Frieza's face did not fade. Yet the temperature in the hall seemed to drop a few degrees in that instant. Scion Anomaly. His voice remained soft. "What a nostalgic term." Dodoria murmured. "The archive signal was very short, its origin was destroyed, and the coordinates are incomplete. Technicians speculate this intelligence might be related to Vegeta's unit." "Vegeta?" Frieza let out a soft chuckle. "That proud little monkey has been quiet lately, almost suspiciously so." Zarbon beside him gave a slight bow. "Lord Frieza, shall we contact Vegeta immediately?" Frieza did not answer right away. He set down his glass and tapped the armrest with his finger. "Namek." He murmured the name, a glint of interest in his eyes. "I recall that the race on that planet is associated with a certain special ability." Dodoria was taken aback. "Special ability?" Frieza's smile deepened. "There are always strange rumors in the universe. Orbs that can grant wishes. Immortality. Resurrection of the dead." Zarbon's pupils contracted slightly. Dodoria quickly caught on a greedy look appearing on his fierce face. "Lord Frieza, do you mean?" Frieza raised his hand slowly and deliberately. "Issue the order. The fleet is to change course for Namek. Also contact Vegeta." As he said this, the corner of his mouth lifted. "I want to know what that little monkey is up to behind my back." At the same time, inside a spaceship far from Earth, Bulma sat in the pilot's seat, her hands moving swiftly across the control panel. The ship had just broken through Earth's atmosphere and entered stable flight. Blue-white propulsive light streamed from the rear, creating a slender trail through the dark cosmos. The ship's exterior was not refined. In fact, it was somewhat crude. Its hull was the main cabin of a Capsule Corporation spacecraft, but the propulsion core came from a Scion pod. Inside, it was crammed with a compressed gravity chamber, life support dragon radar, a medical bay, and a signal jammer Bulma had improvised. It didn't resemble a normal ship. It was more like a getaway vehicle cobbled together by geniuses and madmen. After checking the course, Bulma finally breathed a sigh of relief. Navigation is stable. It's ugly, but it hasn't fallen apart. Goku stood at the porthole, his face filled with excitement as he gazed at the starry sky. Amazing. So this is what Earth looks like from space. Piccolo stood in a corner with his arms crossed, his expression cold. Don't act like you've never seen anything before. Goku turned and grinned. Well, I really haven't seen much. Piccolo snorted and said nothing. Raditz stood on the other side, but his gaze wasn't on the stars. He was watching Vegeta. Vegeta sat against the wall, his wrists and ankles bound in gravity cuffs specially made by Bulma. His expression was as dark as if he were ready to kill. Even though he was on the ship, he showed no sign of being a cooperative teammate. Bulma turned from the pilot's seat. Vegeta, let me remind you again. I built this ship. I control the gravity cuffs. If you try anything funny on board, it'll throw you into the gravity chamber and crank it up to 50 times. Vegeta's eyes were icy. Earthwoman, you'd better not get too cocky. Bulma lifted her chin. So what if I am? A vein bulged on Vegeta's forehead. Goku scratched his head and quietly asked Raditz, does Vegeta really hate Bulma? Raditz looked at Vegeta's livid face and said flatly, it's not hate. It's that he can't beat the button in her hand. Goku suddenly understood. I see. Vegeta whipped his head toward them. You two low-class warriors, shut up. Raditz walked over and looked down at him. Prince, fighting is prohibited on this ship. Vegeta sneered. Are you scared? Raditz smiled back. I'm afraid you'll get electrocuted and look too pathetic. Bulma helpfully waved the controller. Vegeta's face grew even darker. Piccolo said coldly from the side. Are you done arguing? If so, let's talk business. Raditz dropped his smile. The oddly light-hearted atmosphere in the ship quickly sank. Namek was no vacation spot. They weren't going on an adventure. They were racing against Frieza's army for their lives. Bulma projected a star chart onto the main screen. A simulation of a green planet appeared before them. Based on ancient information from Kami and the Scion star charts, I've roughly locked in Namek's coordinates. She pointed at the route. At maximum speed, ITLL take about 26 days. Goku was stunned. That long? That's already fast. Bulma snapped. This is interstellar travel, not a trip from West City to Kame House. Raditz frowned. 26 days. It wasn't a short time. If Frieza's army had already picked up the fragmentary signal, they might not be slower. Frieza's flagship was particularly fast. If the enemy arrived first, Namek would be in danger. Vegeta sneered. What, afraid Frieza will beat you there? Raditz looked at him. Aren't you? Vegeta's face turned cold. Why should I be afraid? Raditz didn't mock him, he simply said calmly. Because you know that once he goes to Namek, he won't just be investigating. Hell kill. Hell take the Dragon Balls. Hell turn that planet into a second planet Vegeta. Vegeta's pupils contracted slightly. Piccolo's expression also darkened. Namek was foreign to him, yet not entirely unknown. It was the origin of his body and soul. He wouldn't admit it out loud, but upon hearing second planet Vegeta, an undeniable unease stirred within him. Goku clenched his fists. Then we need to get stronger faster. Bulma looked at him. There's a compressed gravity chamber on the ship, but let me be clear, it's small and the equipment isn't fully stable yet. No fooling around. Raditz and Goku both looked toward the gravity chamber. Bulma's face darkened. Especially you two. Goku gave a nervous laugh. He'll be careful. Raditz said nothing. Bulma stared at him. And you? Raditz averted his gaze. He'll try. Bulma immediately raised the controller. I don't accept try. Raditz paused for a second. He'll stick to the plan. Only then did Bulma lower the controller. Vegeta watched this scene, an expression of disbelief on his face. Raditz, you're really acting like a dog tamed by an Earthwoman now. Before Raditz could speak, Bulma laughed first. You're wearing a dog leash yourself? Who are you to talk? The ship fell silent instantly. Goku blinked. Piccolo's mouth seemed to twitch. Raditz lowered his head and coughed. Vegeta's face was beyond dark. His wrist cuffs clanked loudly. Bulma's fingertip rested on the button. Wanna try? Vegeta stared at her, but ultimately didn't move. Raditz looked on with satisfaction. Bulma was the only one on the ship who could suppress Vegeta's venomous tongue without a fight. Truly the core heroine. That day, training on the ship officially began. Goku was the first to enter the gravity chamber. Bulma set it to 20 times gravity. Goku flexed his wrists, grinning happily. Feels good. Bulma warned, this is a ship, not an Earth gravity room. Don't break it. Okay. Goku agreed quickly. 3 minutes later, a loud bang came from inside the chamber. A vein bulged on Bulma's forehead. Son Goku. Goku's voice came from inside. Sorry. I couldn't hold back that time. Piccolo snorted. Idiot. Raditz, however, didn't enter the gravity chamber right away. He sat cross-legged in a corner of the training area, eyes closed, trying to sense the ki of everyone on the ship. Goku's ki was the most obvious. It was like a bright, noisy flame. Piccolo's ki was cold and sharp like a blade hidden in the shadows. Bulma's ki was very weak, but very stable like a small lamp. Vegeta's ki, on the other hand, was extremely violent, suppressed by the gravity cuffs, but still like a caged beast. Raditz opened his eyes, sweat beading on his forehead. He still wasn't used to it. Relying on perception rather than a scouter or numbers to gauge strength felt like learning to walk again. Vegeta noticed his actions and sneered. Learning ki sensing now. Raditz looked at him. What prince are you going to teach me? Vegeta's face was full of disdain. Scions fight with power, not those earthling tricks. Raditz said flatly. And yet you ended up lying in a pit after we ganged up on you. Vegeta's eyes turned icy. That was because you used sins of beans and that despicable device. Bulma raised her hand from the pilot's seat. Thanks for the compliment. Vegeta nearly lost his composure again. Piccolo suddenly spoke. Ki is not a trick. Vegeta looked at him. Piccolo said coldly. If you learn to conceal your ki, Frieza's army scouters might not find you immediately. Vegeta fell silent. That statement was more effective than any taunt because it involved Frieza. Raditz noticed Vegeta's reaction and felt a stir. Vegeta was stubborn, but no fool. As long as he realized this skill could be used against Frieza, he would learn it eventually. Sure enough, after a moment Vegeta said coldly, "He'll grasp your low-level tricks at a glance." Raditz nodded. "Then watch." Vegeta frowned. "What do you mean?" Raditz closed his eyes and tried again to suppress his own ki. His technique was crude. His ki fluctuated wildly like a leaky boiler. Goku, just exiting the gravity chamber, saw this and laughed. "Raditz, that's not right. You need to relax your body first." "Shut up." Raditz's face was sour. Goku said earnestly, "No, really like this." As he spoke, his ki rapidly diminished. If not for seeing him standing there with his own eyes, Raditz would have found it difficult to sense Goku's presence. Vegeta's expression shifted instantly. He wasn't shocked that Goku knew this technique. He was shocked that it could completely nullify battle power readings. Frieza's army relied on scouters. If they could all conceal their ki, they would gain a massive advantage on Namek. Vegeta's face darkened as he sat up straight. "Kakarot, do it again." Goku was taken aback. "You want to learn, eh?" Vegeta said coldly. "I'm just studying the enemy's low-level methods." Raditz let out a laugh. "The prince sure has a tough mouth when it comes to learning." Vegeta glared at him. Bulma's hand hovered over the controller. Vegeta held back again. On the second day of the voyage, everyone was forced to learn ki concealment. Goku taught. Piccolo supplemented. Bulma recorded the data. Raditz learned with great awkwardness. Vegeta learned with even greater awkwardness. Not because they couldn't grasp it, but because Vegeta complained the whole time, saying it was useless while his body diligently practiced over and over. Bulma watched from the side and shook her head. "Vegeta, you're really like those people who say they don't want to eat, and then lick the plate clean." Vegeta's face was icy. "Earth woman, say that again. Your ki is leaking again right now." Vegeta immediately shut his mouth. Raditz almost burst out laughing. Just as the atmosphere on the ship was settling into a training rhythm, on the other side Frieza's flagship had already begun to change course. Dodoria stood in the command room shouting, "Accelerate. Lord Frieza wants to reach Namek as soon as possible." Zarbon looked at the star chart, a slight frown on his face. That intelligence fragment is incomplete, but if Namek really has something that can grant wishes, Vegeta is likely to go there too. Dodoria sneered. "Vegeta, if that monkey dares to betray Lord Frieza, I'll crush his skull myself." Zarbon said flatly, "You'd better not underestimate him." Dodoria was scornful. "What is Vegeta? Let alone trash like Raditz and Nappa." In the throne room, Frieza listened lightly to his subordinates' reports, a smile always playing on his lips. "Scion anomaly." He murmured softly. "If it's that boy Vegeta, it wouldn't be surprising. But I'm more curious about what the anomaly actually is." He raised a finger and gently tapped Namek's position on the star chart. "I hope this planet doesn't disappoint me." On the 5th day of the voyage, Raditz was finally able to suppress his ki, albeit barely. It was unstable, but far better than the first day. Goku laughed. "Not bad, Raditz." Raditz wiped the sweat from his brow. "Let's talk, let's go again." Vegeta sat on the other side and said coldly, "Crude." Raditz looked at him. "Are you stable?" Vegeta said nothing because he wasn't stable either. Piccolo sneered from the side. Two scions, both with such hard mouths. Bulma was looking at the data when she suddenly frowned. "Wait." Everyone looked at her at once. Raditz's heart sank. Another signal. Bulma opened the star chart, her expression gradually turning serious. "Not a signal. It's the trajectory of another ship." Vegeta immediately stood up. "Frieza?" Bulma magnified the trajectory, her voice dropping. "Can't be certain, but it's heading in the same direction as us. Its target is also Namek. The target is also Planet Namek." The moment Bulma uttered these words, the training atmosphere that had just heated up inside the spaceship instantly turned cold. Goku stood at the entrance of the gravity chamber, his hair still damp with sweat. After hearing this, his first reaction was not fear, but to walk up to the main screen. "Is it Frieza?" Bulma did not answer immediately. She enlarged the trajectory and pulled up the propulsion waveform she had just intercepted. Her expression grew increasingly grim. "I can't be 100% sure, but this speed is too exaggerated. An ordinary spaceship could never achieve this." Vegeta, who had been sitting by the wall, had a dark look in his eyes upon hearing this. "It's the Frieza force." Raditz looked at him. "Are you sure?" Vegeta sneered. "I've seen that propulsion frequency too many times." He stared at the light spot on the screen, his voice lowering a few notes. "Frieza's flagship is faster than this piece of junk we cobbled together." Bulma immediately turned around annoyed. "Who are you calling a piece of junk?" Vegeta glanced at her. "I'm stating a fact." Bulma let out a cold laugh, her fingers resting on the controller. "Then let me state a fact too, you're still wearing my gravity restraints." Vegeta's face darkened. Raditz cut them off directly. "Now is not the time for quarreling." He looked at the screen. The direction of that trajectory almost overlapped with theirs. This indicated the worst-case scenario had emerged. The Frieza force had indeed set its sights on Planet Namek, and they were arriving faster than anticipated. Goku frowned. "Can we accelerate?" Bulma's fingers flew across the console. "No. We're already at the limit of safe cruising speed. If we accelerate further, the propulsion core might overheat. Do you want to blow up into cosmic fireworks halfway?" Goku thought for a moment. "Then forget it." Piccolo crossed his arms, staring coldly at the star chart. "If they get there first, a lot of Namekians will die." The words were spoken very calmly, but Raditz could tell that Piccolo's tone had changed. It wasn't an overflow of sympathy. It was a concern he himself hadn't even realized. To Piccolo, Planet Namek was more than just a target planet. It was his roots. Raditz said in a deep voice, "We can't let Frieza search for the Dragon Balls in peace." Bulma turned around. "What do you want to do now, eh? Interfere with them." "Interfere with what?" "The Frieza force is looking for abnormalities among the Scions, so let's give them something even more abnormal." Bulma was taken aback for a moment, then understood. "You want to fabricate a signal, eh?" Raditz nodded. "Not falsify the coordinates of Namek, but release a residual Scion signal in another area to make them split their forces." Vegeta sneered. "Frieza isn't that stupid." "Of course he isn't." Raditz looked at him. "But Dodoria is." Vegeta was silent for a moment. He couldn't argue with that. A scumbag like Dodoria, while not weak in battle power, certainly wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed. Bulma started to adjust the data. "If it's just making a decoy signal, I can do it. But I need the Scion communication code." Raditz looked at Vegeta. Vegeta said coldly, "Why are you looking at me? Give us the code." "Why should I, eh?" Raditz walked up to him, his voice low. "Because if Frieza reaches Namek, first the truth you want to know might be destroyed by his own hands." Vegeta's eyes turned frigid. Raditz continued, "You can keep putting on your Prince act, or you can hand over the code and seize a little initiative." The spaceship fell silent for a few seconds. Vegeta finally let out a cold snort and recited a string of Scion military identification codes. Bulma immediately recorded them. "Would have been better if you cooperated earlier." Vegeta ignored her. His face was extremely unpleasant now. Not because of Bulma, but because of Frieza. The mere mention of that name made even him, the Scion Prince, unable to maintain true composure. Half an hour later, a forged signal was sent out. The signal content was very short. It roughly meant residual traces of Scion combat, source unknown, coordinates deviating from the Namek route. Bulma didn't make it too refined. Being too refined would make it look like a trap. She deliberately made the signal incomplete, fragmented, and noisy, like a half-recorded log spat out by a dying, damaged ship. After the transmission was complete, everyone stared at the screen. Goku asked, "Will they fall for it?" Raditz shook his head. "I don't know." Goku was startled. "You don't know either?" "I'm not Frieza." Raditz stared at the distant trajectory on the screen. "Well, by whatever time we can." The spaceship continued forward. Training didn't stop either, but everyone was more anxious. Goku entered the gravity chamber again and directly increased the multiplier. Seeing the value, Bulma nearly smashed the console. "Son Goku, didn't I just say the ship would explode?" Goku laughed from inside. "They'll go easy." "What's your standard for going easy?" "Not blasting the hatch off." Raditz didn't enter the gravity chamber. He sat cross-legged in the training area, continuing to practice sensing ki. He could now feel the ki of Goku, Piccolo, Vegeta, and Bulma. But it was still rough. Especially when trying to conceal his own ki, it would leak out from time to time. Piccolo stood by and watched for a while, then said coldly, "You're too impatient." Raditz kept his eyes closed. "I know. If you know, why are you still impatient?" "Because there's no time." Piccolo frowned. "If you go to Namek like this, you'll be detected by their scouters first." Raditz opened his eyes and let out a breath. "So you teach me?" Piccolo was taken aback. "You want me to teach you?" Raditz looked up at him. "You're better at it than I am." The words were spoken very directly. Piccolo fell silent instead. After a moment, he let out a cold snort. "He'll only say it once." Raditz closed his eyes again. Piccolo walked up to him, his voice low. "Don't think about suppressing the ki to death. Ki is not an enemy. The more you suppress it, the more chaotic it becomes. You have to let it sink like breathing, letting it settle into place on its own." Raditz followed the instruction. It was still chaotic at first, but slowly that rough mass of ki finally quieted down a little. Not much, but it had indeed lowered. Bulma, sitting at the console, saw the change in the readings and couldn't help but say progress. Raditz opened his eyes and looked at Piccolo. Again, the corner of Piccolo's mouth twitched. "You really don't hold back. Didn't you say you'd only say it once?" "I take it back." "Too late." On the other side, Vegeta watched this scene with a grim expression. He hated this feeling. Goku, Raditz, Piccolo, they were all changing. Even that Earth woman could influence the battle with her technology. Only he, the Scion Prince, who had always relied on his lineage and power to dominate, now had to admit that these low-class individuals possessed something he lacked. Vegeta suddenly stood up. Bulma immediately looked at him. "What do you want?" Vegeta said coldly, "The gravity chamber." Bulma raised an eyebrow. "You want to train too?" "I'm just recovering my condition." "All right." Bulma operated the console. With the gravity restraints on, the maximum is 20 times gravity. Vegeta's eyes turned icy. "Are you insulting me?" "It's not an insult, it's a safety limit." Bulma smiled. "If you dare fire a ki blast recklessly on the ship, they'll lock you in the toilet." Vegeta finally lost his temper. "Earthwoman." Bulma's finger rested on the button. Vegeta's chest heaved for a moment, but he finally held himself back. Raditz felt very pleased. Vegeta was completely subdued by Bulma. This was more satisfying than a fight himself. On the 9th day of the voyage, the decoy signal finally got a response. Bulma's alarm sounded. "They've slowed down." Everyone immediately gathered around the screen. The trajectory representing the Frieza force hadn't changed its main course, but a small trajectory branched off, heading towards the decoy signal. Goku breathed a sigh of relief. It worked. Raditz stared at the screen. "They just split their forces." Vegeta sneered. "At most, ITLL delay the grunts." "Delaying the grunts is good enough." Bulma immediately calculated. "At our current speed, when we arrive at Namek, their flagship might have already arrived or arrive around the same time. So we'll run into them as soon as we land." Goku asked. "Pretty much." Bulma looked at him. "So you'd better not park the ship right in their faces." Raditz nodded. "First thing after landing, hide the ship." Piccolo spoke up. Second thing, find the Namekians. Raditz looked at Bulma. Third thing, upgrade the dragon radar. Bulma patted the small box by her hand. Already modifying it. The Namekian Dragon Balls are much larger than Earth's, and the signals might be different, but if I can scan for special energy fluctuations I can pinpoint them. Vegeta said coldly, and after we find the Dragon Balls. Raditz looked at him. Don't be in a hurry to wish for immortality. Vegeta's eyes turned icy. Raditz continued, the way the Namekian Dragon Balls are used is different from Earth's. You don't know the Namekian language. Even if you gather all 7 you won't be able to summon the dragon. Vegeta's face changed. How do you know that? Raditz said flatly, I know a lot of things. Piccolo also frowned looking at Raditz. The Namekian language. Even he wasn't sure about that. Raditz didn't elaborate further. This was his greatest advantage. Knowing the rules. Knowing where the pitfalls were. Knowing what traps Frieza Vegeta and these people would fall into. But saying too much now would only arouse more suspicion. He just needed them to know that listening to him meant survival. On the 15th day the spaceship entered the deceleration phase after a long-distance warp. Planet Namek had already appeared on the edge of the long-range star chart. A green planet, 3 suns the sky forever bearing a peculiar light. When Piccolo first saw the simulated image of that planet, he was silent for a long time. Goku glanced at him. Piccolo, are you alright? Piccolo said coldly, what could be wrong with me? Despite his words, his fists were clenched tight. Raditz didn't call him out on it. Anyone would have a reaction seeing their home planet for the first time. Even a stubborn bastard like Piccolo was no exception. Bulma's expression suddenly changed. A new trajectory. On the main screen, another massive spaceship appeared outside Namek's orbit. It had already arrived. Earlier than them. Vegeta's voice dropped. Frieza's flagship. Goku's expression finally turned serious. He's already here. Raditz stared at that colossal ship, his heart sinking bit by bit. Still a step too late. But not completely late. At least they had arrived too. Planet Namek hadn't completely fallen into Frieza's hands yet. Bulma immediately reduced the spaceship's energy output. It'll land on the far side of the planet to avoid their scans. Raditz nodded. Everyone keep your ki low. Vegeta let out a cold snort, but complied nonetheless. Goku and Piccolo also immediately suppressed their ki. The spaceship skimmed along the outer atmosphere of Namek, bypassing the detection range of Frieza's flagship, heading towards a remote lake region for landing. Outside the porthole, the green landscape grew closer. Lakes, hills, strange trees, and in the distance, faintly visible Namekian villages. Piccolo stood by the porthole, his gaze no longer cold. Bulma whispered, so this is Planet Namek. The spaceship touched down gently. The hatch opened. A wind carrying moisture blew in. Raditz was the first to step off the ship. The moment his foot touched the soil of Namek, he felt not excitement, but tension. Frieza was already here. Dodoria and Zarbon were probably here too. They had to be fast. Just then the dragon radar in Bulma's hand suddenly beeped. On the screen a light spot lit up. It wasn't too far from them. Bulma looked up, found a special energy source. Raditz immediately said move. But the moment he finished speaking, an explosion sounded in the distant sky. Following that was a strange and ferocious ki. Piccolo's face changed. Someone's fighting over there. Vegeta sneered. It's not a fight. He looked towards the direction of the explosion. It's the Frieza force massacring a village. Black smoke rose from behind the hills. Even from a distance the stench of burning filled the air. The wind on Namek was damp, carrying the scent of earth and blood as it swept past. Goku quickened his pace. Raditz reached out and blocked him. Goku turned back, his brow furrowed. Still waiting. Suppress your energy. Raditz spoke low, his eyes fixed ahead. They have scouter devices. Goku took a breath, letting his aura sink deeper. Piccolo remained silent, walking on the other side, his expression darker than before. The closer they got to the village, the more he could hear the sounds within. Cries. Roars. The sound of energy blasts tearing through houses. The noise was faint, yet it hammered relentlessly against his ears. Vegeta trailed at the back, gravity cuffs still on his wrists, his face devoid of emotion. But as he gazed at the figures in battle suits in the distance, his eyes turned noticeably colder. Frieza's men. Raditz grunted in acknowledgement. They crouched behind a low hill, finally able to see the situation in the village clearly. 2 dome houses had collapsed. Several Namekians lay on the ground, smoke still rising from their bodies. In the center of the village, an elderly Namekian stood tall, clutching a massive Dragon Ball. 2 children hid behind him. One slightly taller clenched his fists tightly. The other, smaller, was pale with fear, but did not cry out. Dent. Raditz's gaze fell upon the young Namekian, his fingers slowly tightening. This child must not die. No matter if they could seize the Dragon Balls this time, Din must not die. At the village entrance stood a plump pink alien. Dodoria. He held a young Namekian by the scruff like a sack of worthless goods. The young Namekian struggled. Dodoria frowned impatiently. Annoying. A sharp crack. The struggle ceased. The body was tossed carelessly to the ground. Goku's face darkened instantly. Piccolo's fingers twitched as well. Raditz didn't look at them, his eyes were locked on the scouter device at Dodoria's ear. Still intact. Several of the surrounding grunts also had functioning scouters. They had to be destroyed before making a move. Dodoria approached Elder Muri and reached out to pat the Dragon Ball. Old man Lord Frieza has been more than patient. Elder Muri held the Dragon Ball, close, his voice steady. You can have the Dragon Ball, but the children are off limits. Dodoria laughed. His smile was ugly, his mouth stretched wide. Are you bargaining with me? Muri did not back down. You've already killed many. Because you wouldn't listen. Dodoria raised his hand, pointing at the two children behind the elder. Where are the remaining villages? Tell me, and I'll let them live a little longer. The child beside Dend gritted his teeth and stepped forward. We won't tell you. Elder Muri immediately pulled him back. Cargo, don't speak. Dodoria looked at the child, his smile fading. How tiresome. He raised a single finger. A point of light flickered. Goku tensed to move. Raditz grabbed his arm. Wait a moment longer. Goku's voice was already cold. Wait for what? Raditz didn't answer. The next second, Elder Muri suddenly raised his hand. Several thin beams of light shot from his fingertips. Crack, 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 crack. The scouters on several grunts in the village exploded simultaneously. Even the device on Dodoria's ear emitted black smoke, its screen half shattered. Dodoria froze in shock. Elder Muri set the Dragon Ball down and roared at the two children, run. Raditz moved at that instant. He shot across the ground, keeping his speed low and his energy suppressed. Goku and Piccolo followed almost simultaneously. Vegeta was a beat slower, a cold smirk curling his lips before he too charged forward. The first grunt barely raised his blaster before Raditz's knee slammed into his jaw. The sound of bone shattering was brief. The man flew back, crashing into a half-collapsed dome house, and lay still. The second grunt spun around, but before he could scream, Raditz's tail lashed across his face, shattering his scouter along with half his skull. Goku reached Dend and Cargo, sweeping both children behind him. Don't be afraid. Dend looked up at him, his lips trembling. Who are you? Goku scratched his cheek. It's a bit complicated to explain right now. Piccolo landed in front of Elder Muri, raising a palm to block an incoming energy blast. The energy detonated in his palm. His expression unchanged, he hurled a ki blast in return, obliterating the grunt who had fired. Elder Muri stared at Piccolo, his eyes widening in recognition. You? Piccolo frowned. We'll talk later. Dodoria finally snapped out of his stupor. He surveyed his fallen soldiers, the fat on his face quivering with rage. Who dares to interfere with Lord Frieza's business? Raditz stomped a grunt into the ground and looked up. Dodoria recognized his face, faltered for a moment, then burst into laughter. Raditz. The laughter was grating. And here I thought it was someone important. The worthless lackey under Vegeta. What are you doing here? Vegeta stood nearby, his face instantly turning frigid. Shut your mouth, Dodoria. Dodoria finally noticed Vegeta. His laughter ceased. Vegeta. He glanced between Vegeta, Raditz, and Goku, wariness creeping into his eyes. Lord Frieza has been looking for you, and here you come delivering yourself to me. Vegeta sneered. You can go and tell him. Dodoria instinctively reached for his scouter. His fingers met only shattered fragments. His expression soured dramatically. Raditz saw the gesture and felt a flicker of relief. The scouter was broken. At least for now, he couldn't call for reinforcements. Dodoria whirled on Muri, his fury igniting. You did this, old man. Elder Muri said nothing, merely shielding the children further behind him. Dodoria grinned viciously as he raised his hand. Then I'll send you off first. Goku started to move, but Piccolo had already shot forward. Bang! Piccolo's fist connected with Dodoria's wrist, deflecting the energy blast which exploded in the empty field behind the village. Dodoria staggered, his gaze turning feral. A Namekian. Piccolo didn't answer, instead kicking at his face. Dodoria blocked with his arm, the ground cracking beneath his feet. He possessed immense strength. Piccolo was forced back half a step. Red eyes flanked him, driving a fist into Dodoria's ribs. Dodoria reacted swiftly, sucking in his gut and swinging a thick arm at Raditz's head. Raditz ducked, his tail coiling around Dodoria's wrist and yanking hard. Dodoria was pulled off balance. Goku seized the opening, charging in and landing a punch square on his chest. Boom. Dodoria skidded backward, crashing through a partially collapsed dome house. Rubble tumbled. Then flinched in fear. But Cargo's eyes went wide. So strong. Raditz glanced back at the two children. Don't just stand there. Run that way. He pointed in the direction where Bulma had hidden the spaceship. Goku immediately said, I'll take them. No. Raditz held up a hand to stop him. You stay? Piccolo, you take them. Piccolo's face darkened. You're ordering me. You look the most like them. Raditz spoke quickly. They'll go with you. No arguments. Piccolo's eye twitched. The words grated on him, but he couldn't refute them. Elder Muri also looked at Piccolo. The children are in your care. Piccolo was silent for a moment, then turned and grabbed Dend and Cargo. Dend whispered, Are you one of our people too? Piccolo paused mid-step. Quiet. Dend was too frightened to speak again. Piccolo led the two children and Elder Muri toward the lake region. Dodoria crawled out of the rubble, saw this, and his face twisted with fury. Who said you could leave? His aura surged violently as he launched himself at Piccolo like a cannonball. Vegeta moved. He intercepted, slamming a kick into Dodoria's face. Dodoria's head snapped to the side, skidding several meters across the ground after landing. Vegeta stood before him, his voice like ice. I didn't say you could pursue. Dodoria clutched his face, his eyes blazing with rage. Vegeta, do you truly dare to betray Lord Frieza? Vegeta's expression shifted. What I do is none of your concern. Dodoria grinned. Zarbon said you've been acting strange lately. I didn't believe it. Now I see you're definitely up to something. Raditz's heart stirred. Zarbon. Frieza's side was already suspicious of Vegeta. Dodoria continued. You think destroying the scouters changes anything? Lord Frieza is right over there. When I return, none of you will escape. Raditz stepped up beside Vegeta. Don't let him go back. Vegeta shot him a glance. You think I need you to tell me that? Goku also came forward. Dodoria looked at the three of them and finally sensed the danger. Vegeta alone he might have been able to fight. But with Raditz and this unknown Kakarot added to the mix, the odds shifted. He took a slow step backward. What do you think you're doing? Raditz didn't answer, he simply charged. Dodoria turned and fled. His speed was considerable as his bulky form lifted off the ground, racing toward the distant valley. Goku blinked. He's running. Vegeta sneered. Coward. Raditz didn't smile. After him. The three gave chase immediately. Dodoria flew, looking back and shouting curses. Vegeta, you've lost your mind. Lord Frieza will never forgive you. Vegeta was the fastest, murder clear in his eyes. You won't be the one to tell him. Dodoria suddenly spun around, hurling a barrage of over a dozen ki blasts behind him. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions rippled across the valley. Rocks flew everywhere. Goku swatted away several blasts as Raditz burst through the smoke, seizing Dodoria by the ankle. Dodoria's face went pale. Let go. Raid Eyes gritted his teeth and slammed him downward. Crash. Dodoria smashed into the ground, creating a massive crater. Vegeta landed at the crater's edge, raising his hand toward Dodoria's head. Dodoria was covered in dirt, finally showing panic. Wait, Vegeta. I know a secret. Vegeta's hand paused. Raditz also stopped. Dodoria gasped for breath, his eyes darting between Vegeta and Raditz. The secret of Planet Vegeta. Vegeta's expression shifted instantly. Goku looked at Raditz. Raditz remained silent. Dodoria, thinking he had seized his chance, quickly shouted. You've always believed Planet Vegeta was destroyed by a meteor, haven't you? It wasn't. It was Lord Frieza. Before he could finish, the distant sky suddenly flared. An incredibly thin beam of energy shot from afar, piercing directly through Dodoria's chest. Dodoria's voice died in his throat. He looked down at the hole in his chest, his face a mask of disbelief. Vegeta snapped his head up. Raditz also looked toward the source of the beam. It was far away. So far the figure was barely visible. But they all sensed that aura. Zarbon. Dodoria collapsed in the crater, blood frothing from his mouth, his fingers still grasping at the air. Bon. His hand fell limp, and he moved no more. Silence settled over the valley for 2 seconds. Vegeta's face slowly darkened. Raditz stared at the distant fading silhouette, hearing Vegeta's voice low and strained. What he said. Was it true? Is what he said true? Vegeta's voice was low. So low that it was almost drowned out by the wind in the valley. Dodoria lay at the bottom of the crater, the hole in his chest still smoking, his eyes wide open. Even in death, he couldn't fathom why Zarbon had struck him first. Raditz gazed at the distant figure, descending slowly, not answering immediately. He knew what Vegeta was asking. Planet Vegeta. Meteor. Frieza. These words had been buried in Vegeta's heart for years. He hadn't been entirely without suspicion, but no one had ever laid it out before him. Dodoria was just a word away from finishing. Then Zarbon moved. This was even more direct than speaking. Vegeta's face grew darker. His fists slowly clenched, knuckles turning white, the gravity shackles on his wrists groaning under the strain. Goku glanced at Dodoria, then looked into the distance. Who is that? Zarbon. Vegeta gritted out the name. Frieza's lackey. Raditz lifted a hand. Don't be rash. Vegeta whirled on him. You're telling me not to be rash. If you charge over now, hell only take you straight to Frieza. Raditz stared into the distance. He killed Dodoria just to stop you from hearing the rest. A muscle in Vegeta's face twitched. The words were harsh, but he couldn't refute them. In the distance, Zarbon landed on a stone pillar. He still had that immaculate look about him. His long hair draped over his shoulders, the gem earrings at his ears swaying gently, utterly out of place in this ravaged valley. He glanced down at Dodoria in the crater, his expression unchanged, as if looking at an unsightly rock. Dodoria, this one's mouth is always so loose. Zarbon raised his head, his gaze sweeping over Vegeta, Raditz, and Goku. Finally, his eyes settled on Vegeta. Vegeta, just as I thought, you're here. Vegeta stared back coldly. Zarbon, Lord Frieza has been looking for you for a long time. Zarbon's voice was unhurried. You went off the grid, your ship malfunctioned, your scout signal was intermittent. Now you're running around with Raditz, and have even snatched that Namekian brat. He smiled as he said this. Explaining this will be quite troublesome, won't it? Vegeta said nothing. He had no desire to explain right now. He wanted to ask. He wanted to pin Zarbon down and force out the words Dodoria hadn't finished. But he also knew Zarbon wouldn't talk. Raditz stepped forward half a pace. You're not here for Vegeta. Zarbon looked at him. Raditz. There was a hint of surprise in his tone. You're still alive. Raditz didn't respond to that. Zarbon let out a soft chuckle. I heard you had a little incident on Earth. I thought you were long dead. Sorry to disappoint. Disappoint. Not really. Zarbon looked at Raditz as if appraising something that shouldn't be there. It's just odd. For a scion of your level to survive on Earth, and then make it to Namek. That's a bit abnormal. Goku frowned. Do all of you talk this annoyingly? Zarbon finally turned to Goku. His gaze lingered for a moment. So you're Kakarot. Goku nodded. Son Goku. Zarbon's smile widened. An Earth name? No wonder. Vegeta cut in coldly. Enough chatter. Zarbon's focus returned to him. Vegeta, I suggest you come back with me now. Lord Frieza is in a good mood. If you confess willingly, there might still be some leeway. The corner of Vegeta's mouth twitched. Leeway? Of course. Zarbon's tone was genial. After all, Lord Frieza went out of his way to spare you back then. Vegeta's eyes sharpened instantly. Raditz's heart sank. After saying it, Zarbon seemed to realize he had let slip a little too much, his smile fading slightly. Vegeta walked forward step by step. What did you just say? Zarbon didn't answer. I asked you. Vegeta's voice grew hoarse. What do you mean went out of his way to spare me? Zarbin looked at him, a chill entering his eyes. Vegeta, you'd better not ask too many questions. Answer me. You have no right to speak to me in that tone. Vegeta suddenly lunged. The ground exploded with a roar. He was fast. The gravity shackles on his wrists pulled taut, his whole body skimming the ground as he closed in on Zarbin. Zarbin prepared, sidestepped. Vegeta's punch shattered the stone pillar beneath him. Rocks flew. Zarbin retreated to midair, his expression finally souring. It seems you really have lost your mind. Vegeta pursued, sweeping a kick. Zarbin blocked with his arm, his body jolting backward. He frowned. Vegeta had grown stronger. Not just a little. He was different from the Vegeta in his memory. Zarbin's eyes darkened as the numbers on his scout flickered rapidly. Battle power. How is this possible? Seeing his scout was still intact, Raditz moved immediately. He shot up from below, not aiming for Zarbin's body, but striking at the side of his ear. Zarbin reacted, swiftly dodging. But his scout was hit by Raditz's tail. A sharp crack. Shards flew from beside Zarbin's ear. Zarbin's face turned completely cold. Raditz, do you realize what you're doing? Raditz landed, flicking his tail. I do. Goku rushed in from the other side. Zarbin immediately retreated. But as he pulled back, Vegeta was already pressing in from behind. The three of them sealed off his escape. Zarbin finally dropped his feigned composure. He raised a hand, firing a ki blast at Goku, while simultaneously flinging a beam to drive Raditz back. Vegeta endured the residual blast and closed in. Speak. How was Planet Vegeta really destroyed? Zarbin blocked, his fist, impatience flickering across his face for the first time. Didn't you already know? Vegeta's pupils contracted. Zarbin sneered. A meteor. The whole universe knows. Shut up. Vegeta slammed his fist into Zarbin's shoulder. Zarbin grunted, sliding back a dozen meters. Raditz gave him no time to breathe. He followed up, driving a kick at Zarbin's side. Zarbin blocked it, but was punched down to the ground by Goku from above. Boom. The earth cracked. Zarbin leaped out of the crater, his clothes stained with dirt, his expression clearly souring. He glanced down at his attire, and his eyes turned icy. How unsightly. Vegeta chuckled coldly. You're worried about that now? Zarbin looked up at him. Vegeta, you're still the same as ever. Thinking that because you've gotten a bit stronger you can defy Lord Frieza. He brushed the dust off his shoulder. Your father was the same way back then. Vegeta froze. Raditz also paused for an instant. Zarbin said it lightly, like recounting an old tale. King Vegeta led a band of Scions into Lord Frieza's fleet and couldn't even touch his clothes. Zarbin looked at Vegeta. Can you guess what happened next? Vegeta's breathing grew heavier. Goku started to speak, but Raditz held him back. Zarbin's mouth was starting to leak information on its own. Lord Frieza found it quite tedious at the time. Zarbin stated flatly. The Scion race is too noisy and too disobedient. Keeping a few useful ones was enough. Vegeta's eyes slowly turned red. So? His voice was terrifyingly low. The meteor was a lie. Zarbin neither confirmed nor denied it. He simply smiled. You're finally starting to use your head. Vegeta's aura suddenly erupted. The gravity shackles let out a piercing alarm. Bulma's voice came through the communicator. Vegeta? What's going on over there? The gravity lock readings are all over the place. No one answered her. Vegeta charged at Zarbin. This time he completely abandoned defense. Zarbin's expression shifted. Vegeta's fist smashed into his face. Zarbin was sent flying sideways, crashing through two boulders before stopping. Frieza. Vegeta's roar echoed through the valley. It wasn't long. There were no extra words. Just that name. Raditz watched Vegeta's back and didn't try to stop him anymore. He couldn't be stopped now. Nor should he be. But he knew Zarbin wasn't at his limit yet. In the original story, this guy still had a transformation. And sure enough, Zarbin stood up from the rubble, all traces of elegance gone. He wiped the blood from his mouth, his gaze turning icy as he looked at Vegeta. You've made me dirty. Vegeta panted. So what? Zarbin lowered his head, his fingers hooking onto his wrist guard. I didn't want to use this form. Raditz shouted immediately, watch out, he can transform. A flicker of realization passed through Vegeta's eyes. The next second Zarbin's body began to swell. The sound of bones cracking echoed one after another. His once handsome face contorted, skin tightened, teeth sharpened, and his shoulders and back burst through his armor. Goku frowned at the sight. That's just ugly. Zarbin raised his head, now completely transformed into a different being. Hearing Goku's words, his eyes snapped towards him. Shut up. His speed suddenly surged, and he appeared before Goku in an instant. Goku raised his arms to block. Bang. Goku was sent skidding back several meters, carving two trenches in the ground. Raditz immediately flanked him. Transformed Zarbin's power had clearly increased. He slammed an elbow back at Raditz. Raditz dodged by half a step, but his shoulder was grazed, throwing him off balance. Zarbin seized the opportunity, grabbing him by the hair and slamming him into the ground. Raditz's tail quickly coiled around Zarbin's wrist, forcibly slowing the motion. Vegeta arrived, kicking Zarbin in the side of the face. Zarbin let go and Raditz hit the ground, rolling away. The three of them surrounded Zarbin again. Zarbin panted heavily, his eyes blazing with fury. You low-class Scions. Goku earnestly corrected him. I'm an Earthling. Zarbin was stunned for a moment. Vegeta's face darkened further. Raditz almost laughed, but managed to stifle it. Because the sound of approaching spacecraft came from the distance. More than one. Bulma's voice came through the communicator, hushed. Raditz, we've got trouble. A squad from Frieza's side is heading towards the village. Piccolo isn't back yet. Raditz's expression changed. Muri, Dend and Cargo were all over there. If Frieza's forces found them, they'd be in serious trouble. Zarbon overheard the static from the communicator, his eyes shifting. He suddenly retreated, raising a hand to fire a brilliant signal flare into the sky. Raditz's pupils contracted. Stop him. Goku rushed forward instantly, but he was a fraction too late. The signal flare burst in the high sky. Its color was unique, like a distress beacon from within Frieza's forces. Zarbon landed on a distant rock, his chest heaving, a savage grin on his face. You can't hide anymore. Vegeta's face turned ashen. Raditz stared at the fading light in the sky, already hearing the sound of more ships drawing near. Zarbon licked the blood from the corner of his mouth. Vegeta, Lord Frieza will know you're here soon enough. When the signal flare exploded in the sky, the smile on Sabo's face never faded. The light was blinding and dispersed slowly. The valley was illuminated, revealing the scattered stones' bodies and the gaping hole in Dodoria's chest, all clearly visible. Vegeta looked up for a moment. The gravity lock on his wrist was still beeping. He ignored it and simply stared at Sabo. Sabo stood on the rock, his transformed face unrecognizable, with a wide grin splitting his mouth. Vegeta, you still have time to regret it. Vegeta chuckled coldly. You talk too much. He stepped forward and rushed out. Raditz was a half step slower. It wasn't that he couldn't keep up, but he heard a sound from afar. A flying machine. Not just 3 or 4. A squad from Frieza's army was heading this way. To make matters worse, there was also a team coming from the direction of the village. Piccolo had not returned to the spaceship with Mori Dandi and Kakarot. Bulma's voice was low in the earpiece. Raditz, there are 2 teams. One is coming your way and the other is circling around to my side. Hide well. I know. The problem is they have scanners. Raditz looked at Sabo. Sabo was still smiling. This guy was counting on this idea. To hold them back, allowing Frieza's army to search the area thoroughly. Goku. Goku turned his head. Raditz pointed at Sabo. Don't let him escape. Goku nodded. Understood. Sabo heard this and the grin on his face faded slightly. Do you really think you can keep me here? Vegeta had already charged in front of him. A punch. Sabo raised his arm to block and the stones beneath him cracked. Vegeta's second punch connected, grazing Sabo's cheek and creating a dent in the stone wall behind them. Sabo clawed back towards Vegeta's throat. Vegeta tilted his head to evade, driving his knee into Sabo's abdomen. Sabo took it hard, his body only swaying slightly, emitting a low rumbling laugh. You've grown stronger. He clamped down on Vegeta's shoulder. But it's still not enough. Bang. Vegeta was flung away, crashing into the ground. Goku descended from above, kicking Sabo's arm. Sabo staggered back 2 steps, his eyes locking onto Goku. You? Goku landed and shook his legs. You've gained quite a bit of strength after transforming, huh? Shut up. Sabo hated when others mentioned his current form. He lunged fiercely at Goku. Goku did not take the hit, directly stepping back to draw Sabo deeper into the valley. Just as Sabo chased after, Raditz charged in from the side. A punch struck towards Sabo's waist. Sabo reacted swiftly, pressing his elbow down. Raditz's fist was blocked, his arm vibrating from the impact. Sabo turned his head, his ugly face nearly pressed against Raditz's. Raditz, do you also want to learn from Vegeta? Learn from him what? Stubborn. Raditz gritted his teeth against Sabo's arm. Sabo got angry. With his other hand, he reached for Raditz's hair. Raditz had anticipated this move, his tail coiling around Sabo's wrist, first using the leverage to flip over, kneeing Sabo in the chin. Sabo was knocked back, his head tilted. Vegeta charged out of the pit, landing a punch against Sabo's chest. Goku followed up with an elbow strike. The 3 attacks combined, and Sabo was finally sent flying, crashing into a boulder. Before the dust settled, he burst out from within. He was injured, but not severely. Raditz frowned. Sabo was indeed a tough opponent after his transformation. If it were just Vegeta, it wouldn't have been surprising for him to be beaten like this in the original plot. But things were different now. There were 3 of them. And there was another problem. Time was running out. The sound of the flying machines from afar was growing closer. Bulma spoke up again. Raditz, Piccolo is back, but he's followed by 2 flying machines. Raditz looked up at the sky. Indeed, there were 2 black dots in the distance pursuing them. Piccolo was suppressing his energy, unable to fly too fast, while carrying others, which slowed him down. Dandi and the others could not be exposed. Goku, go meet Piccolo. Goku was taken aback. What about here? There are me and Vegeta. Vegeta coldly remarked. Who sent him with you? Raditz didn't care about him. Goku, hurry. Goku glanced at Sabo, then at the distance, nodding as he shot into the sky. Sabo immediately wanted to pursue. Raditz blocked him directly. Where do you think you're going? Sabo glared fiercely. Get out of the way. He threw a punch. Raditz raised his arm to block, sliding back a bit. Vegeta charged from the other side, kicking Sabo's knee. Sabo's body sank. Raditz seized the opportunity, wrapping both arms around Sabo's shoulders and smashing his forehead into Sabo's face. Bang! Both staggered back. Raditz's forehead bled. Sabo's nose was also slightly crooked from the impact. He let out a furious roar, violently spreading his arms to knock Raditz away. Vegeta soon joined the fight. The 2 engaged in combat, fists colliding, knees clashing, and stones were sent flying everywhere. Raditz fell to the ground, rolled over, and wiped the blood from his forehead. He did not rush to attack. His eyes scanned over Sabo. The scanner was gone. But Sabo still had a small communicator at his side. The signal flare had just been fired from that device. If he got another chance to touch it, Frieza's side would likely lock onto their position directly. Raditz lowered his body, his breath gradually sinking. He still couldn't be as clean as Goku. But right now Sabo was engaged in a hard showdown with Vegeta, too preoccupied to sense anything carefully. Raditz circled behind the rubble. He lightened his steps, slowed his breathing. Sabo punched Vegeta back and was about to follow up with a kick when he suddenly felt a chill at his side. Raditz sprang out from behind him, his fingers directly targeting the communicator. Sabo's expression changed, quickly reaching back to grab him. Raditz did not evade. He allowed Sabo to grab his shoulder using all his strength to forcibly rip the communicator off. Crack! The communicator was crushed in his palm. Sabo's expression changed suddenly. He punched Raditz in the chest. Raditz was sent flying, rolling several times on the ground, a sweet taste filling his mouth. But he smiled slightly. Now you can't call for help. Sabo glanced down at the empty spot where the communicator had been, his face turning terrifyingly dark. Vegeta seized the opportunity, kicking him in the face. Sabo's body was sent flying, crashing into the mountainside. This time he took a bit longer to get up. Vegeta landed, catching his breath. Did you just conceal your energy? Raditz propped himself up on his knees. Noticed it, huh? Vegeta snorted coldly. That's pathetic. As long as it works, that's all that matters. Vegeta didn't argue, because it really was useful. On the other side, Goku had already caught up with Piccolo. Piccolo was carrying Dondi and Kakarot with Elder Mori in his other hand, looking quite unwell. The two Frieza army flying machines were closely pursuing them. One of the grunts raised his gun, the scanner flashing red. Found them. That Namekian and that greenskin guy are right here. Just as he finished speaking, Goku appeared in front of him. Excuse me, coming through. The grunt hadn't reacted yet when Goku punched him into the flying machine. The machine spiraled down. Another grunt immediately turned to flee. Goku raised his hand and fired an energy blast, blowing up the tail section of the flying machine. He did not kill anyone. The machine crashed smoking into the lakeside. Piccolo glanced at him. Are you soft-hearted? Goku replied, he can't pursue anymore. Piccolo frowned, but said nothing more. Dondi peeked out from under Piccolo's arm, looking at Goku and whispering, thank you. You're welcome. Goku smiled. The group landed near the cave where the spaceship was hiding. Bulma had been waiting at the cave entrance. Upon seeing Dondi and Mori, she immediately lowered her voice. Hurry inside, don't stand outside. Elder Mori looked back towards the valley before entering the cave. That Scion and your companion are still over there. Piccolo said coldly, they won't die so easily. Bulma glanced at him. Your words sound like comfort, but not at all comforting. Piccolo ignored her. He let go of Dondi and turned to leave. Dondi reached out to grab his pant leg. Are you going back? Piccolo looked down at him. Let go. Dondi pouted but eventually released him. Be careful. Piccolo paused for a moment. Take care of yourself. After saying this, he flew out. In the valley, Sabo had been forced to the edge of the lake. He looked even more disheveled with injuries on his shoulder and face. Vegeta was also in bad shape with a new cut on his face and heavy breathing from his chest. Raditz's shoulder was numb from being struck by Sabo and his chest ached. But Sabo was more anxious. The communicator was gone, the scanner was gone, and the signal flare had been fired, but support hadn't arrived. He couldn't delay any longer. If he continued to drag things out, Vegeta and Raditz might really leave him behind. Sabo suddenly raised his hand, firing an energy blast at the lake's surface. Boom. The water surged up dozens of meters high. The view became chaotic. Vegeta snorted, trying to escape. Just as he was about to chase, Raditz grabbed his arm. Vegeta growled, let go. Don't pursue in a straight line. What are you trying to do? In the mist, Raditz closed his eyes. Sabo's energy was weakening. No, it wasn't weakening, it was being concealed. This guy also knew how to hide some energy. But it was too rough. There were movements in the water. Raditz opened his eyes and kicked fiercely towards the rocky edge of the lake. The stones flew into the water. The next second, Sabo burst out from underwater, heading directly behind them. He intended to go around them to find Frieza's army. Raditz was already waiting. His body flipped back, his tail coiling around Sabo's neck as he used the force to press close. Sabo roared angrily, reaching out to rip Raditz's tail apart. Vegeta had already arrived. A punch struck Sabo's abdomen. Sabo coughed up a mouthful of blood. Raditz did not loosen his grip, but tightened it instead. Vegeta raised his hand, energy glowing in his palm. Sabo finally panicked. Wait, Vegeta, I can tell you. Vegeta's hand stopped. Sabo panted heavily, sweat covering his ugly face. The Vegeta planet. It was indeed not a meteorite. Vegeta's expression suddenly became very calm. So calm that Raditz felt something was off. Sabo swallowed a mouthful of blood. It was destroyed by Frieza himself. Because he said, the Scions were too much of an eyesore. Vegeta's fingers began to tighten gradually. The light in his palm began to tremble. Sabo hastily continued. You survived because you were out on a mission. Frieza thought you were still useful, that's why he didn't kill you. Vegeta did not speak. Raditz remained silent as well. Only the sound of the water cascading down echoed. Seeing that Vegeta did not make a move, a flicker of joy passed through Sabo's eyes. Vegeta, as long as you come back with me, I can speak on your behalf. Perhaps Frieza. Vegeta's energy blast shot out directly. Sabo's voice was swallowed by the light. The explosion detonated by the lakeside. Water surged up again. When the water fell, Sabo was already lying on the ground, his transformation gradually receding. He still had a breath left. Vegeta walked over, looking down at him. Sabo's lips moved as if he wanted to say something. Vegeta raised his foot and stepped on his chest. Shut up. Crack. Sabo became still. Raditz stood by, not intervening. This time he had no reason to stop. Vegeta looked up at the sky. In the distance, the black dots of Frieza's army flying machines were already visible. He had no expression on his face. Raditz, did you know all along? Raditz paused for a moment. Yes. Vegeta slowly turned to look at him. His eyes lacked the previous rage, but it was heavier than rage. You'd better not lie to me a second time. Raditz was about to speak when Bulma's voice suddenly came through the communicator. Stop chatting. There's movement on Frieza's mothership. Raditz's expression changed. What happened? Bulma's voice was urgent. The Dragon Ball radar shows that Frieza has already obtained 5 Dragon Balls. And one more thing. There is a new Dragon Ball signal that is moving rapidly. The direction is towards the Elder's position. The moment Bulma finished speaking, only the faint hiss of static remained in the communicator. Water was still cascading down the valley. Zarbin's corpse lay by the lake, his chest caved in, his face restored to its original form, yet devoid of that insufferable smirk. Vegeta stood beside him, his hand still raised. The last glimmer of light in his palm slowly faded. He did not look at Zarbin, nor did he look at Raditz. He merely stared at the lake's surface as if it could still reflect the words Zarbin had spoken. Frieza had personally destroyed Planet Vegeta. Not a meteor. Not the natural disaster he had heard countless times over the years. Vegeta's knuckles tightened inch by inch. The gravity shackles on his wrists clinked twice. Raditz glanced at him. Now is not the time to be lost in thought. Vegeta slowly turned his head. His gaze was icy yet turbulent. Raditz did not flinch. Bulma said 1 Dragon Ball is moving towards the Grand Elder's location. Frieza has already obtained 5. If he gets that one, things will become troublesome. A corner of Vegeta's mouth twitched. Are you giving me orders? You can choose not to go. Raditz turned and walked away. After all, it's your planet Frieza destroyed. Vegeta's breath hitched for an instant. The next second, gravel shattered beneath his stomping foot. Raditz. Raditz halted but did not turn. Vegeta's voice came from behind, low and suppressed. Use that to provoke me again, and he'll kill you first. Raditz grunted in acknowledgement. Let's survive today first. The sound of an approaching aircraft grew nearer. Goku had already returned with Piccolo. Upon landing, Piccolo first glanced at Zarbin's corpse, then looked at Vegeta. Did you get the information? Vegeta remained silent. Goku surveyed the group and scratched his cheek. Looks like you did. No one responded. Goku did not press further. Raditz pressed the communicator against his ear. Bulma location. Sending it to you now. Bulma's voice was chaotic, as if she were running inside the spaceship. The radar shows the Dragon Ball isn't stationary. It's moving but not fast. There are also 3 moderate energy signatures nearby, likely Frieza's soldiers. Raditz frowned. 3. Yes, they're heading towards a highland. Din said that direction might be where the Grand Elder lives. Din, a tiny voice, soon came through the communicator. The Grand Elder is not well, he cannot be away for long. If they really go there, Nail will surely stop them. Hearing the name Nail, Piccolo's brow furrowed. Who is Nail? Din hesitated. He's the Grand Elder's strongest warrior. Vegeta let out a cold snort. The strongest warrior of the Namekians. He was about to say something scathing, but the words died in his throat. Piccolo had already proven that Namekians were not all pushovers. Besides, there was no time for bravado. Raditz looked at Piccolo. Go get Din and Bulma. Don't let them wander off. Piccolo's face darkened. You're sending me back. Din knows the Namekian language. Without him, the Dragon Balls are useless. Raditz added after a pause. Besides, Bulma needs someone to guard her. Piccolo stared at him for 2 seconds. You sure know how to order people around. You can curse me on the way. Piccolo snorted coldly, then turned and flew off. Goku watched his retreating figure and chuckled. Piccolo's been talking more lately. Raditz shot him a glance. And you're in the mood to comment on that? Not really. Goku rolled his shoulders. I just think he cares about Dent. Vegeta was already losing patience. Are we going or not? Let's go. Raditz took off first. The 3 figures suppressed their energy, skimming low over the lake towards the distant highland. Frieza's army aircraft were behind them. They did not look back. Engaging with the grunts now would only expose their position more thoroughly. The terrain of Namek was peculiar. Lake after lake with round trees standing by the water and distant rocks piled up as if by a careless hand. Raditz flew very low. The wind rushed past his face carrying moisture. He glanced at Vegeta beside him. Vegeta had not spoken a word. Ever since Zarbin died, his silence was unnerving. Goku noticed it too and leaned in to ask Vegeta, are you alright? Vegeta's eye twitched. Kakarot, ask another stupid question like that, and he'll blast you down. Goku nodded. So something is wrong. Vegeta nearly turned around to attack. Raditz did not intervene. Goku had a natural talent for infuriating people. He didn't even have to try. Vegeta would be fuming. After flying for a short while a highland appeared ahead. The radar signal from Bulma was nearby. It was an isolated rocky mountain with a small house at its peak. The area around the mountain was eerily quiet. Quiet in a suspicious way. Raditz raised his hand. The 3 of them halted simultaneously behind a large boulder in the distance. Below, 3 small aircraft were parked. 3 Frieza soldiers were ascending the mountain. One of them was carrying a large Dragon Ball. It wasn't the one from Mori's village. It was likely another village's Dragon Ball being sent to the Grand Elder. A young Namekian lay at the mountain's base, wounded, but still alive, his fingers still reaching upwards. Goku's expression shifted. I'm going to save him. Raditz held him back. Wait and see. Goku frowned. He's dying. I know. Raditz's eyes were fixed on the mountain top. Someone's coming down. A tall green figure descended from the mountain. Nail. He was more robust than an average Namekian, his face expressionless as he landed before the 3 soldiers. The soldier holding the Dragon Ball was startled and immediately scanned him with a scouter. Battle power. 42000. The soldier's voice cracked. The other two turned pale. Goku was stunned. 42000. Vegeta squinted. Raditz was not surprised. Nail was after all the strongest warrior of Namek. That number was formidable on this planet. Nail looked at the injured Namekian youth at the mountain's base, then at the Dragon Ball they held. Put it down. The soldier swallowed hard, his hand trembling. One of them immediately pressed his communicator, requesting backup. A high-power Namekian has been discovered here. Nail moved. He was fast. A single punch. The communicator along with the soldier's chest caved in. Another soldier tried to fire his blaster, but Nail had already raised his hand, grabbed his face, and slammed him into the ground. The one carrying the Dragon Ball turned and fled. Vegeta sneered. Useless. He was about to act, but Raditz had already shot forward. Before the soldier could fly 10 meters, Raditz caught up from behind and struck him on the neck. The soldier's eyes rolled back, and he fell, Dragon Ball and all. Goku caught the Dragon Ball and tossed the soldier aside. Nail's gaze fell upon them, instantly turning cold. His eyes swept over Goku, Vegeta, and Raditz. They finally stopped on Raditz's tail. Silence. Vegeta landed and said coldly, your eyes work fine. Nail's gaze grew even frostier. Raditz raised his hand. We are not with Frieza. Nail did not relax. You carry the stench of Frieza's army. This made Vegeta's expression even darker. Goku was more direct. We're here to stop Frieza. Nail looked at him. Who are you? Son Goku. A scion. Goku paused. I suppose physically. Nail clearly did not understand. Raditz walked over and pushed the Dragon Ball on the ground towards Nail. Return this to you. We saved Elder Muri and Dend. They are at our spaceship now. Nail's expression shifted. Dend is alive. Alive. And Elder Muri. Also alive. Nail was silent for a moment, but his guard did not drop. I need to confirm. Raditz nodded. Fine. Piccolo has gone to get them. Piccolo. Nail frowned. He had never heard the name, of course. Raditz explained, a Namekian from Earth. Nail's expression finally showed a marked change. Earth. The door to the mountaintop house suddenly opened. A very old voice drifted down. Nail. Nail immediately turned around. Grand Elder. Raditz looked up. An enormous aged Namekian sat inside, his complexion poor, but his eyes sharp and clear. The Grand Elder. Seeing him for the first time, Raditz felt half a breath of relief. At least they had made it in time. The Grand Elder looked at the three below, his gaze finally settling on Raditz. Let them come up. Nail frowned. But they bear killing intent, but also urgency. The Grand Elder spoke slowly. They are not here to bring destruction. Only then did Nail step aside. Vegeta glanced at the Grand Elder and muttered, playing the mystic. Raditz looked at him. You'd better shut up. Vegeta snorted coldly, but said no more. They ascended the mountain. Goku helped the injured Namekian youth from the base and brought him to Nail. The young Namekian gasped, speaking with difficulty. They stole the village's Dragon Ball. Nail placed a hand on his shoulder. Don't speak. Inside the mountaintop house, the air was stifling. The Grand Elder sat there, his breathing slow. When he saw Goku, a flicker of surprise passed through his eyes. When he saw Vegeta, his gaze grew heavier. When he saw Raditz, his eyes lingered the longest. Your heart is in great turmoil. Raditz's steps faltered. Vegeta sneered. You can read hearts too. The Grand Elder looked at Vegeta. The sneer on Vegeta's face slowly faded. The Grand Elder said nothing harsh. He merely looked at him. Yet Vegeta suddenly felt the words he had just heard resurface in his mind. Frieza. Planet Vegeta. His father. Those things that should have been long dead stirred anew. The Grand Elder averted his gaze and looked at Raditz. You want the Dragon Balls? Raditz did not deny it. Yes. Why? Frieza is searching for them too. Raditz spoke quickly. He already has 5. If he gathers all 7, he will wish for immortality. The Grand Elder's expression finally changed. The room fell silent for a moment. Nail said quietly, Grand Elder. The Grand Elder sighed. I can feel the life force of many children fading. Goku lowered his head, his fists slowly clenching. Vegeta stood by silent. Raditz looked at the Grand Elder. We need Dend to summon the dragon. We also need to know the locations of the remaining Dragon Balls. The Grand Elder did not answer immediately. He raised a withered hand and pointed at Goku. Come here. Goku was taken aback. Me? Come. Goku glanced at Raditz. Raditz nodded. Goku stepped forward. The Grand Elder placed his hand on Goku's head. Vegeta frowned. What are you doing? Nail looked at him coldly. Be silent. The next instant, Goku's energy suddenly surged. Even he was stunned, looking down at his own hands. Huh. The Grand Elder withdrew his hand. Your potential is far greater than what you are currently using. Vegeta's eyes widened. Raditz's breath also caught. Potential unlock. He knew the Grand Elder had this ability. But seeing Goku's potential unlocked was a different feeling entirely. The Grand Elder looked at Raditz. You too. Raditz did not hesitate. He walked over and bowed his head. The aged hand rested on his crown. It was very cold. And very heavy. Raditz suddenly felt as if his mind was being rifled through. It wasn't pain. It was the deep-buried things being dragged to the surface. The sweat in the gravity room. Vegeta's fists. The name Frieza. And those words from when he first opened his eyes about to die. The next second, the energy within him surged violently. Raditz pressed a hand against the wall, his fingers gouging scratches into the stone. Goku watched him. Raditz. Raditz took a breath. I'm fine. But his tail was already stiff. His power had increased. Not by a small margin. Vegeta stared intently at him, and Goku, his face dark. The Grand Elder looked at Vegeta. You as well. Vegeta stood rigidly. I don't need it. Goku started to speak, but was stopped by a look from Raditz. Vegeta would not accept it now. At least not in front of them. The Grand Elder did not insist. Just then the sound of an aircraft came from outside. Nail immediately turned. An aircraft landed at the mountain's base. It was not a grunt squad. It was Frieza's personal hovering chair. A white figure sat upon it, tail draped over the armrest, a faint smile on his face. Frieza had arrived. Vegeta's body went rigid. Goku also frowned. Raditz stood at the doorway looking down at the small figure at the mountain's base, his palms slowly sweating. Frieza looked up towards the peak. Vegeta. Raditz. So you really are here. Frieza's voice drifted up from the foot of the mountain. It was not loud. Yet no one inside the house stirred. Vegeta stood at the doorway, the gravity shackles still clasped around his wrists, his knuckles tightening little by little. Goku took half a step forward, only to be halted by Raditz's outstretched arm. Not so fast. Goku gazed down at the white figure below. Is that Frieza? Yes. Raditz's voice was low. Don't let his current appearance fool you. He's far stronger than Vegeta. Goku asked no further questions. He simply clenched his fist slowly. Piccolo was not here, Bulma and Din were by the spaceship. On this mountaintop, only the three of them and Nail were capable of fighting. Inside the dwelling, the Grand Elder's breathing had grown heavier. Nail stood guard at the entrance, his expression unchanged, yet his body was taut with tension. Frieza's hovering chair came to a gradual halt at the mountain's base. He was in no hurry to ascend. He looked up at the summit, a faint smile playing on his lips. Have I come at an inconvenient time? The soldiers flanking him dared not utter a word. One of them clutched a Dragon Ball, his hands trembling. They had just witnessed Nail single-handedly annihilate the previous squad. Had Frieza not come personally, they would never have dared approach this place again. Frieza's gaze swept across the mountaintop, finally settling on Vegeta. Vegeta, you look quite haggard. Vegeta's face was cold. You haven't changed much. Is that so? Frieza chuckled. But you have changed considerably. Going AWOL, killing my men, stealing the Dragon Balls, and mingling with those scions from Earth. His gaze then shifted to Raditz. Raditz, I remember you. The most unremarkable of the elite warriors. Raditz offered no reply. He was fixated on Frieza's fingers. As Frieza spoke, his tail rested casually on the edge of the hovering chair, as if completely unguarded. But Raditz knew that if they made any sudden move, the Namekian on the mountaintop would be the first to die. Cat got your tongue. Frieza's smile faded slightly. Back in the core, you wouldn't even dare to lift your head in my presence. Vegeta turned his head to glance at Raditz. Raditz's expression remained unchanged. He was indeed afraid. The memories ingrained in his body echoed that fear. It was a terror that couldn't be suppressed, that was stabbing into his back like needles. Yet he still spoke. Dodoria is dead. Frieza blinked. Oh, Zarbon is dead too. The smile on Frieza's face finally froze for a moment. The soldiers at the foot of the mountain turned pale. Vegeta shot a look at Raditz. That was far too direct. Frieza did not erupt in anger. He merely set down his cup, slowly lifting his head to gaze at the summit. Who killed them? Raditz pointed at Vegeta. He did. Vegeta's eyes turned icy. Raditz. Raditz did not look at him. Dodoria had a loose tongue. Zarbon silenced him for you. After Vegeta learned the truth, he killed Zarbon. Frieza was silent for a few seconds. Then he laughed. This time his laughter was much deeper. The truth. Vegeta stared at him intently. Planet Vegeta. Frieza did not answer immediately. He looked at Vegeta's face as if he had seen something amusing. So Zarbon talked after all. Vegeta's breath hitched. That single sentence was enough. More damning than Zarbon's own confession. Goku looked at Vegeta. Vegeta's expression was grim, as if he had been plunged headfirst into icy water. But Frieza paid him no further mind. Hand over the Dragon Balls first. He raised a finger pointing at the summit. And the method to summon the dragon. The Grand Elder spoke slowly. The Dragon Balls will not be given to you. Frieza looked into the dwelling. So you are the Grand Elder of this planet. His tone was almost courteous. I had heard the Namekians were a peaceful people. It seems rumors aren't entirely accurate. The Grand Elder remained silent. Nail took a step forward. Leave this place. Frieza turned his gaze to Nail, as if noticing him for the first time. Are you the strongest Namekian here? Nail did not answer. Frieza raised his hand. The scouter on a nearby soldier immediately beeped. Battle power 42000. The soldier gulped as he spoke. Frieza smiled. Not bad. Vegeta snorted. 4200 is not bad. Frieza turned his head to look at him. Vegeta, your tone brings back memories. Vegeta did not back down. His hands were trembling. Not from fear, but from rage. Raditz was keenly aware that Vegeta might charge down at any moment. That would be the end. He reached out and placed a hand on Vegeta's shoulder. Vegeta whipped his head around to glare at him. Take your hand off. If you go down now, I'll kill the Grand Elder first. Vegeta clenched his jaw tightly. Raditz lowered his voice. If you want revenge, you have to wait until we get the Dragon Balls. Vegeta stared at him for 2 seconds, then shook off his hand, but did not charge down. Frieza, having observed their little exchange, let out a soft laugh. So you've learned to consult with each other now. He slowly rose from his hovering chair. His toes touched the ground. The rocks at the mountain's base cracked under the gentle pressure. I dislike waiting too long. He looked at the Grand Elder. The Dragon Balls, the summoning method, and the child who speaks the Namekian language. Raditz's eyes flickered. Frieza knew about Din. No, perhaps he didn't know about Din specifically, but he had deduced that a Namekian was needed to use the Dragon Balls. If he found Din, things would get troublesome. The Grand Elder spoke in a low voice. Nail. Nail turned his head. Take them away. Nail's expression changed. Elder, go. The Grand Elder's voice was slow but held no room for negotiation. Din is with them. The Dragon Balls must not fall into Frieza's hands. Nail did not move. He looked at Frieza below. I will stay. The Grand Elder closed his eyes. Nail. I know. Nail's voice was calm. I will hold him off. Goku frowned. You alone, eh? Nail glanced at him. You take the Elder and go. No way, Raditz said immediately. Nail looked at him coldly. Do you have a better plan, eh? Raditz looked at the Grand Elder then down at the mountain. He did. But it was very risky. He walked to the edge of the dwelling and shouted down Frieza. Frieza looked up. What else do you have to say? Raditz picked up the Dragon Ball beside him deliberately, letting its corner show. The soldiers at the foot of the mountain immediately stirred. A Dragon Ball. Frieza's eyes narrowed as well. Raditz held the Dragon Ball and took a step back toward the rear of the mountain. Is this what you want? Frieza laughed. Raditz, do you know what usually happens to those who try to threaten me with such things? I do. Raditz held the Dragon Ball out over the cliff behind him. That's why I'm not threatening you. I just want to see if it will crack if it falls from here. Nail's eyes widened. The Grand Elder also opened his eyes to look at him. Vegeta nearly laughed. Have you lost your mind? Shut up. Raditz did not turn around. He knew perfectly well that the Dragon Ball wouldn't break so easily. But Frieza didn't know that. At least not for sure. Frieza's smile finally faded. You want drop it? You can take that gamble. Raditz loosened his fingers slightly. The massive Dragon Ball slid half an inch. Several soldiers below cried out in alarm. Frieza's eye twitched. Now was the time. Raditz said in a low voice, Goku, take the Grand Elder and go. Goku reacted instantly, dashing into the house. Nail moved to stop him, but the Grand Elder raised a hand to hold his arm. Let him carry me. Goku lifted the Grand Elder onto his back with great care. Vegeta grabbed another bag containing a Dragon Ball and said coldly, I'll take this. Raditz glanced at him. Don't think about making a wish for yourself. Vegeta sneered. You sure are nosy. Frieza below had already sensed something amiss. He raised a finger. A thin beam of light shot forth instantly. Raditz hurled the Dragon Ball behind him and rolled to the side. The beam grazed his shoulder, punching a small hole in the wall. Blood immediately welled up. Raditz grunted in pain, but didn't dare stop. Nail caught the Dragon Ball, turned, and followed Goku. Frieza's expression turned icy. How utterly disagreeable. He took a step onto the cliff, face his speed suddenly terrifying. Raditz's pupils contracted. Go. Vegeta grabbed Raditz by the scruff of his neck and yanked him back. The next second, Frieza's finger touched the very spot where Raditz had stood. The rock face exploded. Debris flew everywhere. Vegeta hauled Raditz off the mountaintop. Do you have a death wish? Raditz shook him off. At least he moved. Vegeta was stunned. Below, Frieza had left his chair. He was fast, but Goku carrying the Grand Elder had already circled behind the mountain while Nail and Vegeta had flown off in different directions with the Dragon Balls. Frieza halted halfway up the mountain, watching several energy signatures scatter in different directions. His expression was no longer so pleasant. Splitting up, Raditz landed on another stone pillar, pressing a hand to his wounded shoulder. He grinned at Frieza. Guess which one has the Dragon Ball? Frieza did not smile. He raised his hand. The soldiers at the base immediately took to the air, dividing into squads to pursue. Just as Raditz was about to move, Frieza's gaze fell upon him. You stay? A chill ran down Raditz's spine. The next instant, Frieza was right in front of him. Too fast. Raditz only had time to raise his arms. Boom. He was slammed into the stone pillar, his back numb from the impact, his mouth filling with the taste of blood. Frieza looked down at him. You've grown bolder than I remember. Raditz gritted his teeth and swung his tail toward Frieza's face. Frieza merely tilted his head, catching the tail with his hand. A searing pain exploded through Raditz. His face went white. The tail is still a weak point. Frieza's tone was light. Scions really haven't evolved at all. Just as his fingers tightened, a blue energy blast came screaming in from the side. Goku had returned. He was no longer carrying the Grand Elder. That meant the Grand Elder had been taken to a safe distance. Frieza released the tail, raised a hand to block the blast, and took half a step back. Just half a step. Goku landed beside Raditz. Can you still move? Raditz gasped for air, his tail still trembling with pain. Obviously. Frieza looked at Goku. Kakarot. Goku frowned. My name is Son Goku. Frieza chuckled. Do all Scions like to change their names? In the distance, Vegeta had also turned back. Nail had not returned, meaning he had taken the Dragon Balls and the Grand Elder toward the spaceship. Vegeta landed on the other side, his expression grim. Don't die too quickly, Raditz. Raditz wiped the blood from his mouth. You too. The three of them stood on the rubble-strewn mountainside. Frieza looked them over, a glimmer of genuine interest finally appearing in his eyes. Vegeta, Raditz, Kakarot. It seems this trip to Namek will be more interesting than I anticipated. Raditz said nothing. He could hear the sounds of the spacecrafts in the distance growing more chaotic. Bulma was in the middle of relocating. Piccolo must have rendezvoused with them as well. As long as they could get the Dragon Balls and Din away, it was worth holding out here for as long as possible. But Frieza suddenly looked up, staring in another direction. It was the lake area where the spaceship was hidden. Raditz's heart tightened. Frieza smiled slowly. So that's it. The Namekian child is over there. The single glance Frieza cast toward the lake region sent a chill down Raditz's spine. The spaceship was hidden there. Bulma was there. Din was there too. If Frieza went over there, the dragon radar, the spaceship, and the Namekian language, everything would be lost. Raditz pressed the communicator against his ear, his voice barely a whisper. Bulma, move out. Now. Static crackled through the communicator, followed by Bulma's voice. I saw him look this way. What did you guys do? Don't ask. Just go. What about the ship? Forget the ship for now. Easy for you to say. That's our way back. Raditz stared at Frieza down the mountainside, his jaw clenched tight. If you stay there won't be a way back for anyone. A brief silence fell on the other end of the line. Bulma stopped arguing. Got it. Frieza's hover chair began to rise slowly. He didn't charge over immediately. He seemed to be waiting for their reaction. That unhurried demeanor was more troubling than a direct assault. Vegeta stood on Raditz's other side, sweat beading on his forehead. He stared fixedly at Frieza, his hand tightening around the gravity shackle on his wrist until it creaked. He knows. Goku frowned. Then we stop him. Vegeta sneered. Do you have any idea how strong he is? Goku met his gaze. I know he's strong, but we still have to stop him. Vegeta opened his mouth, but in the end said nothing. Frieza raised a finger and tapped lightly in the direction of the lake. What I want is over there. He looked at Raditz. The child who speaks Namekian, correct? Raditz didn't answer. Frieza smiled. It seems I guessed right. His hover chair glided forward a fraction. Goku immediately stepped into his path. I can't let you pass. Frieza regarded him as though he were some curious novelty. Kakarot, you really are different from other Saiyans. Goku assumed a fighting stance. My name is Son Goku. Names are unimportant. You're all the same. Frieza raised a single finger. A violet light began to glow at its tip. Raditz's eyelid twitched. Scatter. The energy beam grazed past Goku's shoulder, blasting through the rock wall behind him. Goku twisted aside, his expression shifting. That beam was too fast. If he had been a fraction slower, his shoulder wouldn't just be grazed. It would have been pierced clean through. Vegeta charged in from the side. Frieza. His fist flew toward Frieza's face. Without even rising from his hoverchair, Frieza simply raised a hand to block it. A heavy thud echoed. Vegeta's fist came to an abrupt halt. Frieza's wrist didn't budge an inch. Vegeta's pupils contracted. The next instant, Frieza's tail lashed out, striking Vegeta in the abdomen. Vegeta was sent flying, crashing into the mountainside. Rubble tumbled down. Goku rushed in to take over, driving a kick toward Frieza's cheek. Frieza finally tilted his head slightly. The kick skimmed past his face, missing its mark. As Goku tried to retract his leg, Frieza's hand clamped around his ankle. Not bad speed. With a casual flick, Frieza hurled Goku toward the ground. Raditz caught him from below his feet, carving long trenches into the earth before they finally stopped. Goku coughed. This guy. He's really strong. No kidding. Raditz shoved him aside, his eyes never leaving Frieza. They couldn't fight him, Hedon. Not now, at least. They couldn't even gauge the depths of Frieza's first form. They had to stall. Stall until Bulma got denned away. Bulma's hushed voice came through the communicator. We've left the cave. Piccolo has denned, and Nail has the Grand Elder. I packed the ship into a capsule, but the core is too big. I had to fold it temporarily. Can't keep it like that for long. Where are you heading? Den says there's another Elder's village to the west. There might be a Dragon Ball there. Raditz's heart stirred. Go there. What about you guys? Don't worry about us. Raditz. Bulma's voice paused. Don't die. Raditz's throat tightened. TCH. Nagging. The communication cut out. Frieza seemed to have heard something, tilting his head up slightly. Still communicating. Raditz didn't reply. He picked up a piece of rubble from the ground and hurled it at Frieza. The stone naturally missed its target. Frieza didn't even bother to dodge. The rubble was shattered by his ki before it reached him. Such petty tricks are meaningless. They have meaning. Raditz raised his hand, pointing in another direction. The Dragon Balls are over there. Vegeta crawled out from the debris, his face dark. What the hell are you saying? Raditz ignored him. Frieza looked at him and laughed. Are you trying to deceive me? You don't have to believe me. Raditz wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. It's not like you're short on time. Frieza's smile faded slightly. He was indeed not short on time, but he hated having his time arranged for him, especially by a Saiyan who in the past wouldn't even dare to breathe heavily in his presence. Raditz. Frieza's hover chair descended slowly. You've become quite impolite. Learned it on Earth. Frieza's eyes narrowed. Then I suppose I should thank Earth. The next moment he vanished. Raditz recoiled on pure instinct, but he was still too slow. Frieza appeared before him, his palm pressing against his chest. There was no force behind it, just a gentle push. Raditz was sent flying backward, his chest feeling as though it had been struck by a sledgehammer. He crashed through two stone pillars before finally stopping. As Goku charged forward, Frieza lifted his foot and kicked him under the chin. Goku was launched into the air. Vegeta lunged from behind, wrapping his arms around Frieza's tail. Frieza turned his head to look at him. Vegeta, you still prefer attacking from behind. Vegeta gritted his teeth and strained. Frieza flicked his tail, slamming him into the ground. As Vegeta tried to rise, Frieza planted his foot on his chest. The ground cratered beneath them. Your father charged at me the same way back then. Vegeta's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. Frieza looked down at him, his voice soft. Back then his expression was just like yours. A guttural roar clawed its way from Vegeta's throat. Raditz crawled out of the rubble and fired a ki blast at Frieza's face. Frieza swatted it away with a wave of his hand. But in that moment Vegeta rolled out from under his foot. Goku landed, taking his place on the left with Raditz on the right. All three were wounded. Frieza's clothes weren't even ruffled. Vegeta panted, his gaze locked onto Frieza. You destroyed Planet Vegeta. Frieza tilted his head. So you finally know. Vegeta's teeth ground together audibly. Why, oi? Many reasons. Frieza let out a light chuckle. You Saiyans are too noisy, too restless, and far too numerous. He said it as casually as if he were discussing tidying up a room. Besides, that legend of the Super Saiyan was starting to annoy me. Vegeta's face grew even paler. Goku's fists slowly clenched. Raditz remained silent. He only felt a sharp pain in his chest. It wasn't from the blow head taken. It was from those words. Planet Vegeta, the Saiyans, his people, his father, the prince, the warriors. All reduced to something trivial in Frieza's mouth. Vegeta suddenly lunged forward. This time no one stopped him. Not even Raditz. Vegeta fought wildly. His punches were fast and heavy, almost every one laced with murderous intent. At first Frieza parried from his hover chair, but then a punch from Vegeta shattered the armrest. The chair tilted. Frieza looked down at the cracked armrest. His face finally turned cold. It seems you truly wish to die. He stood up. This time his feet actually touched the ground. Raditz shouted immediately, Vegeta, fall back. Vegeta didn't retreat. Frieza appeared before him in a single step, driving his fist into Vegeta's abdomen. Vegeta's body doubled over. No sound escaped his lips. Frieza grabbed his hair and smashed him into the ground. Boom. The ground split apart. Goku charged forward, gathering a Kamehameha in his hands. Frieza looked up and flicked his finger. The energy wave was detonated before it could even be fired. Goku was thrown back by the explosion. Raditz seized the moment to rush to Vegeta's side and drag him out of the crater. Vegeta's mouth was full of blood, but his eyes were still fixed on Frieza. Let go of me. If you want to die, get in line. Raditz shoved him behind him. Frieza watched Raditz's actions, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Are you saving Vegeta? Raditz didn't answer. He raised his hand, gathering ki in his palm. It was unstable, but stronger than before. Goku stood beside him, also assuming a fighting stance. Vegeta braced himself against the ground and somehow managed to stand up again. The three of them faced Frieza once more. In the distance, Bulma's group was flying at low altitude. Piccolo carried Dend, and Nail carried the Grand Elder. Bulma clutched the dragon radar, her eyes fixed on the screen. Two light dots were moving on it. One was ahead of them, but another was suddenly approaching from the right. Bulma's expression changed. Wait. Piccolo looked back. What is it? Bulma held up the radar. One of the Dragon Balls. It's moving on its own. Denna's face paled. That's not the direction of our people. Nail glanced at the screen, his voice dropping. Someone is taking a Dragon Ball toward Frieza's main ship. Piccolo frowned. It's not Frieza. Bulma tapped the radar screen a couple of times, her expression growing grimmer. It's moving fast, and it's getting closer to us. Seize him while he is not on the mothership. The moment Ladizzi spoke, Vegeta's eyelid twitched violently. Instinctively, he fixed his gaze on Frieza in the distance. Frieza stood motionless at the edge of a collapsed stone forest. At his feet lay the shattered remains of a gravity core, and a smear of dusty gray, flung up by the Dragon Ball impact, clung to his shoulder. He made no unnecessary movements. With cold, predatory eyes devoid of ripple, he looked down upon Ladizzi, as if appraising prey. You intend to steal my Longzhu? Fearless's voice drifted like a feather. Ladizzi clenched his palm around the capsule cradling the Longzhu, and said, your hearing is quite good. Vegeta's mouth twitched violently. In a lowered, furious tone he spat. Why provoke him now? To buy time, Ladizzi replied without changing his face. You said it out loud, are you an idiot? Do you think he's a fool, eh? Sun Wukong scratched his cheek awkwardly, his voice muffled and simple. So what now? How do we steal it? Ladizzi's eyes remained locked on Frieza as he barked without looking back. You go. Sun Wukong blinked and surprised me. You are the fastest. I'm coming too. Vegeta hissed through a dark expression and prepared to move at once. Ladizzi glanced at the proud prince with a mocking tone. Are you going to steal the Longzhu or selfishly rush to wish for immortality first? Vegeta's face darkened like burnt iron. Watching the three Saiyans openly haggle over how to split the spoils, Frieza suddenly lowered his head and smiled. Oh ho ho. The laugh was small, almost elegant, yet several low-ranking soldiers of Fearless's legion standing nearby were so frightened they recoiled several paces as if their souls had fled. Having served that tyrant for years, they knew too well. The gentler Fearless's laugh, the crueler his method of killing would soon be. What an amusing struggle. Frieza slowly raised a pale finger and pointed at Ladizzi's palm. You have two on you now. Then he cast a pointed glance toward the distance. There are 5 more on my mothership. The 3 of you, how do you intend to divide them? Silence swallowed the place, and no one answered. The smile on Fearless's face faded, his gaze suddenly chilling and laced with condescending annoyance. I have changed my mind. His slender finger turned abruptly and aimed at Burma not far away. First kill that noisy earth woman. Burma's face drained of color in an instant. She clutched the damaged gravity core as her knees weakened and she staggered backward. With a whoosh, Bike flashed in the same instant to stand before Burma, his expression grave. Beside him, Nelu tensed every muscle and took a step forward, teeth bared. Yet Ladizzi reacted faster than them all. The moment the dangerous purple glow bloomed at Fearless's fingertip, Ladizzi had no time to think. He snatched up the enormous Longzhu on the ground that had not yet been sealed into a capsule, and with all his strength smashed it into a distant lake. Thud! The massive Longzhu struck the lake's heart and erupted a towering column of water several dozen meters high. Faced with this sudden turn, Fearless's eyes involuntarily flickered. It was in that sliver of a second that Sun Wukong moved. With a thunderous roar, an air current burst from Sun Wukong. He did not charge at Frieza. Instead, as if obeying an order, he became a streaking afterimage and rocketed toward the mothership with terrifying speed. Kakarot, you bastard. Vegeta swore at the sight but gritted his teeth and exploded forward in pursuit. Frieza watched the two streaks of light speed away with cold disdain, but surprisingly did not give chase. He regarded Ladizzi with a look reserved for the dead, and said, "Do you think I will let them take the Longzhu?" "You will." Ladizzi panted heavily, his chest heaving. The wound on his shoulder that had just stopped bleeding reopened with the strain, and blood ran freely down. He twisted his mouth into an ugly feral grin. "Because for you the highest priority right now is to seize Tiantian Dondi." Hearing her name Tiantian behind Burma went as white as paper. Frieza followed his gaze to the Namekian child and curled a cruel smirk. "Oh ho ho, so it's called Tiantian." He took a graceful step forward. With the mere natural leakage of his aura, the ground beneath him could not bear it, and webbed cracks spidered outward. "Namekian brat, come here yourself." Tiantian trembled so badly he could not move. Finding unexpected courage, Burma dragged Tiantian tightly behind her and screamed at the Cosmic Emperor, "In your dreams, you onion-faced creature, dream on." Fearless's gaze swept coldly over her. "Earth woman, you are very noisy." With a hum, the deathly light at his fingertip paused no longer. The impatient tyrant made his decision and struck. "Get out of the way." Ladizzi roared inwardly. His tail lashed like a viper, and he flung the capsule, holding the Longzhu, into a far patch of grass with savage force. At the same time, using the recoil, he threw himself toward Burma and Tiantian with reckless abandon. A terrifying purple beam swept past Ladizzi's shoulder, with hair-raising proximity, the searing heat instantly scorching his armor and flesh. The beam cut unhindered through towering stone columns tens of meters high, triggering a chain collapse in the entire stone formation. Rocks thundered down from above. Ladizzi fought desperately to shield Burma and Tiantian beneath him, taking several hundred-pound boulders on his back, as if his ribs were pavement. Burma, pinned and nearly suffocated, struggled to raise her head, and saw Ladizzi pale and bleeding from the mouth. In an instant, tears sprang to the noblewoman's eyes, and she cried out urgently, "What is wrong with you? Acting as a meat shield again. Are you trying to die?" Ladizzi spat blood and forced his battered body upright, growling, "Shut up. Take Tiantian and go." "What about you?" Burma's voice cracked. "I will. Stay and hold him back." "You cannot hold him, you'll die," she protested, clutching his armored wrist and refusing to let go. Ladizzi looked down at her. For once the arrogance and bluster were gone, replaced by a rare, helpless bitterness. "So run faster, damn it." Burma's fingers tightened, then she bit her lip, let go, grabbed Tiantian, and tore off toward the rear without looking back. "Bike, they'll leave this to you." Without waiting for any reply, Bike's tall green form already bristled with violent aura and planted himself squarely in Fearless's path. Elsewhere, Nelu carried the barely breathing elder on his back, his face dark and his step heavy. The elder lay on Nelu's back and whispered weakly but firmly, "Nelu, do not stop, run." Nelu clenched his fists until his knuckles whitened. "Go. Staying behind will only make the young scion's sacrifice in vain." Nelu ground his teeth until they ached, stamped his foot, and carrying the elder became a fading afterimage as he hastily withdrew from the battlefield. Frieza watched the scattered rabble flee and did not immediately pursue. In front of him, Ladizzi and Bike stood firm, one on the left and one on the right. Both understood the chasm between themselves and the Cosmic Emperor. There was no way they could truly stop him. Yet in that moment, both men refused to take a single step backward. Fearless's gaze swept over Ladizzi with a hint of novelty. "Ladizzi, when you were in the Legion, you were not the sort to die for others." Ladizzi wiped the blood from his mouth and sneered, "Before. Back then, I was your dog. I never had the chance to be the lead actor." "Oh, you once couldn't even look me in the eye." "No kidding, my calves are shaking now too," Ladizzi admitted without pretension. Frieza seemed amused and cocked his head. "If you're so afraid, why do you still stand here?" Ladizzi offered no answer. Instead, he responded with action. The last of his ki was squeezed and burst outward. His speed spiked to its limit, tearing the air so close to the ground that he left a blazing afterimage. He tore to Fearless's flank and swung a fierce punch. Frieza did not even turn his head. He casually raised his left hand and with a soft pop caught Ladizzi's iron-hard blow. But Ladizzi never intended to wound him. The moment his fist was intercepted, Ladizzi's other hand clamped onto Fearless's wrist. His tail, like a great constrictor, writhed and coiled around half of Fearless's body, locking him tightly. "Bike! Now!" Ladizzi howled hoarsely. Mo Shangguang. As if on cue, Bike pushed his palms forward and released a savage golden energy sphere loaded with annihilating force, slamming it at Fearless's feet. The explosion devoured the two in an instant. A violent plume of dust and shockwaves rose into the sky. Under such an onslaught, the ground beneath Frieza finally gave way. Though it sank less than half a meter, he sustained no real harm. But Ladizzi had never sought to inflict lasting damage. Riding the blast's afterflow, he used his last strength to roar toward the distance. "Burma, run!" In the rear, hearing that near splintering roar, Burma swallowed tears and refused to look back, gritting her teeth and sprinting with Tiantian while ranting in desperation. "What do you mean hurry? I'm running with everything I've got." Tiantian stumbled from her grasp, face pale. "Miss Burma, slowed down, I'm going to fall. If you go slower, you'll be nothing but ashes." "Shut up and run," she snapped. Among the dust, Fearless's patience finally snapped. His thick tail lashed with a single brutal motion, detonating a sonic boom in the air. Bike could not react in time. He was struck as if by a tidal blow and was whipped away, crashing into the distant stonewood and toppling entire stands of rock. His fate was unknown. Frieza then slapped Ladizzi across the chest with the back of his hand. Bam! A monstrous force shattered the majority of Ladizzi's armor in an instant. Ladizzi flew backward like a cannonball, rolling awkwardly on the ground for dozens of meters and carving a trench into the earth. He clamped both hands over his caved-in chest. A wave of pain blurred his vision and left him gasping. Yet Frieza had no interest in finishing him off. He drifted upward with languid grace, and his cold eyes snapped to the direction of the mothership. The aura over there had become utterly chaotic. At that moment at Fuelus's mothership docking zone, Sun Wukong and Vegeta one after the other slammed into the base as two terrifying streaks of light. The dozens of Frieza Legion elite soldiers posted outside the mothership immediately sensed the anomaly. The battle scanners affixed to them began piercing the air with shrill alarms. Beep beep beep, warning, high-energy reaction approaching. Damn it, Science. Wait, is that Vegeta? Vegeta has betrayed us. Hearing his name from the rabble, Vegeta's face chilled like frost. He spared no words. The instant he landed, he kicked with such ferocity that the raging ki sent the foremost enormous ship hurtling backward. The aircraft was kicked into a mid-air explosion, then hurtled with a blaze of fire straight toward the Dragon Ball storage within the main ship. Sun Wukong descended like a phantom from the other side, his figure flickering as he delivered two crisp, clean chops to the neck, sending the two grunts who rushed at him into a dead faint with their eyes rolled back. Vegeta turned and saw this, his fury instantly igniting as he roared, Kakarot, have you lost your mind? You're still holding back at a time like this. Kill them all. Wukong frowned slightly, mumbling with some disagreement. They aren't resisting anymore. Knocking them out is enough. There's no need to kill. Fool. Womanish mercy. Vegeta spat fiercely, having no time to argue with this bizarrely-minded idiot. By then they had charged into the chamber housing the Dragon Balls. Gazing at the colossal golden glowing orbs on the floor, Vegeta immediately lunged forward and seized one. Wukong quickly followed, straining with effort as he hoisted one onto his shoulder, marveling. While the Namekian Dragon Balls are truly absurdly huge. Let's talk, grab as many as you can and move. Vegeta growled, his face dark as he struggled to secure two massive orbs with his arms and ki flow. Their movements were lightning fast, but the problem was that these Namekian Dragon Balls took up far too much space. 5 giant Dragon Balls lay piled on the floor like 5 massive water vats. Wukong, battered and bruised, could barely shoulder 2 if Vegeta could only manage to hold 2 as well. One lone orb remained on the ground. Vegeta's eyes flickered with a barely perceptible greed and conflict as he stared at the solitary Dragon Ball. But before he could act, Sun Wukong's sharp gaze locked onto him with deadly seriousness. Vegeta, you wouldn't be thinking of sneaking that one away too, would you? Exposed on the spot, Vegeta's face darkened to a stormy scowl as he bellowed, what business is it of yours what I intend to do? Wukong's expression was grave as he bluntly countered, no can do. Before we came, Raditz specifically told me not to let you get your hands on any extra Dragon Balls, or you'd definitely make a wish behind our backs. Damn you, Raditz. Vegeta trembled with rage, nearly hurling the orb in his arms at Wukong's simple face. At that critical moment, urgent footsteps echoed from deep within the main ship's corridor. A burly high-ranking officer of the army burst out, drenched in sweat, clutching an emergency communicator as he screamed hysterically into it. Lord Frieza? Something terrible. The Dragon Balls have been taken by the Scions. Shut your mouth. Boom. Before he could finish, Vegeta fired a savage energy blast. The scorching beam reduced the communicator in the officer's hand to a pile of molten slag, and the terrifying shockwave sent the hapless senior officer flying crashing into the wall and falling unconscious. Seizing the moment, Wukong bent down, using his tail and hands to scoop up the last Dragon Ball into his arms. Let's go. No time. But just as they prepared to move, Vegeta's body froze. He turned stiffly to gaze at the distant sky. A terrifying, blood-freezing aura of annihilation was hurtling toward them at an unimaginable speed. Frieza had already turned and was heading straight for them. And this time there was no mockery or playfulness in that aura. Only pure unadulterated rage and murderous intent. Damn. Too late. Beads of cold sweat instantly formed on Vegeta's forehead as he gritted his teeth. Wukong also sensed the overwhelming pressure, his face turning grim. Such speed. What do we do now? Vegeta stared at the Dragon Balls in his arms, then glanced at the vast bottomless lake beside the main ship. In this desperate moment, a mad, roguish grin twisted across the Scion Prince's lips. If we can't take them, then no one gets them. Kakarot, throw them. Wukong blinked, huh? What? But Vegeta didn't wait for a response. With a mighty heave, he hurled the 2 massive orbs in his arms with all his might, sending them crashing into the depths of the lake below. Boom, boom. 2 earth-shattering impacts tore through the calm lake, sending colossal waves surging skyward as the orbs vanished into the turbulent depths. Wukong finally understood. His eyes lit up, and laughing, he imitated Vegeta, flinging his 2 orbs into a different bay in the opposite direction. Go. As for the last one, Wukong leaped and delivered a powerful roundhouse kick, channeling his ki into the orb's side. With a sharp whoosh, the final Dragon Ball turned into a golden streak, rolling into a distant rugged mountain crevice. Vegeta stood on the shore, panting heavily, his clothes soaked with cold sweat, but a vicious smirk lingered on his face. Humph. Isn't he the so-called emperor of the universe? If he wants to gather the Dragon Balls, let him play fisherman and fish them out of the water. Wukong couldn't help but glance at him sincerely remarking, Vegeta, honestly your talent for pissing people off is top-notch. Vegeta's face darkened as he snorted haughtily, shut up. I don't need praise from a low-class warrior. Rumble. The sky seemed to collapse in that instant. Frieza's form tore through space itself, descending from above with a suffocating, terrifying pressure. As he landed, he witnessed the last Dragon Ball rolling into the distant ravine. In that moment, every trace of expression vanished from the Emperor's face. Gone was the trademark feigned smile, gone the elegant oh-ho-ho. Only a deathly arctic chill and silence remained. Vegeta. Frieza enunciated the name, each syllable dripping with bone-chilling menace. Vegeta stood drenched in sweat by the shore, his legs trembling slightly, yet he forced his spine straight, a defiant sneer on his face. What's the matter? The great Lord Frieza. You love Dragon Balls so much, don't you? They're all in there. Go find them yourself. Wukong silently shifted into the turtle school fighting stance, muttering a low warning. Vegeta stopped talking. He's genuinely serious now. I know. Shut up. Frieza slowly descended, hovering in midair. He didn't utter a single superfluous word. The next second, he raised his right hand. Wukong and Vegeta tensed every muscle, expecting a deadly beam to be fired at them. But instead, the destructive beam from Frieza's fingertip veered abruptly and blasted into the vast lake below. Boom. It was a cataclysmic explosion of miraculous proportions. The entire lake was overturned by Frieza's casual strike. The waters for miles around surged into a towering tsunami, violently exposing the lakebed to the open air. Caught in the raging torrent of water and mud, the two massive Dragon Balls that had been thrown in were hurled into the sky by the shockwave. Without so much as a blink, Frieza's long tail lashed out, like lightning wrapping precisely around one of the orbs. Don't think you'll succeed. Huh? Son, Wukong roared, his ki exploding outward as he charged into the torrent of water at that critical moment, using his body to withstand the immense pressure and snatch the other falling orb. This one's mine. Vegeta, eyes blazing, lunged for the third orb being flung into the air. But before he could get close, the space before him warped abruptly. Frieza's cold, pale figure materialized instantly in front of Vegeta. No flashy moves, just a simple unadorned punch. Bam! Gwa! Vegeta didn't even see the trajectory of Frieza's fist. He was sent flying like a broken bird, smashed into the muddy ruins below, cratering the ground for dozens of meters. The third Dragon Ball he had tried to grab slipped from his grasp, rolling into a pile of rubble. Wukong landed with his orb, his face turning grim. Vegeta. Frieza held one orb in his hand, and another coiled in his tail. His emotionless, delicate face turned slowly crimson, eyes locking onto son Wukong. Drop it. Wukong gritted his teeth, veins bulging, refusing to take a single step back. Meanwhile, deep in the crumbling stone forest, Raditz finally crawled out from under a boulder, trembling. He heard the earth-shattering explosions from the main ship and saw the colossal sky-obscuring water plume. He knew that Wukong and Vegeta had already clashed with Frieza. Gritting his teeth, Raditz raised a trembling hand and pressed the cracked communicator switch on his scouter. Bulma. Huff. Huff. Can you hear me? Are you and Den safe? After a moment, Bulma's breathless voice came through. Still alive. We've regrouped with Piccolo and are hiding in a safe cave. What about the Dragon Ball? I have one, but the energy readings near the lake by the main ship are a complete mess. The signals on the radar are flashing so fast my eyes are going blind. I can't tell which is which. Bulma's voice was filled with anxiety. Hearing this, Raditz's taut nerves finally eased slightly. As long as Bulma and Din still had one Dragon Ball, Frieza couldn't gather them all and make a wish anytime soon. Their delaying tactic had worked. But before Raditz could fully relax, beep, 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 beep. Bulma's Dragon Radar and Raditz's Scouter both erupted with a piercing, high-pitched emergency alarm at the same time. On the other end of the communicator, Bulma's voice shifted, trembling with unprecedented fear. R.A. Raditz. Raditz's heart skipped a beat, a strong sense of foreboding washing over him. What is it? What's happening? There are five terrifying, unimaginably powerful new energy signatures, breaking through the atmosphere at an incredible speed, heading straight for Namek. Raditz's body stiffened as if struck by lightning. His fingers froze at his ear and his dry throat bobbed. You said. How many? 5. Bulma's voice was nearly despairing. After a pause, she whispered, and after they passed through the atmosphere, they didn't slow down at all. Their target is Frieza's main ship's location. Raditz mechanically raised his head to gaze at the green sky of Namek. Sure enough, 5 blinding scarlet trails of fire blazed across the horizon, like 5 meteors tearing through the air, carving 5 vicious scars across the green firmament. Inside the main ship's crater, badly wounded and lying in the mud, Vegeta lifted his head with difficulty. When his eyes caught the sight of those 5 iconic falling streaks of light, the blood drained from the arrogant Scion Prince's face, his pupils shrinking to pinpricks. How could it be at a time like this? Vegeta's body shook uncontrollably, his voice laced with a terror and despair that seemed to come from the depths of his soul. The Jinyu Force. How could it be at a time like this? Vegeta's body shook uncontrollably, his voice laced with a terror and despair that seemed to come from the depths of his soul. The Jinyu Force. 5 crimson contrails streaked vertically from outer space and slammed into the ground. Boom, 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 boom. 5 colossal craters erupted in succession across the earth outside Frieza's flagship, hurling torrents of mud and shattered stone skyward. Vegeta lay face down in a muddy crater. Just as he gritted his teeth and pushed himself halfway upright, his gaze locked onto the military insignia emblazoned on the 5 spherical craft, and his expression twisted with sudden profound dread. He had seen the Ginyu Force before. Precisely because he knew all too well how perilously formidable these 5 were, especially their leader Ginyu. That man was a true monster beneath Frieza's command. Damn it! Vegeta spat out a mouthful of mud and hauled himself violently from the crater. Goku still clutched the massive Dragon Ball tightly to his chest as he turned toward the horizon and asked puzzled, "Are those the Ginyu Force you mentioned earlier?" Vegeta had no patience to answer. His eyes remained riveted on the 5 smoking craters. Cold sweat began beating slowly along his brow. Frieza, hovering midair, finally allowed the icy malice on his face to soften, just slightly, as a cruel predatory smile curled at the corner of his lips. Oh ho ho, right on time. The hatches of all 5 craft snapped open simultaneously. First to leap forth was a red-skinned man with stark white hair and a smirk of insolent arrogance. Jeez. Next, a towering orange-haired brute landed with a thunderous thud, arms crossed. His shoulders were twice as broad as any ordinary soldier's, his eyes burned with savage cruelty. Berter. Beside him stood Berter, a tall blue-skinned warrior whose speed left afterimages flickering in the air. Then came Guldo, diminutive emerald green and grotesquely endowed, with 4 eyes, scrambling awkwardly from the hatchway. He stumbled upon landing, nearly losing his footing on the scattered rubble. Last emerged a violet-skinned man crowned with 2 sharp black horns, Ginyu himself. Merely standing there, he commanded instant deference. The other 4 instinctively parted to either side, their expressions sobering at once. Captain of the Ginyu Force, Ginyu. Raditz, watching from a distant vantage point, nearly choked on his own breath at the sight. His entire body screamed with agony, blood gushed unceasingly from the wound in his shoulder, and every inhalation felt like serrated blades scraping raw against his lungs, the aftermath of Frieza's devastating blow. And now, of all moments, the Ginyu Force arrived. Truly impeccable timing. At that instant, the 5 warriors lined up in perfect formation before the flagship. Raditz watched their precise alignment, and his lips twitched uncontrollably. Here it comes. That absurd ritual is about to begin. Ginyu. Berter. Jeez. Guldo. The Ginyu Force. Shouting their names in unison, each contorted his body into an outrageously theatrical, grotesquely exaggerated pose. Frieza sank slowly back into his hovering battle throne, and at that spectacle his left eyelid betrayed the faintest involuntary tremor. Yet the surviving soldiers stationed around the flagship erupted inwardly with elation, as if salvation itself had descended. Goku stared, utterly dumbfounded. What on earth are they doing? Vegeta's face darkened to slate gray, his teeth ground together with a brittle grinding sound. Don't waste time wondering about their idiotic theatrics. Listen to me and run. Goku blinked. Run. Vegeta snarled, voice low and volcanic. Can't you understand plain speech, Kakarot? Run. Elsewhere, Raditz slammed a trembling hand over his earpiece, his voice hoarse with weakness and urgency. Bulma. Get Den out of the cave, immediately. Don't take to the air, stay low, and flee along the ground. Bulma, hearing the deafening detonations through the comm, cried back. What new monstrosity is this? The Ginyu Force. Bulma paused half a beat, then deadpanned. Sounds like trouble just by the name. Now isn't the time for commentary. Run. Got it. Bulma's voice crackled with frantic motion, shuffling Rock's hurried footsteps. Den, move faster. Don't stand there. Den's voice trembled thick with tears. I'm Den. Yes, Den. Just don't let them catch you. Raditz braced himself against jagged rubble and staggered upright. Piccolo emerged from the collapsed stone forest in slow, deliberate strides, his green skin dusted with grime scored with abrasions, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. More reinforcements at the flagship? Piccolo demanded, voice glacial. Yes, troublesome ones, Raditz replied, his gaze locked unflinchingly on the small green figure in the distance. More troublesome than Frieza. Frieza is simply overwhelming in raw power, Raditz gritted. But that short green-skinned fiend, he's vile. Piccolo followed Raditz's gaze and fixed it upon Guldo. Is he strong? His battle power is pathetically low. Then why do you stare at him so intently? Raditz didn't answer immediately, because he knew all too intimately how insidious Guldo's unique ability truly was. Time stop. Though it required holding his breath to activate if that diminutive green demon ever slipped behind enemy lines, Bulma denned. Even the Elder could vanish without a whisper, seized in an instant. On the battlefield, such a perverse ability was dirtier, more treacherous than any mere numerical advantage. Raditz licked blood from his lip and lowered his voice to a razor-edged whisper. When the battle begins, see that green dwarf. Everyone focuses fire on him, immediately. Don't let him speak. Don't let him hold his breath. Knock him unconscious before he even draws his first breath. Piccolo frowned, slanting a skeptical glance. How do you know all this? I guessed. Piccolo scoffed, a dry, mirthless laugh. Your guess is remarkably specific. Raditz had no time for explanations. He launched himself skyward with explosive force, hurtling straight toward the flagship. He would not allow Guldo to near Bulma's escape route. Outside the flagship, Ginyu strode forward with regal stride and dropped to one knee before Frieza's floating throne. Lord Frieza, the Ginyu Force has arrived as ordered. Frieza gave a slight, indifferent nod. The Dragon Balls have been scattered by these vermin. Vegeta has fully betrayed the army. Raditz is present. and another scion named Kakarot. Jinyu slowly lifted his head, his piercing gaze instantly locked onto Goku and Vegeta in the distance. Kakarot. Goku, still clutching the Dragon Ball, nodded earnestly. I am Son Goku. Jinyu offered a non-committal smile. Oh, you appear to possess considerable battle power. His scouter emitted rapid, urgent beeps, the readout surging wildly. Though Goku had striven to suppress his aura, the energy he'd unleashed while snatching the Dragon Ball from Frieza's grasp had bled through his restraint. When Jinyu saw the final stabilized reading flash across his scouter, his expression shifted unmistakably. Approximately 150,000, he murmured, startled. Orange-haired Birder whistled shrilly beside him. Not bad, Captain. Such numbers are rare indeed. Red-skinned Jees sneered in contempt. A scion of that wretched lower-class race, capable of such power. Vegeta's expression soured further. Goku, however, ignored their barbs entirely, clutching the Dragon Ball tighter as he quietly retreated backward. Frieza glanced down at Jinyu and issued his command: recover all scattered Dragon Balls, and capture alive the Namekian child who speaks the wish-granting tongue. Jinyu bowed deeply. Understood, leave it to us. He rose sharply and pointed decisively. Goldo, you will search the rear for the Namekian child. Birder, you are fastest among us. Retrieve all scattered Dragon Balls. Birder and Jees, you will intercept Vegeta and Kakarot. At being assigned to reconnaissance, thus avoiding direct high-intensity combat, Goldo grinned widely. Leave it to me, Captain. But before Goldo could even lift a foot, a black blur shrieked through the air from the flank, tearing across the battlefield with deafening velocity. Raditz had arrived. Still airborne, he hurled several volatile spiraling energy blasts straight toward the enemy line. His target was neither Jinyu nor the hulking Birder, but squarely, unerringly Goldo. Goldo yelped in shock. What the hell is that? He scrambled sideways in panic, just as the blast detonated behind where he'd stood, the concussive wave shattering part of his armored backplate. You damn scion. Before Goldo could rise and unleash a torrent of curses, Raditz, surrounded by a vortex of churning ki, materialized before him like a phantom and delivered a crushing airborne kick aimed straight at his jaw. Goldo's four eyes bulged wide. He instinctively puffed out his cheeks and held his breath with desperate intensity. VRRRT. Space and time themselves seemed to stutter. Raditz's ferocious kick froze abruptly midair, his entire body locked rigid in place, suspended like a statue. A cruel, triumphant grin just beginning to spread across Goldo's face, when suddenly his eyes darted sideways. Boom. A viridian green energy blast slammed into his temple from a blind angle behind him. The shot Piccolo had launched the moment Raditz charged forward. Its trajectory was deceptively subtle and unervingly precise, not aimed at Goldo's original position, but calculated to cut off his lateral evasion route from Raditz's kick. The instant Goldo's breath ran out and time resumed flowing, the blast struck his face dead center. Crunch. A blood-curdling shriek tore from Goldo's throat as he rocketed backward, two front teeth shattered by the impact. Raditz landed hard, his heart hammering against his ribs. For that fleeting second, he had felt his very body pinned, frozen in defiance of physics. That dwarf's ability was too unnatural. It had to be neutralized immediately. Jinyu's expression flickered. Goldo. Raditz didn't turn. He roared over his shoulder. Piccolo, don't stop. Keep hitting him. Already Piccolo's massive silhouette surged forward like a shadow clinging to bone. He rarely spoke, but when he fought, his strikes were even more ruthless than Raditz. Two energy blasts fired midair sealed Goldo's lateral escape routes. Then Piccolo vanished and reappeared directly above him. His right foot drawn back, charged with lethal force, and driven downward with brutal precision into Goldo's chest. Terrified Goldo scrambled wildly across the ground, screaming hysterically, "Are you insane? Why is everyone attacking me?" Raditz lunged forward again, left palm slamming into the earth, right fist coiling and exploding downward. Goldo's four eyes widened in pure terror. As he opened his mouth to inhale and trigger time stop, once more Raditz's scion tail, coiled and ready behind him, lashed out like a whip and struck Goldo's throat with sickening force. Irk! Goldo gagged, the vital breath escaping him, his face deepening to a sickly livid green. Piccolo closed in, instantly delivering a follow-up strike, a crushing momentum-charged punch that drove Goldo deep into the mud with seismic force. Crack! The earth split open beneath him, Goldo's eyes rolled back, limbs convulsed twice, and then he lay utterly still, unconscious. For a heartbeat, the battlefield fell into eerie silence. Birder's habitual smirk vanished. Jees froze stunned into immobility. Birder, famed for his speed, frowned incredulously. Goldo was defeated in a single instant. Even Vegeta, watching from his crater, wore an expression both bewildered and deeply unsettled. He knew Goldo's time-stop ability was vexing, but never imagined Raditz, once dismissed as timid and weak, would act with such decisive, brutal precision, targeting Goldo's fatal vulnerability without hesitation. Raditz, you knew about Goldo's. Raditz cut him off, breathing ragged and raw. Enough talk. Go retrieve the Dragon Balls. Vegeta grunted in irritation, but astonishingly he offered no retort. Instead, he ignited his aura and blasted off, racing toward the scattered Dragon Balls. The direction surged forward. Frieza sat in his floating chair, coldly observing Goldo, who lay unconscious at the bottom of the pit, like a dead dog, the smile on his face completely faded. Raditz, the Cosmic Emperor slowly spoke. This was the second time today he had uttered the name of this subordinate warrior. But this time his tone was clearly not as casual as before, carrying a hint of genuine scrutiny. Jinyu twisted his neck, producing a crisp crack of bones. It seems you Scion know quite a bit. Raditz did not respond to Jinyu's words at all. He kicked the unconscious Guldo aside and whispered to Piccolo, "Watch him closely, he must not wake up." Piccolo raised his hand and fired an energy blast at the side of Guldo, causing countless fragments to collapse and bury half of Guldo's body. Rest assured, with this injury, he won't die anytime soon, but he definitely won't wake up. Enough. Meanwhile, the largest figure, Riku, had already charged towards Son Goku with a furious gust of wind. "Kakarot, is it?" Goku's expression darkened, and he immediately set down the Dragon Balls in his arms, assuming a combat stance. Riku's massive body, resembling a small mountain, crashed down, accompanied by a piercing whistle as a fist the size of a clay pot struck down heavily. Goku took a slight step back, dangerously evading the punch, and using the momentum countered with a powerful punch to Riku's abdomen. Bang! Riku's large body instantly curled up like a shrimp, his eyes bulging, mouth wide open. So heavy. Goku, seeing his painful expression, hesitated for a moment and scratched his head, asking, "Are you okay?" Riku clutched his stomach and staggered back 4 or 5 steps, his expression suddenly turning extremely grim. He clearly had not expected that this Scion named Kakarot could hit so hard. In the distance, Jesus' expression changed, and he immediately shouted, "Riku, be careful. This guy is a bit strange." Bardo's figure instantly vanished in the air, and the next second he had used his terrifying speed to circle behind Goku, moving too fast for the naked eye to discern. However, Goku seemed to have eyes in the back of his head, and even before Bardo struck, he ducked just in time, narrowly avoiding Bardo's aerial elbow strike. Immediately after, Goku executed a magnificent tornado kick in midair, his right heel striking Bardo's face with great force. Bang! Bardo wildly spun twice in the air, landing with his hands covering his face, disbelief written all over his blue face. My speed was actually seen through. Goku landed on both feet and seriously commented, "You were indeed quite fast just now." Upon hearing this, Bardo's face darkened even further. This honest praise at that moment sounded more painful than any deliberate mockery. At this time, Captain Jinyu finally entered the fray. But he did not pay attention to Goku in the distance. Instead, he took large steps, his eagle-like eyes fixed firmly on Raditz. "You are Raditz, right?" Raditz turned to look at him. "Yes. Your battle power doesn't seem low either." Jinyu raised his hand and pressed the device by his ear. Raditz's aura was extremely chaotic due to the fierce battle and his injuries, with the numbers on the device's screen wildly jumping between 50,000 and 100,000. Jinyu's brows furrowed tightly. "You Scion wild monkeys, when did you learn to control your battle power?" Raditz moved his somewhat dislocated shoulder, wincing in pain, and sneered, "The teachers on Earth taught well, you wouldn't understand." Jinyu chuckled coldly. "Interesting. Then let me see how capable you are." The next second, Jinyu's body vanished from the spot. Raditz's pupils suddenly constricted to the size of pinpoints, instinctively crossing his arms to block his chest. Bang! Jinyu's heavy punch landed solidly on his arms. Raditz's feet instantly sank into the hard ground, and his body was forcibly pushed back, carving a trench several meters long before he barely came to a stop. It was too heavy. This guy's strength surpassed that of the previous Zabon by far. Jinyu's assault was perfectly coordinated. Just as the first punch was blocked, the second kick came tearing through the air. Piccolo charged in from the side, attempting to provide assistance, but was kicked away by Jinyu's swift leg without a backward glance. Raditz gritted his teeth and pressed forward instead of retreating, wrapping his Scion tail around Jinyu's right arm like a constrictor snake. Jinyu glanced down at the furry tail wrapped around his arm. "A Scion's tail. You really don't learn from your mistakes." He swiftly grabbed Raditz's tail base. Raditz's face instantly turned pale, but this time he did not completely lose his combat ability and collapsed to the ground like before. During the year of training on Earth, he had desperately worked on this fatal weakness, almost to the point of self-harm. The pain was still excruciating, but it was no longer life-threatening. Die! Raditz, enduring the intense pain from the base of his tail, swung a heavy punch toward Jinyu's jaw. Jinyu tilted his head just enough to avoid it, and a trace of surprise flickered in his eyes. "You actually trained that weakness of your tail, eh?" "Of course. Or should I just wait to be toyed with by you guys?" Raditz roared viciously, kicking toward Jinyu's knee. Jinyu had to release his grip on the tail, stepping back half a step. Just as Raditz gained a moment to breathe, a panicked scream from Bulma suddenly came through the communicator. "Raditz. That blue tall guy. He's charging towards us." "Bardo." Raditz turned his head sharply to look. Sure enough, Bardo, who had just been kicked away by Goku, was now using his unmatched speed to bypass the main battlefield and was heading straight for the retreat route of Bulma and Tian Tian. Goku also noticed this scene just as he was about to unleash his anger to intercept Riku, and Jeez had already shifted to block his path. "Don't think about leaving here, Scion." Vegeta was now launching into the air from the lakeside, tightly clutching another Dragon Ball he had just retrieved, his expression dark and grim. "Kakarot. Don't worry about them. Take the Dragon Balls away first." Raditz shouted to the side, "Piccolo, go intercept that blue-skinned one." But just as Piccolo was about to move, Jinyu's towering purple figure had already blocked their way. Jinyu coldly stared at them, his tone chilling. "You bunch of scum, do you think you can just disregard me?" Raditz looked at Jinyu, before him a cold sweat beginning to form in his palm. Meanwhile, in the distant radar signal, Bardo's dangerous and terrifying energy was rapidly approaching Bulma, at an unimaginable speed. Through the communicator, they could even clearly hear Bulma's frantic footsteps and Tion's hurried, almost suffocating breaths. Raditz. He's too fast. We can't escape. Raditz's gaze sank completely at that moment. Without any hesitation, he reached into the tactical pouch on the side of his armor and pulled out a cold universal capsule. It was the backup supply box Bulma had prepared for him before coming to Namek. Instead of Dragon Balls, it contained several temporary high-concentration explosive bombs Bulma had developed. Raditz pressed the capsule button fiercely, and at the moment the white smoke erupted, he grabbed the explosive bomb inside and threw it with all his strength toward Jinyu's face. Jinyu disdainfully raised his hand to swat it away. However, as soon as the explosive bomb made contact, it erupted in a blinding flash of light. A flash bomb. Just a trivial trick. Jinyu shut his eyes against the bright light. At that moment of distraction, Raditz took advantage of the blinding light, as cover transforming into a dying streak of light, racing toward Barty. Just as Jinyu was about to move, several violent blue energy blasts came crashing down from the side. Purple Skin Freak, your opponent is now me. Jinyu turned his head. He saw Vegeta, though drenched in sweat and covered in wounds, still smirking as he raised his right hand, destructive energy swirling between his fingers. Jinyu's expression turned completely cold. Meanwhile, at the other end of the battlefield, the incredibly fast Bart had already caught up to the panicked Bulma and Tion in front of a pile of rubble. Swish! The blue figure descended like a ghost, blocking the two of them in front of them. Bulma suddenly stopped dead in her tracks, almost falling due to inertia. Her face was pale, and in a panic she attempted to hide the hand holding the Dragon Ball capsule box behind her. Tion was trembling in fear, shrinking tightly behind Bulma. Barty looked down at the Earth woman, who showed no sign of fighting back, with a playful smile. If you know what's good for you, just hand over what you have. Though Bulma's lips were pale and her legs weak, the young lattice temper rose at that moment. Her left hand quietly reached for a self-defense stun button hidden at her waist, trembling as she said, "If you have the ability, come and take it." Barta scoffed dismissively, just as he was about to take a step forward to snatch it. A sudden horrific sound of breaking air came from behind him. Barta turned sharply. Raditz, covered in blood and his armor in tatters, was charging madly from a distance. At this moment the two were still quite far apart. However, the energy blast Raditz had gathered in his hand, radiating violent energy, was not aimed at Barta, but was focused directly at the ground beneath Bulma and Tion. Bulma followed his gaze and saw Raditz's actions. Her beautiful face instantly drained of color as she screamed, "Raditz, you bastard! Are you crazy?" Raditz offered no explanation. The massive energy blast was released in the next second. It was indeed not aimed at Barta. It struck directly at the ground by Bulma and Tion's feet. Boom! The violent explosion instantly lifted the earth, and a terrifying shockwave sent the unprepared Bulma and Tion flying through the air. They rolled like tumbling gourds along the vast fissure torn in the ground, plunging deep into a bottomless natural cave. Barta's grasp completely missed, and in that moment of distraction Raditz had finally arrived. Raditz charged like a fierce tiger, descending the mountain, recklessly crashing into Barta's waist. The immense inertia slammed them both into a nearby hard rock wall, causing debris to fly. Barta was hit hard, his blood churning, and he roared in fury, "Damn Scion. You want to die?" Raditz, bloodied, gripped Barta's shoulders tightly like iron claws, using his last ounce of strength to scream toward the cave, "Run away." In the depths of the cave, Bulma, battered from the rolling impact, felt her entire body ache with dust choking her and tears streaming from her eyes as she coughed uncontrollably. She struggled to get up, hugging the dazed Tion beside her, and reached for her waist, finding the capsule box containing the Dragon Ball still there. In an instant, the young lattice fury could no longer be contained, and she glared outside, screaming hysterically, "Raditz! You bastard who gave birth without an asshole! You actually blew me up with you." However, the next second Bulma's voice abruptly caught in her throat, unable to continue her insults. Because the precise Dragon Ball radar she tightly gripped in her left hand suddenly emitted an extremely bright and intense golden prompt light, without warning. Beep beep beep. On the screen, a massive golden dot, which she had previously overlooked due to distance and interference from the rocky ground, was now clearly displayed, less than 10 meters directly beneath her feet. Bulma stood there in shock, staring down at the ground where the fissure had been violently cracked open by Raditz's energy blast. Deep within that dark, profound soil fissure, at that moment, a faint, unmistakable, pure golden light belonging to the Dragon Balls was beginning to emanate. Deep within the cave, when that dazzling golden light emerged, Bulma froze completely. She tightly held onto the small Namekian Dandi with one hand while gripping the Dragon Ball capsule so hard it turned white. Her face and body were covered in the dirt and dust from the explosion, looking utterly disheveled. Beep beep beep. The Dragon Ball radar in her palm was going off wildly. The light point on the screen had completely coincided with her location. Bulma looked down at the cracked ground beneath her and swallowed hard, saying, "No way." Dandi also saw it and whispered, "It seems there really is a Dragon Ball below." Boom. A sudden dull crashing sound came from outside. Raditz was kicked into the rock wall by Bart, and debris tumbled down. "Bulma!" Raditz's hoarse roar came in. "Run! Get away!" Upon hearing this, Bulma's anger flared up. "Run? What do you mean run? You just blasted me right into the Dragon Ball." The air outside fell silent for half a second. Then Bart's dark voice echoed, "Dragon Ball." "Oh no. Bulma's expression changed drastically as she pushed Dondi back, saying, dig. Dondi was stunned. Now. Yes, right now. Bulma knelt down, her fingers splayed wide as she frantically scraped at the cracked rock layers. Her nails were worn down to the point of pain, but she couldn't care less. Seeing this, Dondi quickly crouched down to help. Outside, the smirk on Bart's face vanished instantly. He turned and stared fixedly at the cave, his eyes filled with greed. So it's here. He moved his foot about to rush in when Raditz suddenly lunged out from the pile of rubble, grabbing Bart tightly around the waist. Bart's speed was too fast to be stopped normally. The only option was to resort to the most primitive method, clinging on. Bang! The two crashed to the ground, rolling out several meters. Let go! Bart roared in fury, raising his knee to slam hard into Raditz's stomach. Raditz felt darkness closing in on his vision, nearly spitting blood, but his arms tightened around Bart like iron claws, gritting his teeth with a sinister smile. Why are you in such a hurry? Looking for death? Bart seized Raditz by the shoulders and forcefully lifted him, slamming him down onto the ground. Boom. Raditz's back smashed into the rocks, his bones feeling as if they were falling apart. Bart lifted his foot, aiming to stomp down on Raditz's head. In a critical moment, Raditz's scion tail shot out, like a viper wrapping tightly around Bart's ankle, yanking with all its might. Bart stumbled, losing his balance. Whoosh! A green figure suddenly burst in from the side. Piccolo had arrived. He delivered a heavy kick to Bart's chest, sending him staggering back several steps. Get in there. Piccolo didn't even look back, his voice as cold as ice. Raditz pushed himself up from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. You can't hold him off alone. Then move faster. Piccolo gathered energy in his palm, his gaze locked onto Bart. Raditz wasted no time turning and diving into the cave. Outside, Bart's expression darkened to the point of dripping with malice. You trash, you all like to block my path, huh? Boom. Piccolo raised his hand, unleashing a violent energy blast. However, Bart's figure instantly turned into an afterimage, effortlessly dodging. Too slow. A cold voice rang out. In the next second, Bart appeared behind Piccolo like a ghost, his elbow carrying a violent gust of energy, smashing down hard. Piccolo hurriedly turned to block. Bang! A tremendous force struck him, causing him to grunt and drive a knee into the ground, shattering it. He was too fast. Bart's speed forced Piccolo to rely solely on combat instinct to anticipate. Inside the cave, Bulma and Dondi had unearthed a small piece of a golden arc. The Namekian Dragon Balls were massive and buried very deep. Bulma was drenched in sweat, urgently shouting, Raditz, hurry and help. Get out of the way. Raditz charged forward, plunging his hands into the rock crevices. Bulma pulled Dondi back, rolling away. Ha-ah. Raditz's forehead bulged with veins, his arm muscles swelling instantly as he let out a beast-like growl from his throat. He forcefully lifted the massive rock layer. Boom. Stones flew everywhere. The huge starry Dragon Ball below was fully exposed. Bulma's eyes lit up. It's really here. Raditz stared at the Dragon Ball, but his expression showed no signs of relief. This was probably the same one Goku had kicked into the ravine earlier. The good news was that they had found it. The bad news was Bart outside had also heard them. Boom. Another muffled sound echoed. Piccolo was slammed hard into the cave entrance, his back crashing against the rock wall, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Bart leisurely lowered a leg, dusting off his arm, stepping into the cave. Found it. Bulma instinctively clutched the capsule box tightly. Dondi shrank back behind her, trembling in fear. Raditz took a step forward, blocking the Dragon Ball. Bart glanced at the Dragon Ball, then looked disdainfully at Raditz. You're already injured like this. What are you going to use to stop me? Raditz said nothing. He slowly bent down, gripping the edge of the Dragon Ball with both hands. Bulma's heart sank as she immediately grasped his intention. Oh no. You're not going to use it to smash someone again, are you? Yes. Bulma exclaimed. Can't you think of a more civilized way? Raditz replied, no. Bart sneered, idiot. His body vanished into thin air once more. His speed was unreasonable. Just as Raditz lifted the massive Dragon Ball, Bart's cold face was already inches away from him. One hand pressed down on the Dragon Ball. Let go, Bart said coldly. But Raditz showed no sign of despair. Instead, he smirked, revealing a malicious grin. Have you forgotten someone? Bart's pupils suddenly constricted. I'm right here. A voice suddenly rang out from outside the cave, catching him off guard. Just as Bart turned to look back. Boom. A fist carrying terrifying power slammed solidly into Bart's cheek. Bart didn't even have time to scream. His whole body was sent flying out of the cave like a kite, with a severed string rolling chaotically on the ground for several rounds before coming to a messy stop. Goku landed steadily, shaking off his slightly numb wrist, and exhaled a long breath. Phew, this guy is really fast, almost didn't catch up. Raditz, holding the large Dragon Ball, leaned against the rock wall, gasping heavily. What's going on your side? Rikum and guys are being held up by Vegeta. As Goku spoke, he scratched his head. But Vegeta seems extremely angry. Raditz rolled his eyes. When is he not angry? Can we stop chatting now? Bulma impatiently pulled out the capsule device. Let's get this thing packed away first. The Dragon Ball was simply too large. The group worked together to stuff the large Dragon Ball into the capsule storage compartment. With a loud bang, the smoke dissipated. Bulma quickly grabbed the capsule, stuffing it deep into her waist pouch. Okay, now I have two of them. Raditz stared at her. Watch it, don't let it get snatched away. Bulma shot him a glare. Does if I need you to tell me. Outside the cave, Bart climbed up from the ground, drenched in sweat, half of his face already swollen and bruised. He gritted his teeth and touched his face, his gaze turning icy. Kakarot. Goku stepped out of the cave saying, "What?" Bart glared hard at him, his teeth grinding together. "That last hit doesn't count. You ambushed me." Goku was momentarily perplexed, his face full of confusion. "Huh? Why doesn't it count?" Bart was left speechless. "Kakarot, what the hell are you still dawdling about?" Suddenly, a furious roar from Vegeta echoed from afar. Raditz followed and stepped out of the cave, looking up. The direction of Frieza's mothership was now in complete chaos. Vegeta was being tightly entangled by Rikum. Rikum, the thick-skinned freak, had endured several heavy punches from Vegeta, yet was still laughing maniacally while rubbing his face. Meanwhile, Guise was constantly darting through the air, crazily unleashing energy blasts, sealing off all of Vegeta's escape routes. As for Captain Ginyu, he stood at a distance, arms crossed, not in a hurry to make a move. His gaze coldly swept back and forth between Goku and Raditz. Raditz felt a chill run down his spine under that glare. Jinyu's body change technique was the deadliest card in this battle. Now Goku's performance was the most eye-catching. Without a doubt, Jinyu had set his sights on Goku's body. "Goku," Raditz called softly. "Moi. Whatever happens, don't fight that captain in the purple armor alone." Goku looked at Jinyu in the distance, a bit curious. "Why?" "He has weird tricks." "What kind of tricks?" "Don't ask too much, just remember my words." Goku scratched his head helplessly. "All right." Bart, seeing these two scions chatting without a care in the world, felt his anger explode suddenly. "Do you think I don't exist?" Whoosh. He moved. His speed was indeed so fast that Raditz's naked eye could barely catch it. But this time Goku was already prepared. Almost at the same moment Bart vanished, Goku moved as well. Boom, 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 boom. The two blurred figures clashed wildly outside the rocky forest. The sound of intense punches and kicks exploded like firecrackers, sending powerful gusts that lifted nearby boulders into the air. The more they fought, the colder Bart's heart became. His proudest speed, which was revered throughout the universe, was utterly ineffective against this scion named Kakarot. Not only could the opponent perfectly match his rhythm, but several times the speed of Goku's punches was even a fraction faster. "This is impossible. Absolutely impossible." Bart roared in his mind. "Gotcha." Goku's voice suddenly rang in his ear. He deftly deflected Bart's defenses with a punch, following up with a fierce knee strike that slammed into Bart's abdomen. Ugh! Bart's entire body instantly curled up like a shrimp, spewing out a mouthful of sour water. Goku then grabbed his shoulder, twisting and sinking, executing a textbook shoulder throw that slammed him hard into the ground. Boom! The earth immediately caved in, creating a deep pit. Bart lay quietly at the bottom of the pit, staring blankly at the sky, questioning his life. "My speed." Goku squatted at the edge of the pit, looking at him sincerely. "But you really are impressive. Your speed is indeed quite fast." Upon hearing this, Bart's eyes rolled back, and he fainted from anger. Raditz watched the scene from behind, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Sometimes Goku's oblivious sincerity could be more lethal than Vegeta's Vegeta-face taunts. Bulma poked her head out of the small cave. "Is it done?" "For now." Raditz exhaled. Piccolo walked over, casting a cold glance at the foaming Bart in the pit. "Should we take him out?" "No need, right? He can't fight anymore." Goku frowned. Piccolo said nothing, just bent down and raised his hand to deliver a heavy strike to Bart's neck, ensuring he was out cold. Raditz turned his gaze towards the mothership. "Let's go help Vegeta." Goku nodded. "All right." Just as the three prepared to move, a thunderous roar from Jinyu echoed from afar. "Everyone stop!" The battlefield was instantly torn apart. Rikum and Guise heard the command and simultaneously retreated violently. Vegeta, breathing heavily, landed on the ground, covered in blood, looking disheveled. Jinyu approached step by step, his expression dark. He glanced at the unconscious Guldo, then at Bart, who lay in the pit like a dead dog. "Two down. The Jinyu force has been crippled by two." Guise gritted his teeth, eyes filled with resentment. "Captain." Jinyu raised his hand to interrupt him. His gaze swept across the ruins of the battlefield, finally locking onto Goku. "Kakarot, your body is really quite remarkable." Raditz's heart sank. "Damn it, it's happening." Goku frowned, looking disgusted. "That sounds really strange." "Ha ha ha. You'll understand soon enough." Jinyu laughed ominously. Just as his words fell, he abruptly raised his right hand, gathering terrifying power, and slammed a punch into his own chest. Puff! This punch was brutal. Jinyu coughed up a large mouthful of blood, his chest caving in as his body shook violently. Goku stared dumbfounded. "Why are you hurting yourself?" Raditz's face turned pale in an instant as he shouted frantically, "Goku, get away. Don't look into his eyes." Covered in blood, Jinyu laughed maniacally, suddenly throwing his arms wide, unleashing a hysterical roar. Change. In an instant, a blinding, scorching light erupted from Jinyu's broken body, transforming into a stream of light filled with strange energy, charging violently towards Goku in the air. Change. Jinyu's hysterical roar exploded in midair. Blood still hung at the corner of his mouth as his arms flailed wildly, a blinding purple beam bursting from his chest. Goku stood frozen in place. He had never even heard of such a bizarre technique, let alone witnessed it. It was no ordinary energy wave, it carried no destructive force, yet its speed was ungodly, locking onto his chest with unerring precision. "Goku, dodge!" Raditz's roar thundered almost simultaneously. Instinct screamed at Goku to lunge aside, but he was a fraction too slow. The eerie violet light was already upon him. In that hairbreadth moment, a dusty figure shot in from the side, like a meteor tearing through the air with a sharp screech. It wasn't a rock. It was Raditz. Teeth clenched, he slammed into the path of the purple beam, and to make matters worse, he was clutching a large Namekian frog he had snatched from somewhere. The frog's eyes bulged from his grip as it let out a pitiful croak, rib-bit. Thud. The purple light struck the frog dead center. In the next instant, an eerie silence fell over the battlefield. Jinya's body went rigid. The frog went rigid too. Goku landed lightly nearby, blinking in bewilderment. What? What kind of technique was that? Thump. Raditz hit the ground hard, tumbling several meters away, his shoulders screaming in pain. But he ignored his injuries, his eyes locked on Jinyu. Jinya's body still stood there. 2 seconds later, the hulking purple frame suddenly shuddered violently, its mouth gaping open. Rib-bit. The air froze solid in that moment. Vegeta's taut face stiffened, then his lips began twitching uncontrollably, his expression twisting into something utterly bizarre. Jeez, hovering above, was completely dumbfounded. The 2 energy spheres he had been preparing for a sneak attack dissipated into wisps in his palms. His eyes nearly popped from their sockets. "See, Captain." In response, the 2-meter-tall frame opened its mouth again, rib-bit. Rib-bit, rib-bit. Meanwhile, on the other side of the ground, the frog struck by the purple light twitched in the mud before turning over in an awkward, unnatural pose. What sent chills down their spines was the look in the frog's eyes. It now held Jinya's signature expression of shock, fury, and near madness. It frantically opened its 3-lipped mouth as if trying to curse Raditz. Rib-bit. A long sigh escaped Raditz's lips. It had worked. He forced himself up from the ground, blood still dripping from his mouth, but a victorious grin spread across his face. Cough. Barely made it in time. Goku curiously leaned down to look at the ferocious frog, then turned to study Jinya's body, which was now scratching its head with a look of utter stupidity. So, Raditz, a frog now. Yep. And this body, eh? Goku pointed at the massive purple shell. It's got a frog's brain in it now. Goku cupped his chin, thoughtfully proposing with a serious face, should we capture him too? Take him back to Earth as a pet. Vegeta, unable to contain himself any longer, roared in fury, Kakarot. What kind of garbage is constantly rattling around in that idiot brain of yours? Goku rubbed the back of his head innocently. I was just asking. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Jeez finally snapped back to reality, his face drained of all color, his voice completely altered. He stared at Raditz, shrieking, "You bastard. How did you know the captain's ability?" Raditz had no intention of answering his nonsense. His eyes hardened, the ground beneath him shattered, and he shot forward. Take him down. Jeez was terrified, instinctively raising his arms to block. But a dark green energy sphere detonated from his blind spot. Piccolo had struck. The blast threw Jeez off balance, his form lurching wildly. Raditz's heavy fist followed, closely slamming solidly into Jeez's abdomen. Jeez's eyes bulged, his body folding like a shrimp. Goku naturally didn't idle. His form flickered like a phantom, appearing behind Jeez in an instant. A clean, decisive chop carrying a violent gust of wind crashed down on Jeez's nape. Jeez didn't even manage a grunt, his eyes rolled back as he crumpled to the ground. Vegeta strode over, arms crossed, gazing down at the limp form of Jeez with undisguised disdain. "TCH, you guys went too easy on him." Goku frowned. "He's already defeated. There's no need to finish him off. Immobilized doesn't mean dead. Only the dead are truly safe. It's really not necessary, Vegeta." Vegeta snorted coldly, a dangerous light gathering in his palm as he raised it to deliver the final blow. Slap. Raditz grabbed Vegeta's wrist in a vice-like grip. Vegeta's eyes turned icy, killing intent radiating from him. "Raditz, you dare stop me? Spare his life for now. Give me a reason." Raditz jerked his chin towards the crazily hopping frog Jinyu on the ground. "Frieza doesn't know the Jinyu force is finished yet. Keeping a half-dead prisoner means Frieza won't be able to make accurate decisions in the short term. We need time." Vegeta stared at Raditz for a full 2 seconds before violently shaking off his hand. What a hassle. Despite his words, he retracted his energy. On the other side of the battlefield, the once arrogant Rikom could barely stand, weakened by the injuries Goku had inflicted earlier. He looked at the unconscious Guldo, the fallen bird of the knocked-out Jeez, and their captain, now a frog. The smile finally vanished from Rikom's face. Hey. What kind of cosmic joke is this? This isn't how the script was supposed to go." Vegeta turned, a malicious grin spreading across his face. "You're next." Rikom's face went pale. In the next instant, Vegeta was upon him, the air screaming in his wake. Rikom threw up his arms to block with all his might. A dull thud echoed through the rocky field as Vegeta's punch drove him back 3 staggering steps. Before he could steady himself, a gust of wind came from his side. Raditz had circled around, delivering a vicious kick to the back of Rikom's knee. A bone cracked. Rikom's body sagged, dropping to one knee. In a flash, Goku descended from above, his hands clasped together like a hammer, bringing down devastating force onto Rikom's back. With a thunderous crash, Rikom was driven into the earth, creating a massive spiderweb-like crater. He spat a torrent of blood, his body convulsing violently. But as the Jinyu forces tank, even with such grievous wounds, he struggled to push himself up with his hands. Piccolo stepped forward, coldly raised his hand, and fired a small, but violent energy sphere that detonated right next to Rikom's head. Debris instantly buried half of Rikom's face. His legs twitched twice in the mud before his eyes rolled back, and he lay still. Goku looked down and sighed. Phew, at least he's still alive. Vegeta sneered beside him. "Kakarot, that naive kindness of yours will be the death of you one day." Goku rubbed his nose without arguing. It's not really kindness. Raditz, uninterested in their banter, turned and sprinted back to the small cave. Inside the cave, Bulma had just frantically packed the massive Dragon Ball into a capsule. She was covered in dirt, her usually neat hair a tangled mess. Din crouched in a corner, his small face still pale, not yet recovered from the terror. Seeing Raditz enter, Bulma's anger flared. She grabbed a rock from the ground and hurled it at him. Raditz, you son of a bitch, you fired an energy blast at the ground right under my feet. Were you trying to blow me up? Raditz tilted his head, easily dodging the rock. It was to save you. Try saving me like that again and see what happens. Bulma's voice trembled with rage, her knuckles cracking. But seeing her still capable of such spirited cursing put Raditz somewhat at ease. Did you get the Dragon Ball? Obviously it's right here. Bulma patted her waist pouch warily, then clutched it tight, glaring at Raditz like he was a thief. Don't you even think about it. Raditz gave a self-deprecating smirk. If I had the strength for that, I wouldn't have been kicked around like a ball by Birder. If you better not. Din spoke up softly, his eyes full of gratitude. Mr. Raditz, thank you for saving me earlier. Raditz glanced at him, his expression cool. Don't thank me too soon. The matter on Namek is far from over. Bulma's face changed. Huh, didn't you guys take care of the Ginyu Force? We only dealt with these small fry for now. Raditz turned and walked out, his voice cold. The real big shot, Frieza, is still sitting pretty out there. His words plunged the cave into dead silence. Bulma bit her lip, offering no rebuttal. She nervously pulled out the dragon radar. On the screen, the golden dots representing the Dragon Balls were scattered messily. We need to collect the rest quickly. Bulma clenched her teeth, her nails digging into the radar's edge. We absolutely cannot let that monster Frieza get all the Dragon Balls. Raditz nodded in agreement. So we move now. Find another spot. Outside, Goku was squatting on the ground, staring at the sealed box like it was a curiosity. Inside the box, the frog Ginyu kicked its forelegs frantically, its cheeks puffed out, its eyes burning with humiliation and rage. Goku poked the box playfully with a finger. Smack! The frog inside leaped up, biting viciously at his finger through the transparent cover. Whoa, this guy's still this fierce, even as a frog. Goku chuckled. Vegeta, who had just walked out, finally lost it. Veins bulging on his forehead, he roared, Kakarot, can you stop playing with a frog on the battlefield? That's our enemy. Goku sheepishly withdrew his hand, pouting. I was just looking, not playing. Raditz, coming up from behind, felt a headache coming on. These scions and their thick skulls were sometimes truly exasperating. Bulma, seal this frog up properly and store it. Goku was taken aback. Huh, why are we bringing it along? As emergency rations. If it gets a chance, it could use its voice or writing to swap bodies back. At this, Vegeta's face turned ashen. What a, it can still do that. Raditz ignored him, expertly wrapping the frog tightly in a torn piece of battlesuit fabric, leaving only its fish-eyed head exposed. The frog Ginyu struggled madly. Ribbit, let me go, shut it. Raditz tied the fabric into a tight knot. Bulma had just emerged from the cave when she saw the cloth bundle and box Raditz handed her. She was utterly gobsmacked. What the hell is this disgusting thing? Ginyu. Huh, say that again, who is it? The captain of the Ginyu Force, Ginyu. Bulma stared at the frog wrapped like a mummy for a full 3 seconds before swearing, damn. Isn't the information density of this chapter a bit too much? Raditz didn't understand her internet slang and didn't bother to ask. Is the sealed box safe? Don't let it make a sound or write on the ground. Even as a frog, this guy can cause chaos. Bulma took it reflexively, then held it with 2 fingers as far away from herself as possible, a look of utter disgust on her face. Fine, I'm really done with you violent maniacs. Suddenly, boom. A deafening explosion erupted from the direction of Frieza's main ship. The terrifying shockwave crossed half the battlefield, sending debris flying wildly around them. Everyone's faces changed simultaneously as they whipped around. In the distance, the calm lake water exploded violently like a volcanic eruption. A small figure in a techno-battle armor rose slowly from the lake's center. It was Frieza. His long tail was coiled tightly around a massive Namekian Dragon Ball. His cold, regal face no longer held a trace of a smile. It was dark and grim, as if it could drip with malice. His gaze, sharp as a hawk's, swept across the vast distance, coldly surveying the fallen Ginyu Force before locking onto Raditz and his group. In an instant, an indescribable, terrifying pressure descended upon them, crushing the air from their lungs. Every muscle in Raditz's body tensed. Frieza knew everything that had happened here. Vegeta wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a glint of desperate resolve in his eyes. He's coming. Goku slowly straightened up, his playful demeanor vanishing, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness. Piccolo stepped forward, his solid frame directly shielding Bulma, and dinned as he uttered 2 cold words, get back. Bulma's hands trembled as she looked at the dragon radar, her face pale. How many Dragon Balls does Frieza have now? She took a deep breath and quickly counted the dots on the screen. Not good. He has at least 2, maybe 1 hidden at the bottom of the lake near his ship. We have 3. Wait, there seems to be 1 isolated in a ravine. Raditz's eyes lit up. Which one is closer to us? It's closer to us. Not far ahead. Lead the way now. Raditz shouted decisively. Bulma was stunned. Huh, now, that monster Frieza is about to attack. Precisely because he's coming, we have to grab it. As long as he's missing 1 Dragon Ball, he can't summon Shenron to make his wish. Go get it. Raditz panted heavily, clutching his aching chest. Bulma gritted her teeth and pointed the radar deeper into the rocky forest. It's that way. Follow me. Without a moment's hesitation, they all vanished, blurring into streaks as they sped through the ruins. Strangely enough, Goku was carrying the unconscious Birder and Jis over his shoulders, one on each side. Vegeta, with a look of utter disgust, was dragging Rikom by one leg, slinging the 2-meter giant across the ground like trash. Bulma's eye twitched as she ran. Seriously, why are you bringing these heavily injured guys along while you're escaping? Raditz replied coldly, no questions. There are only bargaining chips against Frieza. Hostages. Vegeta spat. Just a few pieces of slightly useful trash. Boom. As they burst out of the rocky forest, a sharp, icy, and supremely authoritative voice exploded in each of their ears. Raditz, where do you think you're going with my property? The voice was soft, yet it felt like it was whispering right against their spines. Raditz didn't dare look back. Ignore him. Full speed. They charged into the ravine, and the dot on the radar merged with their position. The Dragon Ball, kicked away by Goku earlier, was now wedged in a deep crevice on the surface, half of its brilliant golden glow visible. Bulma was overjoyed. Found it. Over there. Raditz reached out to grab it. A blinding pink destructive beam descended from the sky, without warning, tearing through the air straight for his head. Watch out. Goku bellowed, shoving Raditz hard. The beam grazed the edge of the Dragon Ball and blasted deep into the ravine. In an instant, the ground shook and half of the ravine collapsed from the terrifying explosion. Countless rocks tumbled down. The Dragon Ball, jolted by the impact, rolled along the crack, tumbling down into a pitch-black abyss below. Bulma stared at the radar, screaming in despair. Oh no. It fell. With a soft click, Frieza's pale form landed lightly on a boulder not far behind them. He cast a cold glance at the unconscious members of his special forces, his gaze finally settling on the strange sealed box in Bulma's hands. Inside the box, the frog Jinyu, wrapped up like a dumpling, was frantically ramming its head against the transparent lid. Frieza's pupils contracted slightly. Even he was a bit slow to process this. Jinyu. Captain. From the box came a voice of utter humiliation and despair. Ribbit. Lord Frieza, save me. Frieza was silent for a full 2 seconds. Then he slowly turned his head, his emotionless, icy eyes boring into Raditz. Did you do all this? Raditz clutched his chest, forcing down the blood rising in his throat, and sneered. He brought it on himself. No one else to blame. Frieza's lips finally flattened into a thin line. A destructive, murderous intent began to churn in his eyes. He slowly raised a slender finger, aiming it at the group. Hand over the Dragon Balls and the Namekian brat. Meanwhile, deep in the dark crevice below, the fallen Dragon Ball continued its descent, bouncing off the rock walls with dull, rhythmic thuds. Thud, thud, thud. Bulma stared at the frantically blinking dragon radar, her expression shifting dramatically. She tugged at Raditz's sleeve, her voice laced with undeniable terror. Raditz, something's wrong. What is it? The Dragon Ball. It hasn't stopped. The radar shows it's still falling. Bulma swallowed hard, her voice trembling. It seems this place is completely hollowed out. The Dragon Ball. It hasn't stopped. The radar shows it's still falling. Bulma swallowed hard, her voice trembling. It seems this place is completely hollowed out. The Dragon Ball. It hasn't stopped. The radar shows it's still falling. Bulma swallowed hard, her voice trembling. It seems this place is completely hollowed out. The Dragon Ball. It hasn't stopped. The radar shows it's still falling. Bulma swallowed hard, her voice trembling. It seems this place is completely hollowed out. The Dragon Ball. It hasn't stopped. The radar shows it's still falling. Bulma swallowed hard, her voice trembling. It seems this place is completely hollowed out. The Dragon Ball. It hasn't stopped. The radar shows it's still falling. Bulma swallowed hard, her voice trembling. It seems this place is completely hollowed out. Thud, thud, thud. Dull impacts echoed from deep underground, the sound growing fainter with each pulse. Bulma stared intently at the radar, the golden dot on the screen moving at an abnormal speed. Her face instantly turned pale. No, it didn't fall straight down. Raditz gritted his teeth, propping himself up against a wall of jagged rubble. The wound from the earlier blast still throbbed with excruciating pain. He drew a sharp breath. What do you mean? There's an underground river down there. Bulma frantically slapped the screen, her voice shrill. The Dragon Ball fell into the water. It's being swept away by the current, moving incredibly fast. Vegeta stared into the pitch-black chasm, his face darkening instantly. Damn it, go down and fish it out. Goku hurried over and peered down. The abyss was utterly dark, the faint, turbulent roar of water audible from below. He'll go, Goku declared, preparing to jump. Wait, stay here. Raditz grabbed Goku's battle armor. Goku blinked in confusion. Why, I'm the fastest. Raditz lifted his head, his expression profoundly grave as he looked toward Frieza in the distance. Because that bastard is here. If you leave, who will hold him back? Goku followed his gaze, instantly understanding, and his face darkened. A dozen meters away, Frieza hovered serenely in midair. He still held one finger aloft, but made no immediate move. His gaze shifted from the chasm to the radar, and finally settled on Raditz. Oh, an underground river. Frieza let out a low chuckle laced with amusement. It seems this Namekian planet enjoys causing this lord unnecessary trouble. A wave of peril washed over them. Bulma stumbled back half a step, shielding the young Namekian, Den behind her. Den's face was ashen, his small hands clutching Bulma's clothes, not daring to breathe. Piccolo stepped forward, his body covered in wounds, arms tensed, locking onto Frieza. Further away, Nail was carrying the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder's life force was faint to the extreme, yet his face held no panic, only an eerie calm. Suddenly Frieza moved. He ignored the chasm, and Goku, his eyes fixed directly on Bulma. More precisely on the Hoi Poi capsule case at her waist. If this lord saw correctly just now, that little trinket can make a Dragon Ball that big disappear, can't it? Bulma's heart skipped a beat. Instinctively she clamped her hands over her pouch. Raditz's heart sank. Damn it. His worst fear had come to pass. He had tried so desperately to conceal the capsules, dreading that Frieza would notice. But with several Dragon Balls vanishing into thin air, it was only a matter of time before Frieza, if he wasn't blind, would discover the truth. That is Earth technology, isn't it? Frieza took a step, closing in through the air at a leisurely pace. How intriguing. It appears this technology is far more useful than I imagined. Raditz, suppressing the searing pain in his chest, stepped in front of Bulma. Frieza, you want it? Frieza looked down at him, a cruel smirk curling his lips. In this universe, anything this lord desires eventually returns to my hands obediently. There has never been an exception. Arrogant fool. Vegeta, standing nearby, couldn't help but sneer, his eyes full of contempt. Yet he quickly turned his venomous glare on Raditz. Raditz, do you have a death wish? Speaking to Frieza like that. Raditz didn't even turn around. He just growled, Vegeta, if you have time for sarcasm, why don't you get your ass down there and retrieve the Dragon Ball? You bastard. How dare you order me around? A vein bulged on Vegeta's forehead. Enough talk. If that Dragon Ball gets swept into the planet's core by the river, you can kiss your wish for immortality goodbye. Do you want to spend eternity groveling at Frieza's feet like a dog? The word struck Vegeta's most sensitive nerve. His face froze. The next second, with a furious roar, he turned without a moment's hesitation and leaped into the dark chasm. Goku watched dumbfounded. Wow, he actually went. Raditz spun around, his voice urgent. Kakarot, keep your eyes on Frieza. Don't let him interfere down there. Leave it to me. Goku took a massive step forward, his aura exploding with savage force as he planted himself in front of Frieza. Frieza watched their coordination, his smile widening. Raditz, are you not worried that by sending Vegeta down, he'll take the Dragon Ball and run off on his own once he gets it? He has never been trustworthy. Raditz clenched his jaw. He won't. On this planet, he can't survive alone. Just then Vegeta's enraged roar echoed from the depths of the chasm. Raditz, stop making promises on my behalf up there. When I get my hands on this Dragon Ball, I'll kill you first. Hearing the curses, the knot of tension in Raditz's stomach finally loosened. If he was still cursing, it meant he wasn't far. From deep within the chasm came the violent rush of water and the thunderous sound of rock being smashed. The subterranean river was swift. The massive 4-star Dragon Ball tumbled along with the current, lurching and rolling. Damn you, you stupid rock. Stop right there. Vegeta bellowed, crushing the rock wall beside him with a kick and launching himself forward like a missile, his hands clamping onto the edge of the Dragon Ball. Boom. The raging torrent battered his body. Hiya. Hold still. Vegeta dug his legs deep into the riverbed rock, using sheer brute force to haul the colossal Dragon Ball into his arms. On the surface, Bulma stared at the radar, watching the light point finally stop. She screamed with excitement. It stopped. He stopped. Vegeta caught the Dragon Ball. Yet Raditz's face showed no sign of relief. Because Frieza had heard it too. Oh, caught it, did he? Frieza slowly raised his right hand, a pink energy sphere condensing furiously at his fingertip. In that case, let him die down there along with that Dragon Ball. The destruction beam was about to blast into the chasm. Don't you dare. Goku roared, his body moving like lightning as he slammed a heavy punch into Frieza's wrist. Bang. The impact of their bodies colliding knocked Frieza's hand off course. The destruction beam grazed the edge of the chasm, blasting a massive clean hole straight through a distant mountain. Frieza slowly turned his head, his gaze turning utterly cold. Kakarot, you meddlesome little monkey. Goku frantically shook his numb right hand, grinning through the pain. Oh, that hurt. But you said that already. Is that so? Then let this lord make the impression a little deeper. Frieza's long tail lashed out, without warning, a mere blur in the air. It was incredibly fast. Goku couldn't dodge in time, raising his arms in a hasty guard. Bam! The immense force sent Goku skidding backward across the ground for dozens of meters. Don't forget about me. Hiya! Piccolo seized the opportunity, attacking from a blind spot. A dark green energy sphere blasted from his palm towards Frieza's feet. Frieza didn't even turn his head. He lightly tapped his toe against the void floating a few meters higher. Boom. The sphere exploded below, not even ruffling a corner of Frieza's armor. Raditz remained where he was, not charging him blindly. His injuries were too severe, a direct assault would be suicide. He was waiting for a chance to get Vegeta back up. He reached into his side pouch, pulling out his last microbomb. His eyes locked onto Frieza. Frieza tilted his head slightly, a look of contempt on his face. What's this, Raditz? Still playing with toys? A grim smile stretched across Raditz's face. Why don't you find out if it's a toy or not? Take this. Raditz hurled the bomb. But the bomb wasn't aimed at Frieza. It was thrown with force at the already crumbling rock wall on the far side of the chasm. Frieza was taken aback. Boom. The explosion rang out. The fractured wall collapsed, tons of rubble crashing down, precisely blocking one of the underground river's outlets. From deep underground, Vegeta's enraged bellow erupted. Raditz, are you trying to bury me alive down here? Raditz screamed back at the top of his lungs. Shut up. If you don't want to die, head left. Now. Deep underground, Vegeta instinctively shifted several meters to the left. Almost instantly, the right side of the river was sealed by the falling boulders. The immense impact of the collapse, however, blasted a sloping ramp out of the rock face on the left. You son of a... Vegeta cursed, planting his feet on the new ramp. With the 4-star Dragon Ball clutched tightly to his chest, he burst back to the surface. TCH. A bunch of nauseating flies. Frieza's patience finally wore thin. His form vanished from the air. Not good. Raditz's eyelids twitched violently. Frieza's target wasn't Vegeta or Goku. He appeared directly above Bulma, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Bulma, move. Raditz didn't have time to think. He launched himself forward, slamming his shoulder into Bulma, and Din knocking them both out of the way. Bang. The instant Bulma was sent flying, Frieza's right foot slammed solidly into Raditz's chest. Gwa. Raditz screamed, his body flying backward, scraping painfully along the edge of the chasm. He coughed up mouthfuls of blood, the world around him beginning to darken. On the other side, Bulma tumbled across the ground several times. The Hoi Poi capsule case at her waist snapped open, with a click, rolling out into the center of the clearing. Frieza landed with a cold sneer. He bent down, reaching a finger towards the case. Don't touch it. That's ours. No one expected it. The young Namekian Din, who had been cowering behind, suddenly lunged forward, clutching the capsule case to his chest and shielding it with his small body. Frieza's outstretched finger froze in midair. He slowly looked down at the trembling child. Oh, you're a native of Namek. That means you can summon the dragon, can't you? Din's body trembled violently, but his large eyes stared defiantly at Frieza, not uttering a word. Frieza raised another finger, a red light gathering at the tip, aiming it at Din's forehead. In that case, to prevent you from running around. This lord thinks it would be easier to just break both your legs first. Din. Bulma scrambled desperately to get to him. Piccolo and Goku, their eyes bloodshot, were charging forward with all their might. But they were too slow. Frieza's attack was far too fast to intercept. Just at that critical moment. Boom. A colossal golden sphere shot up from the chasm, hurled from the depths with a deafening roar. It was the real heavy 4-star Namekian Dragon Ball. Frieza, go to hell. Vegeta burst from the ground, drenched and covered in mud. The moment he landed, he hurled the massive Dragon Ball directly at the back of Frieza's head. Sensing the danger from behind, Frieza was forced to abandon Din. He sidestepped, his long tail lashing out like a whip. Crack! A sharp sound rang out. The colossal Dragon Ball was sent flying backward by Frieza's tail. In that split second, Raditz, drawing on some final reserve of strength, lunged forward. He grabbed Din by the scruff of the neck and yanked the boy and the case away from Frieza's feet. Raditz tumbled across the muddy ground with Din for a dozen rolls. As soon as they stopped, he roughly shoved the boy into Bulma's arms. Cough. Go. Get him out of here. Bulma held Din tightly, her eyes reddening. She couldn't help but curse. Run my ass. Look at yourself, can you even stand? Raditz pushed himself up on his hands, but the pain in his chest was so intense, he couldn't even straighten his back. Vegeta landed heavily beside him. The Scion Prince was a mess, his eyes burning with rage. The Dragon Ball. I got it back. Raditz turned his head to look at him. So, down there. Did you ever think about just taking it and running? A vein throbbed on Vegeta's forehead. He turned away with a growl. Raditz, are you asking for a death? Do you want me to kick you back down that hole right now? Stop arguing. Bulma, quick as a flash, picked up the capsule case and retrieved the 4-star Dragon Ball. She pulled out the Dragon Radar and counted quickly. 1, 2, 3, 4. Perfect. We have 4 Dragon Balls now. Goku landed beside them, keeping a wary eye on Frieza. And what about Frieza? Bulma glanced at the edge of the radar screen, her expression turning grim. He has 3. Goku wiped his brow. 4-3. Not bad. We're in the lead. But before his words had even faded, rumble. A deep rumbling roar echoed from the direction of Frieza's main ship. Everyone turned simultaneously. At the base of the colossal ship, the thrusters ignited, glowing with a piercing blue light. Below the ship, a few remaining soldiers were using anti-gravity trays to rapidly transport the 3 massive Dragon Balls into the ship's open central hatch. Frieza hovered in the air, elegantly raising a hand to brush the dirt from his shoulder. His voice was clear in everyone's ears. Load the remaining 3 Dragon Balls into the ship's central core chamber. At once, Lord Frieza. The soldiers below quickened their pace. Bulma stared at the radar, her face ashen. Damn it. They're going to lock the Dragon Balls inside the ship. Piccolo's brow was furrowed into a knot. The armor on Frieza's spaceship is extraordinary. If they get those Dragon Balls on board and take off, everything will be out of control. Frieza turned back, a cold smile on his lips. Raditz, you have 4 Dragon Balls, and this lord now has 3. Excellent. This situation is perfectly balanced. Now, it seems this lord no longer needs to waste time searching for scattered stones all over this planet. Raditz leaned on his knees, the taste of blood thick in his throat. He stared into the distance. Click. The sound of metal closing echoed from afar. The heavy bottom hatch of Frieza's main ship had sealed shut. On the radar, the signals from the 3 Dragon Balls blocked by the ship's dense metal began to grow extremely weak, flickering intermittently. Bulma stared at the screen, a note of despair creeping into her voice. It's over. The signal is fading. Those bastards. They're completely shielding the Dragon Ball's energy signature inside the ship. Bulma stared at the screen, a note of despair creeping into her voice. It's over. The signal is fading. Those bastards. They're completely shielding the Dragon Ball's energy signature inside the ship. The main ship's hatch sealed shut. A dull click echoed. Bulma stared at the radar, her fingers clenched so tightly they turned white. The 3 dots on the screen flickered, their signal intermittent. They're jamming the signal. Bulma looked up at Raditz. There's a special isolation chamber inside the ship. The radar can sense them, but their location is no longer accurate. Raditz wiped the blood from his mouth, his gaze fixed on the main ship. Frieza stood between them and their objective. He was in no hurry, nor did he retreat. He simply guarded the path they had to take, waiting for them to charge headlong into him. Vegeta, covered in mud, crossed his arms, grinding his teeth audibly. 3. He stared at the main ship. Just 3 more left. Goku glanced at Bulma's pouch, then back at the ship. We have 4 right. Bulma quickly hid the pouch behind her back. You can ask, but don't stare so obviously. Vegeta let out a cold laugh. What, afraid he'll steal them? Bulma shot him a glare. You have a history. Vegeta's face darkened instantly. Earthwoman, you. Shut up. Raditz cut him off. Vegeta whipped his head around, eyes blazing. What did you say? Raditz pointed at Frieza in the distance. You want to curse her? Survive that guy first. Vegeta's mouth twitched, and he swallowed his words. Frieza watched their internal conflict, a cruel, elegant smile spreading across his face. You lot are quite amusing. He began to move leisurely, closing in through the air. There are 7 Dragon Balls in total. You have 4, and I have 3. It seems the coming struggle will be much simpler. Goku immediately assumed a fighting stance. You're going to try and take ours, right? Frieza looked at him with utter contempt. That question of yours is truly strange. Whoosh. Frieza moved. Too fast. Goku only saw a flash of white before the face was upon him. He lifted his arms, but a fist slammed solidly into his abdomen. Bang. Goku doubled over in pain, a ring of cracks spreading across the ground beneath his feet. Raditz gritted his teeth and charged his scion tail, whipping towards Frieza's wrist like lightning. Frieza tilted his head and delivered a powerful kick. Bang. The blow caught Raditz's shoulder, sending him flying sideways to crash heavily into a distant cliff face. Piccolo thrust his hands forward. Light of death. A blinding beam of light erupted. Frieza didn't even dodge, he simply raised a hand and caught the beam, crushing it in his palm. He flicked his wrist. Boom. The devastating beam was hurled into the sky. Piccolo's face went pale. Vegeta attacked from the side, his eyes bloodshot. Frieza. He gathered all his strength into a single punch aimed at Frieza's face. This time Frieza couldn't be bothered to block. Bang. The punch landed. But Vegeta's body froze. Frieza's head only tilted slightly, not a scratch on his lip. Not bad. Frieza slowly turned his head back, looking down at him. Your strength has increased a little. Vegeta's pupils contracted. Bang. Without warning, Frieza drove a fist into Vegeta's chest. Vegeta cried out in pain, flying backward and tumbling for over a dozen meters. Bulma pulled Din along, retreating frantically, her face ashen. There's no way to fight this. Din was trembling all over with fear. Nail supported the elder guru from a distance. The guru's breathing was already extremely weak, but he showed no panic, simply closing his eyes slowly. Nail clenched his teeth. They'll hold him off. Piccolo turned and growled. Going up there now is suicide. Nail stared coldly at Piccolo. Do you think anyone sitting here isn't waiting to die, eh? Piccolo clenched his fists, unable to argue. Raditz clawed his way out of the rock, while his left shoulder aching so badly he couldn't lift it. He stared intently at Bulma's pouch. The 4 Dragon Balls were there. If Frieza so much as lifted a finger to kill Bulma or steal the capsule, they were finished. They couldn't just wait for death. Bulma. Raditz pressed his shoulder, his voice hoarse. Can you create interference? Fake Dragon Ball signals. Bulma was stunned. Now, eh? Yes, right now. Damn it, give me some time. There is no time. Do it now. Bulma was furious, but her hands were already frantically digging tools out of her bag. You scions think I'm some kind of miracle worker? Can you do it? Bulma ripped open the casing of a small radar, grinding her teeth. I can try. How long? 3 minutes. Raditz whipped his head towards Frieza. 3 minutes. Vegeta got up from the ground, his mouth full of blood. Raditz, what trick are you trying to pull now? We make Frieza blind. Vegeta glanced at the parts in Bulma's hands, frowning. That Earthwoman can fool Frieza. Bulma shot back without looking up. This woman just fished your Dragon Balls out of the water. Vegeta was silenced, his face growing even darker. Goku stood up, clutching his aching stomach, panting heavily. Raditz, we just need to hold out for 3 minutes, right? Yes. All right. Goku wiped the blood from his mouth and stepped forward. Frieza looked at him sideways. Oh, you can still stand. Goku grinned. Of course I can. A red light flickered at Frieza's fingertip and a destructive beam shot out. Goku narrowly dodged to the side, charging forward along the ground. This time he didn't try to fight Hiden. He feigned a punch, then instantly retreated, firing off a barrage of energy blasts to block Frieza's vision. Vegeta's eyes widened. That bastard Kakarot is buying time with his life. He gritted his teeth and charged forward as well. Don't get in my way. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 of them, one on each side, desperately held Frieza at bay in midair. Raditz moved too. His chest ached, his shoulder throbbed, even his tail was numb. But he knew he couldn't stop. He circled to Frieza's blind spot, aiming a vicious kick at the back of Frieza's knee. Frieza looked down coldly, his long tail lashing out like a steel whip. With no room to dodge, Raditz forced his arms up to block. Crack! It felt like his bones were breaking. Using the force of the blow, he somersaulted in the air, landing and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Bulma, are you done yet? Bulma was drenched in sweat, her fingers moving so fast they were a blur. Stop rushing me. Din crouched beside her, tense. Sister, is there anything I can do? Can you turn a screw? A little. Then tighten this. Don't screw it the wrong way. Hurry. Den grabbed a small screwdriver tightly. Frieza's peripheral vision caught the commotion near Bulma. His patience had finally run out. Whoosh. Frieza vanished, shaking off Goku and Vegeta, and lunged straight for Bulma. Not so fast. Piccolo roared, blocking the path. Bang. A single blow sent Piccolo flying. Nail set the Elder Guru down and charged forward with a roar. Frieza didn't even spare him a glance, simply flicking his tail. Bang. Nail crashed hard into the ground, groaning, and lay completely still. Bulma looked up to find Frieza's pale, terrifying face right in front of her. The screwdriver fell from Din's trembling hand. Are you done? Raditz roared from behind. With all her might, Bulma slammed down the modified central switch. Activate. The dragon radar screen erupted with a dozen dense golden dots. It wasn't just the radar. The powerful frequency interference instantly crippled all detection equipment inside Frieza's main ship. A piercing alarm blared from the distant vessel. Panic erupted among the soldiers inside. Lord Frieza, trouble. The Dragon Ball energy signatures have spiked. Dragon Balls everywhere. We can't pinpoint the real ones. Frieza's hand, moments from grabbing Bulma, stopped dead just inches from her face. Bulma was pale, but she stood her ground defiantly, holding up the still-smoking device. So, Lord Frieza, how's Earth's technology? Frieza's eyes darkened, his voice cold and devoid of warmth. It seems. I must keep you alive. Bulma froze. Raditz's face changed. Damn it, Frieza wasn't going to kill her, he wanted to capture her alive. This was more dangerous than simple murder. Frieza reached for Bulma's throat. Raditz launched himself from behind, using his last strength to lock his arms around Frieza's. Don't touch her. Frieza tilted his head, undisguised disgust in his eyes. Raditz, you wild monkey, you're truly annoying. He flipped his hand and slammed Raditz's head into the mud with brutal force. Boom. The ground cracked. Raditz's vision went black. He nearly lost consciousness. Goku and Vegeta returned simultaneously. Frieza kicked Goku away and swept Vegeta back a dozen meters with his tail. Taking the opening, Bulma grabbed Din's hand and fled. Cough. Din. The Elder Guru began to cough violently. Din stopped short. Elder Guru. The Guru looked at the chaotic false signals on the radar, his voice weak and raspy. We can't delay any longer. Nail struggled to his feet, blood streaming from his mouth. Elder Guru. The Guru slowly raised a trembling hand, pointing squarely at Frieza's main ship. Force. Force all 7 Dragon Balls together. Bulma screamed as she ran. Howie. 3 of them are locked in that spaceship. The Guru fixed his final gaze on Din. You haven't forgotten the summoning words for the eternal dragon Purunga, have you? Din nodded vigorously, tears welling in his eyes. I remember, Elder Guru. I remember everything. Listen. Until all 7 Dragon Balls are assembled, do not under any circumstances utter a single sound. Din bit his lip and nodded desperately. At this critical moment of life and death, the central core hatch of the distant main ship suddenly opened again without warning. Several Frieza Force soldiers, completely terrified by the false signals, panicked and rushed out of the ship, carrying the 3 real massive Namekian Dragon Balls. The sudden equipment alarms had driven them mad. They couldn't tell real from fake and instinctively feared the locked ship would explode, so they chose to urgently move the real Dragon Balls to open ground. Vegeta saw this, and a spark of hope ignited in his despairing eyes. A bunch of hopeless fools. Raditz lifted his head from the mud, seeing the same thing. Bulma's fake signal had utterly terrified Frieza's men. Goku wiped the blood from his face, revealing the signature excited grin of a scion. Raditz. This is our chance. Frieza spun around in the air, his face twisting in fury at the sight of his presumptuous soldiers. You idiots. Who told you to bring out the Dragon Balls? Put them back immediately. But it was too late. Vegeta had already transformed into a violent blur, the first to charge madly at the ship's hatch. Goku followed close behind. Raditz gritted his teeth, scrambling out of the mud pit, pushing his speed to the absolute limit as he sprinted after them. Watching the 3 scions disappear into the distance, Bulma's heart pounded. Without a moment's hesitation, she shoved the capsule case containing the 4 Dragon Balls from her pouch deep into Din's arms. Listen to the Elder Guru. Hold on to it. All 4 Dragon Balls are in here. Din's small hands trembled, nearly dropping it, but he clutched it tightly to his chest. On the distant clearing, the 3 massive Namekian Dragon Balls had been set down by the panicked soldiers. 7 Dragon Balls. After this planet had been turned into a hell, they were finally all present on the same battlefield for the first time. 3 Dragon Balls were carried out of the main ship's cabin by soldiers. Everyone stared intently. Dandy stood beside her, drenched in sweat, his lips trembling violently, too afraid to make a sound. Frieza looked down at the 3 soldiers, his gaze chillingly cold. Who allowed you to act on your own? The soldier at the front felt his knees weaken, nearly collapsing, his grip tightening on the Dragon Ball. Fr Frieza, the signals on the spaceship's instruments are all scrambled, we thought. Frieza elegantly raised a finger. The soldier's face turned pale. In that half-second of deathly silence, Vegeta was the first to move. He charged recklessly towards the main ship's door like a madman. Vegeta! Goku shouted, the ground shaking beneath him as he followed. Raditz gritted his teeth, struggling to hold himself up, the pain in his chest making his vision blur. He understood all too well what Vegeta was thinking. That guy saw all 7 Dragon Balls gathered, and all that was left in his mind was the phrase eternal life. Bulma, watch over Dandy. Raditz roared, dragging his injured body out as well. Frieza would certainly not sit idly by. He left a shadow in the air, instantly intercepting Vegeta's path. Vegeta's pupils constricted, but it was too late to retract his attack, and he threw a fierce punch. Bang! This punch struck solidly against Frieza's palm. It was utterly ineffective. At this moment Vegeta's battle power barely reached 100,000, and he was covered in wounds. Facing Frieza, who had a battle power of 530,000 in his first form, the opponent didn't even need to warm up. Frieza sharply clenched his fingers, firmly gripping Vegeta's fist. Vegeta, you are becoming more and more unruly. Vegeta gritted his teeth fiercely, his other hand frantically gathering energy in his palm. Frieza raised his knee and swiftly thrust it towards Vegeta's abdomen. Bang! Vegeta's eyes bulged out, and he bent over in pain, spewing blood. Swish! Goku charged in from the side, delivering a heavy punch aimed directly at Frieza's face. Frieza finally released his grip on Vegeta, tilting his head slightly to dodge effortlessly. At this moment, Goku's battle power of 150,000 was indeed fast, but in Frieza's eyes, it was still insufficient. Whoosh! Frieza's long tail created a deafening sound as it lashed out. Goku hurriedly raised his arms to block, but that irresistible force sent him flying sideways, crashing violently into the massive metal support on the outside of the main ship. Raditz seized the opportunity, pouncing like a hungry tiger towards the 3 Dragon Balls. The 3 soldiers were terrified and turned to flee. Raditz kicked one over, then swiftly knocked out the second with his tail. The last one was about to scream when Bulma accurately threw a small explosive device from a distance. Bang! The white light exploded and the last soldier fell to the ground, rolling his eyes. Raditz turned back, somewhat astonished, to look at Bulma. Bulma stood far away, her legs trembling, but her voice was defiant. What are you looking at? I'm not just a keyboard repair girl. Raditz didn't waste words, picking up a large Dragon Ball from the ground and throwing it hard towards Dandy. Catched! Piccolo moved swiftly, leaping up to catch it securely. The weight of the giant Dragon Ball left deep grooves in the mud. Tisk, so heavy. The Namekian warrior Nail also moved. He had a battle power of only 42,000, still injured, but able to handle the Dragon Ball. He dove down to grab the second Dragon Ball, turning to fly towards Bulma. At this moment, only the last Dragon Ball remained on the ground, and this one was closely watched by Vegeta. He clumsily got up from the ground, bloodied, but his gaze was greedily fierce. That one is mine. Raditz felt his scalp tingle upon hearing that roar. Kakarot, stop him. Leave it to me. Goku shot out from the pile of scrap iron, tightly wrapping his arms around Vegeta's waist from behind. Vegeta was so furious he looked like he might explode. Kakarot, what the hell are you doing? Let me go. Goku, looking serious, held on tightly. Raditz said, we absolutely cannot let you take the Dragon Ball alone. Bastard, I'm going to kill you. The 2 Scions rolled over in the mud. Frieza, hovering in midair, looked down at this dramatic scene, his playful expression vanishing, patience completely exhausted. He slowly raised a finger. Enough, my patience is limited. Whoosh! A pink destructive beam shot towards the last Dragon Ball. Raditz's face changed drastically. He had no time to think, leaping forward, using his shoulder to crash into the heavy Dragon Ball. Boom! The destructive beam grazed his back and struck into the ground. The acrid smell of burning flesh instantly filled the air. Raditz gritted his teeth, not uttering a sound, tightly hugging the Dragon Ball as he rolled desperately towards Bulma. Dandy screamed as he rushed over, using all his strength to give him a push. Mr. Raditz, don't worry about me. Push the ball. Raditz roared. Dandy trembled in fear, gritting his teeth and trying his best. At the same time, Bulma pressed the release button on the universal capsule. The capsule began to take shape on the ground. The 3 Dragon Balls rolled into the containment pod one after another. Bang! As the smoke dispersed, the capsule returned to Bulma's palm. All 7 Dragon Balls were finally gathered. Vegeta shoved Goku aside, clumsily standing up, his eyes fixed on the capsule box in Dandy's arms. Hurry, make a wish. Let me obtain eternal life. Dandy was frightened by Vegeta's menacing expression and took a few steps back. Vegeta's face was fierce as he stepped forward, reaching out to snatch it. Don't touch him. Vegeta was on the brink of exploding with rage, shouting madly, get out of the way, green-skinned bastard. The Dragon Balls are gathered. Bulma, fuming from behind, cursed. What are you in such a hurry for? Can you speak, Namekian? Vegeta's body froze in its tracks. Goku, sitting on the ground, scratched his head, realizing, oh right, to summon the Namekian dragon, it must be done in their native language. Vegeta's face turned completely dark. Raditz, leaning on his knees, struggled to stand the burn on his back, still emitting smoke. Dandy, begin. Dandy turned his head to look at the elder. The elder sat atop, nails back, weakly blinking, speaking softly. Go on, child, summon Porunga. Dandy nodded firmly, tightly holding the capsule box as he walked to the center of the open space. Bulma quickly pressed the previous 4 Dragon Balls into place with her nimble fingers. The 7 giant golden orbs lined up in the mud, the red stars inside began to flash wildly, radiating blinding light. From a distance, Frieza witnessed this unprecedented sight, his expression changing completely. The Namekian language. He locked his gaze sharply on little Dandy. So that's how it is. Swish, swish, swish. Goku, Raditz, Piccolo, and Nail simultaneously darted forward, blocking Dandy with their bodies. Vegeta's face shifted between green and white, finally, stomping his foot hard, reluctantly joining the formation. But his eyes remained fixed on the Dragon Balls on the ground. Dandy opened his mouth, his voice trembling violently, yet each word was crystal clear. Takaraput Parunga Pupilat Parlo. Boom. The light from the 7 Dragon Balls erupted, completely transforming into a thick golden beam shooting straight into the sky. The once bright sky rapidly darkened at a visible speed. Frieza's forward momentum abruptly halted in midair. His expression turned extremely grim for the first time since arriving on this planet. The ground began to tremble violently. Heavy dark clouds pressed down fiercely. A terrifying figure large with huge sharp horns gradually emerged from the brilliant golden light. Dandy gazed up at the unparalleled Shinran Parunga in the sky, took a deep breath, and was about to speak his first wish. Meanwhile, in the distance, Frieza's finger, radiating a sense of death, was already aimed squarely at Dandy's head. Frieza's finger was firmly aimed at Dandy. In an instant, a purple light glowed, and Goku had already charged out in a frenzy. Dandy, get down. Dandy's legs went weak with fright, and he lunged forward. Whoosh. The destructive beam flew past his head, instantly piercing through the enormous stone pillar behind him. Goku landed awkwardly, a bloody scratch running down his arm, blood gushing out. Frieza's eyes turned completely cold. Kakarot, you really love to block the way, don't you? Goku wildly shook his numb right hand. You really enjoy ambushing kids, don't you? Beside him, Vegeta stared intently at the towering Broly in the sky, his eyes turning red with urgency. Hurry, make a wish. Bulma yanked Dandy behind her, cursing anxiously. What good does yelling at him do? To summon the dragon, you must speak the Namekian language. Can you do that? Vegeta's face turned ashen, roaring in anger. Shut up. You shut up. Bulma shouted back furiously while stuffing the universal capsules back into her waist pouch, leaving only the 7 large Dragon Balls on the ground. At this moment, the 7 Dragon Balls erupted with a blinding golden light. Brawl's massive body loomed in the dark sky, his crimson eyes coldly surveying Dandy below. Dandy trembled as he stood up, his lips white with fear. Further away, the elder lay slumped on Naira's back, his breathing growing increasingly faint. Naira's arms shook violently, not from exhaustion, but because he could clearly feel the elder's energy plummeting, on the verge of vanishing completely. Raditz glanced over, his heart tightening. This was bad. If the elder died now, Broly would instantly turn to stone and disappear. This lethal intelligence trap existed in the anime original. We cannot afford to wait. Dandy, Raditz shouted, clutching his pained chest. Dandy instinctively turned back. Raditz's voice was hoarse and rapid. First wish. Restore the elder to a state where he can maintain the life of the Dragon Balls. Vegeta nearly exploded with anger upon hearing this. Raditz, are you insane? You're going to waste the first precious wish on this dying old man. What do you know? Raditz coldly shot him a glare. Do you want to wish for immortality? You better pray the dragon doesn't disappear right now. Vegeta's face darkened ominously, yet he couldn't refute a single word. Frieza, hovering in the air, had also heard this exchange, and his expression finally changed. Oh, so if the elder dies, these orbs become completely ineffective. Raditz cursed inwardly. Damn it, I let it slip. Frieza slowly raised his right hand. This time his target was no longer the small Dandy, but the ruins of the spaceship, the elder. In that case, let's kill him first. Naira's pupils dilated as he carried the elder and started to retreat. Frieza moved his foot, preparing to pursue. Raditz showed no hesitation as he charged forward. At the same time, Goku blasted out. Vegeta gritted his teeth, filled with humiliation, and followed in a furious attack. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 Scions exerted all their strength, attacking Frieza from 3 directions simultaneously. Bulma held the makeshift power scanner, the numbers on the screen jumping wildly, making her eyes ache. Goku around 15,000. Raditz heavily injured, at most 12,000 with actual power lower. Vegeta 80 to 90,000. Piccolo over 30,000. Niru 42,000. And Frieza facing them was a full 530,000. This chilling number was despairingly ugly. Bang! Frieza sent Vegeta flying with a punch. Crack! With a sweep of his long tail, he knocked Raditz back. Finally, he firmly pinned Goku's heavy punch down with one palm. You wild monkeys really think that being numerous will be of any use. Goku gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, frantically channeling his energy upwards. Raditz endured the excruciating pain of cracked bones rolling in the mud, his scion tail coiling around Frieza's wrist like a venomous snake, desperately delaying him for half a second. Dandy, it's now or never. Dandy bit his lip hard, his eyes instantly reddening. He suddenly turned and looked up at the sky, shouting a series of extremely complex Namekian phrases at the dragon. At first his voice trembled, but it grew faster and more frantic, almost a scream. Brawl's massive head lowered slightly, his crimson eyes shining brightly. This wish is quite simple. It can be fulfilled. Buzz. A brilliant holy light descended from the heavens, instantly enveloping the elder. Niru quickly looked down. Elder. The elder's body trembled slightly, the deathly pallor on his face receding, and his previously labored breaths finally steadied. He did not become younger, nor did he gain battle power. But the flickering flame of life, which had been on the verge of extinguishing, was ultimately preserved. Huff. Dandy's legs went weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. Beside him, Vegeta was on the verge of exploding with rage, frantically clutching his hair. Damn it. A precious wish just went to waste. Bulma shot back without hesitation. What are you yelling about? If you could have killed Frieza directly, would we need to waste this wish? Vegeta's mouth twitched violently, his face bloodied, completely stunned into silence by a mere Earth woman. Frieza glared at the elder who had regained his vitality, his previously elegant demeanor replaced by a terrifying gloom. I see. So this big worm can really grant any wish. He slowly turned his head, his ruthless eyes locking onto Dandy. That Namekian brat, you really are important. Dandy trembled in fear and retreated wildly. Piccolo's towering figure swiftly moved to stand in front. Don't look at him with those disgusting eyes. Dandy's eyes welled with tears. Mr. Piccolo. Piccolo didn't look back, coldly uttering two words, continue. Raditz laboriously crawled out from the rubble, the pain in his shoulder and chest causing cold sweat to pour down. Frieza's earlier casual strike had nearly severed half of his Bodis mobility. He fixed his gaze on Dandy. Second wish. Let the dragon bring all the Senzu beans from Earth. Bulma was stunned. Senzu beans. Yeah, Senzu beans. How could I forget about this? Goku's eyes suddenly lit up. Vegeta also reacted sharply, his expression changing drastically. Raditz. You have such divine objects. I do. Raditz turned his head, spitting out blood. But let me make it clear, you have no part in this. Unless you shut up right now. Vegeta trembled with anger, wishing he could tear Raditz apart on the spot. Dandy wasted no time and immediately looked up at Broly, shouting out the second spell. Boom. This time Frieza didn't give them any time to wait, transforming into a pale streak of light and lunging at Dandy. Piccolo gritted his teeth, being the first to block Frieza's attack. Bang. Frieza didn't make any extra movements, merely throwing an exceptionally ordinary punch. Piccolo crossed his arms in front of his chest, but he was sent flying like a kite, with its string cut crashing through two enormous stone pillars and smashing into the ruins. Neru shouted as he set the elder down and charged forward. Frieza glanced disdainfully. 42,000 battle power isn't weak on this planet. Whoosh. A tail swipe. Neru was hit hard into the mud, kicking up clouds of dust, struggling to get up. Don't even think about getting past me. Goku emerged from a blind spot, wrapping his arms tightly around Frieza's right thigh. Frieza frowned and delivered a vicious elbow strike to Goku's back. Thud. Goku spat out a mouthful of blood, but his legs clamped down like iron vices, refusing to let go. Raditz followed closely behind, using all his strength to slam into Frieza's side. Vegeta also charged in, filled with indignation, throwing punches and kicks in a frenzy. Frieza. The three Scions managed to hold back the monster with 530,000 battle power for a full 2 seconds. In those 2 seconds, Brawl's voice thundered down from the sky again. This wish can also be granted. Swish. A faint light flickered in midair. A small gray cloth bag appeared out of nowhere, accurately landing in Bulma's arms. Bulma fumbled to catch it, tearing the string open to find a dozen dark green Senzu beans lying quietly inside. Tears of excitement nearly fell from her eyes. I got it. I really got it. Vegeta's gaze shot over like a blade. Bulma fiercely pressed the bag against her chest. What are you staring at? Didn't you hear what Raditz said? You have no share in this. Vegeta's face turned green in an instant. Bang. Bang. In front, Frieza finally shook off the entanglement. Goku rolled on the ground for several meters, covered in blood. Raditz was once again blasted into the rubble, struggling to even stand. Vegeta knelt on one knee, gasping heavily, his chest heaving. Frieza slowly descended to a spot just over 10 meters in front of Dandy. His once pristine battle suit was now stained with dust. The pallor on his face showed no signs of a smile. Third wish. Frieza spoke coldly, his tone domineering and unquestionable. Give it to me. Dandy's face turned pale with fear as he continued to retreat. Bulma clutched the bag of Senzu beans tightly, shouting at the top of her lungs, Dandy, don't listen to him. Frieza slowly raised a finger, destructive energy beginning to compress wildly at its tip. In that case, you are completely useless now. Raditz's pupils dilated. Just as he attempted to struggle to his feet, his legs went weak, almost collapsing. His injuries were too severe, his body was on the brink of collapse. In the back, Bulma saw this, and without hesitation grabbed a Senzu bean from the bag and threw it with all her might towards Raditz. Raditz, catch it. The dark green Senzu bean arced through the air. Frieza's eyes twitched slightly. He remained motionless, yet elegantly raised his right hand, preparing to intercept the peculiar beam midair. Get lost. Suddenly Goku sprang up from the ground, like lightning, violently crashing into Frieza's outstretched right hand. Smack. The Senzu bean accurately landed in Raditz's dry palm. Without hesitation, Raditz opened his mouth and swallowed the Senzu bean, crunching it. Boom. In the next moment, the excruciating pain that had surged like a tide instantly receded. His nearly depleted strength surged back to fullness in an instant. His chest felt unburdened, and his trembling shoulders were once again filled with explosive power. He had been pulled back from the brink of death, and the Scion's warrior cells began to heat up and boil. Raditz slowly stood tall, twisting his neck and producing a series of crisp bone cracks. Seeing this, Bulma's anxieties eased significantly. Meanwhile, Vegeta glared fiercely at Raditz's eyes, filled with mad jealousy and urgency, yelling at Bulma, damn woman. You better give me one too. Bulma crossed her arms, sneering, want one? Fine, kneel down and beg me. Vegeta's face froze in an instant. Frieza quietly watched as Raditz instantly returned to his peak state, his cold gaze finally sinking. Oh, beans that heal injuries instantly. Raditz clenched his fists tightly, a turbulent energy swirling around his body. He slowly raised his head, meeting Frieza's gaze with a cold smile. The taste is quite good. Frieza, want to try one? Frieza's lips twitched slightly as he pointed a slender finger at the bag in Bulma's arms. In that case, let's destroy these pesky little toys. Once and for all, a blinding purple light suddenly flared up. In this life-and-death moment, Dandy suddenly looked up using the last of his strength to shout the third wish to the gigantic dragon Brawly in Namekian. Dinda's voice was shrill. As he shouted in Namekian, his entire body trembled. Frieza's destruction beam had fully ignited. The deep purple light point aimed squarely at the bag of Senzu beans in Bulma's arms. Bulma's face was pale, but her hands held the bag even tighter. Dindy. Raditz had just swallowed a Senzu bean, and his injuries were healing wildly. The moment the excruciating pain reseeded, the ground beneath his feet shattered with a bang, and he shot forward like a bullet. Goku moved at the same time. The two of them, one on the left and one on the right, poured all their strength into crashing against Frieza's raised arm. Thump! Frieza's wrist was knocked off course. The death beam roared past Bulma's ear, slicing a massive stone pillar in the distance cleanly in two. Bulma was thrown to the ground by the terrifying blast wave, nearly losing her grip on the bag of Senzu beans. Can't you two idiots aim better? Her eyes were red with fright, but her mouth kept firing off curses. Goku stood firm in front of her, panting heavily. Sorry, Bulma. Raditz flexed his fully recovered shoulder, his eyes coldly fixed on Frieza. No more talk. Keep blocking him. Frieza watched the unscathed Raditz, his eyes narrowing slightly. Recovered quite quickly, didn't you? Not bad. If Scions eat such strange things, they do become troublesome. Frieza's gaze coldly returned to the bag of Senzu beans. That thing cannot be allowed to remain. Vegeta staggered to his feet, his eyes locked onto the cloth bag in Bulma's hand. Hey, give me one. Bulma didn't even glance at him. Not begging me. Vegeta's face froze instantly. Earthwoman, don't push your luck. Then keep bleeding. Vegeta ground his teeth audibly. Meanwhile, Dindy had finished speaking the third wish. Above, Porunga slowly lowered its fearsome head, its huge crimson eyes blazing with light. This wish is very simple. It can be granted. A beam of white light crashed down. The group was stunned. No physical change seemed to have occurred on the battlefield. Vegeta was the first to panic, roaring furiously, Kid, what stupid wish did you make? Dindy cowered back, terrified by his ferocious expression. The Elder Grand leaned weakly against Nail's back, speaking in a low voice. He sent all the surviving children and elderly on Namek to a safe planet. Vegeta nearly exploded with rage. You bastards. You wasted the last precious wish. Bulma clutched the Senzu bean bag tightly and couldn't help retorting. You shut up? Are you ever going to stop? If it weren't for Dindy, you wouldn't have even seen a hair of the dragon. Vegeta's forehead veins bulged with fury, his fists cracking. He'll get you sooner or later. Get what? Raditz glanced back at him coldly. If you wanted the wish, you should have learned Namekian yourself. If you can't speak it, then stay put. Vegeta's lips twitched violently, but he couldn't force out a single word. This humiliation was worse than taking 10 punches from Frieza. In the sky, the massive dragon Porunga began to fade rapidly. The light of the 7 Dragon Balls dimmed completely. One by one, they turned back into ordinary gray stones, crashing heavily into the mud with dull thuds. Frieza stared at the empty sky, his elegant demeanor completely gone, his face cold as ice. Is it over? His voice was soft, but the surviving soldiers nearby scrambled back in terror. Frieza slowly turned his head, fixing his gaze on Dindy. And my wish? Dinda stood beside the Elder Grand, pale-faced, but gritting his teeth, refusing to retreat. There is none. Frieza's fury turned to a mocking smile, the corner of his mouth twitching. There is none. He repeated the 2 words. The next second, he vanished completely. Goku and Raditz's faces changed drastically as they roared simultaneously. Dindy, move. Piccolo was closest to Dindy. The moment Frieza disappeared, he lunged forward without hesitation. Swish. Frieza's finger, brimming with killing intent, stabbed mercilessly toward Dindy. Piccolo shoved Dindy aside just in the nick of time. Schluck. His shoulder was instantly pierced clean through by Frieza's death beam. Blood sprayed. Piccolo let out a muffled cry of pain, staggering back several steps. Mr. Piccolo. Dinda fell to the ground, tears streaming down his face. Frieza didn't even bother to glance at Piccolo. He raised his finger, a second cold beam locking onto Dindy on the ground. No way. Goku charged forward frantically, throwing all his strength into a punch that knocked Frieza's arm off course. Frieza's eyes hardened, and he slammed his palms squarely into Goku's chest. Thump. Goku was sent flying, rolling several times on the ground. He clutched his chest, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Raditz attacked from behind with all his might, kicking viciously at the outside of Frieza's knee. Frieza didn't even dodge. He coldly raised his foot and stomped down hard on Raditz's shin. Crack. Raditz's face went pale instantly. The bone was nearly crushed by the stomp. Frieza looked down at him with utter contempt. Even if you've fully recovered in my presence, you're still nothing but trash. Raditz gritted his teeth, his scion tail wrapping like a venomous snake around Frieza's ankle. He twisted his body violently, using the leverage to yank his leg free from under Frieza's foot. He stumbled back a dozen paces, his forehead drenched in cold sweat. That kick had sobered him completely. Even though he had now fully recovered thanks to the Senzu bean and thanks to the Scion trait of powering up after near-death, his battle power had skyrocketed, barely touching the threshold of just over 200. But it still wasn't enough. Frieza before him was 53000. This chasm was despairingly vast. In the distance, Goku had also taken a Senzu bean, his condition instantly restored, and his battle power surged wildly, approaching 2500. But even together, they could only barely stall him. As for Vegeta, he was in the worst shape. Without a Senzu bean, his power was a pitiful 8000 or 9000, and he was still badly wounded. He knew that rushing in now would be pure suicide. Vegeta stood still, his wolf-like eyes glaring fiercely at the bag in Bulma's arms. Bulma felt a chill run down her spine under his stare. "Don't look at me like that." Vegeta's throat moved with difficulty as he forced out 2 words. "Give it. Beg me." Bulma remained unyielding. Vegeta's face contorted violently. Raditz, who had just been forced back, saw this and couldn't help roaring, "Bulma, give him one." Bulma was stunned. Vegeta was also shocked. Raditz stared intently at Frieza in the distance, his voice hoarse. "No more talk. If you don't, hell really die here." Bulma gritted her teeth, grabbed a dark green Senzu bean from the bag, and hurled it fiercely at Vegeta. "Catch it. Don't you dare waste it." Vegeta snatched it out of the air. He stared at the small bean in his hand, his expression grim. This humiliation. He'll remember it. Bulma rolled her eyes at him. "Just remember, you owe me your life." Vegeta didn't hesitate. He bit the Senzu bean into pieces and swallowed it. The next second, boom. Countless horrific wounds across his body healed at a visible rate, and his once drained aura exploded like a volcanic eruption, surging wildly. Resurrection from near death. The Scion's absurd power-boosting trait was on full display. Vegeta's battle power shattered its limits, skyrocketing from 8000 or 9000 straight to a full 18000. Though still far from matching 5300, it was vastly stronger than before. Vegeta slowly raised his hands, looking down at his body, now brimming with destructive power, a cruel grin spreading across his face. "Ha ha ha. So this is the Scion limit." Goku exhaled and looked at him. "Feels good, doesn't it, Vegeta?" Vegeta shot him a cold glare. "Shut up, Kakarot." Frieza watched the 3 Scions who had been repeatedly resurrected and even grown stronger right under his nose and frowned slightly, finally feeling a hint of annoyance. Instant healing, resurrection on the spot, and even power enhancement. "I have to admit, you monkeys have quite a few annoying little tricks." His gaze slowly shifted, finally landing on the last Namekian sage in the universe, the Elder Grand. "Since my wish has been completely ruined, you old fossil have no reason to live anymore. Don't you dare harm the Elder Grand." Nail flashed in front, blocking the way. Frieza expressionlessly raised his finger. Nail was about to charge recklessly when the Elder Grand's withered hand gently patted his shoulder. "Nail." Nail froze instantly. The Elder Grand's voice was weak. "Child, staying here won't help them at all." Not far away, Piccolo, clutching his wounded shoulder, looked up. Nail also turned his head to look at Piccolo. The 2 warriors of the same clan stranded on the battlefield locked eyes. Nail walked step by step toward Piccolo. Piccolo frowned, his eyes full of vigilance. "Greenskin bastard, what are you up to?" Nail stopped in front of him, his clear eyes fixed on Piccolo, his voice deep. "Fuse with me." Piccolo's face changed drastically. "What a..." The Elder Grand's life is at its limit, and I'm about to collapse too. Nail glanced at the terrifying Frieza, then back at Piccolo. "You are also a Namekian warrior. If you choose to fuse with me, your power will achieve an unimaginable leap." Piccolo sneered, pride shining in his eyes. "What kind of cosmic joke is that? Who wants to forcibly merge into one person with some random stranger?" Nail didn't argue or get angry. He calmly uttered a single sentence. "Then stay here and watch Dendi get crushed under that monster's finger." Piccolo's body froze. Dendi sat collapsed in the cold mud, his big eyes filled with helpless tears, looking at Piccolo in despair. "Mr. Piccolo." In midair, Frieza was already impatiently wagging his finger. "Have you natives finished your discussion?" "Goa." Goku and Raditz roared simultaneously, their bodies turning into 2 blazing afterimages as they charged furiously. Vegeta stomped hard and joined the fray with blazing rage. The 3 top Scion warriors threw everything they had into forming a line, desperately tying down Frieza. Frieza punched the rampaging Vegeta away and kicked the charging Goku back. Raditz gritted his teeth, his Scion tail once again recklessly wrapping around Frieza's thick wrist, and roared back, "Piccolo, what are you waiting for? Hurry up." Piccolo stared at Nail, then at the Scions, steadily losing ground. He spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva and cursed loudly. "Damn, what a pain." A relieved smile finally appeared on Nail's stern face. "Place your hand on mine, Piccolo. Let us protect this planet together." Piccolo gritted his teeth and thrust out his right hand. Slap. 2 dark green hands clasped tightly in midair. Boom. An incomparably brilliant holy light erupted from the center of their palms, instantly engulfing their bodies. Frieza, who was in the middle of pummeling Raditz, paused slightly. He turned his head in surprise, staring at the unexpectedly powerful light, his cold brow furrowing. "Is that the Namekian special fusion ability?" The holy light grew brighter. Thump. Raditz was sent flying again by Frieza's palm, crashing hard to the ground. But the moment he landed, without even wiping the blood, he lifted his head, his eyes locked onto the center of the light. Swish. The light faded. Nail's body had vanished completely. Only Piccolo stood quietly in place. The bloody hole on his shoulder was still there, but the moment the fusion completed, the bleeding stopped, and the wound was healing at a visible rate. What was even more terrifying, the ki radiating from his entire body. It wasn't 30000, nor was it 40000. That once insignificant power was now skyrocketing, breaking through and exploding in a horrifying frenzy. The violent pressure of the ki made the massive boulders in the surrounding rocky forest tremble violently. Piccolo slowly lowered his head, clenching his hands, now brimming with destructive power. Then he coldly raised his head, his murderous demonic eyes locking onto Frieza in the sky. Frieza, he'll be your opponent for the next round. The moment Piccolo raised his head, Raditz clearly sensed the shift in his aura. Nail's power had fully merged with Piccolo, and his entire energy surged upward. The scanner in Bulma's hands wildly fluctuated, emitting a piercing alarm. Battle power. Around 1 million. And it's still climbing. Vegeta's face instantly darkened as he stared at the reading. What kind of cosmic joke is this? Goku squinted, staring at Piccolo in astonishment. Piccolo, you are truly different now. Piccolo did not turn around, his knuckles cracking. Annoying. Before the word faded, he vanished from his spot. Frieza's eyes shot open, but he had no time to react. Bang. Piccolo's straight kick slammed into the side of his face. Frieza was sent flying sideways, crashing through a wall of rock and skidding dozens of meters before finally halting. Dead silence fell over the scene. Vegeta's eyes bulged. Bulma clutched the bag of senzu beans, her mouth hanging open. Dend gazed at Piccolo, his eyes full of admiration. Mr. Piccolo. Piccolo landed. The wound on his shoulder had stopped bleeding, and his cape was gone. He coldly stared at Frieza, who was slowly rising to his feet. Enjoying yourself back there? Frieza raised a hand to wipe the corner of his mouth. The elegance on his face had vanished, replaced by a gaze of utter seriousness fixed on Piccolo. Quite a change after the fusion, isn't it? Namekians are indeed interesting. Piccolo wasted no words and charged forward again. Fists and feet clashed with ferocity, splitting the earth. With a battle power exceeding 1 million after the fusion, Piccolo was more than enough to crush Frieza's first form at 5,000. Raditz knew clearly that they had to end the fight as quickly as possible and absolutely must not give Frieza a chance to transform further. He stood in the rear, his chest heaving. His current battle power was just over 2,000. Goku, after eating a senzu bean, was approaching 25,000. Vegeta, with his injuries healed, was around 18,000. Alone, none of the three could defeat Frieza, but coordinating with Piccolo's current explosive power, they could definitely hold him back. Piccolo punched Frieza, sending him crashing deep into a rocky mountain. Immediately, he rushed forward, pinned Frieza's chest down, and detonated an energy sphere at point-blank range. The burst of flames engulfed them both. Goku was about to charge in, but Raditz reached out and stopped him. Don't get too close. Goku frowned. Why, oi? Don't give him any chance to catch his breath or transform. Raditz growled under his breath. Piccolo emerged from the flames and landed, his gaze icy. He calmly observed every move Frieza made, no longer wasting a single ounce of power. Yet Frieza sprang up from the rubble, kicked Goku away, and swept his tail to force Vegeta back. Gritting his teeth, Raditz charged in, wrapping his tail tightly around Frieza's wrist, buying a precious half-second. Vegeta, his face full of reluctance, also lunged forward. Frieza. The three of them used their bodies to pin Frieza down for several seconds. Behind them, Piccolo took a deep breath, pressed 2 fingers to his forehead, and the energy of the special beam cannon spun rapidly, completing its charge in an instant. Raditz's pupils contracted, and he roared at Piccolo. Piccolo, watch your timing. Don't mess this up. Piccolo's mouth twitched slightly. Relax, I know. Whoosh. A blinding ray of light pierced the air, hurtling straight for Frieza's chest. Struggling under their restraint, Frieza twisted his body just in time to avoid a fatal blow, but the beam grazed his shoulder, leaving a bloody gash. A glint flashed in Piccolo's eyes. He drew blood. Frieza looked down at the blood on his shoulder, and the smile on his face slowly vanished completely. You dare wound Lord Frieza? Piccolo sneered, crying over a scratch. Frieza slowly raised his head, his voice dropping to a bone-chilling low. Very well. Boom. His aura erupted into a frenzy once more. The ground quaked violently, and the entire sky trembled. Raditz's expression shifted drastically. Damn it. He's going to transform again. Piccolo also realized the danger. He couldn't waste any more time, he had to suppress him immediately. But the energy bursting from Frieza's body was too terrifying. Before Piccolo could even reach him, he was forcefully blasted away by the shockwave. Frieza's back began to bulge grotesquely. His skull elongated, and his form grew taller and more monstrous. Bulma stepped back, clutching Dend, her face pale. That monster. Can it still transform? Vegeta lay on the ground, his voice hoarse, his eyes filled with terror. Of course it can. That monster's power hasn't peaked yet. Raditz stared intently at the twisting, expanding figure, his fingertips trembling slightly as he warned Goku. He's still holding back against us. Once he cuts loose, we're in danger. Crack. The sound of bones shifting stopped. Frieza turned around, his cruel eyes locking onto Piccolo. In the next instant, his body vanished. Too fast. Amidst a surge of light, Piccolo had no time to defend before a searing pain struck his chest. Piccolo coughed up a mouthful of blood, his massive body flying backward like a broken kite. In that moment, the air itself turned to ice. Raditz clenched his fists, his heart pounding rapidly. He knew the true nightmare was about to begin. Blood blossomed instantly from Piccolo's chest. Before he could retreat, Frieza had already appeared behind him like a specter. Frieza's third form was grotesquely bizarre. His skull elongated, his back bulged, and his limbs grew slender. He appeared less robust than his second form, yet his speed was unfathomably swift. Piccolo attempted to turn around. Bang! A brutal punch struck his abdomen, doubling him over in agony as a torrent of blood spewed from his mouth. Denda's face paled in terror. Mr. Piccolo. Don't go. Bulma grabbed him tightly. Den struggled desperately, his eyes red with panic. Frieza loomed over Piccolo, a faint smirk curling his lips. Weren't you quite the fighter, just now? Piccolo gritted his teeth and suddenly thrust a palm toward Frieza's face. Frieza tilted his head slightly to evade, then casually tapped Piccolo's shoulder with a single finger. A blood hole exploded instantly. Piccolo grunted, his body swaying violently, nearly collapsing to his knees. Raditz watched his scalp tingling with dread. After fusing with Nail, Piccolo's power level was between 1 million and 1.2 million. He had just managed to suppress the first form. Yet against Frieza's third form, both speed and strength were utterly overwhelmed. This was no longer a matter of tactics. It was an absolute chasm in power. They had completely missed the optimal window to suppress him. Kakarot. Raditz roared, charging forward like a madman. Goku also burst forth, exploding with energy as he shot forward like lightning. The two flanked Frieza from left and right. Only Vegeta remained rooted in place. His face was drenched in blood, his power level of 180,000 trembling despite the Senzu Bean's restoration. Seeing Frieza in this form, he hesitated. It wasn't reluctance, it was primal fear in his very flesh. Before Raditz's fist could land, whoosh. Frieza, without even turning his head, lashed out with his long tail, sending Raditz flying. Goku descended like a mountain from above, but Frieza raised an arm and blocked him with effortless ease. The next second, bang. Frieza viciously kicked Goku in the chest. Goku hurtled backward, crashing violently into a pile of rocks by the lake. He couldn't even buy a single second. Frieza seized Piccolo by the neck, hoisting him into the air. So much for Namekian fusion. Piccolo's face was a mask of blood, but he still raised his right hand, fingers pressed to his forehead. Special beam. Frieza casually flicked a finger. Piccolo's entire arm was pierced through, the gathered energy dissipating in an instant. Let him go. Den could no longer contain himself, breaking free from Bulma's grip and sprinting forward. Den. Bulma grabbed at empty air. Before Den could take 2 steps, a large hand seized his collar. Raditz yanked him back. Get back. Den sobbed. I have to save Mr. Piccolo. You'll only get yourself killed. Raditz shoved him roughly back toward Bulma, his voice low and grim. Stay put and wait for an opening. Den froze, tears streaming down his face, but he dared not move. Frieza noticed the commotion from above, his icy gaze slowly settling on Den. Healing abilities. He narrowed his eyes dangerously. Kid, you can heal wounds too, can't you? Den's face turned deathly pale. Bulma cursed under her breath, stepping in front of Den to shield him. No, you misheard. Frieza stared at Bulma and let out a low, eerie laugh. Your lies are even clumsier than your Earth machines. Raditz's heart sank. They were completely exposed. Frieza had begun to focus on their medical asset. Thud. Frieza flung Piccolo aside like a dead dog. The ground cratered as Piccolo lay in a pool of blood, his chest and shoulders riddled with holes, his life force nearly extinguished. Goku, drenched in blood, crawled out from the rubble. Piccolo. Piccolo barely lifted his eyelids. Stop yelling. I'm not dead yet. Boom. Vegeta finally moved. He gathered energy with both hands, charging recklessly at Frieza from the side. Die, you bastard. A massive energy blast detonated at close range, engulfing half of Frieza's body in towering flames. Vegeta landed clumsily, gasping for breath. But before the smoke cleared, a pale hand shot out from the inferno like lightning, clamping onto Vegeta's face. Vegeta's pupils contracted violently. Vegeta. Frieza's voice was eerily calm. You've become far too noisy lately. Bang. Frieza with brutal force slammed Vegeta's head deep into the hard ground. The earth collapsed in a wide radius. Vegeta didn't even scream, convulsing violently in the crater. Goku tried to rush in for a rescue, but Frieza sent him flying again with a flick of his tail. Raditz charged halfway, but Frieza slowly raised his right hand, his fingertip aimed at Bulma and Den in the distance. Let's eliminate the medical nuisance first. Bulma clutched the bag of Senzu beans, her legs trembling. Den hid behind her, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. Raditz's pupils shrank. There was no time. The ground beneath him exploded as he pushed his body to its absolute limit, lunging forward desperately. Whoosh. Frieza's death beam shot out at the same instant. In the nick of time, Raditz slammed into Bulma, sending her and Den flying. The beam avoided a fatal hit, but cruelly pierced Raditz's side. Blood gushed. Raditz crashed heavily into the mud, the searing pain darkening his vision. Bulma tumbled several times. When she looked up and saw the horrific hole in Raditz's abdomen, her voice cracked with tears. Raditz. Shut up. Raditz clamped down on the gushing wound, grinding his teeth. The bean. Give me the bean. Bulma fumbled in the bag, grabbed a Senzu bean, and tossed it to him. But as she raised her hand, Frieza's second death beam homed in. His target wasn't Raditz. It was the bag of Senzu beans in Bulma's hand. No way. Goku charged from a blind spot, using his own body to shield Bulma from the attack. The beam mercilessly tore through Goku's shoulder. He grunted, dropping to one knee. Kakarot. Raditz's eyes blazed crimson. He caught the flying Senzu bean, shoved one into Goku's mouth, and bit down on another himself. The Senzu beans took effect. The wounds healed instantly, and the blood on Goku's shoulder stopped flowing. As the two struggled to their feet, Frieza strode over leisurely. How annoying. His cold gaze swept over the Senzu bean bag, Den and Bulma. It seems I no longer need to deliberate on who to kill first. An overwhelming killing intent filled the air. Without hesitation, Goku and Raditz, their bodies barely recovered, stood firm in front. Vegeta crawled out of the mud pit battered and bloody, his breathing utterly chaotic. Piccolo could only prop himself up with one arm. Dend cried, wanting to heal Piccolo, but Bulma's trembling hands held his shoulders firmly. Don't go. Wait, you must not go. Bulma was shaking all over with fear. She was terrified out of her mind, but reason told her that moving now meant certain death. Frieza casually raised a finger, pointing it at Dend's forehead. Goku whispered, Raditz, he's going for the kill. I can see that. What do we do? Raditz's throat was thick with the taste of blood. He remained silent. The third form had already reduced them to this pitiful state. If this monster continued to transform, everyone here would die today. But the despair lay in the fact that they couldn't even suppress this form. Yet Frieza, hovering in midair, suddenly halted all his movements. He looked at Goku and Raditz blocking his path with amusement, a chillingly elegant smile spreading across his face. You Scions have quite the spirit. As his words fell, the suffocating aura around him began to contract violently back into his body. Raditz's expression shifted completely. Something's wrong. Goku frowned. What is it? Vegeta lifted his head, and when he saw the changes in Frieza, a surge of boundless terror flooded his eyes. Frieza's body began to shrink rapidly. The elongated skull and grotesque back bulge of the third form visibly receded back into his body. His appearance became smooth and compact, the fierce horns on his head vanishing entirely. Standing there, he seemed far less imposing than before. Bulma swallowed dryly. Why is he shrinking? Has his power run out, making him weaker? Shut your mouth, you stupid woman. Vegeta slumped on the ground, his voice hoarse, his face ashen. Raditz stared at the small, white, deathly still figure standing in the center of the clearing, his palms slick with cold sweat. He's not getting weaker. Kakarot looked closely. That's Frieza's final form. Frieza had shrunk. No horns, no grotesque features. He stood there, his white body immaculate. His tail hung limply, making him appear even more serene than before. Bulma clutched the bag of senzu beans tightly, her voice dry. Is he weaker? Vegeta, lying at the edge of a mud pit with a grim face, roared in fury, shut up. Bulma was stunned into silence. Vegeta forced himself up from the ground, blood still trailing from his lips. That is Frieza's true form. Raditz stared fixedly at the white figure, a chill running down his spine. The final form. Even though he wasn't unleashing his full power, the faint aura leaking out was suffocatingly heavy. Goku clenched his fists tightly. Having just eaten a senzu bean, his injuries were fully healed. After several life-and-death battles, his base power level was approaching the 1,000,000 mark. Raditz followed close behind. Vegeta had grown stronger after recovering, but he was still a step behind them. Piccolo, after fusing with Nail, was the strongest, but his energy was in disarray after being pierced through by the third form. Everyone stood together, yet no one dared to make the first move. Frieza lowered his head slightly, looking at his own hands. This form really is much more comfortable. Goku stepped forward. He'll go. Raditz grabbed his arm tightly. Don't go throwing your life away alone. Goku turned back to him. Can you still fight? Raditz let out a cold laugh, a smirk tugging at his lips. I won't die just yet. Frieza's eyes snapped open. The next second, he vanished into thin air. Raditz's pupils contracted violently. His instincts faster than his mind, he shoved Goku hard out of the way. Bang! Frieza's knee connected solidly with Raditz's abdomen. Raditz doubled over in agony, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Goku swung a heavy punch back. Frieza raised his palm and caught it with extreme ease. His fingers clenched, releasing a burst of power that hurled Goku viciously into the ground. Boom! Goku crashed heavily into the muddy earth, creating a large crater. Vegeta charged in from the side with insane speed, several times faster than before. But Frieza didn't even turn his head. He whipped his tail back, striking Vegeta hard across the face. Thud! Vegeta was sent flying sideways, crashing violently into the wreckage of the main ship, denting the thick metal plates. Bulma's hands trembled violently. This is just too absurd. Piccolo struggled to stand, blood still seeping from the gaping wounds in his shoulder and chest. Den, tears streaming down his face in panic, started running forward. Mr. Piccolo, I'll heal you. Stay back. Piccolo gritted his teeth and roared. Den froze in his tracks, his eyes red. Frieza slowly turned his head. Heal. His gaze instantly locked onto Dend. Bulma's face turned deathly pale. She pulled Dend behind her protectively. No, you misheard. He can't. Frieza let out a soft, cruel laugh. Earth woman, your lies are truly pathetic. Raditz got up from the ground, wiping the blood from his mouth. Kakarot. Goku flipped out of the crater. Yeah. In a flash, they both charged forward simultaneously. Goku attacked Hiden while Raditz circled to the blind side, his scion tail lashing out like a venomous snake towards Frieza's wrist. Frieza raised his left arm to block Goku's heavy punch, and with his right hand, he reached back and precisely caught Raditz's tail. Agony. Indescribable agony shot through his bones. Raditz's face went pale, but he didn't retreat. Instead, he clenched his teeth and headbutted Frieza. Seizing this rare opportunity, Goku gathered all his energy into his right hand and slammed a devastating punch into Frieza's chest. Thud! Frieza's body swayed, and he took half a step back. Just half a step. But he had indeed retreated. Witnessing this from afar, Vegeta's expression shifted sharply. That bastard Kakarot. Frieza looked down at his chest. There was only a trivial speck of dust. Not bad. He slowly raised his head, pointing a finger at Goku. Goku's body flickered wildly, leaving afterimages. The death beam grazed his shoulder, obliterating the mountains behind him. Raditz took the chance to deliver a vicious kick towards Frieza's knee. Frieza's knee didn't budge, but his long tail lashed out like a steel whip, striking Raditz square in the chest. Thud. Raditz was sent flying backward, crashing heavily at Bulma's feet. Bulma panicked and tried to help him up. Raditz raised his hand, his mouth full of blood, and roared, "Stay back." Before he could finish, Frieza's cold gaze had already fallen upon Bulma and Dend. Compared to these wild monkeys, you two seem more troublesome. Piccolo forced himself to stand in front of Dend, blood trickling from his mouth. "If you've got the guts, come at me." Frieza glanced at him dismissively. "You are no longer worth my time." Piccolo's eyes hardened. But before he could act, Frieza appeared before him like a phantom. Bam! A single simple punch sent Piccolo's body doubling over in pain. Bam! A second punch. Piccolo's massive frame was lifted off the ground, tumbling pathetically to land at Dend's feet. Dend could no longer hold back. He lunged forward, pressing his hands firmly over the wound on Piccolo's chest. A soft hum filled the air as a green healing light flared to life. The horrific hole in Piccolo's body began to contract visibly. Bulma's face contorted in horror. "Dend, stop, now." But it was too late. Frieza had seen it. His eyes turned utterly cold in an instant. "So you possess the ability to heal wounds." Dend's hands froze in midair. Piccolo snapped back to reality and shoved him hard. "Run, run." Frieza slowly raised his right hand. Raditz and Goku charged forward in a frenzy. Vegeta, having crawled from the ship wreckage, also lunged forward, gritting his teeth. The three Scions used all their strength in a desperate attempt to form a defensive line. But Frieza had no intention of engaging them. He lightly pushed off the ground, leaping effortlessly over their heads, landing steadily right in front of Dend. Dend looked up at the terrifying monster, so close to him, his small face drained of all color. Bulma screamed and lunged forward, wrapping her arms around Dend. "Don't touch him." Frieza raised his finger coldly, a red light flickering at its tip. "Healers are the most troublesome and should be dealt with first." A deadly purple light flared up. Raditz charged desperately from behind, reaching out in a futile attempt to grab Frieza's shoulders. Frieza swung his elbow back, smashing it hard into Raditz's face. Thud! Raditz's vision went black and he tumbled to the ground. Goku mid-charge was kicked into the ground by Frieza. Vegeta's energy blasts rained down, but Frieza merely tilted his head to dodge them. His finger remained pointed unerringly at Dend. A sickening sound of flesh being pierced echoed. The death beam mercilessly tore through the edge of Dend's shoulder and abdomen. The small body convulsed violently. The next moment, Dend collapsed limply into Bulma's arms. Bulma stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. She looked down at the scalding blood covering her hands, her lips trembling violently. "Dend, wake up." Dend's mouth moved in pain, but no sound came out. From a distance, Piccolo's pupils shrank to pinpricks, and a hysterical roar tore from his throat. "Dend." Frieza lowered his finger expressionlessly, turned around, and looked calmly at the remaining warriors. "Now then, shall we continue?" Dend collapsed into Bulma's arms. Blood seeped from the edges of his shoulder and abdomen, quickly staining her hands crimson. Bulma bowed her head, her entire body locked rigid with shock. Dend. His eyelids trembled faintly, his lips strained to move, uttering a whisper so frail it barely carried. "I am fine. This is fine." Her voice cracked, and in panic she pressed both hands desperately over his wound. Nearby, Piccolo lay prone, his 5 fingers dug deep into the earth. "Frieza?" He tried to rise, but the gaping wound in his chest sent him reeling, knees crashing down once more. Frieza stood motionless, his fingers still half raised. In his final form, he appeared small, unassuming. No grand gestures, no roaring fury. Yet that suffocating silence weighed heavier than any thunder. Goku straightened slowly, the familiar warmth in his expression utterly erased. "Why did you strike a child?" Frieza regarded him coldly. "Because he can heal." Goku's fists clenched, bones grinding audibly. Raditz lunged forward, gripping Goku's shoulders with iron force. "Don't rush in, stay calm." Goku did not turn. "I know." Yet even as he spoke, his aura erupted. Wild, volatile, pressing outward like a storm breaking its dam. Pebbles trembled across the cracked ground. Vegeta staggered upright from the wreckage of his flagship, eyes locked onto Goku's back, his face ashen with disbelief. "Kakarot." Frieza sensed the shift too. His gaze settled on Goku, and for the first time a flicker of amusement kindled in his eyes. "Oh, are you angry?" Goku said nothing, only drove his foot down. Boom. The earth shattered beneath him, and he vanished in a blur of raw velocity. Unimaginably fast, faster than before. Frieza raised his arm. Thud. Their fists collided, the shockwave rippling outward, splitting the ground like brittle glass. Goku's second punch followed instantly. Frieza tilted his head aside, then drove a brutal knee into Goku's abdomen. From the flank, Raditz hurled himself forward, launching a full-force kick at Frieza's knee joint. Frieza's movement faltered, just for an instant. Goku seized the opening, a crushing blow slammed into Frieza's shoulder. Thud. Frieza skidded back, half a step. Vegeta far away, pupils contracting violently. Half a step, again. But this time the pallor of Frieza's face held no trace of a smile. "You two accursed Scions are beginning to grow annoying." Raditz gasped for breath, his Scion tail taut as a drawn bowstring. "Goku, don't fight him, Hedon." "Oomph," he answered. But even as the word left his lips, his body surged forward once more. This time Frieza refused to stand and absorb the blow. Whoosh. He vanished, utterly. In the next heartbeat, Goku was blasted deep into the earth. Raditz's world. just as a thunderous kick smashed into his back, sending him hurtling like a severed puppet toward Bulma. Bulma scrambled sideways, clutching her face bloodless. Raditz! He tumbled through mud and gravel, then gritted his teeth and forced himself upright. Senza beans. Hurry, grab the Senza beans. Bulma snapped awake and frantically reached for the pouch at her waist. But Frieza's glacial gaze shifted, immediately lethally, toward her hand. Raditz's heart turned to ice. Don't pull them out. It's dangerous. Too late. Her fingertips brushed the pouch's mouth. The death beam struck before she could blink. Goku erupted from the crater, interposing his body between beam and pouch. Thud. The beam deflected, just slightly, yet struck true, obliterating the pouch in Bulma's grip. Crockum. The tiny sack detonated. Emerald green beans scattered wildly through the blast wave. Some were vaporized instantly by searing heat, others tumbled into yawning fissures, still more vanished beneath rubble and dust. Bulma lost all composure, flinging herself flat onto the muck, clawing blindly through mud and stone. Don't explode. Leave me two, just two. She snatched one bean, then wrenched another free, fingernails splitting and bleeding, oblivious to the pain. Din tried to lift himself to help, but the moment he moved, agony flared white-hot across his wound, draining all color from his face. Piccolo ground his teeth, dragging himself forward, straining to shield them. Frieza lifted a single foot, cold, deliberate. Thud. Piccolo was launched, body and topsoil alike, hurtling through the air. Mr. Piccolo. Din's voice tore raw and ragged. Raditz ignited his aura and charged, planting himself squarely before Piccolo. Thud. Frieza's palm crashed into Raditz's chest with bone-deep force. Raditz tasted blood, but refused to yield a single inch, locking his arms around Frieza's forearm with desperate strength. Kakarot. Goku descended like lightning from behind, his fist wreathed in cataclysmic energy, aimed squarely at Frieza's spine. Frieza twisted, unnaturally fluid, evading the blow just as his tail lashed out, whipping both Raditz and Goku into violent flight. Boom. Vegeta finally surged forward. No roar, no warning. Only relentless, brutal close-quarters assault hammering toward Frieza's face. Frieza raised his left hand, catching the punch with contemptuous ease, his gaze utterly devoid of emotion. Are you eager to die, Vegeta? Vegeta's jaw clenched until blood welled from his gums, of veins throbbed violently across his temples. Don't you dare look down on me with that condescending gaze. His other hand snapped up, a key blast detonating inches from Frieza's ear. Crabble. A churning cloud of smoke swallowed Frieza's upper body. Vegeta spun to retreat. Whoosh. A pale hand shot from the smoke, gripping his throat in a vice of absolute suffocating power. Such pitiful parlor tricks hold no meaning for his majesty. Thud. Vegeta was driven deep into the earth, blood erupting from his mouth. Raditz staggered upright, eyes darting frantically toward Bulma. Bulma. How many remain? Bulma knelt in the mud, face and hands caked in grime. Slowly she opened her palm, revealing the beans she'd salvaged. Her face was deathly pale. 3. Only 3. Lonely, fragile, irreplaceable. Beside them lay half a bean, charred black by searing heat, utterly ruined. Goku stared at those final 3 Senza beans, silent, motionless, as if time itself had frozen. Raditz spat blood onto the ground, and turned eyes blazing toward Frieza. By now Frieza had discarded the near-lifeless Vegeta, and his gaze drifted lazily, deliberately toward Bulma's trembling hand. Oh, only 3 left. Bulma instinctively clenched her fist, knuckles bleaching white. Frieza lifted his slender, lethal finger once more, his voice calm, chilling, as though pronouncing a sentence carved in eternity. Then allow me to ensure, not a single one remains. Frieza's finger glowed. His target was not a person, but the last lifeline in Bulma's palm. Bulma's face turned pale, her knuckles white as she clenched her fingers. Dodge! Raditz lunged like a mad dog, forcibly shoving Bulma aside. A purple beam grazed the back of her hand, sending rocks flying. 3 Senza beans were sent flying by the shockwave. Bulma hit the ground, scrambling forward. Don't fly away. Goku stepped forward, snatching one midair. Raditz rolled in the mud, his scion tail lashing out like lightning to snag the second. The last bean rolled to a stop at Vegeta's feet. Vegeta looked down at the dark green bean, his expression shifting entirely. Bulma collapsed to the ground, hands bloodied and covered in dust, screaming hysterically, Eat! Eat them all, damn it! Stop dawdling. Vegeta raised his head, stiffly staring at Bulma. Weren't you just now asking me to beg you? Bulma's eyes were red with desperation as she cursed, No time for that now. If you want to die, then don't eat. Vegeta's face twisted with rage, but he finally scooped up the Senza bean and bit into it with a crunch. Goku swallowed his bean at the same time. Raditz bit down and swallowed, and in an instant the agonizing pain that had been crushing his chest vanished. Broken bones reknit, burns extinguished. Even his breathing became smooth. The scion bodies began to burn with power once more. It was the sensation of cells revived from near death being squeezed dry, forcibly dragging out brand new combat strength. Boom. Vegeta's ki exploded first. He had been nearly beaten to a pulp by Frieza, but with the Senzu bean his wounds healed instantly, and his power surged wildly. The broken scouter next to Bulma beeped frantically, the numbers on the screen making her dizzy. Vegeta, 1 million. Around 1.1 million. Vegeta's lips slowly curled into a smile. I see. Goku's situation was even more exaggerated. Standing still, his powers surged layer upon layer, the gravel at his feet blown away. Bulma looked at the scouter, her voice catching. Goku. Around 3 million. Vegeta's smile froze on his face. He whipped his head towards Goku, his jaw tightening. Kakarot. Raditz was also rising. Not as fiercely as Goku, but the sins of Bean and the previous fierce battle had pushed him up as well. Around 2.5 million. If this had been when they first arrived on Namek, these numbers would have been enough for them to dominate. But now Frieza stood before them. His final form. Even if he wasn't using his full power, the cold pressure in the air made it impossible to celebrate too soon. Frieza watched the 3 instantly recovered warriors, not a trace of surprise on his face, his tone still calm. Scion bodies really are quite annoying. Let's talk. Die, Frieza. Vegeta launched himself from the ground, charging forward with insane speed. This time he was far faster than before. His heavy fist smashed into Frieza's face, tearing through the air with a piercing shriek. Frieza raised his hand, catching it with a sharp crack. The ground beneath them split open. Vegeta's eyes lit up. He had blocked it. Even if only for a moment, he had indeed parried Frieza's attack. In a flash, Goku appeared from the other side, driving a heavy punch aimed at Frieza's ribs. Raditz slid along the ground, his tail coiling like a viper towards Frieza's ankle. The 3 Scion warriors fought together with suicidal abandon, finally forcing Frieza to move his feet for the first time since the battle began. Frieza slid his foot back half a step. Vegeta saw the effect and sneered, "See that, Frieza?" Raditz roared from below, "Stop with the damn talk. Keep fighting." Goku drove a vicious knee strike upward. Frieza dodged by turning his head, his long tail whipping towards Goku's neck with a harsh wind. Raditz leaped in, crossing his arms to take the blow. Thud! His arms went completely numb instantly. But Goku seized the opening and landed an extremely heavy punch square on Frieza's chest. Frieza's body shuddered violently. Vegeta clasped his hands together, and a ki blast detonated point blank against Frieza's face. Boom! A towering inferno engulfed Frieza in an instant. Bulma, clutching the severely wounded Din, retreated desperately, her eyes fixed on the black smoke of the explosion. Did it hit? Piccolo lay in the rubble covered in blood, his voice weak. It's not that simple. The smoke cleared. Frieza still stood silently in the center of the clearing. Only a trivial amount of dust clung to his chest. But a tiny thin line of blood had been scraped across his lip by Vegeta's point-blank blast. Frieza slowly raised a hand, wiping the corner of his mouth with the back of his finger. Staring at the crimson on his fingertip, the warmth in his eyes finally vanished completely. Vegeta panted heavily, letting out a low manic laugh. Ha ha ha. So even you monsters can bleed. Frieza lifted his eyes, slightly fixing him with a cold stare. You seem pleased. Vegeta's manic grin instantly froze. In a flash, Frieza appeared before him. Too fast. Several times faster than before. Vegeta had no time to react, only managing to raise his arms instinctively. Boom. He was punched deep into the earth. Goku charged forward in a desperate attempt to save him, but Frieza elegantly twisted midair and drove a thunderous kick into Goku's shoulder. Thud. Goku was sent flying, crashing through an entire rock wall. Raditz tried to ambush from a blind spot, but Frieza had already ghosted to his side. Your power has indeed grown. Thud. An incredibly heavy blow. Raditz's abdomen was struck, and he doubled over in agony, his vision darkening. Frieza leaned in close to his ear, his voice light as air. Too bad. It's still not enough. Raditz's temples bulged with veins. Gritting his teeth, he used the last of his strength to coil his Scion tail tightly around Frieza's neck. Kakarot. Now. Boom. Goku burst from the rubble, throwing a punch charged with all his remaining power. Vegeta, covered in blood, crawled out of the mud pit and lunged forward again, driven by humiliation. The 3 Scions, completely disregarding their lives, pressed the attack simultaneously. For the first time, Frieza's delicate brows furrowed slightly. He shook his arms, and a terrifying ring of white energy exploded outward. Raditz took the brunt of it, sent flying by the terrifying blast. Goku skidded a dozen meters across the mud, leaving deep furrows with his feet. Vegeta fell to his knees again, digging his hands into the dirt, vomiting blood in great heaves. On the ground, Din struggled to crawl over and help. Bulma, tears streaming down her face, held him down with both hands. Don't move. If you keep squirming, the bleeding won't stop. Din's tears poured down. But everyone is going to die. I know. Bulma's small frame trembled violently, her voice choked with sobs. I know, damn it. Piccolo forced himself back to his feet with one arm swaying and stood firmly in front of Din and Bulma. Frieza glanced sideways, staring coldly at him. You still want to throw your life away? Piccolo spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes fierce. Enough talk. Frieza raised his hand. A silent beam shot out without hesitation, mercilessly piercing Piccolo's other shoulder. Piccolo let out a muffled cry of pain, finally collapsing onto one knee. Mr. Piccolo! Din screamed. Goku knelt on the ground, his fists clenched so tight his knuckles cracked, nails digging deep into his palms. Raditz slowly raised his head, a frantic madness surging in his eyes. Frieza coldly regarded the 3 dying monkeys before him, his gaze finally settling back on Din and Bulma's arms. The healer isn't dead yet. He slowly raised that deadly finger, a purple light swirling at its tip. Well, then I'll send you off first. Boom. Goku, who had been looking down, suddenly had his ki waver erratically. The gravel on the ground around him began to tremble faintly. Vegeta, who had been gasping for air, noticed this abnormal fluctuation, and a look of sheer terror crept onto his face. Kakarot, you bastard. Meanwhile, in the air, Frieza's finger radiating death was locked firmly on Dinda's forehead. Frieza's fingertip was aimed directly at Dinda. The moment the purple light flickered, Dinda's entire body went rigid. Bulma clutched him and stumbled backward, nearly falling as her foot slipped. Her hand was empty. The last 3 Senzu beans had already been fed out, leaving only a pile of charred crumbs in the pouch. Dinda, get down. Raditz roared, shattering the ground beneath him as he charged forward with brute force. But someone was faster. Before the golden light could erupt, that figure had already shielded Dinda, thrusting out both hands to intercept the destruction beam heated. Sizzle. Black smoke billowed from his palms, flesh instantly seared by the scorching heat. Goku gritted his teeth, pressing the beam downward inch by inch with both arms. Frieza looked down at him from above. You really do enjoy blocking attacks, don't you little monkey? Goku said nothing. His hands trembled violently. Not from pain, but because his internal energy had fallen into utter chaos. Raditz struck from the side in an instant, landing a full-force punch that knocked Frieza's wrist off course. The deathly silent beam shot across the ground, piercing a distant colossal stone pillar. Goku, fall back. Goku remained motionless. He hung his head low, his broad shoulders heaving slightly as he panted heavily. Raditz frowned and grabbed his arm. Did you hear me? Goku suddenly spoke in a low voice. Raditz, what? The Senzu beans are gone. Raditz's fingers froze. Goku slowly lifted his head, his eyes locked onto Frieza before him. And Dinda is gravely injured. He can't heal anymore. His voice was not loud, yet countless fragments of rock on the ground began to roll and tremble violently. Vegeta, having just crawled out of a mud pit, his face covered in blood. When he sensed the abnormal fluctuation in Goku's energy, his expression shifted completely. Kakarot, you bastard. Frieza too sensed something amiss. He leisurely lowered his hand, a flicker of amusement finally glinting in his eyes. Oh, Goku took a step forward. Crack. The ground beneath his feet split open with a resounding crack. Far behind, Bulma clutched Dinda tightly, her lips pale. What the hell is wrong with Goku? No one answered her. Piccolo lay collapsed in a pile of rubble covered in blood, his eyes fixed on Goku, gradually filling with terror and awe. Goku's energy began to surge wildly. 3 million. It kept skyrocketing. This was no ordinary power-up. That terrifying power, as if suppressed deep within his flesh, now finally burst forth in an overwhelming flood. Vegeta's face grew darker and darker. He wanted to scream that it was impossible, but he clenched his teeth, unable to utter a single word. Frieza slowly raised his right hand. I hate that look in your eyes. Whoosh. The destruction beam shot out once more straight toward the severely wounded Dinda. Swish. Goku vanished in an instant. Bang. With a thunderous impact, he slapped the beam aside mid-flight with a single palm. No one had seen his movement. Frieza's expression finally turned ice cold. Goku stood before Dinda again, his palms smoking with wisps of black vapor, his arms still trembling. Enough. Frieza narrowed his eyes dangerously. What did you say? Goku kept his head low, each word forced out through clenched teeth. I said, that's enough. Boom. In the next second, a ferocious shockwave erupted from Goku, shattering the air itself. Countless fragments of rock floated in midair. The distant lake was forced into massive ripples by the sheer pressure. His black hair rose, fell, then rose again in a frenzy. Raditz, standing closest, bore the brunt of the wind pressure, stumbling back several steps. He stared at Goku's back, his heart pounding wildly, nearly leaping out of his throat. It had come. The oldest legend in the universe had truly arrived. Vegeta clenched his fists so tightly his knuckles turned white. What kind of cosmic joke is this? It's absolutely impossible. Yeah. From Goku's throat erupted a frenzied, beastly roar. Boom. Blinding golden flames shot skyward, exploding in full fury. The ground beneath him caved in on a massive scale, countless boulders reduced to dust in an instant by the violent shockwave. Bulma, clutching Dinda, was swept half a meter backward across the ground. She looked up in terror, frozen in place. Golden hair. Goku's jet black hair had transformed entirely into a dazzling gold. Even his pupils had turned a cold pale green. He stood there in utter stillness. At that moment, his base power level of 3 million, amplified 50-fold by the Super Saiyan transformation, surged to an unimaginable astronomical figure. A full 150 million. Vegeta's lips trembled violently for a long time, his voice hoarse and barely audible. Super Saiyan. In the distant sky, Frieza's pale face had for the first time lost its smile. Goku slowly raised his head, his gaze devoid of any human emotion. No harsh words. With a single step, he crossed the distance in an instant, appearing abruptly before Frieza. Frieza's expression shifted slightly. He hastily raised his arms to block. Bang! A dull, heavy impact of flesh echoed across the entire planet. The savage force unleashed itself. The ground beneath Frieza exploded, sending him skidding backward for dozens of meters. Bulma was utterly stunned. That monster actually retreated. Swish. Goku's form followed like a shadow, his second fist crashing down again. Frieza twisted awkwardly in midair to dodge, but before he could steady himself, Goku's knee slammed solidly into his abdomen. Bang! Frieza's body folded like a shrimp. His massive frame was launched horizontally, smashing through half a section of the huge wrecked spaceship. Raditz, watching from behind, felt his throat tighten. Just moments ago, the three of them had fought with their lives and failed to scratch Frieza in his final form. But now with only 2 strikes, Goku had sent the godlike monster flying. Vegeta stood in the mud, his face ashen as a corpse. Clatter. Frieza shoved aside the wreckage, pinning him down, and rose slowly. A clear dent was sunken into his chest, and his lips were split, blood streaming freely. He raised a hand, coldly wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his fingers, his dead fish eyes fixed on the golden figure not far away. Scion, you damn monkey. Goku walked toward him step by step, unhurriedly. Frieza. His voice was cold as ice. You should stop now. Frieza suddenly let out a low, neurotic laugh. This time his laughter was filled with a murderous, destructive intent. It seems I'll have to show you a bit of my true power after all. Boom. Frieza's energy began to skyrocket wildly in that instant. The air itself screeched and trembled. Raditz's face turned pale. Goku. Watch out. He wasn't using his full power before. Goku remained cold and indifferent, not turning back. I know. Frieza's released power grew more and more terrifying. The entire vast lake surface was forced downward by the invisible pressure, and even the distant mountain ranges began to crack and collapse in sheets. Vegeta stared at the 2 towering, awe-inspiring figures, his teeth grinding audibly. One was Frieza, the mortal enemy who had destroyed Planet Vegeta. The other was Kakarot, the low-class warrior he had once despised most. Yet now in this battle that would decide the fate of the universe, he could only stand there like a complete waste, watching helplessly. Suddenly, Frieza, in the midst of his furious power-up, jerked his head up. His gaze bypassed the Goku before him, crossing dozens of meters to lock onto Raditz in the far rear. And you, Raditz. Raditz's muscles tensed instantly, his heart skipping a beat. Frieza spat out the bloody froth from his mouth, his eyes seething with brutality and cruelty, his voice soft enough to send chills down one's spine. All the trouble I've had today. It was you, the traitor, pulling the strings behind the scenes, wasn't it?